EEND 1813, Adrin Stanton, the new Earl of Camden, was infuriatingly bored in his small, crested coach. As he listened to the sound of rhythmic movement of the horses, his eyes scanned over the idyllic green countryside, and he prayed for a cool breeze to help ease his suffering. Heaving a sigh, he took a moment to contemplate how much his life had changed over the course of a month. He now had a title and 3 estates, and yet it meant nothing to him. He would gladly give it all up to be reunited with his family. Leaning his head back against the plush carriage seats, he was resigned to his state of abject loneliness, a feeling with which he was all too familiar. With an immense desire to see the world, and serve his God and country, he freely made the decision to leave his family and go to France as an agent of the crown. Now, years later, he had no relations left to speak of, and he was forced to pick up the pieces of his family's tarnished reputation. The French spy, Michel, had killed his family, assuming the identity of his cousin, Lord Camden. He had even fired the entire household staff of Pratt Hall, his ancestral estate, to protect his ruse. His false predecessor had not even provided the staff with references, firing them through a solicitor, which made it nearly impossible for them to gain respectable employment again. Within the past month, Adrian had done his best to right Michel's wrongs and hire back the household staff at Pratt Hall, located near Northumberland. After a thorough search, he was able to locate many of the former employees and rehire them at a substantial pay raise. Touring Pratt Hall was bittersweet, because the estate had fallen into great disrepair. The stone was crumbling, the rotted wood windows were partially boarded up, and the facade details were falling off. Inside the estate, all the furniture was covered with faded white sheets, and a musty odor dominated the rooms. Even in its current state, each room still held fond memories of his family. He could almost hear his cousin's faint laugh as he walked around the dust-filled home. The village near Pratt Hall had suffered tremendously with the loss of his familial connection. Many of the cottages that lay nestled at the bottom of the small valley had collapsed roofs. The storefronts of the shops were in desperate need of work, and the blacksmith's tools were inadequate to facilitate the repairs. Not only did Adrian supply funds to rebuild the village, but he also pulled up his sleeves and helped with the work. Between chopping wood, fixing thatched roofs, and restocking the apothecary's shop, he felt useful, and truth be told, he loved the physical component of rebuilding. But in the middle of his repairs, Lord Charles Becket, England's chief spymaster, summoned him, so Adrian was currently traveling back to London. He could only dream of a new, dangerous assignment, since his days as a spy were gone. As an earl, he was not allowed to work for the crown anymore, although Lord Becket had been known to bend the rules. His niece Lady Lansdowne had been a notorious spy, known as Shadow, for many years. Tugging at his cravat, Adrian silently cursed his decision to ride in a stifling coach, rather than ride his horse into London. Glancing at the empty bench opposite of him, he realized the thought of a wife did have some appeal. For starters, he wouldn't be so blasted lonely all the time. On the rare occasion when his loneliness threatened to consume him, he pushed down his emotions and hid behind a mask that he had perfected over the years. A spy never showed any weakness, for displaying even the tiniest weakness meant death, which was why he had not given much consideration to marriage while undercover in France. Even though he portrayed a jovial French officer, he refused to court a woman just to give credence to his cover. No, a relationship would have been too complicated and would have distracted him from his duties as a spy. Although, at the age of 29, he was now an earl and was expected to marry, he needed an heir, or so he had been reminded, but the monotony of trying to find a good match seemed irksome. Knowing that his friends and fellow agents, Benedict and Jonathan, had marriages based on love, he intended to follow their example. However, he refused to be as sappy as they were around their wives. In their eyes, Eliza and Hannah could do no wrong, and his friends were constantly smiling like bloody fools. No, that would not be him. He would have a love match, but he would be in control of his emotions. First, he had to find the perfect young lady, and that might take years. An image of Lady Camden, or Kate, as he was given leave to call her, flittered through his mind. She was exquisite with her light blonde hair, flawless skin, and an oval face that highlighted her wide, expressive blue eyes. Kate had suffered much at the hand of her impostor husband, but they had struck up an unusual friendship, while they both were confined within the walls of Beaumont Castle. It took some effort, but he managed to coax smiles out of her, and even had her laughing on occasion. The last time he saw Kate, which was over a month ago, she had been frail and skittish, but when she laughed, her whole face briefly transformed, causing her blue eyes to sparkle. It always rendered him speechless to witness that transformation, even for a few moments. Technically, Kate was now his responsibility as the Countess of Camden, but she chose to live at Eliza's townhouse in London. Now that he had a man of business, he would call on Kate and inform her of the generous monthly allowance he had allocated for her use. Even though Michel had spent much on gambling, mistresses, and other vile practices, the coffers were not quite empty. The carriage slowed as it approached London, and the clean, fresh country air gave way to the pungent odor of horse dung. Fortunately, as they approached his townhouse, the cobblestone streets grew wider and cleaner. Ladies strolled down the streets with servants carrying their purchases. A few ladies glanced towards his crested carriage, and fluttered their eyelashes at him. I am not a fool, he thought, as he ignored the ladies' blatant flirtations. Although he knew he was a handsome man, most of the ladies of the ton were only interested in his title and fortune. He would need to be on alert as he started searching for a wife. Perhaps he should start with a dog to curb his gnawing loneliness. Yes, that would do for now. The carriage jerked to a stop in front of his spacious, four-story townhouse located in Portman Square. Admiring the red brick frontage, wide windows, and iron railings that lined his property, Adrian knew this townhouse was highly sought after. Even though Michel was a despicable French spy, he would have impeccable taste in properties. Turning the handle of the carriage door, Adrian stepped out onto the freshly swept cobblestone street, not bothering to wait for the groomsman moving his way. As he walked up the few stairs, the main door stood open where his butler, Mr. Ward, waited for him. Good afternoon, my lord, Mr. Ward drawled as he extended his hand for Adrian's gloves. Ward, he nodded, it is good to be back. Mr. Ward, with his greased black hair and brown eyes, gave him a stoic stare. Adrian had the strangest urge to make a funny face at him. Instead, he said, You are too serious, my good man. A butler's job is not to amuse you, my lord. My job is to ensure your household is running efficiently and is in proper order. Mr. Ward informed him. Right you are. Adrian agreed, stifling a smile. I will be in my study until dinner. As you wish, Mr. Ward replied with a tilt of his head. Walking across the marble floor of the entry hall, Adrian moved towards his study tucked back in the corner of the townhouse. A low, burning fire had already been set in the hearth, and the drapes were pulled back, showing off his spacious, well-manicured gardens in the rear. A large oak desk sat in front of dual windows, and one length of a wall was covered in shelving, with neatly arranged books. A large pile of correspondence on his desk caught his eye. He inwardly groaned. Most of the letters were no doubt invitations to balls, soirees, and house parties, all with the intent of matchmaking. No. He refused to be hounded by overbearing mothers and simpering ladies. He was not that lonely. Hadn't he just decided to get a dog? Before he finished tossing the correspondences out, his study door swung open and Benedict, the Marquis of Lansdowne, strode in, he said, Adrian, welcome back. Smiling. Glancing at him suspiciously, Adrian replied, I just arrived. How did you deduce I was in town? I am a spy. Benedict reminded him. You not retired. I am. But something has come up. Lord Beckett has sent me to fetch you. Now Benedict had his full attention. He asked, Is it a new assignment? A little too eagerly. I don't know. But Lord Beckett wants to see us in his office post-haste. Let us go, Adrian stated, rounding his desk. Benedict watched him with a knowing smile on his lips. I take it that the life of an earl is a tad boring for the likes of you. Adrian asked, How do you handle the dreariness of being a marquis? Curiously. I married Eliza. He revealed slowly, as if imparting a huge secret, and Benedict shrugged. Being married to Eliza makes me happy and I do not want for more. With a shake of his head, Adrian responded, I was hoping you would provide me with real counsel. It is the truth. Adrian was still curious about one thing. In all honesty, how did you know I was home? Benedict asked. Oh, I saw your coach pull up. Did you not recall that we are neighbors? Feigning disappointment. We share a common wall. His voice trailed off to emphasize his point. What do you maintain 2 townhouses in London? Adrian inquired. Everyone knew that Benedict's family maintained one of the largest townhouses in all of London. Berkeley Hall is where my father would stay for the season, but Henry bought this townhouse just before he died. He bought it intending to watch Mitchell. Benedict revealed. By residing in Henry's townhouse, I feel a connection to him. Adrian said. That sounds like a good enough reason for me. It will be nice to have friendly neighbors. Benedict asked. Who said we are friendly? With a furrowed brow. Adrian chuckled as he brushed past him. Let us go see Lord Beckett. Adrian duasimo his horse in front of a white, 2-story, nondescript building on the outskirts of the fashionable part of London. A few ragged-looking men loitered out in front of the building. One ventured up to ask him for 6pence, but he knew these agents were tasked with keeping the building safe from intruders. A young man approached them to care for their horses, and Benedict and Adrian walked into the building. A lanky man sat behind a lone desk, with his left hand hidden from view. Since no one came into this building solely by accident, no photos lined the walls. No vases sat on the tables, and no chairs were available for seating. Taking command, Benedict announced, Lord Lansdowne and Lord Camden request an audience with Lord Beckett. The lanky man's countenance relaxed. He said, Lord Beckett has been expecting you, my lords. Please follow me, ushering them up to his office. Lord Beckett's office was a large square room, with a massive desk at one end. An ornate fireplace graced the opposite wall. Small windows allowed some natural light to filter in, but they were not large enough for anyone to climb through. Bowed over his desk, Lord Beckett was in the process of writing. They took their seats in 2 upholstered armchairs that sat directly in front of him. Once he placed the quill back in its ink pot, he acknowledged them and smiled. It is a pleasure to see you so soon, Lord Camden. Thank you, Lord Beckett. Tilting his head towards Benedict, Lord Beckett teased, I am surprised that Eliza did not accompany you. You specifically requested that I not bring her, Benedict pointed out. Lord Beckett laughed loudly. As if that would have stopped my niece. Good point. Benedict offered a faint smile. To be honest, Eliza has not been feeling well lately, but refuses to let me send for the doctor. Turning towards Benedict, Adrian said, I hope it is not serious. Benedict replied, Thank you. I hope not as well, his voice betraying his concern for his wife. I am certain it is nothing, my boy, Lord Beckett assured Benedict. Eliza will not let a sickness keep her down for long. I am sure she will be fencing by the time you return home. Benedict just nodded with a pensive expression. Obviously, he did not feel as optimistic as Lord Beckett. The spy master rested his elbows on the desk and threaded his fingers together. I have an assignment for you too, As Benedict knows, we have searched every inch of Michel's properties. He hesitated, glancing at Adrian. Rather, your properties now, and we cannot find the list of French spies that he referenced. How is that possible? Michel said it was on his property. Adrian stated. One Michel stood on the deck of the Brazen Hind. He announced that the list was on his property, and bragged that no one would ever find it. Shaking his head, Lord Becket explained. Agents have scoured your London townhouse, your estate up in Northumberland, and your country home, but we have found nothing that would give even the slightest hint of who the French spies are. Have you asked Kate to assist in the search? Adrian inquired. Yes. Kate has been most helpful, considering what she has been through. But Lord Becket dropped his hands and leaned back in his chair. If we did not have a full confession from Diana, the Duchess of Remington, and Michel himself, I doubt a barrister would have had enough evidence to even convict Michel of treason. Well, it is a good thing that Shadow killed Michel then, Benedict pointed out. Giving Benedict a disapproving glare, Lord Becket declared, No, it was a horrible misstep. We never established who Michel's contact was, and we have not been able to pinpoint who the other French spies are. All we know is that there is a sinister scheme in the works, and members of Parliament and Prinny's staff have been infiltrated by French spies. Michel was going to kill Hannah. Elissa did not have much of a choice. Adrian argued, feeling a need to defend Elisa's actions. Lord Becket frowned. I know, but I am not pleased by the outcome. I believe the best course of action, sir, is to turn in my resignation for the failure aboard the Brazen Hind, Benedict announced dramatically. Oh, do shut up, Lord Becket said, good-naturedly. You keep threatening me with your resignation, but I have yet to witness it, nor do I want it right now. As you wish. Benedict smiled, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his chair. What would you like us to do? Lord Becket's expression grew serious. The House of Lords is considering a bill to end the war against France by cutting off all funding and initiating an immediate withdrawal of all British troops in Europe, which would leave our allies to fight Napoleon alone, Benedict stated in a sharp tone. And what of the Royal Navy? Are we to leave the Channel undefended? Luckily, the bill does not specify the Royal Navy, Lord Becket informed them, frowning. I need you both to vote down the bill. That is not a problem, Benedict asserted. That goes without saying, Adrian added. Nodding his approval, Lord Becket continued. Next I need agents on the inside to discover who the French spies are. Based on Diana and Michel's own confessions, we know at least one French spy has made his way into the House of Lords and one into the House of Commons. He leveled a stern gaze at them. We need to find out who they are, what their ultimate purpose is, and stop them. Adrian glanced at Benedict. That sounds reasonable. I would suggest starting with Lord Devon, who orchestrated the bill. Recently, he has been an outspoken critic of the war against France, Lord Becket revealed. I am not familiar with Lord Devon. Is he associated with the Whigs or Tory party? Benedict inquired. He is a Tory, Lord Becket stated. However, both of his sons have died in the war. Many presume that is why he has turned bitter towards the war effort. Lifting his brow, Adrian pointed out. That sounds more like a grieving father, not a traitor. True, but he might have been approached by French spies and not even recognized the threat, Lord Becket said. Vote. The vote for the bill is in 3 weeks and Parliament is in session. I will expect you both to be in attendance. He stood up abruptly, pushing back his chair. Now, if you will excuse me, I am late for another appointment. As they departed the building, Benedict asked, Would you care to join us for dinner? Eliza has been in low spirits since Kate moved out. Kate moved out, Adrian repeated, momentarily shocked by the news. Where did she go? Lifting his brow, Benedict replied, To your country home. Did she not inform you of the move? Blazes, Adrian muttered under his breath. Whatever is the matter with you? I had planned to sell the country home. I do not need 3 estates, and my solicitor has already lined up a prospective buyer. Adrian confessed. Benedict rubbed his hands together. That is great news. Kate will be forced to move back in with Eliza, and my wife will be happy again. Adrian chuckled. Do you think Kate will be willing to move back in with you? I hope so. She could also move in with Jonathan, or the Duke. Adrian asked. Did Eliza ever inform Kate that Duke is not her real father? After glancing over his shoulder to ensure no one could overhear them. No. We decided not to divulge that information. Benedict informed him. The Duke was especially insistent on not sharing the news.
Yeah.
Adrian disagreed with that, but kept silent. I ensured Kate's allowance is generous, and I am returning her grandmother's inheritance to her possession. I will even buy her a smaller estate if she so desires. Good. Benedict acknowledged. Will you allow her to keep her grandmother's jewelry? He asked. Why would I not? Surprised by the odd question. I just had to ask. Poor Kate has suffered much at the hands of her mother and husband, and I will not allow anyone to mistreat her, Adrian said, playing the part of overprotective brother. I see. Amused. I don't play, Benedict answered back, his voice gruff. Before Adrian could respond to Benedict's threat, the horses arrived, and they mounted. It appeared that he was going to take a trip out to his country home tomorrow, and convince Kate to move out. That should not be too hard. After all, Kate would be reasonable, once he explained why he wanted to sell the estate, wouldn't she? ATE, the Lady Camden, raced down the stairs of her country home at a most unladylike pace. She was dressed in an emerald green, high-waisted gown with puff sleeves, and wearing a pair of tan, kid-ankle boots. Her blonde hair was piled high on top of her head, and ringlets ran down the side of her face. Almost a month ago, she had decided that she wanted to be the mistress of her own home, and announced she would move back to her country estate. Eliza and Benedict were not pleased with her decision, but they ultimately supported her. Benedict was even kind enough to remove all the staff at the country home who had been loyal to her impostor husband. With her permission, he replaced her household staff with kind, but efficient employees. Since they were both killed while committing treason, Kate was free from the prison that Mitchell and her mother had so elegantly created for her. She finally had the freedom to discover what she was truly capable of, and it felt exhilarating, albeit a tad terrifying. What if her mother and Mitchell were right all along? What if she was worthless? Banishing the burdensome thoughts from her mind, she adjusted her steps as she walked gracefully through the main hall. Her boots made clicking noises along the polished marble floor as she walked towards the dining room. She said, "Mr. Oakes," cheerfully. "Is everything in order?" Mr. Oakes, her butler, was a tall man with a small, protruding belly. He had learned early on to overlook her impropriety. Standing in the dining room with his usual relaxed countenance, he answered, "The cook has filled 5 baskets full of bread, cheese, and biscuits. Are you certain that you do not want me to send Sally along to assist you?" "I am most positive. That is what Roger is for," she teased, glancing over her shoulder. "Isn't that right, Roger?" Roger stepped into the room with an amused smile. "Yes, Lady Camden. When Mr. Larson assigned me to guard you, I was informed that my main task would be to carry baskets to and from the village." With a quick smile at Roger, Kate turned back to Mr. Oakes. "You see, all is well. It really is kind of you to help those women, my lady," Mr. Oakes praised. "I am pleased that my limited contribution will help ease their burdens. Please thank the kitchen staff for preparing the baskets," Kate responded, attempting to steer the conversation away from herself. Providing baskets to a few local families was simple, and did not require any thanks. Her deceased husband had tortured the household staff of the country home, and many of the women had fled in fear for their virtue. Sadly, a few of the women had become pregnant by Mitchell, and Kate had taken it upon herself to assist these poor women. Some of them had come back to work for her, but a couple of them were still heavy with child. Even though she had not caused these women pain, her husband had, and she wanted to right his wrongs. Her father, the Duke of Remington, had provided her with an allowance since the new Lord Camden, or Adrian, as he had given her leave to call him, had not discussed funds with her. She was using part of her allowance to help these women and a few of the villagers. Sally, a sweet, blonde-haired, freckle-faced young woman, walked into the room with 5 baskets hanging off her 2 arms. "Here you go, Lady Camden." She placed them on the large, wooden table. Kate said, "Thank you, Sally," acknowledging her efforts. She lifted the white linen napkin off the top of the basket and breathed in the delicious aroma of freshly baked bread. Reaching into the pocket of her apron, Sally pulled out a large chunk of bread. "Mrs. Palmer said you would best be wanting a piece of bread for the road." Kate accepted Sally's offering, immediately taking a bite and savoring the warm, fluffy bread. "Hiring Mrs. Palmer was the best thing I ever did." Sally giggled, as she always did. "Mrs. Palmer has worked at this estate for almost 20 years. You did not hire her." Giving her a conspiratorial smile, Kate stated, "Well, I best not fire her then." Mrs. Palmer was one of the bright spots in her life. After a beating from Mitchell, she would escape to the kitchen and allow Mrs. Palmer to put ointment on her bruising. Not only did she help Kate with her physical pain, but she was a good shoulder to cry on, which was something she never had with her own mother. Sally giggled again as she dropped into a curtsy. "I will tell Mrs. Palmer ye liked her bread," again. As Kate reached to pick up the baskets, Roger was at her side, assisting her as he always did. "You take 2, Lady Camden, and I will take 3, he instructed her, she said. "All right." Giving him a mock salute, Roger placed his baskets back down on the table and smiled at her. "You are happy here, I can tell." Picking up her 2 baskets, Kate genuinely smiled at Roger. "I am. My husband cannot hurt me anymore. That alone provides me with immense joy. No one will hurt you again. I promise you that," Roger vowed, his voice reassuring. Kate's eyes roamed her protector's aged face and crooked nose, a testament to his dangerous work. He was not as old as Mr. Larson, but his hair had started turning white around the temples. When Eliza had suggested sending a guard to protect her, she adamantly refused, but then Mr. Larson explained that her life could still be in danger. She agreed, once Mr. Larson informed her that Roger had been assigned to protect her. "I know. I am truly blessed to have you here," she admitted. Roger had started becoming her friend as he recovered at Beaumont Castle. He had been injured during the carriage wreck that resulted in Lady Hannah's abduction. They had struck up an unusual friendship as she read by his bedside. A loud knock at the main door broke up their conversation. Roger lowered the baskets to the table again and walked towards the entry hall. Glancing back at her, he gave her a silent command to stay put. His hand went to the pistol he always carried in his waistband of his trousers. Curiosity won out and she dropped her baskets, edging her way to the entry hall. This was to be her first visitor. As Mr. Oakes opened the door, a loud but familiar voice boomed. "I am here to see Lady Camden." Mr. Oakes' back was to her, but she could tell he accepted the visitor's card. "Wes, Lord Camden. Do come in," she heard him say as he opened the door wider. "Did he say Lord Camden?" Kate felt the blood draining from her face as her knees grew weak. "No, cannot be. He is dead." A pitiful whimper escaped her mouth, and she leaned her back against the wall for support. She would never be free of him. A fear gripped her heart and she closed her eyes tightly. "Kate," a rich baritone voice said next to her. "What is the matter?" "It is me, Adrian." "Adrien," she repeated as she opened her eyes. A familiar, handsome face with a square jaw, straight nose, and warm green eyes greeted her. "Good morning, Kate." "Oh, Adrian," she breathed, placing her hand to her chest. "I am relieved to see you." He chuckled. "It is good to see you too." His eyes roamed her face, his expression showing his concern. "What happened?" she said. "It was nothing." Suddenly feeling very silly, Adrian's voice softened. "You were awfully pale when I entered. Why? For a moment I thought Lord Camden, my husband, was not dead. I thought—" She paused, her voice hitching. "I thought he came back to punish me." "Oh, Kate," Adrian murmured gently. "You are safe. Your husband is dead. I saw his body floating down the River Thames." He spoke in a hushed tone for only her to hear. Kate said, "I apologize for my behavior." Straightening from the wall. "You have no need to apologize." Walking towards the drawing room, she asked, "May I offer you some refreshment?" "No, thank you." Kate sat down on a mahogany camelback sofa and smoothed out her dress. Once she was seated, Adrian sat down on an adjacent red wingback chair. "I came to discuss your allowance." He stated a number that ensured she would be well taken care of, as would the women she supported. "Thank you, Adrian. That is most generous. I also intend to return your grandmother's lands to you," he continued. "Furthermore, your grandmother's jewelry will be yours to do with as you wish." Her hand flew to her mouth in surprise. "Thank you," she proclaimed. Kate allowed herself to relax in Adrian's presence. Whenever Michel had been generous, he always expected something in return, but Adrian did not ask anything of her. Maybe not all men were like her former husband. Shifting in his seat, Adrian's face was expressionless. "There is another topic I would like to discuss with you." Whatever could it be? Tightly clasping her hands in her lap, she dreaded his next few words. What could he possibly ask of her? With a quick glance at her dress, he asked, "You are not in mourning?" Kate shook her head adamantly. "No, I refuse to mourn him or my mother." She pointed at his right arm, which had a black armband over his coat sleeve. "You are choosing to mourn." "I am mourning my cousin's family, nothing more at all." "Oh, I am sorry for your loss," Kate murmured, genuinely heartbroken for him. Her eyes drifted to his striped waistcoat and cravat, then back to the olive tailcoat that fit his wide, muscular shoulders so well. Adrian and Michel shared an uncanny likeness, but the difference was in their eyes. Adrian's green eyes were warm and inviting, but Michel's eyes had seemed bleak, reflecting only sinister coldness. "I have come to discuss your living arrangement," Adrian announced. "My living arrangement?" she repeated, baffled. "I have been living here for a month now." Adrian leaned forward, placing his arms on his knees. Michel lived a life of extravagance as Lord Camden, and in so doing, he spent most of the coffers. He grimaced. "I have spent the last month with my new man of business, going over ledgers and expense reports, and I deemed the best course of action would be to sell the country home." "No." She spoke without thought. Shifting so he was sitting on the front of the chair, he continued, "I have already spoken to Benedict, and he indicated he would be pleased if you returned to live with them. Or, if you would prefer, you could reside with Jonathan and Hannah at Chatswich Manor while their estate is being built." Again, Kate shook her head, causing her ringlets to swing back and forth. "I would prefer to stay here. I know you have suffered a great deal these past few years, and we feel it is best that you are surrounded by family." His tone was very diplomatic, almost as if he had rehearsed his words. Kate asked, "Oui, and I assume everyone else knows what is best for me?" Attempting to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. "I am happy here. The household staff of this country home have come to mean a great deal to me." Adrian said, "I understand, but they are your servants, not your family." Giving her a look filled with pity. "I will provide them with letters of recommendation, and will assist them in finding new employment. If they are willing to move, I can offer them employment at my main residence, Pratt Hall." Pressing her lips tightly together, Kate attempted to rein in the anger that was growing inside of her. Adrian was just like Michel. He was generous, but only if she did his bidding. What if she told him no? Would he lower her allowance or take back her grandmother's jewelry? Her mother's voice came into her head. A lady never raises her voice. A lady never reveals her irritation. Kate gave him a forced smile as she kept her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She did not want to leave the country home. It had become her refuge, a place for her to discover who she really was. Now, Adrian wanted to take it away from her. No, she would not go. I fear you are wrong in your assessment, Lord Camden, she stated softly. Adrian lifted an eyebrow. Lord Camden. Wes. It is improper for me to address you so informally given the circumstances, she explained. He said. Kate, that is preposterous. His voice rising. What circumstances? Oh no, she had angered him. Adrian would never hit her, would he? She nervously glanced over her shoulder to look for Roger, but was unable to see him at this angle. You are now the Earl of Camden, she reminded him. He frowned. And I am still the Countess of Camden, at least until you get married. I know all this. It doesn't explain why you are suddenly calling me Lord Camden again. She replied. All right. I will continue to call you Adrian if you would like. Trying to sound calmer than she felt. Wes, I would prefer it, he answered with a huff. What has gotten into you? Kate rose and walked towards the window, creating more distance between her and Adrian. Now she could see Roger was standing in the hall, listening to the conversation, and it provided her with great comfort. She had never had cause for alarm around Adrian before, but she had made the mistake of not being afraid of Michel at first, either. As she glanced out the window, she could see Adrian's reflection in the glass. He was gazing intently at her as if he was trying to sort out a puzzle. Feeling brave, Kate turned to face him, and she could feel her legs start to quiver beneath her dress. I would like to live here, she asserted, attempting to keep her voice steady. If you would grant me some time, I would be willing to buy the country home, he asked. With what funds? Crossing his arms. Did you forget that I control your allowance? She said. I could sell my grandmother's land or my grandmother's jewelry. I could also ask my father for funds. Her confidence faltering. Kate placed her hand onto a side table for support, feeling as if her legs would collapse beneath her. She had never stood up to anyone before, and it was quite unnerving. Uncrossing his arms, Adrian rose from his chair and took a step towards her. She instinctively took a step backwards. Immediately, his steps faltered as his green eyes assessed her. Could he see her trembling? Did he know how afraid she was to confront him? Understanding crossed his features and his eyes softened. I will call on you tomorrow to discuss the particulars. If you would like to remain living here, then I will not deny your request. However, I must beg of you to not consider selling your grandmother's land or jewelry, but it is yours to do with as you wish. Thank you, Adrian, Kate responded, gratefully. He opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He bowed and said his goodbyes. As he walked down the front steps, Kate watched him stop and glance back at the window. He tipped his head at her and hopped into the black carriage. Kate released a relieved sigh. Adrian had not gone into a fit of rage when she challenged him, nor did he strike her for being impertinent. While at Beaumont Castle, she had grown to consider Adrian a friend, but had been careful never to share too many details about her past. Do not boggle gentlemen's minds with your burdens, her mother had told her. They don't care one whit about women's frivolous concerns. She leaned her head against the cold window pane. She would never allow another man to control her as Michel had. No, she would rather die. ASTH Adrian slammed his fist against his thigh. Kate had been afraid of him. She had intentionally taken a step back when he moved to offer her comfort, and her eyes confirmed her distress. He had watched Kate's body tremble as she told him no, and her voice had a slight tremor to it. She had thought he was callous enough to force his plans on her without listening to her thoughts on the matter. When she had placed her hand on the table for additional support, he would have given anything to see her smile, to make her smile. It greatly unsettled him that Kate was afraid of him. The French were afraid of him, with good reason, but to his knowledge, he had never scared a woman before. If anything, women flocked to him and vied for his attention. For some reason, the country home offered her solace, and he wanted to find out why. Tomorrow, he would call on her and extract a smile from her as he had at Beaumont Castle. He needed to be mindful that Kate should be treated as if she was a spooked horse. Not that she had any resemblance to a horse. Not at all. Earlier he had reminisced on Kate's beauty, but his memory fell short of her actual comeliness. With her alluring emerald green dress, and her light blonde hair piled high on top of her head, she had reminded him of the Greek goddess, Aphrodite. When she spoke, he found he focused on her full, luscious lips, and he would have to remind himself a few times to focus on her words. It was apparent that Kate had a protector in Roger, an agent he recognized from Beaumont Castle, but she needed a friend, a true friend to help ease her back into polite society, after a proper mourning period of course. With her beauty and connections, she would be popular amongst the ton and would have more friends than just her household staff. Yes, and he was just the man to do it. He would be her friend. Adis moing kaingai architas giuta stellalion. Kate handed her reins to the stable boy. She said, "Thank you," before swiftly walking the short distance to her country home. Mr. Oakes held open the door for her as she removed her riding hat and gloves. Handing them to him, she asked, "Are the baskets ready?" "Wes, Lady Camden. I have prepared the two that you requested." "Thank you." She nodded her approval as she smoothed out her cerulean blue riding habit. She wouldn't have time to change. "Is Roger ready to depart?" "He is in the kitchen talking to Mrs. Palmer," he answered with a knowing smile. Those two seemed to be on friendly terms. She laughed. "You are quite the matchmaker." Mr. Oakes glanced over her shoulder at the large window, overlooking the front entry. It appears that Lord Camden is early today. Are you available for callers?" Spinning around, she saw the familiar black-crested carriage lurching to a stop, and a feeling of dread formed in the pit of her stomach. "Oh no. My morning ride took longer than anticipated." She started walking swiftly towards the kitchen. "Please send Lord Camden my regrets and inform him I am visiting families in the village. It has been 4 days since you first received him," Mr. Oakes reminded as he trailed after her. "Eventually, he will figure out that you are avoiding him." "I am not avoiding him," she stated over her shoulder, ignoring Mr. Oakes' chuckling. Was she avoiding him? At first, her morning ride took longer because her horse threw a shoe, so she missed Lord Camden's visit. In response, she had sent a messenger with a letter asking him to inform her in writing about the changes to her allowance. But the stubborn man had sent a return missive announcing he would call on her tomorrow. The last 2 days she had walked to the village at the precise time she knew Adrian would be calling. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself that she was avoiding him. But why? They had been friends at Beaumont Castle, and it had been easy to converse with him. However, now he was Lord Camden, and she was the Countess, albeit the Dowager, which allowed him to lord over her, enforcing his will upon her. She did not want him to have that control. So here she was, avoiding him at all costs. In the warm kitchen, Roger was sitting on a stool, but rose when she strode into the room. She asked, "Are you ready?" Him reaching for the 2 baskets on the counter, Roger smiled with a knowing look. "I assume Lord Camden's carriage has pulled up." Mrs. Palmer shook her spoon at Roger. "Oh, hush. If my Kate wants to run from a dashingly handsome man who resembles a pirate, who are we to judge?" Kate's lips twitched in amusement, but she refused to take the bait. "He does not look like a pirate." Mrs. Palmer started stirring the contents in the pot over the fire. "Are you finally admitting you find him dashingly handsome?" "I will concede he is handsome, but that matters not. He is a man, and men cannot be trusted," she asserted. "That is not a fair assessment," Roger stated in a bantering tone. Kate moved towards the back door of the kitchen. "All right, I can trust you." She opened the door. "We need to hurry if we wish to sneak out before Lord." Her mouth snapped closed when she saw Adrian leaning against the exterior kitchen wall. He was looking entirely too pleased with himself as he watched her with a lopsided grin. He said, "Good morning, Kate," obviously amused. "Adrian, it is good to see you," she stammered. He straightened and glanced at the kitchen door. "I see you are resorting to escaping through the servants' quarters." "I was doing no such thing," she lied. "I was searching for Roger, and he happened to be in the kitchen with our cook." Adrian tilted his head towards the open window. "I overheard the entire conversation," he admitted with a twinkle in his eye. "Oh," she mumbled, diverting her gaze. "I especially liked the part where you admitted I was handsome," he declared with a smug smile. She could feel her cheeks growing warm and ducked her head. What could she say to that? Adrian took a few steps closer, but stopped to maintain proper distance. "Why have you been ignoring me?" She bit her lower lip as she debated how to answer. She could not tell him the truth, or it might upset him, but lying to him did not seem feasible either. "I am sorry for my actions, Dodds. Kate." He spoke her name so calmly that it momentarily disarmed her. "Nothing you say or do will ever upset me enough to lash out at you. It is obvious you are wary of me, but there is nothing to fear." Kate met his gaze. His eyes seemed compassionate towards her, but that could be faked. Deciding to provide him with a submissive answer, she responded, "I understand." Adrian shook his head. "No, I want truth between us, no more vague answers. I want you to speak your mind." Turning her head slightly, she saw Roger nearby, but he was standing back in the kitchen, granting her and Adrian privacy. She turned her head to meet Adrian's gaze. "I will do as you ask." Sighing, Adrian glanced over her shoulder towards Roger. "Did Michelle ever strike you for being impertinent?" Her eyes grew wide, fearful, and she took a step back. Providing more distance between them, she asked, "Why? Do you think I am being impertinent?" Afraid of his answer, Adrian said, "Impertinent? No, but exasperating." "Yes," softening his words with a dashing smile. "In what way am I being exasperating?" Taking a step closer to her, he replied, "By answering my questions with responses that you think I want to hear." She replied, "Do not," softly. "You do," he stated, giving her an amused smile. "But, I will ask my question again, and I want the truth. Did he ever strike you for being impertinent?" Lowering her gaze to his blue riding coat, Kate whispered, "You already know that answer. He had no right to hurt you, husband or not." He stepped closer. "You should feel free to express your opinion without the fear of a rebuke." Her eyes lowered to his buckskin breeches and black riding boots. She had no idea what to say to him. His words sounded sincere, but she was all too aware that men often used fancy, flowery words to achieve their purpose. "I want us to be friends again." "I would like that too," she admitted honestly. She had enjoyed his friendship at Beaumont Castle, but she felt safe there, surrounded by agents. "Good, because I am a spy," he stated matter-of-factly. She glanced up at him with an arched brow, confused. "I am aware of that fact." A smile played on his lips. "And yet you thought you could outmaneuver me." Kate's lips slowly turned into a smile when she realized he was teasing her. "I did avoid you for 3 days." "No, I let you believe you had avoided me for 3 days." He glanced down at the baskets in her hand. "Where are you off to today?" "I have 2 deliveries to make in the village," he said. "Excellent. I believe I shall join you," extending his hand to hold the baskets. The words "that is very presumptuous of you" were on the tip of her tongue, but instead she simply smiled. I would like that very much. Lelier, he teased, as he offered her his arm. Beg your pardon. Giving her a charming smile, he revealed, whenever you are about to tell a lie, you press your lips together. I do not, she denied. Roger piped up from behind them. It is true. He does have a point. She whipped her head towards Roger. Traitor. Roger shrugged. It is a very telltale sign. Removing her hand from Adrian's arm, she started walking towards the pathway to the village, ignoring the laughter behind her. Adrian Watichi Aged Kate briskly marched on the dirt road, her riding habit swinging from hip to hip. He had not meant to cause her distress, but he wanted her to know that he knew when she was lying. He did not want a submissive friend, but one who voiced her opinions. Increasing his steps, he reached Kate's side and offered her his arm. For a moment, he thought she would refuse. But her refined training won out and she placed her arm on top of his. What is in the baskets? He inquired, breaking the silence between them. Mrs. Palmer packed them with bread, leftover ham, and biscuits, she informed him, as her eyes gazed at the green fields. And who are we visiting today? Kate pressed her lips together, and he was certain she was going to lie to him. Just a couple of villagers down on their luck. Nothing to concern yourself with. He replied, I see, with a sidelong glance. She was hiding something, but he would leave her be. How are you enjoying the country air? Tilting her head towards him, she smiled shyly. I do love the clean air and the wide open fields. London was so congested and smelled awful. Understanding her complaint about the London smell, Adrian could not help but return her smile. Wes, London does take some time to become accustomed to. I find I enjoy my estate up near Northumberland, he revealed, then his smile faltered. Kate asked, What is it? Her hand tightened on his arm. His eyes flickered towards her then straight ahead. I should clarify and say I used to enjoy my time at Pratt Hall. Even though people surround me there, sometimes I feel so lonely. She finished for him. I know what you mean. Michel killed the remainder of my family, Adrian stated flatly. With a look of contemplation, Kate murmured, He destroyed many people's lives. They walked in silence until he nudged her with his arm. Technically, you are my last remaining relation as my cousin-in-law, she said. I never was truly married to your cousin Matthew, frowning. I married a French spy, masquerading as an earl. In truth, I am a fraud too. He patted her arm, attempting to reassure her. The tongue will only ever know you as Lady Camden, Countess of Camden. I would prefer not to be called Lady Camden. She sighed, her expression haunted. You did nothing wrong, Kate, he reassured her. Your mother forced you into that marriage, I believe that is why I don't think him as Matthew anymore. I do not want to tarnish your true cousin's legacy by associating him with the conspiracy, Kate admitted. Her free hand rose to hold a large, round gold locket that hung around her neck. She habitually reached for her locket when she was upset, something he had first noticed at Beaumont Castle. Before he asked another question, Kate tugged on his arm and nodded towards a crude, shingle-board house, which at one point had been painted white. It sat next to a large oak tree, and one side of the house leaned onto the tree for support. She said, If you will be so kind as to give me one of the baskets, I will go in and check on Mary. Glancing expectantly at him, he handed her a basket and watched as Kate knocked on the door. A young woman, heavy with child, opened the door and peered out uncertainly. With a few words from Kate, the young woman smiled and opened the door wide enough to let her enter. As she started to close the door, her eyes met his. A look of fear flashed on her face, and she slammed the door shut. His eyes roamed the tilted, shabby home, not sure what he should attempt to repair first. The roof was collapsing in on itself. The small windows were covered by tattered sheets, and the weeds were overflowing the yard. As his eyes traveled towards a minuscule pile of wood, he saw an axe leaning against it. Chopping wood was something he could handle with his limited resources. He might as well make himself useful. He removed his coat, draped it on the fence, and started chopping the wood. Roger came to assist him by piling the wood as he chopped. After they had created a large wood pile, Kate came out and walked towards him. All the exertion of chopping the wood was worth it when he saw the warm glow of approval in her eyes. "That was most kind of you, Adrian." Roger helped, too. He informed her as he reached for his coat and shrugged it back on. "I do not enjoy being idle." He offered her his arm, and they walked towards the next home in silence. As they approached the larger shingle-board home, he noted the similar disrepair as Kate walked towards the door. As before, he went to increase the wood pile. A short time later, they started walking back towards the estate with Roger trailing behind. He was pleased to know that Kate was delivering baskets to the less fortunate, but his curiosity won out. He asked, "Can you tell me who you delivered the baskets to?" "Just 2 women that have been feeling ill lately," Kate murmured, her eyes focusing on the horizon. Adrian wanted to shake her and demand to know the truth. Why was she being so stubborn? "What is the cause of their sickness?" he pressed. Kate's focus now turned to the dirt road in front of her as her riding boots jetted in and out from under her habit. "They have been sick for some time now. A shame, really." She turned towards him with a smile on her lips. "Have you had a chance to see Benedict and Eliza lately?" He studied her, knowing she was attempting to distract him. "Wes, I had dinner with them a few nights ago," she said. "You must send my regards." Casually. "I look forward to—" Adrian stopped in the road, and her voice trailed off. Turning to face her, he asked, "Do you recall that I mentioned I was a spy?" Her puckered brow caused him to smile. "Wes, my power of deduction has allowed me to recognize that you are keeping something from me." "Oh, you are hiding something about those women that you visited," he tried to prompt. She turned her head to glance towards Roger, then back towards him, but this time she focused on the brass buttons of his coat. "You must promise not to be angry," he said. "Kate." Softly, he placed his finger under her chin and gently tilted her head up. "I am not Michel. I will never hurt you." Her face scrunched in sadness. "I know, but you two are very similar in appearance." "In appearance, yes," he admitted, "but in temperament, no." She blew out a breath of air. "Whenever my husband would visit the country home, he took liberties with the female staff. I tried to help as many as I could, but he still managed to seduce some of the maids." Adrian held in an expletive. "And the women we visited today. They are carrying his babes," she responded weakly. He dropped her chin and gently placed his arms around her, pulling her into an embrace. At first, she stood rigid, but gradually she relaxed into his arms. Of all the despicable things that man could have done, he seduced women in his employ, and right under his wife's nose. Poor Kate. Those poor women. After a few moments, he stepped back and placed his hands on her shoulders. Slowly, she brought her gaze to meet his. "You have my blessing to continue bringing baskets to those women. Also, I notice their homes are badly in need of repair. I will see that someone goes out and repairs their roofs and anything else they require." Kate's eyes lit up, and a smile broke across her beautiful face. "Thank you. That is most generous," he said. "Those women have endured a great hardship, and we will help them together, if you will allow me." "I would like that," she stated, her smile still intact. She reached to loop her hand into his arm as they started walking once again down the dirt road. It was the first time she had initiated the touch, and it thrilled him. She was beginning to trust him. This was a good start to their friendship. Benedict asked. Each AV you convinced Kate to abandon the country estate and move back in with us. As they rode in his carriage for another session of Parliament, Adrian stopped staring out the window and turned his gaze towards Benedict. No, she is determined to stay. Benedict crossed his arms, obviously displeased with his answer. Relisa could use her sister right now. By all means, you try to convince her to leave, he stated, flipping his wrist. I doubt I could. Stubbornness is a trait that runs in their family. He said. Kate is just beginning to trust me. I will not run the risk of alienating her because Elisa wants a roommate. She already has you. Pointing at Benedict. I cannot seem to figure Elisa out. Benedict admitted, frowning. 1 minute she is laughing at my jokes, and the next she is crying about something she has no control over. Maybe she is crying because your jokes are terrible. Ignoring his witty retort, Benedict surmised. Elisa was happy when Kate was living with us, so naturally I have concluded she is devastated that Kate moved out. Leaning back in the velvet bench seat, Adrian decided to change topics. Kate informed me that Mitchell impregnated multiple maids at her country home and provided them with no means of support. Benedict's brow elevated. Did that man possess any shred of humanity? No, I believe he did not. Returning to the previous topic, Adrian revealed. Kate has finally stopped cowering when I step closer to her. That is a good sign. Adrian nodded his agreement. I believe Kate should be reintroduced to proper society. Benedict replied. I concur with that assessment. Elisa would be happy to help her. Technically, Kate should be in mourning for a year as a widow. But she has opted not to wear mourning attire. I believe the Tun would not be supportive of her decision to forego tradition. Sighing, Benedict uncrossed his arms. The Tun would most likely give her the direct cut, even with Elisa's and my support. Exactly. Which is why I propose we bring her to Lord Thornley's masquerade ball at the end of the week. That could work. Do you think Elisa would take Kate to order a new ball gown? Adrian questioned, eagerly. Benedict laughed loudly. Even I know that a lady's ball gown has to be commissioned and will certainly not be available by the end of the week. What if I pay extra? Benedict said. You could try. With a shrug. The carriage rolled to a stop in front of the Palace of Westminster, and they exited the carriage. As they walked through the large foyer, Benedict asked, Have you located your seat yet? Wes, I was here yesterday. Adrian grumbled, rubbing the back of his neck with his hand. Benedict chuckled. You will get used to the high-backed benches. They remind me of the benches at my parish. Benedict's eyes darted around the foyer. Today's schedule has Lord Williams, a Whig, speaking about the war against France. He is trying to garner support for the bill. The bill will not be voted on for another 2.5 weeks. Adrian stated, his eyes assessing the foyer for all exits as a precaution. Why is Lord Devon not addressing the House of Lords? After all, he was the creator of the bill. I do not know, but I intend to find out, his friend asserted, facing him, but continuing his scan. I was thinking if we discover who the French spy is in the House of Lords, it will be easy to discover who they endorsed for the House of Commons. Adrian explained as his eyes perused all the lords waiting for the meeting to start. Good point. Benedict agreed, slapping his back. I will see you after the session. Walking towards the rear door of the assembly hall, Adrian claimed his seat on the wood bench. Luckily, he was sitting next to the easel. But to his left sat a heavy-set Lord Brian, who spent more time sleeping than listening. The Lord Speaker started the session with a booming welcome speech. And Adrian found himself looking over the men in the large room. He had not met many of the lords yet, but he knew he would eventually be introduced to the various members of Parliament. While listening to Lord Brian's light snoring, Adrian felt someone staring at him before his eyes found the person. An average-sized man, with brown hair, was glaring at him from across the room. He did not appear repentant when Adrian's gaze landed on him. Who was that lord? He wondered if Benedict knew his name. After a 3-hour speech on the debts being accrued from the war with France, the Lord Speaker called for a break. Adrian attempted to intercept the lord that had been watching him, but he was nowhere to be found in the main foyer. Turning in a circle, Adrian kept his eyes open as he hoped to spot the mysterious lord. As he was about to give up and return to his seat, the man in question exited the main doors at a breakneck speed. Adrian hastily followed him out the doors and through the streets of London. After 10 blocks, the lord ducked into an alleyway without glancing behind him. Adrian stopped and retrieved his pistol from the back of his trousers. He cautiously walked into the foul-smelling, narrow alley, keeping his pistol in front of him. The man stood under the light of a window, looking as if he was waiting for Adrian to appear. "You can put that away, Lord Camden," the mysterious lord stated. "Not until you properly identify yourself," Adrian commanded, as he kept his body on alert for a possible trap. "My name is Lord Wessex, and I needed to talk to you," the man said, nervously looking at the pistol pointed at him. Frowning, he kept his gun steady at the man's chest. "And you thought an ill-lit alleyway was a proper meeting place, I could not risk anyone overhearing our conversation," Lord Wessex explained. Adrian lowered his pistol but kept it by his side. "You have 5 minutes." Lord Wessex winced. "I received a threat against my sister's life," Adrian asked. "Why would you come to me with this information? Why not the Bow Street runners?" Lord Wessex looked surprised. "I was told that you worked for the Crown. Was I misinformed? Who gave you that information?" He was preparing to bring the pistol back up if Wessex had the wrong answer. Lord Wessex lowered his voice. "I had first approached Lord Pembroke, and he told me to seek you out. He gave me the impression that I could trust you. Was I mistaken?" Adrian raked his hand through his nicely groomed hair. "No, but I will be verifying your story with Lord Pembroke." "I understand," Lord Wessex said. "Please start from the beginning. Leave nothing out." "I will just show you," Lord Wessex replied. Slowly reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a paper and handed it to him. "Adrian read, if you value your sister's life, you will vote yes for the bill to end the war against France." His gaze returned to Lord Wessex. "I consider this threat credible, "As do I," Lord Wessex agreed, his concern evident on his brow. "My butler has mentioned questionable characters have been seen loitering outside our townhouse. Can you send your sister to a safe place?" "I could send her to our country home in South Yorkshire, but I worry about highway robbers," Lord Wessex admitted. "Your sister's life is in peril. You will need to keep her under lock and key till after the vote, whether at your townhouse or country home," Adrian stated. "I understand," Adrian said. "I will take the information and act on it. I will be in touch," ending the conversation as he turned and strode out of the alleyway. Kkda was tied her locket between her hands as she stared out the window of her drawing room. On her morning ride, she had veered her horse near the village and heard the unmistakable sounds of workers repairing the shingle-board homes. It appeared that Adrian had made good on his word. Adrian seemed to be nothing like her husband. When he had embraced her yesterday, she felt protected, and dare she say, cared for. He appeared to be interested in what she had to say, and did not criticize her words. For now, she would be his friend, until he grew tired of the facade and showed his true nature. No man could be as kind as Adrian claimed to be. Well, that was not entirely true. Benedict was a good man, and he adored Eliza. Adrian said, "It is good to see you, my beautiful friend," his words disrupting her thoughts. Kate smiled. "You are being kind this morning." "There is nothing kind about it," he insisted, returning her smile. Tucking her locket under her puce floral gown, Kate walked towards Adrian. "I want to thank you for sending workers over to repair the women's homes." "That is only the beginning. He stated, "I purchased the land and will gift it to the women. Also, the workers will repair their entire homes and add on another room." Kate put her hand to her heart. I cannot thank you enough." Adrian's eyes roamed her face, his expression one of compassion. "Michel hurt a lot of people, and it is my duty to right his wrongs." "I understand that sentiment all too well," she expressed, giving him a bittersweet smile. With a slight lull in the conversation, Kate briefly admired Adrian's attire of a black, cropped riding coat and dark breeches, with a white waistcoat. He must have ridden his horse, and not taken the carriage, she mused. Adrian said, "I was hoping to convince you to dine with me on the East Lawn." A slow smile stretching across his face. Not sure how to respond, Kate's hand went to her locket, and she absent-mindedly twirled it in her fingers. Her eyes drifted towards the window to ensure the East Lawn was visible from the country home. "It would be nice to spend some time outside. If you would prefer, we could bring Roger along to chaperone," Adrian pressed, good-naturedly. Turning her gaze away from the window, Kate saw his face held uncertainty. She smiled. "I do not think that is necessary. So, you will accompany me?" "Wes, I believe I will," she answered, dropping her locket. Adrian's face broke into a wide, relieved smile. Offering his arm, he escorted her outside to the East Lawn, where a blanket was already laid out with a large basket on top. Adrian assisted her as she sat gracefully on the blanket, and he sat down next to her. "Let us see what Mrs. Palmer packed for us." He pulled out ham sandwiches and handed one to her. After they spent a few moments eating, Kate turned her attention towards him. "How was your session of Parliament?" Adrian shrugged. "I listened to a 3-hour speech on the debts accrued from the war against France. It was an attempt by the Whig Party to sway favor for the bill to end the war." She gasped. "Oh no, that cannot happen." Adrian wiped the crumbs off his hands. "I agree. Which is why I am voting against the bill." "Do you think the bill will pass?" He shook his head. "No, but the opponents of the war are working hard to achieve that end." Thoughtfully, Kate took a bite of her sandwich. Adrian leaned back onto his elbows, casually stretching on the blanket. "I was hoping you would accompany me to Lord Thornley's masquerade ball at the end of the week." Kate shook her head as she quickly swallowed. "No, thank you." Turning towards her, he offered, "If funds are your concern, I will pay to commission a ball gown." "That is not my concern," he asked. "Chaperone then," playfully. "We will be traveling with Eliza and Benedict Gocht." She said, "No," firmly. "If you are worried that anyone will recognize you, don't be. You will be wearing a mask, and we would leave before the unveiling." "I am sorry. But no. Did I ever tell you about how I pretended to be a French naval officer?" Adrian inquired with a lifted brow. Surprised by the turn of the conversation, she shook her head in response. "For 3 years, I lived on French frigates until I was called up to be an under-secretary for Admiral Garnier. During that time, I became friends with the other French officers as they spoke of centuries of hatred towards the British. I met their families and dined with them, all with the intention of betraying them, of protecting the Crown's interest in any way I could." Adrian revealed, glancing over the green field. He sighed. "Sometimes we do things that take us out of what we are comfortable with, but that will allow us to grow. It shows us what we are capable of." He focused his gaze back to her, his eyes gleaming with concern. "Which is why I believe you need to be reintroduced into society." Attempting to understand his logic, Kate scrunched her nose. "Are you comparing the ton to being undercover in France?" Adrian chuckled. "They are very similar. I appreciate your efforts, but you do not understand my reservations," he said. "Then explain it to me." As he placed his hands under his head, laid down on the blanket, and closed his eyes. "And do not even think about lying to me." Her hand went instinctively to finger her locket. She glanced over her shoulder to see if Roger was near, but she could not see him. "I am waiting," Adrian stated, without opening his eyes. Kate brought her gaze back to Adrian. She perused his handsome face, chiseled nose, and strong, square jaw, which made him far too attractive for his own good. A piece of his brown hair had fallen to his forehead, and she had a sudden desire to brush it aside. Noticing one of Adrian's eyes was peeking open, she averted her gaze. I was married at age 17, and except for being presented to the Queen and my engagement ball, I have not attended any social events held by the ton. No, he preferred to attend such events alone, she admitted softly. We need to change that. No, Kate insisted, shaking her head. I am happy here. You are 23 years old, Adrian contended, turning towards her. You are too young to give up without a fight. Kate drooped her shoulders. Honestly, I do not have anything left to fight with. Wes, you do. She turned her gaze towards the field, watching the long weeds blow in the wind. Did you know that my sister was kicked out of the abbey by my mother when she was 10? She watched as Adrian shook his head in response. I envied her. She was no longer under the rule of Diana the Terrible. The Terrible, he repeated, chuckling. Kate glanced sheepishly at him. That is what I called her in my head. I tend to think wicked thoughts in my head. Why do you not share those thoughts with those around you? She furrowed her brow. A lady never vocalizes her criticism. Who told you that? My mother. She was constantly tutoring me with words of wisdom. Adrian huffed. Those are not words of wisdom, but rather idiotic advice. I often thought so, Adrian said. Then I propose we do one thing a day that would have scandalized your mother. Smirking. I already do, Kate confessed. I take baskets to the women in the village. My mother thought that was beneath her station. Adrian asked. What do you do for fun, Kate? Leaning closer to her. I read, paint, and sometimes practice the pianoforte. What else? I like to take walks, she added. With a shake of his head, Adrian replied, just listening to you is making me bored. You need to have more adventure in your life. I beg your pardon. Ignoring her bristly tone, Adrian pointed west. I noticed a stream running along those trees. I propose we remove our shoes and put our bare feet in the water. Kate's eyes grew wide. That is ridiculous and scandalous. And fun. Adrian jumped up and offered her his hand. With amusement on his features, he teased. Don't worry. If anyone catches us, then I will offer you my hand in marriage. Kate's hand stayed firmly in her lap as she gazed at Adrian's face. His eyes were twinkling. But it was the way he was calmly offering her his hand that caused her to pause. He was allowing her to make the choice. He was not forcing her but encouraging her. As she slowly raised her gloved hand to place it in his, and he gently assisted her as she rose. He did not release her hand as he led her to the stream through a grove of trees. As they came closer to the stream, her steps faltered. She could not take her shoes off in front of a man. As if Adrian sensed her hesitation, he glanced back and offered her an encouraging smile. With her courage bolstered, she followed him as he led her to a cluster of rocks. By the time she had lowered herself down to sit on a large rock, Adrian had removed his riding boots and stockings. Averting her eyes from his bare feet, Kate admonished, If you want me to put my feet in the water, then you must allow me some privacy to remove my boots and stockings. Adrian stood up and kept his back towards her, while humming a song she was unfamiliar with. Done, she announced as she stood. When she took a tentative step, she felt the wet leaves and pebbles on the bottom of her feet. Turning back around, Adrian offered his hand, and they walked into the small stream. The icy water flowed around her feet, and the gritty sand squished between her toes. Feeling rebellious and free, she could not help the burst of laughter that erupted from her. She dropped Adrian's hand, picked up her skirts, and started spinning in a circle. Kate felt the bottom of her dress become wet, but she did not care. It felt invigorating to do something so bold, yet so simple. After a few moments, She stopped spinning and turned to face Adrian. He was watching her with an amused smile. "I had a feeling you might enjoy this."
Thank you,"
she proclaimed, hoping to express her appreciation adequately. "I have never done anything so shocking." Adrian threw his head back and laughed. "This is relatively tame on the scandalous scale." Kate felt her smile grow. "To you, perhaps, but to me, it felt exhilarating." His eyes latched onto her. "Do you trust me now?" "No," she admitted, her smile vanishing. "I have been hurt too many times to give away my trust so easily," he replied. "I understand," not seeming bothered by her admission. "Do you at least trust that I will not hurt you?" "I can concede that point. Good." Adrian took a step closer. "Come to the masquerade ball with me." Kate shook her head. "I cannot." "It will be a new adventure," he asserted, his warm eyes looking earnestly at her. "It is a masquerade ball, and no one will know who you are. Besides, you will not be doing this alone. I will be by your side all evening, as well as your sister and Benedict." "I don't think I can," she confessed, pained by her own admission. "It is time to come out of hiding, Kate." His words were soft, but they pierced her soul. She realized she had been hiding out at the country home. A night of dancing did sound more promising than dinner alone, and reading in the library till her eyes drooped. "If I agree to come, then you must ensure I will not be left alone," Kate stated, her voice faltering. He said, "I give you my word," his eyes confirming his emotions. He was telling her the truth. Kate knew she had to make a choice. She could continue living as she had been, afraid to take risks. Or she could trust Adrian and experience a masquerade ball. After all, her sister and Benedict would be there to help support her. She could do this. She would do this. Feeling the sand swirling around her feet, she wanted to feel that sensation again. With her choice made, Kate smiled up at him. "I believe I have some shopping to do." Kate West, greeted by Adrian, as she stepped out of the carriage in front of Eliza's townhouse. He was looking especially dashing in a slate morning coat, white cravat, and buff pantaloons, which highlighted his muscular thighs. Even though he was impeccably dressed, it was his friendly face that she was anxious to see. "I appreciate you arranging my transportation to London," Kate remarked to Adrian as he offered his arm. "I trust my carriage was to your liking."
"Oh my, yes,"
Kate gushed. The velvet seating was incredibly plush, and it was a remarkably smooth ride. Adrian nodded his approval. "That is good to hear." He escorted her up the stairs and into Benedict's townhouse. Although she had stayed at the townhouse for a week, she was still in awe of the grandeur of the home. The main entry consisted entirely of marble, with white columns spaced throughout. Plus, the ceiling was painted with intricate designs. "Kate," Eliza proclaimed as she raced down the stairs towards her. Adrian dropped her arm as Eliza pulled her into a tight embrace. "I have missed you so much." She was happy to see her sister looking so well, and returned her embrace with much enthusiasm. "I have missed you, too." Releasing her, Eliza turned her attention towards Adrian with tears in her eyes. "Thank you for convincing Kate to visit me." Adrian just blinked, looking a bit bewildered at Eliza's tearful gratitude. After a moment he cleared his throat. "You are welcome." Glancing over her shoulder, Eliza acknowledged Roger. "I cannot adequately express my relief that you have been protecting my sister." Roger shifted his stance by the door, glancing nervously at Adrian. "You are most kind, Lady Lansdowne." For a moment, Kate thought Eliza would embrace Roger, but instead, she turned her attention back to her. "I have scheduled an appointment with Madame Lancaster to find you a new ball gown before the masquerade ball." "Kate." Benedict's voice echoed off the walls as he strode across the hall. As he embraced her, he whispered, "Your sister has gone mad. I cannot for the life of me figure out what I keep doing wrong." Eliza huffed. "You insisted on eating the plum pudding even though the sight of—" Her face paled as her hand flew to her mouth, and she fled the room. staring at his wife's retreating figure. The concern on Benedict's face was evident. Eliza refuses to send for the doctor. But she has been like this since you left us. Kate glanced at Adrian and Roger, who both also wore sullen expressions. It was apparent that the men in the room did not understand Eliza's condition. She decided to take pity on her brother-in-law. I would summon the doctor for confirmation, but I believe Eliza may be with child. Benedict turned to face her, his eyes wide. Are you certain? Trying not to laugh at his shocked expression, she said. Based on what I just witnessed, I am quite certain. Excitement filled his every feature, and he whooped loudly as he ran to follow his wife. Adrian moved to stand next to her, his hands clasped behind his back. It appears that Benedict is happy with the news. A baby is always welcome news, she murmured wistfully. If Mitchell had not beaten her, causing her to lose the babe she had been carrying, she would have been a few months along herself. Adrian's expression was filled with compassion as he leaned closer. Dear child will be blessed to have such a loving and caring aunt. I have no doubt you will spoil the little one. She tilted her head towards him, feeling grateful for his words. Thank you, Adrian. That brings me great comfort. Nodding, Adrian's eyes roamed her face, but lingered on her lips for a moment. Looking back in the direction Eliza had fled, she voiced her thoughts. Maybe I should go see if Eliza needs assistance. Before either of them spoke, Eliza and Benedict walked back into the room, hand in hand, and both wearing bright smiles. Eliza asked, Are you ready to go shopping? Kate eyed her warily. Are you sure you are up to it? She replied, Yes, I am. I could use a day out, confidently. Addressing Benedict, Adrian suggested, Why don't you and I go to White's for a celebratory drink? Benedict shook his head. No, I would prefer to accompany my wife to the Modest. Eliza's smile grew wider as she gazed at her husband. Go with Adrian. Kate and I will be content to go to the Modest alone. Not exactly alone. Roger and I will be accompanying you, Mr. Larson stated as he walked into the hall. I heard congratulations are in order. Benedict's mouth gaped. How did you hear the news so fast? Mr. Larson tossed. You disappoint me, Lord Lansdowne. I have suspected it for a couple of weeks now. I suppose that proves that my power of deduction is far superior to yours. Kate giggled behind her gloved hand. She had grown to adore Mr. Larson and his teasing of Benedict. She knew both men had a deep love for Eliza, but it was apparent that they respected each other as well. Benedict glanced her way, making an odd face. It is not funny, Kate. Larson has become delusional in his old age. Eliza laughed. You two behave. She leaned in and kissed her husband on the cheek, lingering for a moment. Go have a drink with Adrian. We will be fine. Kate's hand rose to grasp the locket around her neck. Eliza and Benedict were a love match and showered each other with affection and praise at every opportunity. How she wished she had been as lucky. To love and be loved equally in return was her greatest wish. However, her heart had been torn to pieces by Mitchell, ruining all hopes of loving another. Feeling Adrian's hand on the small of her back, she tilted her head towards him. He asked, What is wrong? As his eyes seemed to look directly into her soul, she attempted to give him a reassuring smile, but failed miserably. I think it is wonderful how much Eliza and Benedict love each other. Adrian frowned. I find it quite revolting. You do. Adrian said. They are constantly kissing each other, and Benedict will stare at doors attempting to conjure up Eliza. Shaking his head. It is madness, I tell you. That was Jonathan, you fool. Benedict stated, interrupting their interlude. We will be late for our appointment if we do not leave now. Eliza declared as she looped her arm around Kate's. Aftr sort Guion through piles of dresses at Madame Lancaster's exclusive shop. The famous Modest insisted on a rose dress, brocaded with white silken flowers, and worn over a white satin slip. As she tried on the gown, Madame Lancaster pinned and tucked the dress to ensure the correct measurements were taken so the dress could be altered. She was aware that the ball gown was urgent and guaranteed it would be delivered tomorrow. When they were finished, Eliza and Kate strolled down the street intending to enjoy some lemon ice at Gunter's tea shop. Walking down the street, Kate felt a bit self-conscious that she was not in mourning attire. Not because she mourned her husband or mother, but she knew the Ton would judge her harshly for her actions. Technically, she wasn't even supposed to leave her country home for several months to demonstrate her grief. Could she pretend to mourn her husband for a year, so the Ton would accept her? No, she was glad he was dead. Besides, she could easily avoid London for the next year. Maybe she would avoid London altogether. Lady Lansdowne. A sweet voice broke through Kate's musings. "A Lady Rachel," Eliza proclaimed, quickly embracing her friend before turning towards Kate. "May I introduce you to my sister, Lady Camden? Kate, this is my good friend, Lady Rachel, daughter of the Earl of Exeter." But Lady Rachel dropped into a polite curtsy. "It is a pleasure to meet you." She glanced over Eliza's shoulder and waved. "I see Mr. Larson is as threatening as always." Eliza swatted at her friend's puffy white sleeve. "He is protective of me." Lady Rachel dramatically rolled her eyes. "Over-protective is the word I would use." She turned to Kate and informed her, "He threatened to kill me." Kate's eyes grew wide. "Whatever for?" Lady Rachel looked at Eliza for a moment, and Kate was certain something was being communicated between them that she was not privy to. It was an unfortunate misunderstanding. She informed her with a wave of her hand. "Oh," Kate mumbled, a bit disappointed. Rachel said, "Have been doing some shopping," energetically. "And I am pleased to run into you too." Eliza lifted a brow. "Not by yourself, I hope?" Rachel huffed. "Of course not." She glanced over her shoulder to acknowledge a woman, holding packages, and 3 men huddled back a few yards. "My father insisted I bring along 3 footmen, in addition to my lady's maid." "Just 3, Eliza teased. "Oh, I recently purchased a book written by a lady and I thought about you. Have you read it?" Kate stood idly by as Lady Rachel and Eliza engaged in a conversation about the books they had recently acquired. Lady Rachel was a beautiful woman with wheat-colored hair, pulled back into a low bun, and a straw hat with lace flowers sat slightly skewed on her head. Her wide, sparkling blue eyes lit up with excitement as she conversed with Eliza. Glancing back at Roger, Kate felt melancholy as she listened to their happy chatter. She had always known that she paled in comparison to Eliza when it came to, well, to everything. When they were younger, Eliza used to sneak into her room at the Abbey and tell her about the books she had read previously. Their mother would criticize everything that Eliza would do, but her criticism shifted to her. When Eliza moved to live with Uncle Charles, Kate was forbidden to go to the library without her governess. Her mother refused to let her daughter become a blue stocking, and limited the books she could have access to. Unfortunately, Mitchell shared a similar mindset as her mother. He would fly into a fit of rage if he caught her reading. He even slapped her when she dared to ask to read the newspaper. Eliza asked, "Kate," touching her arm, "are you wool gathering?" "I am afraid I was." She glanced up to see Eliza and Lady Rachel's expectant faces. "Did I miss something?" Lady Rachel smiled warmly. "I was hoping to join you at Gunther's." "Wes, I would love that," she answered. Leaning closer, Lady Rachel put her gloved hand up to her face. "I am glad to see that you are not mourning for your husband or your mother. They both were despicable." Kate looked perplexed. "Did you know them?" Lady Rachel dropped her hand but kept her voice low. "No, but I heard about their vile actions from another, and I dare say. I am glad that they are both dead." The corners of her mouth quirked. "I would mourn them no more than I would mourn the plague." Eliza stepped closer and flashed Rachel a look of censure. "I apologize, Kate. My friend is a little blunt at times." With a genuine smile, Kate replied, "I find that quality endearing in a friend, especially when she is accurate." Rachel gave Eliza a haughty shrug. I knew that Kate and I would become fast friends. It is evident who the clever twin is. Feeling at ease around her new friend, Kate found herself relaxing. It warmed her heart to know someone as open as Rachel. Lady Rachel looped her arm around hers and started chatting away. As they continued to stroll down the street, an enclosed carriage came barreling towards them, with two men riding on top. Jerking the carriage to a stop next to them, a burly man jumped down from the top, grabbed Lady Rachel's arm, and yanked her towards the carriage's door. In response, Lady Rachel began hitting the man with her reticule. Ignoring her feeble attack, he wrenched open the carriage door, keeping a firm hold on her wriggling forearm. A loud shot rang out next to Kate, and her head whipped around to see Eliza calmly placing a small, smoking pistol into the reticule around her wrist. The man released Lady Rachel as his hand dropped to his thigh where a large blood stain was spreading on his trousers. As Mr. Larson and Roger stormed past them, the injured man jumped inside of the carriage as it raced away. Frozen in fear, Kate watched the reckless carriage till it was out of sight. Did someone just attempt to abduct Lady Rachel off the streets of London? Did she imagine Eliza shooting a pistol into the man's leg as calmly as if she were eating lemon ice? Finally turning her gaze, she witnessed Lady Rachel, Eliza, and Mr. Larson with their heads down, conversing privately. Roger asked, "Are you all right, Lady Camden?" with concern in his voice. At some point, he had moved to stand next to her. Kate's hand rose to her locket.
Yes.
She turned to him. "Did I just witness someone trying to abduct Lady Rachel?" "You did." "And did my sister shoot the attacker?" "She did," he confirmed. "When did Eliza learn how to shoot a pistol?" She knew Eliza excelled in archery and carried their father's dagger, but she had not drawn those weapons. While Kate was mulling over these recent developments, Eliza's carriage pulled up next to them, and they quickly departed the scene. Astey towards Lady Rachel's townhouse at the edge of Mayfair. Eliza observed Kate was unusually quiet. It was not every day that someone witnessed an attempted abduction. As Rachel was being yanked towards the carriage, Eliza knew she needed to act without delay. She would retrieve her overcoat pistol from her reticule, shot the attacker's leg, and replaced the gun before she thought anyone had witnessed her actions. But Kate had. She would need to discuss this with her sister. But she did not have time to be distracted right now. Someone had boldly tried to abduct her friend in front of Gunther's. Fortunately for her, Rachel already knew that she was Shadow, because she had been one of the women abducted by Mr. Aaron Wade to be sold into slavery not so long ago. As Eliza had attempted to rescue the women from the brig, Rachel had witnessed the confrontation between Wade and herself, and even saved their lives by her quick thinking. The carriage pulled up to the Earl of Exeter's townhouse. They exited the carriage and Rachel ascended the stairs ahead of them. She ushered them into her home, removed her hat, tossing it onto the entry table, and led them towards her father's study. She knocked once, before opening the door and waving them in. "Father, I have an urgent matter that I must speak to you about," Rachel stated, foregoing the usual pleasantries. Except for her hair falling out of her chignon, which gave her a slightly disheveled look, her friend appeared calm. Lord Exeter rose from his desk and eyed the group in his office suspiciously. He asked, "Will you introduce me to your friends?" His daughter. Rachel nodded and began to make the introductions. "Father, may I introduce Lady Lansdowne and her sister, Lady Camden?" At the name of Camden, she could see Lord Exeter stiffen, but he quickly recovered, "And the gentleman with them." Rachel laughed. "Mr. Larson is the protector of Lady Lansdowne, but I am afraid I do not know the other gentleman's name." Roger stepped forward. "My name is Roger Smith, my lord. I am under Lady Camden's employ." Lord Exeter nodded his acknowledgement before turning back to his daughter. "What is the meaning of this interruption?" His words were formal, but there was an underlying concern in his tone. "Someone tried to abduct me outside of Gunther's," Rachel informed her father. Lord Exeter's eyes grew wide in shock as he muttered an expletive under his breath. He seemed to recover as he closed the distance between his daughter in 2 strides and pulled her into a protective embrace. After a moment, he turned, but kept his arm around her shoulders. "Thank you for returning my daughter safely to me. I will take it from here." Eliza could tell that Lord Exeter knew more than he was letting on. "Do you have any enemies that would profit from abducting Rachel?" Frowning, Lord Exeter said, "Lady Lansdowne, I appreciate your forthright manner, but I do not believe you are equipped to handle such a serious matter." Rachel stifled a laugh, and her father tilted his head towards her. "I do not know what you could possibly find amusing, young lady." "Lord Exeter, I know that you are considered a close friend to my uncle, Lord Charles Becket," Eliza maintained. He nodded. "I am friends with your father, as well. I also know that you are an influential man in Parliament, and if I am not mistaken, you are the main opposition to the bill proposed to end the war against France," she stated. Lord Exeter dropped his arm from his daughter, walked over to his drink tray, and poured himself a drink. "Lady Lansdowne, I do not mean to be rude, but I must go speak with your uncle immediately." "I and my uncle will then speak to me," Eliza countered firmly. "I am saving us time by coming to you directly." Looking thoughtful, Lord Exeter took a sip of his drink before inquiring, "What do you want to know?" Squaring her shoulders, she asked, "Have you been threatened recently?" "No, I have not been." With his drink in hand, he pointed to Rachel. "But she has," Rachel gasped as Eliza pressed 1. Lord Exeter put down his drink and pulled a piece of paper out of his coat pocket, extending it to her. She took it and read, "If you value your daughter's life, you will vote yes on the bill to end the war against France." Mr. Larson piped in, "When did you receive this threat?" Lord Exeter sighed. 3 days ago." Eliza saw Kate sit down on a chair towards the rear of the room, and Roger moved to stand next to her. It was clear that her sister relied on Roger's strength for her sense of security. Focusing her attention back on Lord Exeter, Eliza informed him, "You are being targeted because of your political voice. Most likely you will not be harmed, but it is apparent that your enemies will go to great lengths to get your vote. Can you send Rachel and Lady Exeter somewhere safe?" With a shake of his head, Lord Exeter tried to dismiss her. "I apologize, but I would prefer to have this conversation with Lord Becket," Rachel said. "Father," sharply, "do not be ridiculous. Lady Lansdowne is a trusted friend." Lord Exeter sat on the edge of his desk. "I understand that, but she cannot possibly understand the threat that is being placed on our family." Rachel smirked. "You have no idea." Lord Exeter frowned at his daughter, obviously confused by her words. "As I was saying." Cutting him off, Eliza spoke quickly, her voice taking on an authoritative tone. "Sire, do not dismiss me. I have the backing of the crown. If you would like to waste time seeking out my uncle, risking your daughter's life in the process, then by all means, but I refuse to sit idly by." Not backing down, her intense gaze stayed on Lord Exeter as she continued, "If you do not heed my words, then I will abscond with Rachel right now, keeping her hidden until the threat has passed. Do I make myself clear?" Her words had the intended effect, because Lord Exeter nodded, and his expression changed to one of respect. He straightened up and adjusted his waistcoat. "I believe I may have underestimated you, Lady Lansdowne. What would you recommend?" Even if Lord Exeter didn't fully believe her, she did not care. "Do you have a place where you can send your wife and Rachel until the time has passed?" My wife is visiting our country home in Bath." He crossed his arms. "I could send Rachel there." "No, not secure enough," she answered. He furrowed his brow. My brother has an estate in Scotland near a seaside village named Rockcliffe. That could work, Mr. Larson confirmed, as he walked further into the room. Do you frequent his estate often? Not as much as I would like, Lord Exeter admitted. It has been over 7 years since our last visit. But Rachel would be most welcome. We'll need to get Rachel out of the house undetected, Eliza asserted, turning to her friend. I want you to pack your trunks quickly, since you will be traveling tonight. If possible, your lady's maid should accompany you. Rachel nodded, quickly striding towards the door. That is out of the question, Lord Exeter shouted. It will be dark soon. Taking charge. Eliza turned back to him, ignoring his outburst. I want your crested carriage brought out front, and have the servants make a big show of loading empty trunks. Turning to Roger, she requested, can you instruct our driver to move our carriage to the street closest to Lord Exeter's servants' entrance? Yes, my lady. Roger bowed and walked swiftly out of the room. Stop. This is lunacy. Lord Exeter roared in disbelief. My daughter will not be traveling anywhere tonight. Deliberately keeping her voice calm and level, Eliza replied. You have no idea what you are up against. Lord Exeter. French spies have infiltrated Parliament, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goal. You are standing in their way. They will not hesitate to kill Rachel to force your hand. That is impossible. Lord Exeter sputtered. Eliza said, I need you to trust me, attempting to reason with him. You can verify what I am telling you with my uncle, but you must follow my directives right now. I will ensure Rachel's safety. With a resigned sigh he conceded. As you wish. Thank you, Eliza stated. He asked, what about highway robbers? With a pained expression. Lord Camden and your mother were just killed by a band of them. You have nothing to fear, Eliza reassured him. Mr. Larson will accompany Rachel to your brother's estate in Scotland. Mr. Larson stepped forward. Sire, I am a former agent of the Crown, and I will assemble a group of men to travel with us. Lady Rachel will be well guarded, and I will assign a guard to remain with her in Scotland. Lowering himself onto a floral upholstered chair, Lord Exeter offered, I will go with her. Eliza dismissed his comment with a wave of her hand. No, you need to stay and fight the bill. If you disappear, then the French spies will come one step closer to succeeding. My wife will not be pleased when she returns home to find Rachel gone. Lord Exeter admitted. When she returns, keep Lady Exeter indoors. She could be targeted next, Eliza stated, as she sat down on a chair near him. I will ask my uncle to bring in Shadow to protect your daughter. You would do that. Wes, she confirmed with a nod. Shadow will keep her safe. Thank you, he answered, clearly relieved. Eliza smiled at him. I will send a missive over to my uncle, and he will contact you. You will need to bring footmen with you wherever you go, at least until after the vote. Mr. Larson added. Arising. Eliza turned her attention towards Mr. Larson. Go assemble a team of agents, and Rachel will be ready when you get back. As she walked closer to her sister, Eliza saw that there was disbelief in Kate's wide eyes. Kate, would you like to accompany me up to Rachel's bedchamber? With a slow nod, Kate rose with her hand, clutching the round locket that she always wore. It appeared whenever she was deep in thought, her hands fingered the locket. Eliza decided she must ask about the necklace later. But for now, she had to get her friend to safety. Aadrien, was goijmadi. He had to be. He was staring out the window, hoping to conjure up Kate and Eliza. After their celebratory drinks at White's, the men returned home anticipating they would see the ladies. But they were not home. Now, the sun was setting and still there was no sign of them. Adrian asked, mayhap I should go look for them. Benedict for the 100th time. Benedict appeared calm as he sat on a wingback chair, but his clenched jaw betrayed his relaxed demeanor. Pray tell, where would you look? I would start at Madame Lancaster's. Benedict shook his head. Her shop will be closed. His tone gave him pause. Where could they be? Would they have called on a friend? Perhaps, but Eliza gave no indication she was planning to do so. Adrian said, "We have waited long enough. I will go alert Lord Charles that Eliza and Kate have been abducted." Moving towards the door. "Adrian, stop," Benedict yelled. "You are not thinking rationally." He spun back around, raising his voice without intending to. "Are you not worried about your wife?" Benedict huffed out a dry laugh. "I am petrified, but I trust my wife, and I trust Mr. Larson. We need to give them more time." Adrian ran his hand through his hair and sighed. "What about Kate?" "I trust Roger with Kate's protection. Do you not?" Walking across the room, Adrian dropped onto a floral settee. She should never have encouraged her to leave the country home. She is different there. She is more relaxed around her household staff. I thought by encouraging her to come to London she would open herself up to new experiences. Benedict stood and walked towards the window. "Kate has been through hell and back, and you cannot force her to open up to you." "I never said I wanted her to open up to me," Adrian grumbled. "You did not have to." Benedict leaned his shoulder against the wall. "I can see the way you look at Kate. She is a beautiful woman, but you will need to be careful as you break down her walls. Take them slowly, one by one." "And what would you know about breaking down women's walls?" Benedict chuckled. "I married Shadow. I had to practically beg Eliza to take a chance on me. I do not think it matters. Whenever we are alone, I see Kate glancing over her shoulder to look for Roger. She doesn't trust me. She told me so. I disagree. When we were in the entry hall, I saw Kate only watching you." "That is good, but we are just friends." Benedict laughed. "Wes, friends. Well, I think you are making more progress than you realize. What if—" His head turned to glance out the window. Finally they are home. Jumping up from the settee, Adrian joined Benedict as they swiftly made their way towards the entry hall. The butler opened the door as Eliza and Kate glided in, with Roger trailing close behind. Before Adrian thought rationally, he embraced Kate protectively. He expected her to stiffen at his touch, but to his pleasant surprise, she placed her arms around his waist and rested her head against his chest. As she clung to him, Adrian marveled how perfectly she fit into his arms. He could stay like this forever. However, the reality of the situation caused him to drop his arms and step back. Adrian asked, "Are you all right?" Kate, as he assessed her for any injuries. Kate's eyes glanced over to Eliza and Benedict, who were still in a tight embrace. "We had mishap." Eliza's voice joined their conversation. "A large mishap." She tilted her head towards the butler and other household staff milling around, indicating she did not wish to share the news openly. "We should have this conversation in Benedict's study." As they followed Benedict and Eliza through their townhouse, Adrian offered her his arm. Kate placed her delicate hand on top of his arm, and a surge of protectiveness washed over him. He had a duty to keep her safe, both as the current Lord Camden and as her friend. When they entered the study, he expected Kate to drop her hand, but she continued to hold onto his arm firmly. He escorted her to the blue velvet settee and remained standing till she sat down. Claiming a seat next to her on the settee, he was overjoyed that Kate was watching him. Maybe he was making progress with her as Benedict had implied. Eliza took control of the conversation as she explained about the attempted abduction of Lady Rachel and the follow-up visit with her father, Lord Exeter. As she informed them of the threat on Lady Rachel's life. After Eliza stopped speaking, Adrian chuckled knowingly at Benedict. "I see that you informed Eliza about our meeting with Lord Beckett." Benedict shrugged unrepentantly. "I don't keep secrets from my wife." Nodding his approval, Adrian asked, "Have you informed Eliza about the threat sent to Lord Wessex?" "Not yet," Benedict admitted. Adrian took a moment to explain his strange meeting with Lord Wessex. He finished by saying, "Evidently, The French spies are resorting to threats to achieve their purpose. Eliza's gaze grew thoughtful. Most likely, they have threatened other lords. But we cannot march into Parliament and ask who has been sent threatening letters. We are no closer to discovering the identities of the French spies, and the vote on the bill is in 2.5 weeks, Benedict pointed out. Kate's soft voice interrupted them. What if you attempted to lure them out? Adrian asked. How so? Curiously. Her eyes locked onto his for a moment, and he could see uncertainty on her face. He reached over and squeezed her hand in a show of support. She smiled at his reassuring touch, then continued. Lord Exeter has been the main opponent of the bill, and his daughter was threatened, as was the sister of Lord Wessex, who is also a critic of the bill. What if Benedict suddenly became an outspoken critic of the bill, too? Eliza's eyes widened with surprise. That is a marvelous idea. Why didn't I think of that? We could ask Lord Exeter to assist Benedict with this endeavor. Benedict glanced at a large floor clock. Speaking of which, we are late for Parliament. He rose and helped Eliza to rise. I am relieved beyond words that you are home safe. I would prefer you to stay at home until Mr. Larson returns from Scotland. Eliza did not disagree but smiled complacently at her husband. You will receive no argument from me, at least for today. I am quite fatigued from our adventure. Good. Benedict murmured, leaning in to kiss her on her forehead. Adrian rose and assisted Kate, resisting the urge to pull her close. Kate's gaze slowly locked with his. Thank you for being my friend, he said. And I thank you for not slapping me when I embraced you earlier. He watched Kate's lips grow into a smile as he hoped they would. As his eyes lingered on her lips, a deep clearing of the throat caused the spell to be broken. We should go, Benedict informed him. Katie lowered herself down onto the settee as soon as Adrian and Benedict left the room. Her sister came over and sat down next to her. Eliza asked, How are you faring? Kate smoothed out her dress, delaying her reply. She did not know how to answer. She had been asking herself that same question every day since she married Michel. Kate. Giving her an apologetic smile, Kate answered, I am sorry. I am not trying to ignore you, but I do not know how to answer you honestly. What do you mean? Kate decided to start from the root of her problem. Did you know I begged Mother to let me live with you at Uncle Charles's estate? Eliza shook her head. No, I did not know that. When you left to live with Uncle Charles, you became free from Mother's scrutiny and wrath, whereas I had to endure 7 more years. Kate cast her eyes down and slumped her shoulders. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. Putting her arm around Kate's shoulder, Eliza admitted, I had no idea it was so bad for you. One mother initially told me about the betrothal agreement with Lord Camden. I was thrilled to be out from under her rule, but I was wrong. It was worse. I am sorry. Do you remember the last time we went riding before my wedding? Yes, Eliza answered, frowning. I remember we talked about your upcoming nuptials and how dejected you appeared. The night before, I had approached Mother and pleaded for her to let me have 1 season before I was married. Kate informed her, wiping a tear away. Eliza said, I take it the answer was no, sarcastically. Kate turned her body towards Eliza. She slapped me. She told me not to ask any more idiotic questions, because Lord Camden would not be as sympathetic towards me as she was. Eliza arched an eyebrow. I dare say I would never classify Mother as sympathetic. I went from one prison to another, and I had no say. Kate stated dejectedly, her hand reaching for her locket. Her sister embraced her tightly. You are safe now. Kate dropped her locket and wrapped her arms around her sister. After a moment, she pulled back and asked the one question that plagued her thoughts. How are you so confident? Eliza furrowed her forehead. I beg your pardon. Unless I was mistaken. You calmly shot that attacker, and you placed your pistol back into your reticule as if nothing had happened. Benedict has been teaching me how to shoot a pistol, Eliza explained. Kate knew Eliza was lying to her, but continued anyways. Then you marched into the study of Lord Exeter, who is one of the most powerful men in England, and you convinced him to send his daughter away to Scotland. Eliza opened her mouth to speak, but Kate put up a hand to stall her. I was at Beaumont Castle for more than a fortnight, and I saw you working with Adrian, Jonathan, and Lord Pembroke. Furthermore, I caught you breaking into my country home, and later you informed me that you decrypted enemy codes. Please do not insult me by telling me that you are not an agent. Eliza's lips tightened to a straight line. It is not something that I can openly discuss. I know. Kate sighed. And I am not asking you to. What I want to know is how are you able to be so confident? How can you stand up for yourself without the slightest tremor in your voice? One side of Eliza's lips curled. Are you asking me how you can be more forthright? Oh, I suppose I am. Eliza's smile grew mischievous. The most important piece of advice I can give you is to forget every word that Mother ever spoke to you. Her rules were ridiculous. Kate smiled, sitting up straight in her seat. I can do that. Good, her sister said. Now let me look at you. Eliza's eyes roamed her face, hair and dress, before saying, You are exquisite. With your beauty, you will outshine anyone in the room. Kate replied, You are too kind, taking a moment to admire her sister's auburn hair. I have never met another set of twins that look and act as differently as we do. We may look different, but we are foremost friends. Eliza smiled, but it seemed forced. My next rule is to speak your mind. I want you to vocalize your opinions and not just think them. To make her point, Eliza tapped her head with her finger. What if the gentleman does not want to hear my thoughts on a subject? Eliza arched an eyebrow. Then they are not worth your time. But I should still avoid politics and religion, correct? With a shake of her head she inquired, Why can you not express your thoughts on those subjects? It is improper. Improper to who? Eliza questioned. To Mother, she answered, but paused before adding, which means, I will disregard her advice. Eliza laughed with a twinkle in her eye. I am not encouraging you to go into whites and start a debate. I would strongly urge you to practice on Benedict and Adrian first. I think that is a fine idea, Kate admitted. She could not wait till she saw Adrian tomorrow and put Eliza's advice to use. Later, in the privacy of her own bedchamber, Kate removed the gold locket from around her neck and shoved it into the top drawer of her dressing table. As she slid the drawer closed, she was flooded with old, painful memories from the past. No, it was time to lock those memories away and start living in the present. Her past would not define who she was. No one could hurt her now, and starting tomorrow, she would start living the way she would always wanted. Adrin exited his carriage and approached his country home, his excitement growing in each step. He was anxious to see Kate. After last night, he felt as if something had shifted between them. He found himself dreaming of her and her sweet smile at the oddest times. He strode into the drawing room and witnessed Kate reading a book. The sun was behind her, causing her hair to appear translucent. The scene was perfect. He walked over and sat down next to her on the settee. Kate closed the book and laid it on her lap before she gave him a brilliant smile. So brilliant, in fact, that he was momentarily rendered speechless. Good morning, Adrian. The way his name rolled off her tongue made him want to kiss her. He cleared his throat. "Good morning," she asked. "What scandalous activity do you have planned for today?" Placing the book onto the table. Again, he was tempted to lean over and kiss her. Would that be scandalous enough, he wondered. Instead, he replied, "I was hoping to take a stroll." "A stroll?" Kate teased. "That does not sound scandalous." Adrian found himself mesmerized by Kate. Something was different about her. Her eyes seemed brighter and her voice was more deliberate and confident. He leaned closer. "You do not know what I have planned." Kate beamed at him. "Should I have Mrs. Palmer put together a basket for us?" "It depends on how much time you want to spend with me," he answered, hoping she would opt for the basket. She rose, giving him a lively smile. "I happen to find your company tolerable, so I will request a basket from Mrs. Palmer." "I will go with you," he stated, jumping up, "assuming you do not mind." "Not at all," she assured him, looping her hand through his arm. As they left the drawing room, he remarked, "You seem different today." Instantly her face fell, her steps faltered, and she dropped her hand from his. "Ooh," she murmured, back to her soft-spoken voice. He placed his hands on her shoulders and hunched down to her eye level. "What I meant to say is that I approve of your behavior. You seem happier." He hoped that was the right thing to say. A relieved smile graced her lips. "Eliza and I spoke last night, and she offered me some solicited advice." Dropping his hands, he said, "I am eager to hear all about it." "You are." "I am," he answered honestly. Kate's eyes searched his as if gauging the sincerity of his words. After a moment, she offered him a faint smile. "Let us proceed to the kitchen." Once they obtained a basket, they walked down the hill towards a cluster of trees growing on the far side of the property. Adrian had a blanket draped over his arm and the basket in the other. As they neared the spot he had selected, he laid the blanket down and assisted Kate as she sat down, smoothing out her lavender dress. She reached for the basket and removed the white linen napkin. "It appears that we have fruit and rolls." Then her lips curled with a pleased smile. "And lots of biscuits." Adrian had no idea what had come over Kate, but he was captivated. He reached into the basket for a roll. "All right, lesson time." Kate looked perplexed, which only made him want to tease her more. "Lesson time." He took a bite of the roll. "I want to prepare you for the masquerade ball." "I am prepared." "I have already secured a gown, gloves, and a mask." Kate listed, reaching for a roll. Adrian grabbed the roll out of her hand and showed it to her. "Do you want this roll?" she asked. "What are you doing?" Arcing an eyebrow. He waved the roll in front of her. "Would you like this roll?" She tried to reach for another roll in the basket, but he repositioned the basket behind him. "This is the last roll. If you want it, then you have to tell me how much you want it," she said. "I would like the roll, please," holding her hand out flat in front of her. He shook his head. "Not good enough." She eyed him and made a quick grab for the roll, but he put it out of her reach. He leaned forward, drawing her attention towards him. He was close enough to see the fascinating green flecks in her blue eyes. "How badly do you want this roll?" A smile touched her lips as he hoped it would. "I demand the roll." She paused. "Please." Adrian chuckled as he leaned back. "Try again." "I demand the roll."
Now!
She exclaimed loudly, her words echoing in the wind. He handed her the roll triumphantly. "And that is how you deal with the ton. If you are weak, then they will dismiss you as unimportant and not worthy of their esteem. But if you command authority, you will be deemed worthy and accepted." "I am not sure I want to be accepted by the ton," Kate admitted, nervously glancing at her roll. Adrian reached out and touched one of the ringlets that hung down the side of her face. As he rolled the piece of hair through his fingers, he expressed, "How could the ton not love you? You have the face of an angel and the heart of one too. I have no doubt that the ton will fall at your feet and worship you, if you are so inclined." Kate gave him a tight smile. I fear you may be a little biased. He shrugged as he reluctantly let go of her hair. True, but I am being honest. Before Kate could reply, Roger came sprinting down the hill with his pistol in his hand. Adrian shot to his feet, retrieved the pistol from his right boot, and placed Kate behind him. His eyes searched the field for signs of danger. I heard Lady Camden shouting. Roger yelled as he ran closer. His eyes kept darting to the surrounding areas. The quickly arising, Kate dropped her roll into the basket and muttered under her breath, "This is all your fault." Roger stopped before the blanket, breathing hard from running. "Are you all right, Lady Camden?" She stepped out from behind Adrian. "I am sorry, Roger." She cast a sideways glance at him out of the corner of her eyes. "I got carried away because I really wanted a roll." Roger's eyebrows knitted together. "You shouted because you wanted a dinner roll." Adrian could see the corners of her lips twitching in amusement. As Kate replied, "It was the last roll." Roger glanced at the basket overflowing with food including rolls. "Right," he mumbled under his breath as he placed the pistol into the waistband of his trousers. "Would you like me to stay to guard the rolls, or may I be dismissed?" "It was my fault," Adrian stated. He did not want her to accept the blame for his lesson. "I was teaching her how to deal with the ton." Roger roared with laughter. "With a roll. I think it was quite productive." Adrian smirked. Roger shook his head. "Mrs. Palmer will enjoy hearing about this. Carry on." He spun around and walked back up the slight incline towards the country home. Adrian waited till Kate was situated and placed the pistol back in his boot. He lowered himself down on the blanket and was rewarded with the sound of Kate laughing. The sound of her carefree laughter was like music to his ears. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Attempting to distract himself from his growing feelings for Kate, Adrian picked up his roll and started eating again. His eyes gravitated towards the trees, and he could hear soft chirps coming from the branches. "I believe I earned this roll," Kate declared as she picked up the roll from the basket. She made a show of taking a bite and rolling her eyes as if she was eating the most delicious thing in the world. "I love Mrs. Palmer's rolls." Adrian had never been so jealous of food as he was of that roll. He found himself staring at her mouth and willed himself to look away. Again, the memory of Kate at Beaumont Castle came to his mind. Her cheeks were thin, and her eyes were sunken into their sockets. Kate's face grew serious as she asked, "What made you so reflective just now?" Adrian swiped his hands together to wipe the crumbs off. "I was thinking about the first time I saw you at Beaumont Castle. You were standing in the doorway as Hannah's ransom note was read to the group. Michel demanded your life and Jonathan's in exchange for Hannah. You were painfully thin, with remnants of bruises on your face, and yet you did not hesitate to volunteer to trade your life for Hannah's." She swallowed the bite of food in her mouth, and her gaze lowered towards the blanket. "It was my husband who abducted her, so it was only fair that I took her place," he said. "No, that was not why." Quickly. "Then why do you believe I offered to trade my life for hers?" He shrugged. "Because you are brave." Kate shook her head, dismissing his comment. "I'm not." "Wes, you are," he insisted firmly. "You survived a brutal beating, but you were still willing to face Miss Mitchell again. Do not feel strong." She gave him a sad smile. "My whole life I have been made to feel inadequate. I was the ignorant twin, the disrespectful daughter, and the disobedient wife." Placing a finger under her chin, Adrian gently raised her head. "If you are comparing yourself to Eliza, then don't. Compared to her, I am a dumb fool who dabbles in espionage." He smirked. "Your mother and Michel were French spies, so I believe you should discount everything they said to you." Eliza said something similar. Kate confessed. "She told me to forget everything Mother ever told me." His thumb slowly caressed her cheekbone as his hand cupped her cheek. He said, "Eliza is exceptionally wise." His eyes tracking hers. Kate's blue eyes had a sheen to them. I thank you for calling me brave. No one has ever said such kind words to me before. He arched an eyebrow in disbelief. I find that hard to believe. A tear slipped out of her eye, and he wiped it away with his thumb. One mother kicked Eliza out of the abbey at 10. I was left with no ally. I was at the mercy of my mother and the wicked governess she employed to ensure I was taught grace and poise. More tears streamed down her face as she continued. Then I was given to Lord Camden, a man I had never met until my engagement ball, as if I meant nothing to my mother. My father refused to attend the wedding because he was against the marriage, but he did not stop it. After our wedding tour, Mitchell shipped me off to his country home, and her voice trailed off as a sob escaped her lips. Adrian dropped his hand off her cheek and pulled her into an embrace. You are safe now. No one will ever hurt you again. He kissed the top of her head. I give you my word. Kate cried into his white shirt, and he could feel the moisture from her tears. His hands started rubbing circles on her back, attempting to comfort her. After she stopped crying, she kept her head on his chest, and they sat in comfortable silence. Adrian asked, Are you ready for our first scandalous outing of the day? Having a lady sob into a gentleman's chest was not the outing you had in mind, because Mother would have been mortified had she still been alive. She murmured into his chest. He slowly rose with Kate, ensuring she was on solid footing before he released her. I propose we climb the tree, he stated, pointing to a tree that he had scouted out earlier. It had plenty of low, hanging branches to make climbing ideal. Kate spun around, her mouth agape. You want me to climb a tree? Have you ever climbed a tree before? Her brow puckered. I do not believe I ever have, he replied. Well, I think you should, extending his hand towards her. He wanted to ensure that Kate made the choice. He did not want to force her into doing anything she did not want to do. A large smile played on her lips as she eagerly clasped his hand. I am ready. Adrian wondered if her comment referred to more than just climbing a tree. Muchleur. Kate and Adrian sat in her drawing room enjoying afternoon tea. She had thoroughly enjoyed climbing trees. At first, she had been nervous, but slowly she had learned to climb up the tree by using the large branches as footholds. Adrian patiently followed behind and assisted her if she slipped. Kate looked over the rim of her teacup to observe him. He was a handsome man. She loved the color of his dark brown hair and longed to run her hands through it. Would he mind? No. Touching him without his leave would be too bold. Maybe she could suggest that as their scandalous activity tomorrow. She stifled a giggle at the thought. Adrian asked, What are you smiling at? Breaking through her thoughts. I am not smiling, she claimed, deliberately frowning. He had the nerve to smirk at her. No, you are frowning, but you were smiling just a moment ago. She placed her teacup down on the table next to her. It was nothing. I was just thinking about tomorrow. He scoffed. You are quite impertinent to believe I have so little to do that I would call on you every day. Suddenly, the urge to coil into herself threatened to overtake her, but she resisted. She noticed the twinkle in his eye, and realized that he was joking with her. Pray tell, what occupies your time, my lord? She questioned primly. Adrian's face broke into a huge smile as he placed his teacup on the table in front of him. I would have you know that I am attempting to root out French spies in Parliament, she replied. Sounds boring, in a teasing tone. Spying can be boring at times. I have been filling my time calling on lords to determine their loyalties and meeting with Lord Beckett to compare our findings. These past few days, I have been going through pages of Lord's financials to look for suspicious payments. Kate covered her mouth and yawned intentionally. I see why you prefer spending your time with me. Adrian chuckled, but before he said anything, his eyes drifted to the floor clock. He rose and bowed. I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together, but I am afraid I must leave. Kate said. I was hoping you would stay for dinner. Attempting to hide her disappointment, he adjusted his tailcoat and cravat. Unfortunately, I must attend a rally protesting the war with France, then I have to go to Parliament for the evening. She asked, May I join you at the rally? As she rose, I have never been to one. I am sorry, but is no place for a lady, he stated, his voice firm. Where is the rally being held? Templeton Square, near the East Docks, he informed her as he adjusted his gloves. Kate wanted to go to that rally. She had never been to Templeton Square, and she was downright curious about what transpired during a rally. How could she convince Adrian to take her? Her old self would have accepted what was expected of her, and would have spent a quiet evening at home. However, the new Kate wanted to experience something new. Adrian asked, What is going through your mind right now? Stepping closer to her, she pressed her lips together, then smiled, feigning ignorance. Nothing. Just thinking about what book one should read next, he said. Lear. His smile growing. She had witnessed Eliza getting her way with Benedict when she initiated a touch. Would Adrian welcome her touch? Her touch did not work on her husband, but maybe it would on her friend. She stepped forward and placed her hand on his chest. Would you please allow me to accompany you to the rally? She kept her gaze steady, enjoying his green eyes. Adrian's eyes widened a bit, alight with passion. She had not expected such a reaction. If she was not mistaken, he seemed to welcome her touch. In fact, never had a man looked at her as Adrian did in this moment. Her heart was beating so fast that she feared he could hear it or feel it through her hand. Adrian cleared his throat, breaking the silence. I cannot grant your request. Templeton Square is no place for a lady, he insisted hoarsely, but she heard the regret in his voice. Even though she was disappointed in his response, the fight was not over. Kate said, I understand that you cannot take me to Templeton Square. Dropping her hand, she walked over to the bell system and pulled on the brass handle mounted to the wall near the fireplace. Fooling the brass handle would ring a small chime outside the room alerting Roger that she needed him. Adrian studied her face and furrowed his brow. Templeton Square is full-smelling and will have thieves roaming about. I am only going because Lord Charles has assigned me to do so. Kate nodded. I understand, she responded, as Roger walked into the room. She turned to acknowledge her protector. We are going to a rally at Templeton Square. Please arrange for my carriage to depart immediately. Adrian turned towards Roger. Do not arrange for her carriage. She is not going to the rally. Roger gave her a look of disbelief. I must agree with Lord Camden. Templeton Square is no place for a lady. This was it. This was when she would stand up for herself. Her legs started shaking slightly, but she kept her voice firm. Lord Camden, are you my husband? No, but... What right do you have to lord over me? I am the Earl of Camden. You are the Countess of Camden, he stated, pointing at her. Kate placed her hands on her hips as she had seen Eliza do before. Earlier today you told me I was free to make my own choices, did you not? He raked his hand through his hair. You are free, but Templeton. If I am free, then I will do as I wish, she demanded, tilting her chin up. For a moment, they stared at each other, neither willing to back down. With a deep sigh, Adrian conceded. You do not fight fair. I will escort you to the rally. Kate felt like cheering, but she kept it inside. Thank you for your invitation. But Roger and I already have plans to attend. She felt like giggling as she saw Roger's face blanch at her comment. In 2 strides, Adrian closed the distance between them. Leaning close to her, he said, Stop being a minx. You have outwitted me. His warm breath on her ear. My, that is distracting, she thought. She made the mistake of turning her head, and now their faces were only inches apart. Every thought was wiped from her mind as her eyes roamed every line of his handsome face. Lady Camden. Roger's voice caused her to jump. Stepping back, Adrian clasped his hands behind his back. Lady Camden has agreed to accompany me to the rally, he announced proudly. Roger glanced suspiciously between the two of them, but eventually nodded his head. Yes, my lord. I will be accompanying you to ensure Lady Camden's safety. Adrian's lips formed a crooked smile. I am beginning to think she can protect herself. He slowly perused her dress, making her feel even more desirable. You will need to change into something less alluring. Roger started coughing loudly. He obviously did not approve of Adrian's comment, but she did. She nodded at him. I believe I can find something suitable. Adrian replied. That is wonderful news. Gazing at her, Kate said, If you will excuse me, I will be down as soon as I have changed. Exiting the room. As she walked towards her bedchamber, she realized that standing up for herself was exhilarating and more fun than she would anticipated. Now she was going to go to a rally. What did one wear to a rally? Adrian sat across from Kate in the carriage and watched her gaze out the window. He was mad to allow her to accompany him to the rally. They were trying to root out a traitor, and now he would be responsible for her protection. Well, Roger would also be there, but he wanted to be the one who protected Kate. When Kate had stood up to him, he could see the vulnerability in her eyes, and could practically hear her legs shake. He wanted to run up and embrace her, but he knew she had to stand up alone. She had to prove to herself she could do it. And she did. He had never been so proud of her, or so frustrated. Of all the times for her to decide to be brave, why did it have to be now when it was so dangerous? Starting at Kate's blue bonnet with a wide and rounded front brim, his eyes trailed down her slim, elegant neck and soft shoulders. His perusal paused when he reached her red Spencer jacket, because something seemed different. Her primrose dress cost more than what the working class earned in a year. But that was not the issue. His eyes tracked the small pearls that ran along her neckline, briefly distracting him from his initial purpose. Suddenly, it hit him. She was not wearing her gold locket. He asked, What happened to your locket? I took it off, she told him, turning her gaze from the window. Why? She took a moment to smooth out her skirt. It reminds me of a chapter in my life I would rather forget. Now he felt like a cad. Michel gave it to you. Her lips tightened into a thin line. Yes. He gave it to me on our wedding tour. Did you keep wearing it? She gave him a wan smile but turned her head to look out the window before answering. He commanded me never to take it off. Her voice held a sad tremor. Never, she repeated. I suppose I got used to wearing it. He could tell that she was reluctant to talk about it, but he wanted to understand. What did you not take it off when you got to Beaumont Castle? Her eyes grew wide at his words. I did not dare. When I first got the locket, I took it off for a bath, and when Michel found out, her voice trailed off. He hurt you. Yes, she whispered. Her hands were balled into fists as they sat on her lap. He sighed in frustration. Poor Kate. What must she have had to enduring those years of marriage? Although, his instinct felt like he was on to something important. Do you know why Mitchell placed such importance on you wearing the locket at all times? He said I was his property, and this marked me as his. She spoke hesitantly, as if she could make those words disappear. Could it be? Could the list of French spies be in Kate's locket? Michel's words from the ship came back to haunt him. The list is on my property. He leaned forward in his seat, attempting to keep the eagerness out of his voice. Have you ever opened the locket? She shook her head. No, it was locked. Did Michel ever open the locket in front of you? No, Kate stated. Although, on a rare occasion, he would request the locket and sequester himself in his study. Is there anything else you could tell me about the locket? Adrian pressed. She lowered her gaze as anguish and pain filled her delicate features. He told me that the locket was more important than my life, and if I lost it, I would forfeit my life. Now he was certain the list was in the locket, but where was it? Where did you place the locket? Her gaze lifted, and she eyed him suspiciously. Why? I have a hunch about something, but I need the locket to prove it. He answered honestly. She shrugged one shoulder. I placed it in the top drawer of my dressing table. You may have the locket, if you so desire, he said. I will retrieve it when I drop you off this evening. Leaning back against the bench, she relaxed back into her seat and leaned her head up against the wall of the carriage. Adrian watched as she drifted in and out of sleep. He quietly moved to sit next to her, placed his arm around her, and brought her head to rest on his shoulder. Adrian relished the closeness of her and started to realize his feelings might be deeper than he was admitting. He had always enjoyed his time with Kate, but now he found when he wasn't with her, he longed to be. He enjoyed her smile, her wit, and her determined spirit. He enjoyed how she would stand up to him, even though her legs would shake with trepidation. He loved her compassion towards those poor women that Michel had taken advantage of. Most women of the ton would dismiss them as harlots, but she recognized the plight of those women was not of their own making. His feelings were growing for her. How could they not? Besides her beauty, she was compassionate, kind, and could charm a lamp-post, if she wanted to. He glanced down at Kate as she breathed out a soft snore. Adrian could not reveal his feelings, because Kate was in a fragile place. She needed a friend more than a man to court her. Maybe over time, she would see him as a potential love match. He needed a plan, because this could take some time. Kae felt the carriage lurch to a stop. She opened her eyes to discover that Adrian's arm was draped over her shoulders, and she had been leaning against him. Rather than dwell on the impropriety of this situation, she couldn't shake the sense of safety and protection that engulfed her. Good. You are finally awake. I was afraid I would have to carry you to the rally, he teased. She said, if you had not supplied such a comfortable shoulder for me to sleep on, I would have been up much sooner. Slowly lifting her head, was it her imagination, or did he seem as reluctant to release her as she was to sit up? The carriage door opened, and Roger stuck his head in. He had a solemn frown on his lips. Lady Camden, the rally has already started, and some unscrupulous characters are milling around the area. May I urge you to reconsider attending? I have not changed my mind, Roger, she stated, preparing to exit the carriage. Roger reached his hand out to assist her. Adrian reached under his bench, slid out a metal box, and opened the lid. He pulled out a pistol larger than the one he carried in his boot, and hopped out of the carriage. He shoved the pistol into the waistband of his trousers, and yanked his tailcoat back down to cover it. She had seen him carry a pistol before, but now he truly looked the part of a pirate. Mrs. Palmer was right. He was a dashing pirate. Adrian was alert, his eyes roaming the square before his gaze landed on her. I must agree with Roger. This is no place for a lady. Kate's eyes scanned Templeton Square, taking note of all the surrounding run-down, darkened structures, and the filthy, worn cobblestone streets. A stale, musty odor tinged with horse manure hovered in the air as a large crowd of the working class, dressed in threadbare clothing, stood restlessly near a large platform. Continuous shouting denouncing the war and the monarchy filled the square as the protesters used full expletives to enhance their words. She glanced nervously at Adrian. With you two gentlemen as my protectors, I have nothing to fear. She hoped her words sounded somewhat convincing. Roger did not look convinced as his head kept sweeping over the crowded square. When he seemed satisfied, he turned back to her. You will not leave Lord Camden's side for any reason. If Lord Camden needs to leave, you will not leave my side. If any rioting begins, and you hesitate to leave, I will pick you up and throw you over my shoulder. Understood? He barked his orders in a tone that she dared not argue with. Kate just stared at him and nodded her head in agreement. She had never heard Roger speak to her in such a forceful manner. Maybe she had made a mistake. Maybe it truly was too dangerous for her. Adrian placed his hand on the small of her back, providing her with much-needed reassurance. Is that what it takes to keep you from arguing back? She stifled a laugh. Do not get any ideas, my lord. He offered her his arm as they began making their way towards the large group assembled near the platform. She was very aware of all the hostile looks being cast their way. Gripping his arm tighter, Kate leaned into Adrian. Why is everyone staring at us? He looked down at her, then back at the square, smiling. They are staring at you. Women of your social class do not attend political rallies. Kate's eyes were drawn to a girl near the edge of the crowd, who seemed no older than 16 years of age. She held a tin cup up as she begged for coins, but the protesters shoved her aside as if she wasn't worthy of their notice. Kate's steps faltered as she watched this young woman, meekly asking for coins, meeting with the same rejection every time. She had a thin, pale face, with dark shadows under her eyes and dirt patches along her cheeks. She wore a battered dress that was faded to the point of colorlessness, and a thin shawl draped around her shoulders that wouldn't keep out the slightest chill. Even though it was abundantly clear that this girl was impoverished, it was her sad, resigned expression that gave Kate pause. It was the same look of defeat that she would see staring back at her from the mirror on her dressing room table after Mitchell beat her. Kate met her gaze and offered an encouraging smile. In response, the young woman's hollowed eyes lowered to the ground as her shoulders slumped even lower. Without saying a word, Adrian reached into his pocket and pulled out a few coins. He walked over and dropped the coins into her metal cup, and she looked up at him in amazement. Kate was pleased with Adrian's generosity and only wished she could do more to help that poor girl. Unfortunately, she had been ordered to leave her reticule in the carriage. Her heart broke at the sight of her kindred spirit, and she longed to help her. As if he read her mind, Adrian gave her a sad smile. It is hard to see so many people suffer. It is, Kate admitted. She had a sudden desire to help the plight of these poor women, but how? A burly man roughly brushed up against her as he passed. Sorry, milady, he drawled sarcastically, while offering her a lecherous wink. Kate shuddered and pressed closer to Adrian's side as they continued their walk towards the platform. In response, he put his arm over her shoulder, tucking her against his side, and she put her arm around his waist. Once again, she felt protected in his arms and enjoyed the masculine scent of leather and musk that lingered on his coat. Earlier, Adrian had explained to her that Lord Devon was speaking out against the war. Even though Lord Devon was a Tory, he was siding with the Whigs, who were also considered reformers. A large wooden platform had been erected for the event where 3 wooden chairs and a podium sat. Currently, a tall man with thinning black hair shouted about the injustices that many people faced because of the war with France. He shared experiences about women and children starving, while their men were off fighting, and the plight of men unable to find work because of the injuries they sustained during the war. Kate found herself sympathetic towards his words. Adrian leaned over. It is horrible, but it would be worse if we allowed Napoleon to invade England. His words snapped her back into the present. I concur, but you have to admit that many men and women are suffering, and our government is not doing anything to help them. Agree. I hope to do some good in Parliament, Adrian stated reflectively. Something has to be done for the men that have served our country and their families that are left behind. Kate tilted her head up to see Adrian's jaw clenched as his eyes remained alert, looking for any signs of danger. You are a good man, she asserted earnestly. I have every confidence in your ability to enact change. Adrian relaxed his jaw and turned to look down at her. His green eyes held such tenderness and care that she couldn't help but gaze into them. he said.
Thank you, Kate.
His voice hitching.
Kate,
a woman shouted, breaking the spell. Kate shifted her gaze and saw her sister wiggling through the large crowd of spectators.
Lisa.
Kate dropped her arm from Adrian's waist so she could embrace her sister, but his arm held firm over her shoulder. Kate gave him a questioning glance.
I cannot risk losing you,
Adrian explained unapologetically. Eliza and Benedict came to stand next to them.
I am so glad you are here.
Benedict told me that no other ladies were attending the rally, but I insisted on coming anyway, Eliza remarked, smiling smugly. Benedict put his arm around his wife's waist.
I tried to dissuade her, but she thought it would be exciting.
He smiled at Kate.
I am surprised that Adrian brought you, though.
Kate smiled triumphantly.
He was eager to bring me.
Adrian huffed.
Eager is not the word I would use. Coerced would be a more appropriate term,
Eliza said.
Either way, you are here, leaning closer to her.
Did you stand up to him?
Kate bobbed her head, proudly. I did.
It worked splendidly. Adrian asked, Which one is Lord Devon?
Directing his question to Benedict.
The one in the middle,
Benedict pointed out.
Kate stood on her tiptoes to get a better look at the man in question.
He was average height, not too fat or thin, and he had a full head of brown hair.
He seemed rather plain to be an earl, though. His clothing was even more ordinary.
His tailcoat was brown, with a buff waistcoat and cravat, and paired with brown trousers.
A hush fell over the crowd as it was announced that Lord Devon would speak.
Adrian and Benedict kept their eyes trained on the speaker.
Lord Devon slowly walked up to the podium.
He pulled out a pair of rounded reading spectacles and placed them on the bridge of his nose.
Slowly, he removed some papers from his coat pocket and unfolded them.
He squinted as he looked at the audience before turning his attention back to his notes.
His unexpectedly loud voice echoed through the square. I have lost 2 boys in this frivolous war. They both had a desire to serve the crown. Unfortunately, their lives were in vain, he stated, his voice surprisingly monotoned.
I have presented a bill to Parliament that would greatly reduce the money allocated for the war against France, essentially ending England's involvement, and ensuring an immediate withdrawal of our troops from Europe. He flipped over the paper and began reading the next one, continuing to use a bland tone. Napoleon is not our foe. He wants to work with England and become our greatest ally. Instead of spending the money on war, we need to spend it here in England. We need better housing for the poor, and the docks need repair. If we stop this war against France, then we will be able to trade with them again, thus bringing in more jobs for our economy.
Adrian leaned over to Benedict.
Does it seem that Lord Devon does not believe the words that he is saying?
Benedict nodded thoughtfully.
I was just thinking the same thing. Eliza asked. Who are the men on stage with Lord Devon? The man who just spoke is Lord Lexington, the leader of the Whig party, and the one sitting next to him is Mr. Henley from the House of Commons. Benedict informed the group.
Adrian said,
It would be in our best interest to call on Lord Devon later. A loud commotion started near the front of the stage as spectators were shoved back. A large brawl had begun, forcing Lord Devon to flee the stage. I believe is our cue to leave, Eliza shouted over the noise. Adrian and Benedict pounded on the door of Lord Devon's townhouse near 11 of the clock that night. A tired butler answered the door. He asked, May I help you? In a disgruntled voice. Benedict handed him his calling card. Please inform Lord Devon that Lord Lansdowne and Lord Camden need to see him immediately. The butler glanced at the card in his hand and fully opened the door, ushering them into the entry hall. Please remain here. I will inform Lord Devon of your arrival. Adrian watched as the butler walked away before turning to Benedict. I hope our instincts are correct on this, or we have just walked into a French spy's home without bringing reinforcements. Benedict shrugged casually. I have been in worse situations.
Adrian chuckled as the butler returned. Lord Devon will see you now. If you would please follow me. As they followed the butler, Adrian's hand reached for the small of his back, where a pistol was tucked into the waistband of his black trousers, hidden by his tailcoat. If Lord Devon did turn out to be a French spy, then he would be prepared. They were led into a small room with a desk pushed up against the corner near a window. Wingback chairs sat near the fireplace, and a round table held a decanter and snifters. Lord Devon rose as they entered. Lord Lansdowne and Lord Camden, may I offer you a drink? They both murmured their thanks but declined. He lowered himself back into his seat. What brings you by so late this evening? They each took a wingback chair which allowed them to face Lord Devon. As they sat down, Benedict said, that we appreciate your willingness to receive us at this hour, since our business is most urgent. Interesting, and what would two young lords wish to discuss with me? Lord Devon asked casually, taking a sip of his drink. Adrian rested his arms on the sides of the chair. We attended the rally today in Templeton Square, he stated. Lord Devon's surprise came to choke on his drink, but Adrian ignored his reaction and continued. Lord Lansdowne and I were both riveted by your speech. Their host placed his glass down on the table next to him. Wow. Can I count on your vote? They replied, in unison. May I ask why you are here then? Lord Devon asked suspiciously. Adrian smirked. Lord Lansdowne and I have a bet. I bet that you did not mean a single word from your speech, and he bet me that you did not even write your own speech. Lord Devon's eyes slightly narrowed, but he did not say anything. I beg the question. Who won the bet? Lord Devon picked up his drink and took another careful sip. I think it is time for you two to depart. Benedict crossed his legs, indicating he was not going anywhere. No. We are not finished here. Wes, we are. Lord Devon responded coldly as he placed his glass on the table. He started to rise. Jumping up, Adrian walked over to him and pushed down on his shoulder, forcing him to remain seated. We are not leaving until you answer a few questions. Lord Devon appeared flustered as he adjusted his waistcoat. Depends upon the questions. Benedict asked. You lost 2 sons during the war with France. Why are you attempting to stop the funding to a war that your sons gave their lives for? After the death of my second son, I came to my senses and realized we should be striving for peace, not war. Lord Devon tried to explain. Benedict's eyes assessed him. Do you truly believe that Napoleon will order his troops to cease fighting if England backs down from the war? He replied, Wes. Frowning. Why would he not? Adrian laughed dryly. Napoleon is an egotistical blackguard who will stop at nothing until he has taken over all of Europe. Lord Devon turned his head and gave him a critical stare. And how would you know that? I was working undercover as an under-secretary for Admiral Garnier until 3 months ago, Adrian informed him. Lord Devon shifted uncomfortably in his seat. You worked as an agent for the Crown before you became an earl. Adrian walked over to the fireplace mantel and picked up a small floral vase, examining it slowly. I never stopped. He returned the vase to its location and focused back on their host. Why did you write the bill to defund the war, knowing the ramifications would be monumental? When Lord Devon did not answer right away, Benedict added, You are a Tory. Tories are in support of the war, and yet you would defy your party's wishes by writing a bill that will weaken England's defenses. Adrian leaned his back against the mantel. Whigs are the reformers. Whigs do not want this war, but they do not have the power or the support to write a bill of this magnitude. So, we must ask ourselves, why would a powerful earl, such as yourself, he paused to point at Lord Devon, write a bill that would go against everything he believes or supports? Lord Devon reached for his drink with a shaking hand. You are wasting my time, and it is time for, are you spying for the French? Benedict demanded, cutting him off. Lord Devon shot him a look of disbelief. Are you mad? Benedict said, No, firmly. But you do side with the French. Lord Devon's face paled slightly, but it was his red, blotchy skin that gave him away. No, I do not side with the French, he sputtered. Adrian crossed his arms over his chest, as he continued to lean back against the mantel. We are now at an impasse. Lord Lansdowne and you are lying and are withholding information. We do not like being lied to. He glanced at Benedict. Do we, Lord Lansdowne? Benedict shook his head. No, we do not. I find that liars make me angry. He pulled out his pistol and placed it on the table next to him. Lord Devon's eyes grew wide. There is nothing illegal about writing a bill and putting it up for a vote in Parliament. Adrian uncrossed his arms and reached behind him to withdraw his own pistol. True, but it is illegal to spy for the French. Lord Camden, Lord Devon declared frantically, I do not work for the French. You do not understand. Adrian said. Then make us understand. Because I found tonight's session of Parliament extremely boring, and I long to end this meeting so I can go home to sleep. As he walked over and sat down on the wingback chair, he kept his pistol in his right hand, resting it on his leg. Lord Devon leaned his head back on the chair for a moment. What I am about to reveal to you must stay in the strictest confidence. He glanced between the two of them as sweat beaded on the sides of his forehead. I am being blackmailed. Benedict asked. By who? Leaning forward. I wish I knew, Lord Devon admitted forlornly. A few months ago, I was approached by a man that I had never seen before, and he offered me a small fortune to write a bill that would greatly reduce spending for the war in France. I knew the bill's ramifications would end the war, so I laughed at him and proceeded as if nothing had happened. Can you describe the man? Adrian inquired. Lord Devon shook his head. No, he was waiting outside my townhouse after my wife and I attended the opera. He wore a cap low across his face and a heavy coat. Benedict asked, why did you not report it? Him. Lord Devon huffed. I have been doing this for a long time. Do you know how many people have asked me to write a bill for Parliament? Benedict arched an eyebrow. I find it convenient that you are claiming to be blackmailed but cannot help to identify a suspect. They have my wife, Lord Devon blurted out. And if the bill does not pass? His voice hitched with emotion and he stopped speaking for a moment. They will kill her. They will kill my Betsy. Adrian leaned forward, sitting on the edge of his chair. Who has your wife? 6 weeks ago. My wife went out to the modest and never came home. Lord Devon replied as he stood up and walked towards his desk. A note was delivered claiming responsibility for her disappearance. In order for me to have my wife returned unharmed, I had to write the bill and push it through Parliament. If the bill does not pass, they will kill her. He slid open the top desk drawer, removed a stack of papers, and returned to his seat. These are all the notes I have received since my wife's disappearance. Adrian accepted the pile of papers. Do you have any idea who might have sent these? Lord Devon shook his head fiercely. Known. Why not go to the magistrate or at least the Bow Street runners? Benedict pressed. In a few of the notes, I was warned that my wife would be killed if I notified the magistrate. Lord Devon sighed as he slowly sat down in his chair. He leaned forward and placed his head in his hands. If my Betsy dies, I have no one left. He uttered, his words filled with anguish. After Adrian read the threatening notes, he handed them to Benedict for his review. You are not the only lord that has been threatened. Lord Devon's head rose to gaze at him. Lord Wessex and Lord Exeter both have been threatened. Furthermore, someone attempted to abduct Lord Exeter's daughter in front of Gunther's. Adrian informed him. Was she injured? Lord Devon asked, appearing genuinely concerned. Benedict put down the notes. No. A bystander interceded on her behalf. How fortunate. Lord Devon responded, reaching for his glass. Lord Wessex and Lord Exeter are both friends of mine and are furious that I even put forth a bill for a vote. They have been extremely vocal in denouncing it. Pot. Adrian returned his pistol to the waistband of his trousers. We are here on Lord Becket's behalf. French spies have found their way into Parliament, and it appears that they are using any force necessary to pass your bill. Benedict asked. What can you tell us about Mr. Henley or Lord Lexington? Nothing other than that Lord Lexington is the leader of the Whigs. He has long been an opponent of the war against France, but I do not believe he is siding with the French, Lord Devon said. He is a member of Prinny's inner circle. But Prinny sides with the Tories. Why would he bring a Whig into his inner circle? Adrian inquired curiously. Lord Devon took another sip of his drink. In his younger years, Prinny sided heavily with the Whigs, but now his views are more in line with the Tories. Duh, Benedict asked. And Mr. Henley? All I know is that Mr. Henley is in the House of Commons, and is bitterly against the war. I do not know which lord supported his appointment, or bought him his seat. Lord Devon said. Benedict tapped his fingers on the table next to him. Lord Camden and I have strategized a way to get the French spies' attention. I am going to become a staunch opponent of your bill. Tomorrow night in Parliament, I will be giving a speech advocating the war. Oh, please add some humorous anecdotes to your speech, Adrian pleaded. If I hear one more lord give a dry speech, I will collapse from boredom. Benedict chuckled. Pray tell, what humorous stories could I share concerning the war? A mischievous smile grew on Adrian's face. It was widely rumored that Napoleon is afraid of cats. Shats. Benedict repeated, amused. Adrian nodded. If that does not interest you, then you could mention that Napoleon wrote a romance novel. Supposedly, he allowed some of his officers to read the manuscript. Benedict rubbed his hand over his chin. I will take that into consideration. Now, if you do not mind, he paused with a knowing smile on his face. I think we should focus on the task at hand. Adrian cleared his throat and focused his attention back on Lord Devon. If Benedict becomes a harsh critic of the bill, the French spies should be forced to single him out. Lord Devon frowned. Are you not recently married, Lord Lansdowne? I am, Benedict confirmed. Are you not fearful that the enemy might target your wife? Lord Devon asked. Benedict sighed. I have considered that possibility, but we have to act fast. We cannot allow this bill to pass. Adrian said. Lady Lansdowne is exceptionally clever. I have no doubt she will take extra precautions when leaving their home. Lord Devon closed his eyes for a moment. And what would you have me do? Continue as before. Do not let on that the Crown knows of the French spies in Parliament, Benedict ordered. Lord Devon winced at his words. I hope for your sake that you both know what you are doing. Benedict rose from his seat. We do. You will need to trust us. A deep frown puckered Lord Devon's brow. In your opinion, do you believe that my wife is still alive? Adrian gave him a sympathetic look. I do. Your wife is valuable to the French. She will be kept alive until they ensure your job is done. What you are saying is I have a little over 2 weeks before those abductors will kill my wife. Lord Devon grimaced. No. You have a little over 2 weeks before we find your wife alive, Adrian assured him. He glanced over to see Benedict give a slight shake of his head. They both knew the odds of finding Lord Devon's wife were slim, but to find her alive would be nearly impossible. Benedict started to place the notes in his waistcoat, but stopped. Do you mind if we keep these notes for reference? By all means, take them, Lord Devon said with a flick of his wrist. He grabbed the decanter and poured himself a large dose of amber-colored liquid. After gulping down his drink, he slammed his glass down on the table. I know that I have not had the privilege of making your acquaintances before this evening, but I would be eternally grateful if you could stop these French bastards. Adrian exchanged a look with Benedict, both showing extreme sorrow for Lord Devon's situation. Do not give up hope, Benedict advised. Sometimes that hope is the only thing that can get us through our grief. Lord Devon smiled faintly. "Thank you, Lord Lansdowne. After meeting you and Lord Camden, I find I have more hope than I have had in weeks." As they left the room, Adrian felt a burning desire to prove to Lord Devon that his faith was not misplaced. Adren we waited in Benedict's elegant drawing room as he drummed his fingers against the arms of an exquisitely carved settee. The rich wallpaper highlighted the Brussels weave carpets, thick drapes and a large gold chandelier. He wondered if Eliza could play the pianoforte that was proudly displayed in the room. Kate had mentioned a passing fancy for the instrument, and he was hoping to hear her play soon. Kate had stayed at Eliza's townhouse last night, and he had called upon her after she broke her fast this morning. He had easily convinced her to take a curricle ride through Hyde Park, then spent a few cozy hours in the library as she read aloud to him. While attending the session in Parliament, he had started counting down the minutes until he saw Kate again. As much as he wanted to declare his intentions, she needed a friend more than a suitor at this moment. How could he woo Kate without her realizing his intent? Her eyes seemed to light up when he came into the room. Maybe she would welcome his advances. Benedict, dressed in full dress attire, walked into the room and sighed. "Eliza's not feeling up to the masquerade ball this evening. Would you mind escorting Kate?" Adrian's heart felt like it would leap from his chest at this unexpected, pleasant news. He attempted to rein in his excitement, since he did not want Benedict to realize how pleased he was that he would have Kate all to himself this evening. "I do not mind in the least." Chuckling, Benedict gave him a knowing look. "I assumed as much." He went to the drink tray and poured himself some brandy. After he took a sip, he sat down on a floral armchair. He leveled an intense gaze at Adrian. "Kate may be under your protection as the new Lord Camden, but I am her brother. Do not make me regret this." "Do not fear," Adrian tried to reassure his friend. "Well, we will depart prior to the unveiling of the masks." Benedict frowned, raising his glass to his lips. "That is the least of my concerns. Perhaps I should have Roger accompany you?" He could remain in the carriage. Adrian rose and went to pour himself a drink. "I have no doubt I can protect Kate at a masquerade ball," he answered sarcastically. "It is plain to me that you care for Kate," Benedict stated bluntly. Adrian swirled his drink in his glass for a moment, debating how to answer. "It is complicated," Benedict said. "Imagine it is. She is the current Countess of Camden." With a lifted brow, he took a sip of his drink. "There is no law against that." "True. But Kate is still a widow. She should be in full mourning for a year, and then in half mourning for another." Benedict reminded him. "There will be speculation if you two are married within the year." Adrian's glass froze near his lips. "Who said anything about marriage?" Benedict chuckled. "No one did." He shook his head, appearing amused. Before Adrian could respond, Kate walked into the room, and all the words he had been forming in his head to refute Benedict's comments disappeared. Her blonde hair was piled high on top of her head, with large ringlets cascading down her back, and small ringlets framing her face. The rose gown, with matching long gloves, fit her body perfectly and highlighted every glorious curve. Even though her dress was exquisite, it was the twinkle in her eye that caused his breath to hitch. He had never seen a more beautiful woman than Kate, nor did he suspect he ever would. Benedict rose and walked over to him. In a hushed voice, he advised, "You might want to close your mouth." Chuckling, He walked up to Kate and kissed her on the cheek. "You look beautiful." Kate beamed in response to Benedict's compliment. "Thank you. I checked in on Eliza, and she is still quite pale. It would be best if you go to her," Benedict said. "There is no place I would rather be," giving Adrian a pointed look before he exited the room. Adrian stepped closer to Kate, offering his arm. As they walked toward the entry hall, he asked, "Are you ready for your first masquerade ball?" Kate gave him a coy smile. "I am, my dashing pirate." He arched an eyebrow at her. "Dashing pirate? Am I?" "After seeing you with the pistol at the rally, I realized that Mrs. Palmer was correct in her assessment. You do look the part of a pirate," she admitted. "Oh, etch." He grinned. "Let us hope that I do not ravage you this evening." "That is not amusing in the least." Benedict's harsh voice could be heard echoing throughout the hall. They looked up to see him glaring down at them from the second landing. "Your voice travels, Lord Camden," he drawled. "Please avoid giving me a reason to kill you later." Adrian gave Benedict a nod of his head as they moved towards the door. Kate giggled as they exited, and her hand shot up to cover her mouth. As he assisted her into the carriage, he whispered in her ear, Oh, the fun we will have tonight." Kate's smile grew. "I cannot wait." Kate could no tzium to contain her enthusiasm as she glided into Lord Thornley's ballroom. Her wide rose mask had feathers sewn to the ends, extending high above her forehead. But that did not block her view of the magnificent room. The large, rectangular room was lit up by the sconces on the mauve-colored walls and by 3 low, hanging, gold chandeliers. Her eyes roamed the crush as they attempted to edge further into the room. She gasped as she saw a lady dressed in a sheer gown, leaving little to the imagination. Adrian chuckled. "I forgot this is your first time attending a masquerade ball." "Bah! That gown is downright disgraceful," Kate whispered. "The freedom of the mask is exhilarating," Adrian informed her. "Laddies wear whatever, or as little, as they want, and no one can judge them." Kate's eyes roamed the gentlemen who seemed to be flocking towards the half-naked women. They were in full dress, and only a few appeared to be in costumes. "Why are the men not dressed in costumes?" Adrian slipped his arm around her waist, leaning closer. He asked, "Is that what you desire? To see me half-dressed?" Hoarsely. Her eyes grew wide, and her mouth gaped open. How could she respond to that? He took pity on her and gave her a charming smile. "I am teasing you, Kate. You can stop looking so petrified." The music started up again, and she desperately wanted to dance with Adrian. The last time she danced was at her engagement ball. She glanced up to his masked face. "Would you mind terribly if we danced?" Adrian furrowed his brow in confusion. What would you think there was dancing at a masquerade ball?" Kate stood on her tiptoes and attempted to look over the heads of the patrons. Towards the center of the ballroom, 4 couples were dancing together in the quadrille. She turned her head back towards Adrian. "There are guests dancing." He chuckled. "You are fun to tease." She swatted playfully at his chest. "Dance with me." He removed his hand from her waist and reached for her hand. He said, "It would be my honor," as he led her towards the dancers. After dancing the cotillion, the Scotch reel and a waltz, she followed Adrian towards the refreshment table. He handed her a glass of champagne, which she graciously accepted. She had not had this much fun in years. A short while later, Adrian removed the empty glass from her hand and placed it on a tray held by a passing servant. "Come with me," he invited, offering her his hand. He led her out of the crowded, noisy ballroom and into a lush, garden paradise. Along the well-manicured garden were rows of trees, providing privacy for clandestine lovers. The sounds of giggling rose from behind the trees. Kate did not know if she should be offended or thrilled that Adrian had escorted her out to the gardens. Did he plan on showering attentions on her? He led her to a lone stone bench that sat near a large fountain. After they were situated, he asked, "Are you happy?" Kate looked at him in surprise. No one has ever asked me that before. Well, are you? She did not need to think twice about her answer. Wes, I am happy. He leaned forward, placing his arms on his knees. That pleases me, she asked. And you? Putting her hand on his forearm. Am I? What are you happy? He engulfed her hand with his. With you I am happy, she said. That pleases me, cheekily. He chuckled. You are quite a handful, my lady. As they sat in comfortable silence, Kate saw a man chasing a woman down the pathway and into the hidden alcoves of the garden. Her eyes trailed after them, envying them. Standing up, Adrian offered his hand to her. Break time is over. We should have time for a few more dances before the unveiling of the masks. She asked. What was your first kiss like? Unexpectedly, looking up at him. With a puzzled expression, he dropped his hand and sat down next to her. I was 16, and I kissed one of the village girls when I was home for the holidays. Neither of us had ever kissed anyone, so it was a learning experience. With a smug smile, he added, I have vastly improved since then, she said. Oh, ignoring his attempt at humor. Nudging her shoulder with his, Adrian asked, What was your first kiss like? Scrunching her nose, she turned her head to focus on the fountain. My first kiss was on my wedding night, and it was followed by, well, you know. Her voice trailed off. But Adrian didn't respond. She shared. Sometimes when Michelle used to kiss me, I would try to imagine I was kissing someone else. But I had no other experiences to compare with it. But as she kept her gaze on the fountain, she felt Adrian place his hand over her clenched fists. Would it help if I kissed you? With wide eyes, she turned to face him. You would do that for me? Chuckling, Adrian placed his hand over his heart. Kissing a beautiful woman in the moonlight is a cross I am willing to bear. Focusing back on the fountain, her fingers rose to her lips. If I kissed you, it might wipe away the memory of Michelle's lips on my own. Adrian said. I have been told I kiss very well, his lips forming a crooked smile. I shall be the judge of that. She responded, feeling slightly nervous as she shifted to face him. Closing her eyes, she waited for Adrian to kiss her. What are you doing? Without opening her eyes, she replied, I am waiting for you to kiss me. Kate, Adrian murmured gently, his warm breath on her face. You look as if you are going to the executioner. She opened her eyes in surprise. How does one prepare to be kissed? A strange expression came into his keen eyes. Do you truly wish to know? I do. All right. But first, I must ask, he hesitated, his voice displaying a vulnerability that she had not heard from him before. Do you trust me? She placed her hand onto his forearm. She said, I do trust you. Wholeheartedly. Without saying a word, he scooped her up and carried her behind a large tree that was hidden from prying eyes. He gently put her down with her back, resting against the trunk of the tree. He rested his right hand on the tree behind her, and the other hand lingered on her left hip. There was enough moonlight to see his green eyes roaming her face, but his face was still partially hidden behind his mask. Tentatively, she removed his mask, so she could see his handsome face, a face that she had grown to care about deeply. Her fingers lingered on his skin, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. He gently took off her mask, tossing it aside. He said, Key 8. Breathlessly before he slowly started lowering his head. He kept his eyes open as if seeking permission to kiss her. She closed her eyes and tilted her head up, silently giving him that permission. His lips met hers, and they molded together in perfect unity. Slowly, her lips parted, and he tenderly deepened the kiss. Her arms slid up around his neck as she savored the nearness of him. In all the years she was married, never had a kiss been so all-consuming as the one she was sharing with Adrian at this moment. He broke the kiss and slightly leaned back. His eyes searched hers, once again seeking permission. Her eyes filled with tears at his thoughtful consideration. Never had someone shown such regard for her feelings. He asked, Did I rush you? His eyes full of concern. She shook her head. No, it was perfect. His eyes watched her carefully. Then why are you upset? I am not upset, she answered, attempting to reassure him. You are crying. His words were matter of fact, but his expression showed his confusion. She replied, You have been nothing but kind to me, hoping to properly convey her gratitude. I can never thank you enough. Adrian smiled flirtatiously. I can think of a few ways, he murmured, lowering his head. After a few moments, his kiss turned more passionate, which she eagerly responded to. Her arms tightened around his neck, as her fingers threaded through his hair. With a low growl from the back of Adrian's throat, his hands started roaming around her back, pulling her tighter. His sudden intensity surprised her, but she was just as equally pleased. She wanted him close. She needed him close. Without warning, his head jerked up, and his hands dropped from her. Taking a step back, his features were partially shadowed, but she could clearly see the regret on his face. I am sorry, Kate. I behaved in a most ungentlemanly manner, he stated, pausing as if searching for the right words. And for that, I would like to ask for your hand in marriage. Kate could not have been more stunned than she was at that moment. No, she must have misheard him. Why would he just blurt out a proposal after kissing her? And a bad proposal at that. Adrian looked just as shocked. I only meant to give you a chaste kiss, and I got carried away. If Adrian's expression hadn't been so crestfallen, she might have laughed. Instead, she replied, You cannot be serious. I am. He winced as his hand came up to rub his neck. You are under my protection, and I acted inappropriately, she said. No, softly. My answer is no. He pursed his lips, obviously displeased by her rejection. You cannot kiss me like you just did and expect me to believe you do not hold me in some regard. She rested her back against the tree, hoping she could communicate her feelings. I do hold you in high esteem, but I have no desire to ever marry again. It would be different this time. He still maintained his distance from her, which hurt most of all. She said, I will not marry you because you feel bound by duty, adamantly. If you remember correctly, I gave you permission to kiss me. Turning his head away from her, he sighed loudly. If you will not marry me, then please accept my sincere apology. He spoke with a voice almost completely devoid of any emotion, a voice she did not recognize. Fear gripped her heart as she realized her rash decision to be kissed might cause her to lose Adrian's friendship. What would she do? She had come to rely on his steady encouragement and humor. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pleaded. I don't want to lose you over this. Closing the small gap between them, Adrian pulled her into a tight embrace. I am right here. You will never lose me. Tugging on his lapels, she placed her head on his chest. You do not understand how much you mean to me. He kissed the top of her head. Then why will you not marry me? You have become my best friend, my confidant, she murmured against his black coat. Adrian chuckled. Except for not agreeing to marry me, you are saying things that are good for my ego. Please do not let me stop you. How could she make him understand that marriage would ruin everything between them? Maybe she should share with him how fickle love is between a man and a woman. You should know I loved Michel, Kate announced, half expecting Adrian to shove her away. Impossible. His response was quick and dry. She shifted so she could see his face, but not leave his arms. On our wedding tour, I fell in love with Michel. He was so attentive and kind and, in my mind, he had rescued me from my prison at the Abbey. She wiped away the tears from her face with her hand. Then, he sent me to the country home, but he would visit for the weekends. I used to wait in the library to see his carriage from a distance, so I could race and meet him at the door. I thought we were so in love. Her voice trailed off as she closed her eyes at the painful memories. He asked, What change? His voice full of compassion. Kate laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. I came across him attempting to force his attentions onto a parlor maid. The poor girl was screaming hysterically, her skirts hiked up to her knees. I ran into the room and started beating Michel's back, demanding him to stop. He flew into a rage and beat me for interfering. She lowered her eyes. At least the girl was able to escape in time. Kate could feel the tension in Adrian's body, but she knew it was not directed at her. If Michel was not already dead, I would do the honors. Adrian growled through gritted teeth. Kate said, "You see, I fell in love with a monster." Dejectedly, "I will not make that mistake again." Adrian reared back in shock. "Do you think I could ever be like Michel?" Kate shook her head emphatically. "No, but what if Michel did not start out to be a monster? What if I displeased him in some way, and he became a monster because of me?" Adrian asked. "Oh, Kate, you don't believe that, do you?" His eyes full of pity. "My mother hated me and my husband hated me. The only correlation between the two is me." Adrian laughed loudly, much to her horror. "No. The only correlation is that they were both French spies and by all accounts, horrible, despicable people. It does not change the fact that I fell in love with Michel." Kate insisted. Adrian's hand came up and rested on her right cheek. "You were a 17-year-old girl. Your mother forced you into an arranged marriage with an older, experienced man. I do not believe you were ever in love." "Confused, perhaps, but not in love," Kate asked. "How can you be sure?" Daring to hope. When you are in love, you long to be with that person always. You find yourself reliving snippets of previous conversations or situations that you have shared with them at the oddest times. You realize that you would do everything in your power to ensure the person you love is truly happy." He smiled down at her. "Did you feel that with Michel?" She shook her head. "No. But surely not every love is as strong as you describe." Adrian took his hand off her cheek and ran it through the curls along her back. "My offer of marriage stands, and not just because I am duty-bound. I have every intention of breaking through your barriers and winning your heart." Kate smiled sadly at him, knowing she would never be worthy of a man like him. "You deserve a woman that has a whole heart to give to you. I fear my heart is too shattered to ever truly love another." Adrian lowered his head till his forehead touched hers, his warm breath on her cheek. "You are stronger than you care to admit. Please stop talking and help me forget my past." Kate's breathless voice pleaded as she brushed her lips against his. She would much rather communicate in this fashion than talk anymore. Kate sat at her pianoforte and played Beethoven while her thoughts turned to Adrian and the previous evening. After kissing behind the tree, they had donned their masks and made a quick retreat before the time of unveiling arrived. She thought her heart would burst when he escorted her into Benedict's home and bid her farewell. Somehow, she floated to bed and woke up before breakfast to travel back to her country home. As much as she loved being with Eliza, the country life suited her far better than London. As the music she played became more dramatic, she couldn't help but think about Adrian's marriage proposal. It was made in haste and only because he felt he had been inappropriate. Maybe she should have thrown caution to the wind and accepted it. After all, she did care for him. No, she was right to reject it. She needed time to heal her wounds. Besides, she needed time to learn to be independent and not rely on the strength of others. A smile graced her lips as she remembered parts of the conversation from the night before. Adrian could always make her laugh, and he encouraged her to trust her feelings, her instincts. He was her best friend, and she could not lose his friendship. He was the dearest thing to her in the world, and a hasty marriage would ruin that. "Letty Camden," a voice said from far away, drawing her back into the present. "Letty Camden," Mr. Oakes repeated from the doorway. She removed her hands from the pianoforte and opened her eyes. "Yes, Mr. Oakes." Her butler stepped further into the room. "A Mr. Henley is here to see you, my lady. Are you taking callers this morning?" "I suppose I am." Please see him in, Ba. She rose and moved towards a settee on the opposite side of the room. She had no idea why Mr. Henley would be calling on her, but she would soon find out. She marveled at the progress she was making, because a week ago she would have had Mr. Oakes turn him away. She was stronger now. Mr. Henley strode into the room but stopped and bowed, giving her time to peruse him. He was a few years older than she, with a chiseled jaw, sculpted nose, and black hair. She had no doubt that some women might find him desirable, but she was not one of them. Letty Camden, thank you for agreeing to see me on such short notice. The words were appropriate, but Mr. Henley did not sound sincere. Kate asked, Of course, please come in. Would you care for some refreshment? Walking over to the bell system. No, thank you, Mr. Henley said as he straightened his plum waistcoat. You are an impossible woman to track down. Oh, she responded, wondering what he meant. It was widely assumed that you were residing with your father, the Duke of Remington, and his new bride. However, when I tried to call on you there, I was informed you were not in residence. It was a wasted trip, Mr. Henley complained, not even attempting to keep the annoyance out of his voice. Fortunately, I did some inquiring, and I discovered your whereabouts. I apologize for the confusion. Aunt Kate felt no need to explain. She gracefully sat on the settee and clasped her hands in her lap. How may I be of assistance? Mr. Henley's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze traveled down the length of her Pomona green afternoon dress. I know I arrived unannounced, so I will not chide you for your manner of dress. Would you prefer a moment to change before I speak on a sensitive matter? Kate gave him a perplexed look. Why would I be required to change? His lips thinned into a tight, white line. Are you not mourning the death of your husband and mother? She knew that the tongue would judge her for not being in full mourning. But she was not in London, she was at her home. She lifted her chin as she had seen Eliza do. She said, Mr. Henley, how I choose to mourn, or not mourn, is none of your concern. I do not need to justify my actions to you. Hoping her voice sounded confident. Mr. Henley's nostrils flared slightly, and his eyes seemed to spark with rage. He waited a moment to speak, his tone calculating. Lord Camden was a good friend of mine. I do not appreciate your blatant disrespect towards him now that he is deceased. Kate glanced over his shoulder towards the door, hoping to see Roger. However, he was not visible. He must be further down the hall. She looked back at Mr. Henley and gave him a slow nod. Apologize if my words offended you. I am grateful to make the acquaintance of a man who was friends with my husband. She pointed towards a chair, far away from her. Please sit and join me. Mr. Henley nodded but bypassed the proffered chair, choosing instead to sit on the opposite end of the settee she was sitting on. She passed it on what she hoped was a cordial smile, unsure of the nature of his visit. He watched her closely, his expression full, reminding her of the look Mitchell would have when he found her lacking. Mr. Henley's eyes appeared black at first glance, but looking closer, she could see they were dark brown. You have something that I want, he stated, in an abrupt, almost brutal manner. What could I possibly have that you want, Mr. Henley? A round, gold locket. He scowled as he looked at her neck. Lord Camden informed me that it would be around your neck. Kate's eyes grew wide at his request. Why would he want the locket that Mitchell gave to her after they were married? Besides, she had already promised it to Adrian. I apologize that you came all this way only to be disappointed, but I lost the necklace a few weeks back. She lied, hoping he could not see through her as easily as Adrian could. Mr. Henley crossed his arms over his wide chest, his glare intensifying. That locket is extremely important. I must insist that you find it, and quickly. His tone was threatening. She was attempting to be brave, but she had just reached her limit. As Kate began to rise, she said, If you will excuse me. Mr. Henley grabbed her wrist and yanked her back down. You stupid shit, he hissed. Kate glanced towards the door, looking for Roger again, and Mr. Henley followed her gaze. A small brush fire broke out on the east lawn before I arrived, and most of the men are fighting the fire. I would not be expecting anyone to hear your screams. He smiled menacingly. Screams, she repeated nervously. Assuming you cooperate, I am just here to speak to you, but if you don't. He let the implied threat hang in the air between them. After a long moment, he dropped her arm. Kate rubbed her sore wrist. I do not have the locket. Find it, he ordered. That locket is very important to me. Kate nodded. I will search for it. She just needed him to leave. Mr. Henley leaned closer, and the smell of tangy orange reached her nose. I would search as if your life depended on it, because it does. He threatened calmly, as if issuing a death threat was a normal, everyday occurrence. She bobbed her head up and down in understanding. Why had she insisted on angering him with her rudeness earlier? I understand, she murmured in the same submissive tone she always used when dealing with Mitchell. Mr. Henley just sat there, intimidating her with his stare. Kate needed him to leave, so she could breathe again, she said. If you will excuse me, rising slowly to avoid angering her guest in any way, I will begin searching now for the locket. He rose and blocked her retreat. Lord Camden always had a soft spot for you, he grunted in a disgusted huff. Did she hear him correctly? Did Mr. Henley dare imply that Michael showered any affection on her? Before she could stop herself, she blurted out, How dare you? His eyes narrowed, but he kept silent. My husband was cruel and vindictive. The only attention he ever showed me was when he beat me. Mr. Henley's eyes lit up in contempt as he took a step closer. You served your purpose when you married Matthew. The fact that you are still alive is a testament to his feelings. I don't know why he bought trying to mold you into something you could never be. Kate refused to step back even though she was tilting her head to look him in the eye. Mitchell never cared. Her voice was cut off as she was thrown against the wall, and Mr. Henley's hands seized her neck tightly. She attempted to remove them, but in vain. How long have you known? He hissed. Known what? Kate gasped, trying to understand what he was asking. You said Mitchell. How long have you known? He demanded. Kate closed her eyes. How could she have been so careless? He came home drunk a few months ago, and he told me to call him his real name. She lied, hoping it sounded believable. Does Lord Camden know? No, she whispered, barely able to breathe. His hands squeezed tighter, causing her to fight for air. Just when she was certain he would succeed in killing her, Mr. Henley loosened his grip a little. He moved his face until they were just inches apart. He asked, Does the new Lord Camden know? Deliberately. No, he does not know. Do you think he would let me live here and grant me a monthly allowance if he knew I married an impostor? Kate pleaded, praying that she sounded convincing. Mr. Henley's eyes bored into hers. She tried to relax under his scrutiny, but his hold on her was still unrelenting and painful. She slowly swallowed, and his grip tightened around her neck. She clawed at his hands, attempting again to remove them from her neck. She wasn't strong enough. Mr. Henley was going to strangle her, in her own home. She had been freed from the terrors of her husband, only to die at the hands of his friend. The sound of a cocking pistol and the loosening of her attacker's hands brought her focus back up. Let her go and step aside. Slowly. Roger was standing behind Mr. Henley with a pistol to the back of his head. As Mr. Henley stepped back, Kate could see Mr. Oakes and 4 of her footmen in the room. Run to your room, now, Roger ordered her, without taking his eyes off Mr. Henley. Kate made the mistake of glancing at her attacker and saw him glaring at her with ferocious hate. Why did he hate her so much? Regardless, she was not going to stand around and ask him. She picked up her skirts and fled.
Kesatialani on a rock near the stream that had granted her such a thrill a short while ago. Her bare feet were in the icy, flowing water, and she didn't care that her toes had gone numb. At least she still felt something. She was a fool. She had allowed herself to fall into a state of false security. She had believed Adrian and her family when they told her she would never be hurt again, and yet she had been choked in her drawing room by a stranger. The constable had been summoned after the attack, and he determined the matter should be referred to the magistrate, Sir Walters, because Mr. Henley was a member of the House of Commons, and she was the daughter of a duke. She had watched from her bedchamber as Mr. Henley freely walked out her front door and hopped into his carriage. It did not matter that he had just strangled her, almost killing her. The meaning was clear. She mattered not. Roger had attempted to talk to her after Mr. Henley had gone, but she could not formulate any words in response. Instead, she chose to flee from her usual refuge of the country home and seek out a safer space, a place where she had been the happiest. "Kate," a smooth, baritone voice called. Turning towards the familiar voice, she saw Adrian standing a few feet away, his eyes filled with compassion. She jumped up and ran towards him, launching herself into his outstretched arms. "Adrian," she cried, sobbing into his chest. His arms held her tightly, his familiar scent of leather and musk instantly comforting her. "I am so sorry," he whispered, repeating it over and over. At some point, he picked her up and moved her to sit under a tree by the stream. His back was resting against the trunk of the tree, and she sat next to him with his arm wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her close. Adrian's voice broke the silence. "Can you tell me what happened?" She shook her head. She did not want to talk about it. Adrian placed a piece of errant hair behind her ear. "Roger sent over a messenger to explain that you had been attacked." His voice hitched as he spoke, but he did not know what happened prior to Mr. Henley strangling you. Kate shifted slightly so she could gaze up at him, her lower lip trembling. "I tried to be brave like you showed me. I tried," she confessed, her tone resigned. "But I failed," he said. "Please tell me what transpired between you two," his thumb gently caressing her cheekbone. Before I ride over to Henley's home, I need to know how excruciatingly painful I should make his death," she asked. "You shouldn't trouble yourself. It would appear the constable is not concerned with my assault." "Why should you be?" Lowering her gaze, he placed his finger under her chin and lifted it up. His eyes then surveyed the bruising around her neck. "This was no mere assault," Adrian spoke decisively. "It was attempted murder." "It matters not." Kate shook her head dejectedly. His eyebrows shot up. "Of course, it matters. I am used to the beatings," she admitted, wiping a stray tear. "Although, I truly thought Mr. Henley was going to kill me." She realized that Adrian had not replied, so she raised her head to look at him. It surprised her to see tears in his eyes. He watched her with such tenderness that she found herself unable to look away. Finally, Adrian spoke in a small, desperate voice. "I have failed you. Please forgive me." "You did no such thing," she assured him softly. He said, "I vowed that you would never be hurt again. Yet someone walked into your home, your place of refuge, and tried to kill you. I am sorry." Remorse clearly present in his voice. Lowering her head against his chest, she listened to the soothing beating of his heart. "It is not your job to protect me." "It is. You are under my protection." As he spoke, his voice rumbled from his chest. Reaching into the pocket of her dress, she pulled out the locket. "Mr. Henley came for this." She straightened up to show him. "I told him that I lost it, and he threatened to kill me if I didn't locate it immediately." She handed Adrian the locket, but his gaze never left her face as he dropped it into the pocket of his coat. "You just told me that you were not brave, but you were," he stated. "You could have retrieved the locket and handed it over to him without incident. But instead,
You stood up to him and refused to turn it over to him. His eyes shone with pride. You were incredibly brave. Her breath hitched. Dare she believe him? She didn't feel brave. Quite the opposite, in fact, but he almost killed me. I was so afraid. Attempting to lower her gaze, Adrian's firm finger under her chin stopped her, forcing her to look at him. Even spies feel scared when their lives are at risk. You should have seen Jonathan when someone snuck up on him in an alley and Eliza had to save him. He was shaking and thanking Eliza profusely. Adrian smiled. Kate returned his smile, albeit faintly. I fear that you are teasing, because Jonathan would never behave in that manner, he said. I may have embellished the facts to amuse you, with a crooked grin. However, it is nerve-wracking when you are so close to death. Being brave isn't about not being afraid. Being brave is doing what you have to do despite your fears. Kate said. Eliza is the brave twin. Not me, solemnly. Adrian dropped his hands, but his gaze did not waver from her face. Please tell me what happened between you and Mr. Henley. His eyes pled for her to confide in him. You will be displeased with me when I tell you what happened. Adrian asked. How could I ever be displeased with you? With kindness in his voice. Nothing you tell me will change the way I feel about you, please trust me. Kate gazed into his eyes, realizing she was unable to deny his request. So, she started with Mr. Henley's criticism of her lack of morning attire, and ended with how she accidentally slipped and said Mitchell's name, causing Mr. Henley to attack her. When she was finished with her story, she nervously glanced at her hands in her lap. I was wrong, Adrian stated, his voice slightly hoarse. What you revealed has drastically altered my feelings towards you, she asked. It has. Her voice trembling. He leaned closer. I did not think it was possible to be prouder of you, but you just proved me wrong. Kate's eyes grew wide as she turned slightly, causing their faces to only be inches apart. You are proud of me. A smile crept onto his lips. How could I not be? You stood up to a French spy as if he was an entitled child demanding a new toy. I did no such thing. No? Well, you lied to Mr. Henley about losing the locket, which was quick thinking, I might add. Adrian acknowledged, acting impressed. More importantly, you single-handedly discovered a French spy in the House of Commons. Agents of the Crown have been working tirelessly for the past month to accomplish what you did in a single conversation. Kate furrowed her brow. You make it sound like I did something that deserves praise. But I did no such thing. Adrian leaned in and kissed her on her lips, taking her by surprise. After a moment, he leaned back and smiled. I could stay here and whisper praises about you all day long. But I need to plot Mr. Henley's demise. He spoke lightly, but she heard the anger in his tone. May I walk you back home? Eliza and Benedict arrived with me, and I know they are anxious to see you. Kate's heart lightened at the thought of seeing Eliza and Benedict. I would appreciate that, my lord, he asked. I, my lord, with a raised eyebrow. What happened to a dashing pirate? Kate's lips melted into a genuine smile. Today you are acting the part of a gallant lord. His eyes danced with amusement as he watched her. I wonder what I will look like tomorrow. Kate giggled at his words, grateful for his friendship. Adrian could always make her laugh even when it felt like her world was crumbling around her. I look forward to you calling on me tomorrow, so we can find out together. Do you? Do I what? He asked. Do you look forward to me calling on you? Deliberately, his eyes looking vulnerable. She said, I do, placing the palm of her hand on his chest. It is my favorite part of the day. And it was. Adrian armed into the study of his country home, slamming the door behind him. Eliza and Benedict were sitting on the sofa holding teacups. Both jumped as the door slammed. Good gracious, Adrian, Benedict grunted, as he placed the teacup onto the table. You caused me to spill tea onto my trousers. How can you be so calm? Your sister was almost killed, Adrian barked at Benedict and Eliza. He walked over to the drink cart and grabbed the decanter. After pouring himself a generous helping of brandy, he emptied the glass in one gulp. "We wanted to give you an opportunity to speak with Kate privately first," Eliza explained from the sofa. "Where is she?" Adrian said. "She went to lie down," turning to face them. "I told her that you would be up shortly, but I needed to discuss a few things with you." Benedict asked, "How is her neck?" Roger mentioned there was bruising. Not able to contain his anger any longer, Adrian threw the glass into the fireplace, causing the sound of breaking glass to echo throughout the small room. His chest heaved with fury as he shouted, "He almost killed her. If Roger had not intervened when he had, she would have been strangled." Striding to the door, he yanked it open. "Roger, get in here," Benedict asked. "Pray tell, what are you going to do when Roger arrives?" in a half-amused voice. "I am going to dismiss him. His only job was to protect Kate and he failed." "He failed," Adrian exclaimed, not caring who could hear his tirade. Placing her teacup onto the table, Eliza rose calmly from the sofa and walked over to him. She placed a hand on his forearm and spoke in a soothing voice. "You need to calm yourself. Do you want to upset Kate more than she already is?" He replied. "She almost died," his voice hitching. "We promised that no harm would come to her ever again and we failed." Bringing his eyes up to meet Eliza's gaze, he saw a fierceness reflecting in hers. "Kate is alive. From now on, we will never leave her alone. We will keep her safe." Eliza's words gave him great comfort, but still his shoulders slumped from the mantle of responsibility he had for Kate. From the moment the messenger arrived at his townhouse to alert him of the attack, he had been overwhelmed with fear. Now that he saw Kate was alive with his own two eyes, albeit with a bruised neck, all he could think of was exacting revenge on those responsible. Starting with Roger. Roger asked, "You called for me, sir?" His pistol tucked into the waistband of his trousers. Dropping her hand from Adrian's arm, Alyssa smiled at Roger. "Please come in. We have a few questions, da." Adrian clenched his jaw as he watched Roger walk into the room. He wanted to rail at him and demand to know why he had not protected Kate. Instead he walked towards the window and stared out, hoping to calm his racing heart. Eliza offered a chair to Roger as she claimed the seat next to Benedict. "We want to fully understand what transpired today. Can you explain how Kate was left unattended?" A large brush fire started on the east lawn. Roger started, and all the footmen and I formed a line to stop the fire before it spread towards the village. I did not stop to consider it may have been set deliberately. And was the fire set deliberately? Benedict questioned. Roger nodded. "Wes, Lord Lansdowne, we found evidence to indicate full play." Adrian humphed. "And you call yourself a spy," Eliza said. Adrian, in a warning tone. "You are not being fair to Roger." "No, Lady Lansdowne," Roger acknowledged humbly. "Lord Camden is correct. I failed to recognize a threat and act upon it." Benedict cleared his throat, directing the attention towards himself. "If you were fighting the fire, how did you learn about Mr. Henley?" "Mr. Oakes came running down to the east field to inform me that Lady Camden had an unannounced visitor in the drawing room," Roger explained. "I dropped my bucket and started running towards the estate. By the time I arrived, Mr. Henley had his hands around Lady Camden's throat, and her eyes were closed. I thought I was too late." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Oh, she almost died. Your job was to protect her." Adrian advanced towards him, but Benedict jumped up and put a hand on his shoulder, effectively stopping him. "You are relieved of your command. Get off my land," Adrian shouted. Roger's gaze was unyielding. "With all due respect, sir, you have no authority to fire me. I am employed under the direction of the Duke of Remington and report to Lord Beckett directly. You will have to speak to either of them first." "Believe me, I will," Adrian growled. Benedict's hand was still firmly placed on Adrian's shoulder, and his voice was even. "Roger is not the enemy. Mr. Henley did this, not Roger. Adrian knew that Benedict was right. He needed to go see Mr. Henley and kill him. You are correct. I will go visit Mr. Henley right now. Without moving his hand from his shoulder, Benedict ordered. First, you need to tell us what transpired between Kate and Mr. Henley. Adrian's eyes narrowed at Benedict as he realized how much he hated his friend at this moment. How could Benedict ask him to stay and talk, when all he wanted to do was deal with the man who tried to kill Kate? Opening his mouth to share his displeasure, he noticed Kate walk into the room. Her eyes were red, and her hair had fallen from her chignon, causing her to look younger and even more vulnerable. I heard shouting. Kate's voice was unsure, glancing between Adrian and Benedict. Adrian's rage fell flat at the sight of her. As his tension diminished, Benedict dropped his hand from his shoulder. Adrian said, "That would be my fault. I am sorry to disturb you," apologetically. "Please do not be mad at Roger," Kate requested, her wide eyes pleading with him. "He saved me today." Adrian's eyes flickered to Roger, who had stood when Kate walked into the room. "You heard that," Kate replied. "I did. The whole staff heard that," Benedict mumbled under his breath. Walking closer to Kate, Adrian clasped his hands behind his back, attempting to avoid the temptation of pulling her into his arms. "Will you allow Eliza to escort you back to your bedchamber? And I will try my best to keep my voice down." "That sounds wonderful," Eliza stated as cheerfully as if she was planning a house party. Besides, you will need to decide what to bring with you. We want you to stay at our townhouse for the next couple of weeks." Kate placed her hair behind her ears. "I have no desire to go to London. You must go," Adrian urged, drawing Kate's attention back to him. "Henley will not be able to get to you at Benedict's townhouse." A brief flicker of fear came to her eyes when he mentioned Henley. How he wished he could wipe away all her fears. She said, "I will go on one condition." Looking him in the eye, "I want you to buy me a pistol and teach me how to shoot." Adrian replied, "Agreed," without a second thought. "I think it is a grand idea for you to know how to use a pistol. We will buy you an overcoat pistol, and you can keep it in your reticule." Kate's shoulders relaxed, and she smiled at him. "I am getting better at giving orders, aren't I?" "That you are, my dear," he agreed, smiling back at her. She turned towards Eliza. "Let us go decide what I should bring." Unclasping his hands from behind his back, Adrian stepped aside as Eliza and Kate exited the room. He strode to the drink cart and helped himself to another glass of brandy. This time he took a sip, then sat down on the settee. Benedict sat on a chair across from him with Roger next to him. "Start at the beginning," he commanded. Adrian placed his glass on the table and repeated everything that Kate had told him. After he finished, he removed the large, golden locket from his coat and handed it to Benedict. "This is Kate's locket that I told you about yesterday. I was hoping Eliza could use her lock-picking skills to open it." Benedict examined the locket before asking, "Do you truly believe the list of French spies are inside?" He handed it to Roger for his review. Adrian said, "I do." Michel viewed Kate as his property, and he went to great lengths to ensure she never took the locket off. "I don't know how Mr. Henley knew about the locket, but I intend to find out." He started to rise. "Wait," Benedict ordered, frowning. "We are partners now, and we need to rationally discuss our next course of action." Adrian sat back down and reached for his glass. "I am not used to having a partner," he grumbled as his finger traced the top of the glass. "I learned a long time ago that to be an effective spy, you have to sever all ties with loved ones for their safety." Attempting to keep the bitterness out of his voice, he stated, "And what did it get me?" "Adrian." Benedict started. "It cost me everything," Adrian exclaimed, slamming the glass down onto the table next to him. "The only family I had left, who I hadn't seen in almost 7 years, were murdered by the French, while I was off serving my country. in France. Silence descended upon the room as Adrian wallowed in his self-pity. Michel was already dead, so he couldn't exact revenge against him, but Henley was still alive. Standing up forcefully, he reached behind his back and pulled out the pistol tucked into his trousers. Adrian said, "If you will excuse me, I believe I will call on Mr. Henley now," dryly, returning his pistol to its proper place after ensuring it was in perfect working order. "Sit," Benedict barked. "You are not thinking like a spy, but a fool who is only thinking about revenge." Henley dared to attack Kate in her own home. Adrian challenged, pointing at the ground. "Kate is under my protection." Huffing, Benedict shook his head in response. "I am sure Kate's father might contend his daughter is under his protection." He placed his hands out in front of him. "Or, as Kate's brother-in-law, I could assume she is under my protection." Adrian narrowed his eyes at his friend. "Kate is the Countess of Camden, and thus I have a right to protect her." "You are not thinking clearly," Benedict claimed, frowning. "Your feelings are clouding your judgment." Adrian lifted an eyebrow in confusion. "What feelings?" "Your feelings about Kate," Benedict pressed. Adrian said, "That is ridiculous," dismissing the notion with a flick of his wrist. "My feelings for Kate have nothing to do with this." His friend's eyes grew big as saucers as he stared at him. After a moment, Benedict pressed his lips together. "We have been afforded a unique opportunity here. If you rush in, threatening to kill Henley, then we learn nothing." Roger added, "At least we now know that Mr. Henley is the French spy in the House of Commons." Adrian replied, "Wes, luckily," harshly, turning his annoyed glare towards Roger. Arising, Benedict walked over to the drink cart and poured himself a drink. No one spoke as he tossed back his brandy and gazed at the empty glass. Turning to face Adrian, his friend's expression was unreadable. "You seem to think you are the only one who has suffered from working undercover. My brother was murdered by my step-brother, Aaron Wade, while I was on a mission." Placing his empty glass onto the drink cart, Benedict crossed his arms. "I was bitter and wanted to extract the most heinous revenge I could think of, but if I had, we could not have saved all those women he abducted. Sometimes, as an agent, we have to look at the whole puzzle and not just the piece directly in front of us." Feeling properly chastised, Adrian sat back down on the settee. "What do you propose?" You are Hawk," Benedict stated. "You spent years undercover as a French naval officer, constantly surrounded by the enemy. I have great confidence you can outwit a French spy on English soil." Adrian leaned forward, placing his forearms on his knees. "I could attempt to befriend Mr. Henley, and perhaps become privy to who the other French operatives are. If you don't, then I will," Benedict declared firmly. "I will need to create a bloody good backstory." Adrian sighed, resigned to the fact he was going to befriend the enemy again. "Are you sure I cannot just kill him?" "Positive," Benedict asserted. "I will inform Lord Beckett of our plans. We will return to London separately, so you can call on Mr. Henley," Adrian said. "Delightful," sarcastically. Benedict ignored his comment. We will bring Kate back to our townhouse, and she will be watched at all times. I will even post a guard outside of her bedchamber." Roger shifted in his seat. "I cannot even begin to apologize." Adrian interrupted him. "It is I who needs to apologize to you. You saved Kate's life, and I was out of line." "You had every right," Roger admitted. Adrian shook his head. "No, I did not. Please just keep her from being harmed." "With my dying breath," Roger promised. Adrian acknowledged his words with a nod of his head. "Well, it appears that I have a date with the devil," he announced with a humorless laugh. As he went to find Mr. Oakes to request his carriage, he took a moment to dwell on his new assignment. He had spent most of his time as a spy completing undercover assignments. He found it was easy to make believe he was someone he was not. It had always filled a void in his life. Now, Kate had filled that void.
and he found he was content to be himself. Even though Kate had refused his impromptu marriage offer, he could see her softening towards him. The way her eyes lit up when she saw him today gave him hope. And today, hope was good enough. Afeors Adrian was ushered into Mr. Henley's townhouse located on Gracechurch Street, not far from Cheapside. His townhouse appeared paltry on the exterior, but the interior had a look of order and cleanliness. The dark, papered walls gave the interior a regal appearance. The expensive furniture was well made but sparse. In fact, the townhouse seemed not only to have limited furnishings, but artwork as well. If he did not know any better, he would assume that Mr. Henley was in the process of moving in or moving out. "Mr. Henley will see you now, my lord," the butler announced. Adrian followed him through the narrow halls towards a back room. Before he walked into the room, he took a deep breath as he got into character. He had a job to do even though every fiber of his body wanted to simply kill the man. He adopted the spy persona that had served him well over the years and conjured up a smile. Adrian said, "Thank you for agreeing to see me." As he stepped into the room, Mr. Henley rose from his desk chair and shuffled papers in his hand. "I admit I was taken aback by you calling upon me at such a late hour. I was preparing to leave for Parliament to hear the speeches." Adrian wanted to mock Henley's plum waistcoat, but instead smiled at him. "I do apologize for calling unannounced, but I wanted to thank you personally for taking Lady Camden in hand today. I do not approve of the visible bruising, mind you," he stated, with a raised brow, "but I do appreciate your directness." Mr. Henley reached for another pile of papers on his desk. "Did Lady Camden mention what we discussed?" He shook his head. "No, but she did request additional funds to buy proper mourning attire. After the previous Lord Camden died, I provided her with adequate funds to buy mourning gowns, but she spent it on frivolous nonsense." Mr. Henley huffed. "Woman. Without a firm hand, women are hopeless." "I concur," Mr. Henley agreed as he grabbed a file and shoved all the papers in. "Lady Camden appears to be quite a handful." Adrian laughed loudly. "You could say that. I inherited her as my responsibility, since she is currently the Countess, and she routinely takes advantage of my generosity. Even though her father, the Duke of Remington, owns many estates, Lady Camden insists on residing at the country home, which requires a large household staff." Mr. Henley put the file down on the desk, suddenly interested in what he was saying. "Is that a problem?" Adrian scoffed. "I had secured a buyer for the country home in hopes of using the money to turn a profit at my estate near Northumberland. My cousin kept many women comfortable in London, and I am afraid he spent more than what his estate brought in." Mr. Henley slowly lowered himself in his chair as he indicated Adrian should sit. "Are you looking for a source of income?" Taking his lead, Adrian sat down on an armchair facing the desk. "My man of business indicated I would not be in the red much longer if I can reduce my expenditures. However, I cannot seem to curtail Lady Camden's spending." Mr. Henley placed his arms on the desk and leaned forward. "What exactly is she spending your money on?" "I believe the term spending should be wasting. Because she hands the villagers money, she believes she needs to provide restitution for the deeds of her deceased husband." He laughed cruelly. "As if my cousin was not able to do as he pleased." "Why have you not forced your hand on Lady Camden?" Mr. Henley asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Adrian pretended to pick off a piece of lint from his trousers, ignoring Mr. Henley's mistrust. He said, "I was concerned she would go crying to her sister, Lady Lansdowne. But now," with a smile, "since your visit has subdued her, I intend to make up for lost time. You do not believe she will go to her sister or father now?" Mr. Henley pressed curiously. Adrian leaned forward in his chair. "When I arrived at my country home today, Lady Camden refused to speak to me, would not look at me, and acted like a skittish mare. It was a refreshing change.
Mr. Henley smiled, looking quite self-satisfied. I am glad to help. Rising abruptly, Adrian bowed slightly. Now if you will excuse me, I will see you at Parliament. He started to walk out of the room, hoping Mr. Henley had taken the bait. With each step he took closer to the door, the more confident he was that his plan had worked. As his hand turned the door's handle, Mr. Henley called him back. Before you go, please join me for a drink. It had worked. He slowly turned around, smiling. I would be honored. Mr. Henley pointed to the settee near a small fireplace. He sat down and accepted the glass of port. Matthew and I were close, but he failed to disclose he had a cousin. Adrian took a sip of his drink. I am not surprised. After Cambridge, I took a tour of the continent. I even invited Matthew to go along, but he refused to go when England was at war. He frowned. England is always at war with some country, sometimes multiple countries at once. Prinny is a blood-thirsty regent, who will stop at nothing till he dictates what the world can and cannot do. Mr. Henley tapped his fingers against his glass. You could be branded a traitor for saying that about our beloved Prince Regent. Adrian took a long sip from his port, pretending to savor the drink. I do not openly share my views. He narrowed his eyes at Mr. Henley, his tone becoming accusatory. I would have thought you were a progressive thinker, since you are associated with the Whigs. Do not fear. Our beliefs are aligned, Mr. Henley assured him. I wish my uncle would have sided with me. But his hatred of the French clouded his judgment. When I wrote home describing the French countryside to be full of friendly, hospitable people, my uncle's letters became irate. Mr. Henley took a sip of his port. How so? Adrian snorted. He cut me off when I informed him I wanted to stay and live in France. He thought it was distasteful that his nephew would side with the French when he was such a staunch Tory. And what did Matthew think? Adrian shrugged sadly. I don't rightly know. But I fear he thought I was dead. The last letter I received from him was over 6 years ago, but I was too angry to write him back. He paused to sip his drink, reflectively. I regret that decision now. Don't judge yourself too harshly, you are still young. Mr. Henley replied, his voice holding no compassion. Pretending he found Mr. Henley's words comforting, he nodded thankfully. A couple of months ago, I arrived back at my uncle's estate, only to discover a skeleton staff. They informed me of the death of my uncle, and I went in search of Matthew. By the time I made it to London, I learned he had died in a carriage accident while trying to outrun highway robbers. If you loved France so much, why did you return home to England? Mr. Henley inquired. Adrian did his best to look ashamed. I ran out of money. I owed too many of the wrong people, he admitted as he took a sip of his drink. Which is why I was pleased to learn I was the new Lord Camden. His face fell, then he shrugged. What I lack in funds, I make up in property supposedly. Where did you live in France? Mr. Henley asked in French. Adrian responded in French. Strasbourg mostly, but I loved Sexan. Mr. Henley continued speaking in French. How did you occupy your time? I lived with a few mademoiselles at their chalets until I grew tired of their company and moved on. He remarked callously. I do not believe that every man has a soul mate. But it is amusing to look. No. He smirked, doing his best to impersonate a French cad. Mr. Henley smiled at his heartless response. It appears that we have much in common, he declared, switching back to English. Adrian placed his drink on the side table next to the settee. I have enjoyed our time immensely, but I am afraid I must go. Mr. Henley lowered his empty glass onto the table. I have a business proposition for you. He stilled. I am listening. Letty Camden has something that I want, and I am willing to pay for its return. Mr. Henley stated. Why not just ask her to return the item in question? I did, Mr. Henley said, frowning. That is what led to our disagreement. Adrian nodded his understanding. What exactly does she have of yours? A round, gold locket, Mr. Henley answered. Adrian arched an eyebrow. A locket? That hardly seems worth your time. I am willing to make it worth your time. Adrian looked incredulous. You want to pay me to retrieve a locket from Lady Camden's possession? Yes. How much? £500. Adrian gave a low, long whistle of amazement. To retrieve a worthless locket. It is not worthless to me, Adrian replied. No, of course not, pretending to mull over the request. I will do it. Excellent. Mr. Henley smiled as he rose. If you prove successful, I think we can become mutually beneficial to one another. Adrian stood up, taking a moment to pull down his waistcoat. I find I am very motivated by money. Mr. Henley eyed him in approval. I hope to see you soon. Where should I deliver the locket? Bring it to me in 2 days. And I hope to have another task for you to complete, Mr. Henley said, walking him towards the door. As you wish. Adrian nodded his farewell as he exited the room. When Adrian closed the door of his carriage, he had the sudden urge to go home and soak in a bath. He wanted to rub his skin until he could become clean from the filth of Mr. Henley. Now, he had to see if Eliza could pick the locket. What if the list wasn't in the locket? It had better be. Then they could arrest Mr. Henley and his accomplices and end this farce. He would seek out Eliza as soon as he arrived home. For the first time, it was nice having Eliza and Benedict as neighbors. Frowning, Adrian watched a shadowy figure slump against the building across the street from his townhouse. He assumed Mr. Henley would send someone to tail him, but he was insulted at the caliber of the ruffian sent. An idiot would be able to discern that he was being spied upon. At some point, the man fell asleep. When Adrian peered out of the window before heading to bed, the man was laying on the floor, curled up into a ball. To make matters worse, another shadowy figure was watching his servant's entrance. But Adrian could hear him snoring when he opened his chamber window this morning. He chuckled to himself. Maybe he should approach the men and offer them some unsolicited advice about staying concealed while spying on someone. No. It was best to let the men report back to Mr. Henley and inform him of his whereabouts. Without casting doubt on his identity, he was playing the part of an English rogue who seduced women in the French countryside, and who had only come home to secure more funds from his rich uncle. At no point would his character have become adept at espionage and learned the skill of sneaking up on people. Rubbing the back of his neck with his hand, Adrian had hoped to see Eliza and Benedict upon his arrival last night. But he did not want Mr. Henley to know of his close association with them. It would cause suspicion if he was seen being ushered in to Benedict's townhouse at such a late hour. When would the men leave to report their findings to Mr. Henley? He exited his bedchamber and walked towards his study. Coming to a stop at the end of the hall, he placed his palm on the mauve-papered wall. Benedict's townhouse mirrored his in the layout of the rooms and halls. His hand roamed the wall. One wall separated him from speaking to Eliza and Benedict. One wall separated him from speaking to Kate, and slowly courting her without her knowledge. A spark of genius came to him. "Ward," he shouted, "bring me a sledgehammer." Mr. Ward, his butler, hurried up the stairs and stopped a few feet from him. "A sledgehammer, my lord?" Adrian shrugged off his morning coat, dropping it onto a nearby chair. "Wes. Do we have one? Ward's lips tightened slightly, but he was wise enough not to frown. What do you plan to do with the sledgehammer, sir? Adrian turned back around and surveyed the wall. I am going to take down this wall, so I can speak to Lord and Lady Lansdowne. Clearing his throat, Ward looked utterly confused. Have you spoken to Lord Lansdowne about sledgehammering through the wall? Adrian removed a large portrait of a previous earl from the wall and placed it on the ground. No, I have not. Ward asked, do you think this is wise? Disapproval lacing his words. Bring me a sledgehammer, he ordered with a tone that brooked no argument. He heard Ward running down the stairs to do his bidding. Standing back, he looked at the narrow wall. It would only take a few well-aimed blows with the sledgehammer to open it. After it was open, he would widen the area so he could eventually hang a door between the two townhouses. Ward marched up the stairs with a young, lanky footman who was holding the sledgehammer. Please step aside, Lord Camden. I have assigned Carson to complete the manual labor. Adrian held out his hand to Carson. I will do it. His butler's eyes widened. You are an earl. It is simply not done, he sputtered. Adrian hid his smile at Ward's blatant disapproval. Carson, go out the servants' entrance and ask Lord Lansdowne's housekeeper to remove any personal effects from the other side of this wall. He directed, pointing at the wall. Do not state your business until you are inside Lord Lansdowne's townhouse. Understood, Carson said. Wes, my lord. Before he disappeared down the stairs, Adrian removed his cravat, then rolled up the sleeves on his white muslin shirt. After waiting a few moments, he reared the sledgehammer back to gain momentum before slamming it through the papered wall. He was met with the crashing sound of splintering wood and a white cloud of plaster dust filling the air. As he swung the sledgehammer over and over, he quickly created a large opening on his side. Next, he started hammering through the plastered walls on Benedict's side. The wood and walls were old, and he broke through without much effort. As the light streamed through from the large hole on Benedict's side, he placed the sledgehammer down and started ripping off the remaining plaster with his hands. When he was satisfied there was enough room for him to squeeze through, he ducked his head and emerged on the other side. As he had predicted, he was standing in a hallway mirroring his own. Benedict was leaning up against the wall, shaking his head. What possessed you to sledgehammer a hole in my wall? He grumbled. Adrian dusted off his trousers. I needed to speak to you and Eliza, but both entrances were being watched. Looking down, Benedict placed his fingers upon the bridge of his nose. He asked, You thought the rational course of action would be to create a passageway between your townhouse and mine. Slowly, deliberately, Adrian ran a hand through his hair, causing white plaster remnants to fall to the floor. It worked splendidly, if I do say so myself. Benedict's mouth gaped open. You are a bloody fool, and you are paying for that wall. I already planned to, Adrian confirmed. Ward said, My lord, your coat. His perfectly groomed head peeking through the wall. He extended the coat through the opening, then attempted to brush off the fine white plaster dust covering the garment. Adrian unrolled the sleeves of his shirt. I do not require the use of my tailcoat. Wes, my lord. Ward nodded, then disappeared back through the wall. Benedict chuckled. He is attempting to make you more civilized. Adrian replied, It is not working well, is it? With a smirk. Benedict glanced over his shoulder at the wall, and shook his head. Bloody idiot, he muttered under his breath, followed by a few choice expletives. After a moment, he leveled his gaze at Adrian. Have you broken your fast yet? Wes, I tend to eat earlier than most, Adrian informed him. A habit I picked up in the French Navy, Benedict said. Fair enough, turning away from him. Follow me. We can talk privately in my study. Adrian followed him as they headed down to the first level and into his study. He dropped onto a brown leather sofa and wiped his hands along his trousers, which were still coated in fine white powder. He attempted to brush them off as he chuckled. "My valet will not be pleased with me." Benedict sat on the edge of his desk with a frown on his face. "What was so important that you felt you needed to create a large passageway through my wall?" He replied, "I spoke to Mr. Henley yesterday, and we have an arrangement." Then filled him in on their conversation. Benedict placed his hands on the edge of the desk. "Mr. Henley is willing to pay you a down on your luck, Lord, £500 to retrieve the locket that Kate gave to you?" "Wes," Adrian confirmed. "Al, though, my instincts are telling me that this task is more of a test. As much as I hate the hole in the wall, I believe it will come in handy. It is vital that we are not seen together in public, especially since I am giving another speech tomorrow night in Parliament in favor of the bill." Benedict informed him. "I concur. It must appear I am siding with the Whigs until the vote." Adrian admitted reluctantly. "I was thinking. A dangerous pastime for you, no doubt." Benedict interjected, smiling at his own wit. Adrian rolled his eyes at his friend's attempt at humor. "As I was saying, I was thinking about the vote to end the war. Even if the bill passes, it will take months, if not a year, before it takes effect. We have too many troops and ships deployed to assume there could be an immediate withdrawal from Europe." Benedict tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. "That is a good point. Even though the coalition forces may have suffered 2 major defeats in battle, Lord Becket is confident that the war will be over within the year." Adrian leaned forward in his seat. "What are the French trying to accomplish by infiltrating Parliament and bringing a bill forward to end the war? It seems as if it is too late in the game for this scheme to work." Benedict said, "Not necessarily. Besides supplying troops, England provides our allies with financial support. Without our backing, Russia, Austria, and the rest of our allies would be unable to continue fighting Napoleon. And the bill specifically calls for an immediate ending of all financial support to our allies," Adrian stated, frowning. Benedict rose and began pacing. "If the bill does pass, Napoleon would be unstoppable." Adrian raked his hand through his hair, hesitant to ask his next question. "Have you considered that the bill might also be a diversion?" Benedict stopped pacing and faced Adrian. He asked, "Meaning?" "Every day, multiple riots break out all over England in opposition of the war and the high food prices. Women and children are starving while their husbands and sons are serving in an unpopular war." Adrian grimaced. "What if the French spies are using this bill to encourage an uprising?" Benedict rubbed his chin reflectively. "France did attempt an uprising in Ireland in 1796. But they failed horribly," he pointed out. "Do you truly believe the French spies would be able to complete such a lofty goal on English soil?" Adrian shook his head and snickered, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You are a spy, too. Do I really have to bring all the brilliant ideas to the table?" Benedict laughed, as he hoped he would. "I agree with you that the bill seems ill-timed. Hopefully your interaction with Mr. Henley will provide us with more insight into their plans." Adrian glanced over his shoulder at the closed door. "Is Eliza awake? I am curious to know if she was successful in opening the locket." Benedict huffed sarcastically. "If you had not been preoccupied with destroying my property, you would have seen her leave in the carriage with Kate. Unfortunately, she was unable to open the locket, and is taking it to her jeweler." Adrian asked, "And you did not go with them?" shocked by his friend's carelessness. Benedict looked at Adrian with an expression of disbelief. "Is your brain always this addled in the morning?" After a moment, he shook his head. "Mr. Larson returned home from Scotland last night, and he accompanied the ladies to the jeweler, as did Roger and 6 footmen." Adrian put his hands in front of him in a show of surrender. "My apologies. I am just worried about Kate." "Yes, I know." Benedict nodded knowingly. Need I remind you that my wife is the greatest spy in all of England? Adrian chuckled smugly. Maybe in England, but my code name Hawk sparks fear in the hearts of the French. My intel saved thousands of Englishmen's lives and secured many crucial victories for the Royal Navy. Benedict gave him a crooked smile. I will concede that you are a decent spy, at least according to Lord Beckett. Adrian laughed good-naturedly. What do you not have a code name? Benedict shrugged. I never was in a position that required one. Sunshine, Adrian exclaimed. I beg your pardon. If Eliza is shadow, then the opposite would be sunshine, Adrian explained, laughing. My code name would not now, nor ever be, sunshine, Benedict growled. What about Shadow's keeper? He jested, pointing at him with a bright smile. It is time for you to leave, Benedict declared, walking towards the door and opening it. As Adrian exited the room, he said over his shoulder, I will see myself out, sunshine. He could hear Benedict slam the door shut. He could not help but laugh all the way down the hall. K-8-E-P-R-A-D-T-T-H-E-L-R-G-E. Gaping hole at the end of Eliza's second-level hallway, she asked, Eliza, loudly, where did this hole come from? Receiving no answer, and assuming it was an opening that led into Adrian's townhouse, she glanced over her shoulder to confirm no one was privy to what she was about to do. Quickly, she stepped through the wall. Key 8. Adrian walked across the hall to greet her. How long have you been here? I just arrived. Turning to examine the wall, she noticed that the opening had been originally created on Adrian's side. Why did you create this massive hole? Stopping a few feet away, Adrian leaned up against the wall. It was a way for me to converse with Benedict and Eliza privately. Kate traced the outline of the hole with her fingers. This seems rather excessive, does it not? Adrian smiled smugly. I thought it was rather brilliant, she said. I suppose exiting your door and walking 10 feet to your neighbor's entrance could be considered tiresome by some. Cheekily, Kate, Eliza's pleasant voice called from the other side of the wall. Hear you over there. Adrian placed a finger on his lips, encouraging her to stay silent. After a moment, Eliza informed them. Adrian and Kate, I can see you through the hole. Adrian reached for her hand, and they raced along the hall and down a flight of stairs. He tugged her into a room, which she could only assume was a small library. Shelves, filled with books, ran nearly the length of the square room, except where 2 small windows were situated, providing adequate light. A stone fireplace sat along the wall opposite the door. Kate flew to the shelves and ran her hand along the books. She asked, Where did you acquire all these books? In awe. Adrian smiled. They came with the townhouse. Ah? Have you read any of them? Adrian walked over to the shelves and grabbed a book, glanced down at the title, and read, Rameau's Nephew, by Denis Diderot, the French edition. He placed the book back on the shelf. Sadly, I have read very few of these books. We must read a book together, she suggested, her excitement shining through. Lisa bought me a new book titled Pride and Prejudice. It is by the same author as Sense and Sensibility. She placed her hand up near her mouth, as if telling him a secret. They are both written by a lady, she whispered. Adrian said, A lady you say? Smiling down at her. Kate bobbed her head. Would you allow me to read the book to you aloud? He replied, I believe that is a grand idea. With such enthusiasm that Kate knew he wasn't just placating her. Eliza glided into the room, and her attention was immediately captured by the numerous books. Oh, Adrian, look at all these books. She practically ran towards a shelf as her eyes perused the titles. There are so many that I have not read before. You are welcome to any books in my library, Adrian offered, as he gave Kate a private smile. As you are too, Kate. Benedict stormed into the room and stopped when he noticed Eliza perusing the books. A small sigh escaped his lips. Oh, good. More books for Eliza to read. Kate started to giggle but threw her hand up to stifle it. Benedict smiled at Kate before he asked Adrian, Did Eliza tell you why we stepped through the hole in the wall, or did she get distracted by all the books? He walked over to his wife, placed his hand on the small of her back, and whispered in her ear. Whatever he said caused her to blush and divert her eyes to the floor. Kate glanced over at Adrian to see if he noticed the interaction between her sister and brother-in-law. But instead of looking at them, he was watching her, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. Benedict escorted Eliza to a settee near the wall as Kate sat on an unupholstered armchair. Adrian grabbed a chair and placed it next to hers before sitting down. Kate and I just came back from my trusted jeweler. He was able to open the locket, and he found a small folded piece of paper. Eliza informed them, reaching into a pocket of her dress. Adrian asked, "Did the jeweler close the locket?" "He did," Eliza confirmed, giving him a curious look. "He also gave me a little tool that will open it again if required." Adrian looked pleased. "Excellent. I have an appointment with Mr. Henley tomorrow evening to deliver the locket, and I need it in its original condition." "Bah," Eliza nodded. "I could copy the details of the paper, then we could return the original to the locket. That way it would appear undisturbed to Mr. Henley." "That should work," Adrian agreed. Eliza unfolded the small piece of yellowed paper. "It reads, E.H. Marth, G.M. Rogue, 615. Adrian wiped a hand over his mouth, attempting to interpret the cryptic words. "Do you think the initials indicate the first letter of their given name and surname? E.H. might be Mr. Henley." Eliza said, "Perhaps." Briefly biting her lower lip, "I have no reason to believe it is a coded message." Benedict asked, "What would Mill keep this list of initials and a date in a locket around Kate's neck? It must be important." "But," Adrian sighed, "I cannot turn this locket over to Henley if this paper provides him with information that could turn the tide of the war." Eliza turned the small paper over and examined it. "I could reproduce the page, and we could alter the original initials and date," she suggested. Adrian shook his head. "I don't think that would work. We must reasonably assume that Henley already knows who the other French operatives are. What if Eliza just changed the date?" Benedict proposed. "And if Mr. Henley already knows the date on the paper?" Eliza speculated. "We would likely get Adrian killed." Adrian leaned forward in his seat. We cannot risk changing the information. We might lose my only opportunity to partner with Henley. I will have to be extra diligent to ensure Henley will trust me." Kate's hand flew to her bruised neck. "You are intentionally seeking to work with Mr. Henley." Adrian's eyes darted to Eliza and Benedict before they rested back on her. He replied, "I am an agent of the Crown." "This is who I am." Softly, Kate shook her head. "But you know he is a French spy. Why not have my uncle arrest him and force him to tell you who his co-conspirators are?" Adrian shifted in his seat, facing Kate. "The Crown does torture enemy spies, but most of the spies do not turn." Kate's temper began to rise. "Your plan is to go work for Mr. Henley, the man who nearly killed me, until he gives up his secrets." Uncertainty flashed in Adrian's eyes. "Yes, but it is much more complicated than that," Kate asked. "And if he kills you?" Desperately, her eyes filling with tears. Adrian placed his hand over hers. "He will not kill me." Kate removed her hands from his and wiped angrily at her tears. "Do not coddle me. We both know there are risks associated with this plan. Eliza and I are working with Adrian, and we have the full support of your uncle," Benedict informed her. Kate knew Benedict's words were meant to reassure her, but she was no fool. This was a dangerous plan and Adrian could be killed. "I understand," Kate murmured, giving Benedict a faint smile. "If you will excuse me, I need to go lie down." She quickly rose and fled the room without a backward glance. As she reached the base of the stairs, Adrian called out to her, "Kate, please wait." She stilled at the desperate plea in his voice. Hearing his footsteps coming closer, she mustered up a smile and spun around to face him. "I do not." Without a word, Adrian pulled her into his arms and kissed her firmly on the lips. Before she had time to respond, he released her and stepped back. Her eyes grew wide as she waited for him to explain his spontaneous behavior. Although she did not intend to complain, the intensity in his eyes held her transfixed. No one has ever cared enough for me to cry over me. Kate stepped closer, longing to be back in the safety of his arms. I find that hard to believe. You are the kindest, most compassionate man I know. I wager there are many people that worry about you. His warm eyes crinkled, just a tiny bit in the corners, although it seemed forced. You are wrong, but it is kind of you to say so. Kate's heart lurched, sadness filling her chest at his words. How could he not see that he meant so much to her? Promise me that you will be safe, she pleaded softly. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask him to come back to her, but she could not be so bold. Adrian's cocky smile wiped away his vulnerability. I am Hawk. I always survive. Adrian, stop wooing Kate and get back in here. Benedict's teasing voice echoed through Adrian's hall. Coming, sunshine. Adrian called over his shoulder. Sunshine. Kate mouthed to Adrian, her expression both amused and puzzled. He chuckled. It is Benedict's code name. It is not my code name, Benedict grumbled. Adrian leaned over and kissed her cheek. I will call on you later, tonight, he promised, before turning and walking back into the library. And Kate stood and placed her hand to her cheek. Why would Adrian believe that no one cared for him? He apparently had no clue that he was constantly on her mind. His warm smile. His laugh. Those were the things that she dreamed about as she laid her head on her pillow every night. She cared for Adrian immensely, but maybe it was more. No, that was not possible. Whatever she was happy. Adren Shichuchukld to himself as he walked past Garden Ladies, a high-class brothel near St. James's Church, located in the central district city of Westminster. The two men trailing him should be ashamed of themselves for their lack of discretion. After arriving at the brothel, he hired a scantily clad young woman and followed her up to her room on the second level. After paying her a generous sum to remain in her room for 3 hours, he opened the window and scaled down the building. He removed his dark blue coat and turned it inside out. The interior color was a bland brown, specifically designed to be inconspicuous, thus changing his appearance. He removed a cloth cap from his pocket and settled it on his head. He pulled his starched collar as high as it could go and stuffed his hands in his pockets. He rented a hackney, 2 blocks over from the brothel. And within a few minutes he pulled up in front of Lord Beckett's building. After paying the hackney driver, he hopped out and walked into the building. He could not help but notice that 3 burly men, dressed in working-class clothing, followed him in. The men did not intimidate him, since they were ensuring he meant no harm. As he walked closer to the lone desk in the foyer, he recognized the young man who had assisted him before. He put his hand up in a greeting gesture and said loudly, so the men following could hear, Lord Camden to see Lord Beckett. He is expecting me. Within moments, the men following him had disappeared, and he was left with the young man leading him to Lord Beckett's office. The office door was ajar, and he could hear Benedict's voice drifting through the hallway. When he walked into the room, he noticed that Benedict was sitting with his legs crossed in an armchair across from Lord Beckett, who was sitting behind his large desk. Their conversation stopped, and they both looked expectantly at him. His steps faltered. Did I interrupt something? Benedict shook his head. No, we were just taking bets on when you would arrive. Neither of us expected to see you this soon. Adrian claimed the chair next to Benedict. The men followed me to Garden Ladies, where I hired a young lady's services for 3 hours. Define hired? Lord Beckett asked gruffly. Adrian's face fell flat. Did you think I was referring to? No, that is not what I meant. He sputtered defensively. I hired a young lady to stay in her locked room, with her window ajar,
For 3 hours. Nothing more. Lord Beckett nodded approvingly. I am glad to hear that, since Benedict has informed me that you are paying court to my niece. Adrian glared at his friend with displeasure. Technically, Kate has not agreed to the courtship. Benedict chuckled. I am sure she is amendable, considering you two were spotted kissing at the base of the stairs yesterday. To Adrian's surprise, Lord Beckett genuinely smiled at him. It warms my heart to know that you are pursuing Kate. She has suffered so much in her young life at the hands of others. She deserves to be happy. I could not agree with you more, sir, but Kate has been harder to convince. Adrian admitted frankly. Lord Beckett's smile grew wider. In my experience, the ones that protest too much are the ones that are fighting a battle within themselves. From what Roger has reported, she is likely already in love with you and does not realize it. That gives me hope. Adrian smiled. Did Roger report these findings before or after Adrian tried to fire him? Benedict teased, smirking. Lord Beckett's expression changed to a deep frown. You had no right to fire Roger. I am sorry for that misstep. Adrian apologized, putting his hands up in surrender. Benedict chuckled. Roger paid him no heed anyway. Lord Beckett pointed his finger at Adrian. Larson and I handpicked Roger to protect Kate, and they have formed an alliance. She relies on Roger, although I heard she is relying increasingly on you. Adrian nodded his agreement. Of late she has not glanced over her shoulder to look for Roger. Of course not. You two only seem to have eyes for each other. It is revolting. Benedict ribbed good-naturedly. Lord Beckett laughed under his breath. It is the exact same way with you and Eliza, he informed Benedict. Adrian extended his legs in front of him and placed his intertwined fingers in his lap. Gentlemen, as much as I am thoroughly enjoying this conversation, I only have 2 hours before I have to seek out the men that are currently following me. It is exhausting to keep pace with those two. Sometimes, I have to stop and peer into a store's window just to give them a chance to catch up, he sighed. What a hard burden you are expected to bear. Benedict sympathized dramatically. Adrian smirked. Finally, some recognition. Lord Beckett appeared less amused by their banter. Per your request, my agents have done a thorough check on Mr. Henley and Lord Lexington. Now, Adrian was paying attention. He straightened in his chair. What did you discover? Lord Beckett opened a file on his desk and pulled out a piece of paper. Mr. Henley supposedly made his fortune in trade, but the agents cannot verify any specifics. He reported, glancing up from the paper for a moment. That is not at all suspicious. Benedict muttered sarcastically. Lord Beckett continued reading from the document. For the past 3 years, he has been active in the House of Commons. His seat was purchased for him by Lord Lexington, which is no surprise to us. He sides with the Whigs and is vocal about his disapproval of the war against France. He put the paper down. He is unmarried, and the agents could not find any information about him prior to 1809. Adrian gave him a look of disbelief. Mr. Henley shows up 4 years ago and gained a seat in the House of Commons a year later. Did no one find that suspicious? Lord Beckett shook his head. Historically, the House of Commons has been made up of men supported by lords to push their agendas. It was only 4 years ago that the practice of purchasing seats was made illegal. Many men chose to look the other way. Since Mr. Henley was endorsed by the Marquis of Lexington, who is a close associate of Prinny's, Benedict asked, What can you tell us about Lord Lexington? Lord Beckett reached for another paper in the file. Lord Lexington was Prinny's playmate when they were younger, and they stayed close for most of their lives. When Prinny started siding with the Tories, their relationship became strained, but not severed. He is also a heavy opponent of the war with France and frequently goes to rallies in Templeton Square. Has Lord Lexington suffered any financial setbacks? Adrian inquired. None. He has a London townhouse,
a country home near Kent, and £30,000 in the bank. Lord Becket read. Why would Lord Lexington betray his country, if not for money? Adrian pondered aloud. Benedict replied. Men have betrayed their country for much less. Lord Becket reached for another paper in the file. Lord Lexington has been married for 12 years to the eldest daughter of Viscount Wixton. They have 2 children together, a boy and a girl. He placed the papers back in the file before saying, he does keep a mistress in town, but that is not uncommon for the gentry. Adrian asked, what is Mr. Henley's first name? Reaching into his pocket for the locket. Lord Becket glanced down at the paper. Edgar. Why? Adrian held the locket out to Lord Becket. This is the locket that Mr. Henley is paying me to retrieve from Kate. He took a moment to recount his meeting with Mr. Henley. Inside, it holds the list that Mitchell referenced before he died. A smile graced Lord Becket's face. What did the list reveal? Benedict handed him a piece of paper. Eliza recreated what was on the paper. Lord Becket's smile dimmed as he read it, then flipped it over. This is what Mitchell kept with Kate for all these years. Adrian shifted in his seat. It appears the first set of initials belong to Edgar Henley, but after that we are at a loss. What is Lord Lexington's name? Benedict inquired. Lord Becket shuffled through the pages. Mr. Henry James Preston. Although his name is not on the list, he is still connected with this. Adrian insisted. I propose agents watch his comings and goings and see who he is meeting with. Lord Becket bobbed his head. I concur. What about Edgar Henley? I am meeting with him tonight to deliver the locket, and hope for my services to be retained. Adrian informed him. But I would recommend assigning agents to watch his every move. I have no doubt that he is a French spy, but we need to find his co-conspirators. I am giving a speech tonight in opposition of the war in a special joint session of Parliament, Benedict stated. By calling a joint session, it will divert Mr. Henley's attention towards me. Lord Becket furrowed his brow. And Eliza. Mr. Henley has no qualms about abducting women to push his agenda. Adrian grinned. I pity the fool who attempts to abduct Eliza. Mr. Larson has increased security at our townhouse and is taking the potential threat seriously. Benedict affirmed. Good, good. Lord Becket repeated as he rested his hands on the desk and leaned forward. I will assign agents to trail Mr. Henley and Lord Lexington. I would like to notify the Bow Street runners and bring them into our confidence. They might prove useful to us. Benedict tapped his trousers with his finger. Since Adrian is being followed, I will send a messenger to your office with any information we uncover. How do you propose to communicate with both your townhouses under surveillance? Lord Becket inquired. Benedict scoffed. Adrian created a passageway between our neighboring townhouses. A passageway? How did he accomplish that? Lord Becket pressed. Benedict said, with a sledgehammer. Lord Becket turned to Adrian with a teasing smile on his lips. Well, Lord Camden. It appears you were quite eager to call on my niece. Adrian shook his head. That was not my original intention. Lord Becket chuckled. Do not take me for a fool, son. I have been in love before, and a passageway between 2 homes is of little consequence. Wanting this conversation to end, Adrian rose quickly. If you will excuse me, I need to climb back into the brothel before anyone notices my absence. As he exited the building, he reflected on Lord Becket's words. I have been in love before. Was he in love with Kate? He could not possibly be. He admired her strength and perseverance. He especially enjoyed kissing her and, if he was not mistaken, she enjoyed kissing him too. Now, he just had to convince her to grant him permission to court her. Whenever he thought about the future, he pictured her as his wife. He staggered to a halt with that realization. The reason he was so obsessed with convincing her to allow him to court her was because he loved her. He loved spending time with her. He loved being the person who made her smile. He loved being the man he was when he was with her. Furthermore, he thoroughly enjoyed suggesting scandalous outings because he loved to hear Kate freely laugh, as if she did not carry any burdens from her past. He needed a new plan. He needed to convince Kate that he was the man for her. Kate was sitting on the chaise lounge in her chamber, reading a poetry book that she found in Adrian's library. A soft knock at her door broke her concentration. She put the book down and walked to the door. Opening it, she saw a young maid who handed her a small note, curtsied, and made a quick retreat. Opening the letter, she read, "Meet me in my ballroom." No name was signed, but there was no doubt who it was from. She dashed to her dressing table to ensure her hair was still pulled back into the stylish coiffure that Martha had insisted upon that morning. She smoothed out the skirts of her high-waisted, jonquil-colored gown and pinched her cheeks to add color. She quietly closed her door and moved silently down the stairs towards the hole that Adrian had created. To her surprise, the hole in the wall had been extended, and a door had been added. She opened it and rushed down to meet Adrian. Adrian's ballroom was square-shaped, with gold-papered walls and decorative wall sconces spaced evenly throughout. The drapes were opened, allowing the large windows to let in an exorbitant amount of light. Adrian stood in the center of the room, dressed in his finery, watching her. Even though the ballroom was magnificent, it paled in comparison to Adrian. She approached him until she was close enough to see the brown flecks in his green eyes. "This ballroom is exquisite," she marveled. If she would had more courage, she would have said, "You are exquisite. I thought you would appreciate this room." He smiled and took a step forward. Suddenly, there was no space between them. Kate reached out and rubbed her fingers along the lapels of his black dress coat. She said, "And you look very handsome." Nervously breaking eye contact with him, he asked, "Do I now?" His eyes roaming her face. Kate decided to bring humor into this suddenly serious conversation. "I must admit you very much fit the part of an elegant lord today. And does that displease you?" Kate bit her lower lip, pretending to mull over his question for a few moments. "No, I suppose not." He chuckled as she hoped he would before he placed his hands on her shoulders. Slowly, he slid them down her arms until he grasped her hands. "Dance with me." Kate wrinkled her nose in confusion. "But there is no music." Adrian gave her a mischievous smile. He said, "Trust me," as he slipped one hand around her waist and raised his other arm. Kate placed her ungloved hand into his. As soon as Adrian started leading her in the waltz, music filled the room. Kate gasped as she looked around trying to find the source of the music. "Where is the music coming from?" Adrian pulled her tighter to him, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Look up." Tilting her head, she saw a small balcony above the entry door where a few musicians sat playing their instruments. She turned her attention back to Adrian. "Did you do this for me?" Adrian smiled at her. "I did. I specifically remembered you loved to dance." As hard as she tried to quell her tears, she was unsuccessful, and her vision was soon clouded by moisture. Adrian loosened his hold on her, his face etched with worry. "Did I do something wrong?" She shook her head. How could she properly convey that he did everything right? Completely perfect. "No, you could never do anything wrong. I was momentarily rendered speechless by your thoughtfulness." Adrian puffed out his chest and smiled. He asked, "What has occupied your time today?" As he guided her along the dance floor, "I played the pianoforte this morning for Eliza," she informed him. "My poor sister was not feeling well. I hope she feels better soon." "Oh, she will," Kate teased, "in about 7 months." He laughed. "How silly of me," she said. "I noticed you stepping into your carriage this morning. What occupied your time today?" Adrian's steps faltered, and he gave her a disapproving look. "Were you spying on me?" she replied. "No." Suddenly feeling silly, "I just happened to look out the window." Tasking, Adrian started leading her to the music again. That is a dangerous habit, my lady. Soon, you will be lurking in alleyways and meeting unscrupulous men in the pubs on the east side. Feeling her heart lighten by his teasing, Kate feigned disappointment. I fear you may be right. My spying days must come to an end. As Kate danced to the music, relishing Adrian's arms around her, she realized she wanted to encourage him. She did not want to push away the one good thing in her life, the one constant she could always rely on. But she did want to open her heart and trust him. She wanted to marry him, maybe not right now, but in the future. After dancing for what seemed like hours, Adrian slowed to a stop before he kissed her cheek. I have an appointment that I need to keep before Parliament. I will seek you out tonight before you retire. Most likely, I will be in your library. No matter where you are, I will find you, he whispered in her ear. Adrian took a moment to get into character outside of Mr. Henley's home. Never in his life had he wanted to just kill someone and walk away. Although, if he killed Henley, they risked losing the other French operatives. In the past, this work excited him. He excelled at pretending to be someone else, hiding behind a mask of his own making. When he was undercover, he could pretend that he was not an orphan who had been sent away to boarding schools from almost the moment he arrived. Even though he had an ally in his cousin, Matthew, he had only seen him for the holidays. He sighed. He would have no issues with being an agent of the Crown, because if he died, no one would truly mourn him. He had managed to send a letter out, once a year to Matthew and his aunt, informing them that he was alive and touring the continent. They had no idea he was masquerading as a French naval officer. Now, for the first time since his parents died, he did not feel alone. Whenever he was around Kate, he felt desired, loved. He smiled at the memory of dancing with her in his ballroom. She was warming up to him. Slowly, he was breaking down those barriers, and it felt like his most important mission ever. Adrian placed his top hat on his head and exited the carriage. After presenting his card to the butler, he was ushered into the study where Mr. Henley was sitting in a gray wingback chair, with a drink in hand. Mr. Henley rose when he came in. Lord Camden, it is good to see you. He walked over to the drink cart. May I offer you something to drink? Brandy, perhaps? Adrian raised his hand in silent refusal. I have acquired what you asked of me. Mr. Henley placed his drink on the cart and stepped closer. Give it to me, he ordered. I want my money first, Adrian demanded. I had to rifle through Lady Camden's personal effects, and I believe I have earned it. Mr. Henley walked over to his desk and pulled out a small pile of money, extending it towards him. £500, as agreed upon. Adrian collected his fee and placed it in his waistcoat pocket before removing the large, gold locket. Mr. Henley's greedy eyes widened with pleasure at the sight of it. He reached for the locket, and Adrian dropped it into his hands. After a few moments of examining it, he looked up at Adrian. Did you open this locket? Adrian laughed wryly. For what purpose? Do I look like a man that would be interested in a lock of women's hair? Mr. Henley smiled back at him. No, you do not. Forgive me, Adrian bowed, then nodded his farewell. If you will excuse me, I have a few bets I would like to make at White's. Before you go, I have a business proposal for you, Mr. Henley said as he walked over to a chair and sat down. Adrian asked, Does it pay as well as this job did? Eagerly. Infinitely better. Mr. Henley confirmed. Adrian sat down near him. I admit I am intrigued. Mr. Henley eyed him for a moment. You have an interesting past. What are you referencing exactly? I had men tailing you while I made a few inquiries about you, Mr. Henley explained. It appears your parents died when you were young, and you were sent to live with your aunt and uncle. After Cambridge, you disappeared for almost 7 years. Then suddenly you reappeared here. Appearing unconcerned, Adrian shrugged. As I told you, I was residing in France. Mr. Henley nodded. I know. Your French is superb, which proved that to me. I also discovered you have quite a bit of debt tied to your name, but that is not news to you, is it? Adrian sighed and tossed his top hat onto another chair. He was secretly pleased that Lord Beckett had succeeded in altering his financial records, giving credence to his cover. I told you I inherited a failing estate, but I intend to borrow some money from the bank to make the estate more profitable. What if I gave you £10,000 to turn your estate around? Adrian's eyebrows shot up. £10,000. Mr. Henley wiped a hand over his mouth. Yes, £10,000 if you complete an unusual job. Adrian asked, Can you define unusual job? Cautiously, Mr. Henley relaxed back into his seat. This war against the French has gone on long enough. That is why passing the bill to end the war is so paramount. We are fighting a losing battle against Napoleon, and for what? Too many lives have been taken to save a king that is mentally inept. We need to ensure this bill passes at all costs. Adrian nodded, carefully choosing his words. I agree. This war is futile, but we are in the minority as Whig supporters. The Tories are in favor of the war, as is the Prince Regent. We do have some Tories that are against the war. For instance, Lord Devon wrote the bill, and Lord Wessex and Lord Exeter will come around soon enough. Mr. Henley gloated. Adrian shook his head. Lord Exeter is a staunch supporter of the war. He would never agree to the bill, even if his life depended on it. Exactly. Mr. Henley agreed, but if a loved one's life depended on it, then he would vote yes. Adrian sat back in his seat, pretending to truly ponder Mr. Henley's words. What are you suggesting? Mr. Henley watched him with a slow, calculating gaze. We abduct a few of the Lord's wives or children, ensuring their cooperation till the vote of the bill. Adrian asked. And if the bill does not pass? With a raised eyebrow. Mr. Henley forced a chuckle. Either way, we return them home. Are they returned unharmed? Of course unharmed, Mr. Henley stated. His words flowed so smoothly that Adrian might have believed him, if he did not already know that he was a ruthless French spy. And what are you asking of me? Mr. Henley gave him an approving nod, obviously pleased that Adrian did not criticize his tactics. Lord Lansdowne has started becoming a nuisance in Parliament, and his speech is starting to sway other lords to vote against the bill. I believe if his lovely new bride was abducted, then he would change his tune. Adrian jumped up from his seat, feigning outrage. I cannot abduct the wife of the Marquis of Lansdowne and the daughter of the Duke of Remington. If I was caught, I would be exiled, or worse, hung. No, that is ludicrous. We are not asking you to abduct her, but rather provide us with details that would allow us to apprehend her in a safe manner. Mr. Henley explained in a calming tone. Who is the we that you are referring to? No one you need to concern yourself about, Mr. Henley assured him. Adrian loomed over Mr. Henley and glared. You are asking me to risk death to abduct Lady Lansdowne, but I do not need to concern myself with who your partner is. His tone was sarcastic but firm. Do not get me wrong. I find Lady Lansdowne to be quite irksome, but I do not wish any harm to fall upon her. Mr. Henley took a sip from his glass, completely unaffected by Adrian's outburst. And no harm will fall upon her. He paused, a slight smirk on his lips. Assuming Lord Lansdowne votes in favor of the bill. Adrian raked his hand through his hair, feeling frustration pour throughout his body. Mr. Henley planned to abduct Eliza. They had thought that Eliza might become a target if Benedict actively protested the bill, but that had been just a theory. Now, Eliza was in real danger. No matter the costs, he would not allow her to be abducted. More than ever, he needed to go along with Mr. Henley's plan, so he could be one step ahead of them. The only way to truly protect Eliza was to find out who Mr. Henley's partner was. It was most likely Lord Lexington. Maybe he should just call on Lord Lexington. No. If there was the slightest chance he was wrong, it could jeopardize everything. He needed Mr. Henley to trust him. Adrian dropped onto the settee. He rubbed his hands over his face, then sighed deeply. I will help you abduct Lady Lansdowne. He paused as he toyed with the idea of punching Mr. Henley's smug face. If you arrange a meeting for me with your partner. Mr. Henley lowered his glass to rest it on the chair's arm, eyeing him suspiciously. And why would I do that? Adrian smirked. If you don't, I will inform Lord Lansdowne of the threat on his wife. Mr. Henley's eyes narrowed to slits. You are trying to blackmail me. Wes. Adrian confirmed. I want £10,000 and a meeting with your partner. Mr. Henley leaned his head back and laughed. Flu. You come into my home and you threaten me. I could just as easily have you killed. Pray tell, why should I let you live? Adrian casually placed his hand on the settee's armrest as if a death threat was nothing. I am practically family to Lady Lansdowne. I routinely meet with Lady Camden to discuss her monthly allowance, and I frequently interact with Lady Lansdowne because of those meetings. I could establish her routine and help you find the ideal spot to abduct her without any harm to her or bystanders. Mr. Henley placed his drink on the table as he stared at him. There was a deadly twinkle in his cold, black eyes. I will ask my partner about bringing you in, but I cannot give you any promises. Adrian had seen that look in others' eyes. He knew Mr. Henley would kill him as soon as he served his purpose. At least, he would try. I understand. He started to rise as Mr. Henley said, If my partner agrees to your terms, then I want something in return. Adrian shrugged. What? Mr. Henley slowly cracked his knuckles one after another. I want Lady Camden. Adrian's heart pounded fiercely in his chest, hoping he misheard him. Why would you want Lady Camden? Mr. Henley's lips curled into a cruel smile. It is personal. Adrian shook his head, trying to comprehend Mr. Henley's requirement. What do you intend to do with her? That is not your concern. Mr. Henley spewed. Adrian's immediate reaction was to pull out his pistol and shoot the vile vermin. However, he had a role to play, and a jealous lover was not the role. He was supposed to be a down-on-his-luck lord that did not care at all about Lady Camden or her worthless family. He pushed down the bile coming up his throat as he choked out. DL. Looking pleased with himself, Mr. Henley nodded his head in reply. Excellent. I will see if I can arrange a meeting. We will be in touch, Lord Camden. As Adrian left Mr. Henley's townhouse, he wanted to race home and abduct Kate from her bedchamber. He wanted to carry her away to somewhere safe and never look back. Why did he have to fall in love with her? His feelings for Kate could jeopardize this entire operation. If he sent her packing, then Mr. Henley would know that he had tipped her off. No, she had to stay in London, but she did not have to know the risks. He would protect her without her knowing that he had made a deal with the devil. Kate sighed in frustration. She had reread the same sentence 5 times, and she could not seem to focus on the book in front of her. All she could think about was Adrian, his kind eyes and warm smile, his rugged face and strong hands. Good heavens, she thought to herself, I am acting like a love-sick debutante. Although, for the first time in her life, she felt as though she would burst from happiness. Finally, after enduring so much cruelty, she was in a position that allowed her to be free from the burdens of her past. After all, why would she ever need to look back when her future was so bright? Adrian's voice broke through her musings. I was worried you would have already retired for the evening. Kate turned to face him and saw him leaning up against the doorframe watching her. I almost did, but I wanted to speak to you before I retired. A boyish grin came to his lips as he pushed off the door. He said, You certainly know how to inflate a man's ego. Walking towards her, watching him as he sat down next to her, she admired his fine, dark tailcoat and his loosely tied cravat. She reached up and slowly retied it. As she finished, She boldly allowed her fingers to trail above his starched collar and marveled at the softness of his skin. Her eyes flickered up to meet his, and the love she saw reflected back at her was her undoing. Adrian's eyes were so expressive, and they seemed to mirror his soul. How she loved this man! She wanted to learn everything about him. She dropped her hands into her lap. Tell me about your family. Adrian furrowed his brow slightly. I already told you that my parents died from influenza. Kate wanted to laugh aloud at his response, but it appeared that he truly believed that was the end of his story. What was your mother like? A smile formed on his lips. My mother was my entire world while I was younger. She used to make up stories and would exaggerate every detail. Kate smiled. That sounds like someone I know. My mother used to steal me away from my nursemaid, and we spent hours at the creek by our house. She taught me how to fish. It was our special time. That sounds divine, Adrian said. My father was firm but kind. He would allow me to sit in his office while he met with tenants, and he even taught me how to balance a simple ledger. Wearing a silly expression on his face as he remembered his youth, Kate intentionally remained silent to allow him to continue. After my parents died within hours of each other, I knew that my life would forever be darkened. How old were you? Eat, came his pained answer. You were just a young boy. He frowned as sorrow lined his features. I thought that my aunt and uncle did not want a sad little boy, so I always worked hard to keep a smile on my face. I learned to use humor to mask my true feelings. He focused his gaze on the other side of the room. It has also served me well as a spy. She placed her hand on his cheek to direct his face to meet her gaze. Do you enjoy working as a spy? Adrian huffed, but he smiled at her. When I was approached at Cambridge by Lord Beckett, I leapt at the chance to see the world. Since my mother was half French, I grew up speaking the language and spent some summers of my childhood in Paris. Lord Beckett decided to use that to our advantage and tasked me with various assignments in France, discovering that I had a knack for undercover work. Do you still have family in France? No. I was told they were all killed during the French Revolution. He admitted sadly. I am alone to face the world. Kate kept her hand on his cheek, enjoying the intimacy between them. You are not alone. You have friends that love you. His hand reached up and covered hers. When I go undercover, I reinvent myself. I am not a sad little boy, alone in the world, but a spy with an agenda. He stifled a pained smile. I always create a backstory that enables me to have a mother and father that are still alive. For a moment, in time, I can pretend that all is well in my life. Kate's heart ached for Adrian and the pain he held on to. Were your aunt and uncle cruel to you? Adrian gave her a startled look. Of course not. They were kind and nurturing, but they mostly focused on Matthew. After his heart was weakened by influenza, he was the most important thing on the estate. Per my parents' instructions in their will, I was sent off to Eton at the first opportunity and wouldn't receive my parents' vast fortune till my 18th birthday. Were you envious of the attention Matthew received? Heavens no. I loved Matthew. Even though he was a year older than I, we got along with each other famously. I came to view him as a brother, Adrian revealed. Matthew was a talented writer, and he would create stories of the adventures he wanted to have. Sometimes we tried to recreate his stories with the servants. He chuckled, Kate said. That sounds wonderful. She saw Adrian relax at the memory of Matthew, but she was curious about one thing. She had to ask a question, and was worried about his reaction. Am I seeing the real you, or do you mask your true feelings from me? He slowly lowered their hands off his cheek, as he gazed deeply into her eyes. His eyes reflected his vulnerability and, dare she hope, love for her. You have always seen the real me, Kate. I have never had to hide who I was around you. I have been drawn to you, because you always made me feel as if I was coming home. She let out a relieved sigh. I am glad. I feel the same way about you. His eyes widened slightly at her words. Do you? Kate boldly lifted her face and mustered all the courage she could. Yes. Should you expand on that, my dear? Kate dropped her gaze to her lap. For all the freedom that she had acquired, she still found it agonizing to speak about her feelings. Her mother was not one to discuss feelings, and Michel only used them to entrap others. Adrian put his finger under her chin and brought her gaze up to meet his. His eyes searched hers. You are not ready, I see. I promised that I would not push you. As he began to lower his hand from her chin, she reached out to stop him. Taking a deep breath, she knew it was time to express what she felt towards him, at least partially. He was looking at her expectantly. She summoned courage she did not know she had and stated, The first time I saw you at Beaumont Castle I found you irritating. He quirked his brow but did not respond. You were constantly trying to get me to smile. After that, you became a pest until you made me laugh. However, she hesitated. When you departed Beaumont Castle, I found myself missing you and your anecdotes. He asked. You missed me? Obviously pleased with her words, she said, Hoosh, I am trying to bestow praises on you. If you would just let me finish. Pretending to chastise him. You make me happy. The way you speak to my soul makes my heart forget the heartache of my past. More importantly, you remind me how strong I am, that I have a purpose, and my life truly has value. If I didn't know better, I would say that you are fond of me. Adrian smiled, leaning closer. I am more than fond of you, she confessed, but that is all I can admit now. Ah, good enough for me, Adrian murmured, his face inches away from hers. If it helps ease your mind, I am more than fond of you too. You are. How could I not be? He teased, his eyes twinkling in merriment. I even proposed to you. That was not a true proposal, Kate pointed out, her hands moving up to play with the buttons on his coat. You proposed to me after your most ungentlemanly conduct. As his lips hovered over hers, he smiled most mischievously. That was a fun night. It was, she agreed, just as his lips brushed against hers. A loud clearing of a throat caused them to jump apart. Both turned their heads to witness Mr. Larson observing them from the entryway. Adrian chuckled. Did Benedict send you to chaperone? Mr. Larson stifled a smile. Yes, my lord. He came further into the room and leaned up against the wall. Please do not let me interrupt you. Kate smiled amusedly at Mr. Larson. Where is Roger? Mr. Larson gave her a sympathetic glance. Lord Lansdowne expressed concern that Roger was shirking his chaperoning duties. Adrian shrugged. I found his chaperoning to be exemplary. Mr. Larson huffed. You have proven his point. Kate let out a bark of laughter which caused both men to turn towards her in surprise. It was the most unladylike laughter she had ever expressed. Adrian smiled proudly at her. May I escort you to your bedchamber? Mr. Larson grunted loudly and shook his head. Adrian asked, May I escort you to the door between the townhouses? Altering his previous statement. Kate said, I would like that very much. Smiling. As they walked out the door, she noticed that Mr. Larson was following closely behind. Atkinga Sepiof Byrandy. Adrian willed himself to stay seated in his plush study. He wanted to jump up and start pacing, but that would be a waste of his energy. 3 days he had waited to hear from Mr. Henley. 3 days and he had heard nothing. He had expected a missive by now, whether granting his request to meet his partner or a denial. But he had received neither. He was tired of waiting. He wanted to storm Lord Lexington's townhouse and haul him off to Newgate for interrogation. Unfortunately, Lord Becket forbade him, because they only had circumstantial evidence against Lord Lexington. Furthermore, he was a member of Prinny's inner circle, and if they were wrong, then they risked angering the Prince Regent. That was not something Lord Becket was willing to do. It was easier when he was undercover in France. Everyone was the enemy. In England, it was not as easy to distinguish between friend and foe. Lord Lexington had to be Henley's partner. Who else could it be? Lord Becket confirmed that Mr. Henley was trailed to Lord Lexington's townhouse on multiple occasions and remained inside for hours. That information alone should be enough for an arrest. Adrian rose from his chair, placed his glass on the table, and tried to think of something more pleasant. Almost immediately, he thought of Kate and smiled. In a few hours, he would escort her through Hyde Park on a ride. He had been impressed with her riding abilities, and especially enjoyed watching her face light up while they rode. Kate had revealed that riding her horse was the one pastime that her mother approved of, and she took advantage of the freedom that came with racing in the fields around the Abbey. Stepping over to his desk, he flipped through the correspondence that his butler had organized into a pile. This was his life now. He reviewed the pages and placed his signature where his man of business indicated. He ensured his tenants were taken care of and sent monthly allowances to the women that Lord Camden had violated. When he had told Kate about the monthly allowances, she kissed him soundly on the mouth, which was a most pleasing way to be thanked. Benedict walked in. Lord Becket is asking for an update. Has Mr. Henley or his partner made contact? Adrian replied no. His tone frustrated. Benedict dropped onto a chair. Do you think Mr. Henley discovered you are an agent? Adrian moved to sit on an adjacent chair. How could he? He offered to hire me to abduct Eliza. If he even suspected I was an agent, then he would never have revealed the next step in his plan. True, but it has been 3 days, Benedict pointed out. If Henley didn't trust me, then why did he stop his 2 incompetent ruffians from trailing me? Good point, Benedict agreed. Poor Eliza has been quite restless since we have restricted her to our townhouse. For her own protection, Adrian cut in. I concur, but Eliza hates being confined, even for her own safety. Shaking his head, Adrian adamantly exclaimed, No, she is a target. Do not let her leave the townhouse spa. That is not a feasible option. Eliza argued from the doorway. Her hand was planted on her hip, and she did not seem pleased. Darling. Benedict jumped up and kissed her on her cheek. Any residual anger dropped from Eliza's expression as she leaned into her husband. I heard that you just returned from visiting Uncle Charles. Is there anything new to report? Benedict shook his head. No. Adrian and I were just discussing the possibility that his cover has been blown. Eliza bit her lower lip, which she always did, when she was concentrating on something. Then why would Henley reveal that he planned to abduct me? Adrian had stood when Eliza walked into the room, and now he leaned against the chair. I am still hoping that Lord Lexington will contact me, Benedict said. We have not confirmed that Lord Lexington is a traitor. Who else could it be? Adrian's voice rose. Henley has been seen entering Lord Lexington's estate, and they routinely appear together in public. Eliza sighed in frustration. We are missing something. You and Benedict have gone out of your way to avoid each other in public, yet Henley and Lexington are seen together frequently. If they were both French spies, why would they bind themselves publicly? Benedict nodded. True. However, they might not realize that we have caught on to their scheme. A knock interrupted their conversation, and Mr. Ward walked in bearing a letter on a silver tray. My lord, a miscreant dropped off this missive at the servants' entrance. Per your instructions, I brought it up post-haste. Adrian scooped up the letter and opened the unsealed envelope. He read the cryptic message aloud. Rotten Row in Hyde Park, 3 p.m. He looked up to meet their gaze. This is what we have been waiting for. I will inform Lord Beckett, and we will have agents posted along Rotten Row, Benedict stated, putting his hand up as Adrian opened his mouth to protest. Thee will not engage the traitor unless directly ordered to intervene. Satisfied by Benedict's plan, Adrian handed him the note and started walking towards the door. I will need to change for the outing. He suddenly stopped and spun around. I was supposed to take Kate riding later. Eliza practically jumped up and down in response. I will take her. Eliza. Benedict's voice held a warning. You cannot leave the townhouse. Do I need to remind you that you don't dictate what I can and cannot do? Eliza declared as she put her hand back on her hip. Benedict frowned at his wife. I am trying to keep you safe. Please. Eliza pleaded, dropped her hand and looked forlorn. I feel like I am suffocating here. I need some fresh air. You have fresh air in our lovely garden, Benedict pointed out. Tears sprang to Eliza's eyes. I would like to go riding. My poor horse has not been exercised in days. Benedict softened his stance when he saw Eliza's tears. He stood in front of her and wiped away a tear that rolled down her cheek. I will take you, but Mr. Larson, Roger, and 20 footmen will accompany us. Eliza swiped at another tear trailing down her face. It might look suspicious if we take that many footmen. The French might realize that Adrian warned us. If you accompany Eliza, along with Mr. Larson and Roger, then the agents scouting Hyde Park can keep a watch out for any signs of danger, Adrian suggested. Benedict trailed his hands up and down Eliza's arms. That will have to suffice. However, I insist that you don't run your horse for the sake of our baby. In response, Eliza gave her husband a smile of gratitude, proving again that they only had eyes for each other. Adrian knew it was time to bow out and get ready to meet Mr. Henley's accomplice. Kate for another book in Adrian's library and sat down near the window. Before she opened her new treasure, Eliza glided into the room. Adrian was called out on an assignment, so Benedict and I will be taking you riding, Eliza announced in an enthusiastic voice. Kate attempted to hide her disappointment as she replied, Oh good. Eliza laughed. Liar. I can tell you are disappointed. But Adrian should be back for dinner, since Parliament is not convening this evening. Kate placed the book onto the table. Do you think I am mad to consider courting Adrian so soon after Michel's death? No, Eliza stated plainly. Are you having doubts? Kate's lips curled downward as she attempted to answer her sister's question. I care for Adrian, but his reputation will suffer if he marries me. The scandal alone might cause the Ton to give us the direct cut. Eliza's face softened. Is that what is truly bothering you? She shook her head. No. Bah, what is the real reason? I am afraid. Afraid of what? Kate's lips tightened into a line as she attempted to control her emotions. My marriage to Mitchell was a farce, a horrible mistake. I will not disagree with that. What if Adrian tires of me like Mitchell did? Kate was surprised to see a wide smile grace Eliza's lips. I asked a similar question about Benedict. You did. I did. But do you know what I realized? Kate watched Eliza expectantly. What? Eliza's eyes grew reflective. I realized I had a choice. And I chose love. Kate asked. Can you expand on that? With a furrowed brow as she tried to grasp what Eliza was telling her. Eliza came and sat down next to her on the settee. Uncle Charles began grooming me very young to decipher codes and eventually write codes for the Home Office. Later, I became a field agent with Jonathan as my partner. Over time, I became jaded with society, and it caused me to trust only a select group of people. Kate leaned forward, intently listening to Eliza's story. What changed? Eliza's lips twitched for a moment, as if reliving a pleasant memory. Uncle Charles and Jonathan decided to partner me with Benedict. At first, It was a disaster. Eliza laughed. Benedict was under the impression that he was to train me. Kate started giggling at her sister's infectious laugh. What happened next? Eliza gave her a knowing smile. From the moment I laid eyes on Benedict, I knew I could trust him. He helped me to overcome my past and made me remember how to smile, truly smile again. Eliza raised an eyebrow at her knowingly. Do you trust Adrian? Kate's shoulders drooped in despair. Wes? No, perhaps, she sighed. Adrian makes me unbelievably happy and he has helped me to find a purpose in my life again. Eliza asked. Let me guess. You trust Adrian with your life, but not your heart. Insightfully. Kate's eyes grew wide in surprise. How did you know? Eliza huffed. I have been in your exact same position. In the end, I chose to open my heart to Benedict and allowed myself to love him. Without Benedict, I would have slowly withdrawn from my loved ones and would have grown bitter. However, with Benedict, my life has begun anew. And if Benedict ever betrayed you? Eliza bit her lip for a moment. He would never betray me intentionally. I know that because I have made it my mission to learn as much as I can about my husband. He is loyal and kind, but most importantly, my best friend. I feel the same way about Adrian, Kate admitted. But, is it all right if I am still frightened? It is perfectly normal to have some anxiety about the future. If it helps, I believe that Adrian is a good man and would never betray you. With a playful smile, Eliza added, and if he did, I would kill him for you. Kate laughed. I appreciate that, Eliza said. Besides, I guarantee your marriage with Adrian will be very different than with Michael, with a bright smile. For starters, you will be happy. Another bubble of laughter escaped Kate's lips. This time I will be married to an English spy and not a French spy. True. Eliza laughed as she rose from her seat. We should change if we want to go riding. Kate jumped up and embraced her sister. You are most definitely the wiser twin. As they walked up to their rooms, Kate was grateful for her sister's wisdom. It was natural for her to be frightened, but she knew that Adrian would never betray her. He would never hurt her like Michel had. Adrien sat on top of his stallion, tipping his head politely to the gentlemen and ladies passing by. Rotten Row was filled with glamorous carriages that held ladies wearing their finery, waving to their friends as they passed by. Gentlemen rode on top of horses as they flirted with the ladies, and occasionally couples would sneak off towards the cover of the trees. His eyes traveled up and down the length of the road, noting agents protecting the perimeter. The missive that he received was vague, but he knew Mr. Henley's accomplice would make contact. He kept his eyes open for Lord Lexington, but so far, he had not seen his crested carriage. The French spy was late. Maybe he was not going to come. What if it was a trap? If it was, then his pistol was tucked behind him in the waistband of his trousers. Furthermore, his boots held a small pistol and a dagger. He was ready to defend himself if necessary. But, with the number of agents milling around, he doubted he would need to take any action. A barouche pulled to a stop in front of him, and a scantily dressed lady addressed him. Lord Camden, I presume. Before he replied, he noted that the driver appeared to be assessing the situation in a way that he found suspicious. This was not the usual driver of a lady's barouche, but rather he appeared to be more of a personal guard to his companion. A pistol sat in his waistband, and he was sitting erect in his seat, surveying the surrounding area. The woman's rich burgundy dress had a low, square neckline that exposed much of her bosoms and showed off a comely figure. Some of her brown hair was piled high on her head, but the majority flowed down her back. As he observed the lady's oval face, he noticed her crescent-shaped eyebrows accentuated her brown eyes perfectly. Her bottom lip was larger than the top, creating a pouty look. She was indeed a very striking woman, but paled in comparison to his Kate. Realizing that he had not yet responded, he tipped his hat to her. You have presumed correctly. May I be so bold as to ask your name? Her smile was coy. You may call me Marthy. Adrian sucked in a breath. Her name had been on the list that was in Kate's locket. This was Mr. Henley's accomplice. He took a moment to compose himself as his eyes continued to be drawn to her neckline. Obviously, she wore that dress for a reason. He noticed that she was watching him very closely and seemed pleased by his perusal. He said, "What a beautiful name." With practiced smoothness, Marthe patted the bench of the barouche in a flirtatious manner. "Would you care to join me for a ride while we discuss a few things?" He knew this was a ploy, but he would go along with it. He had seen female spies before, and they tended to use their bodies to their advantage. Most men's defenses were weakened by a willing woman that allowed certain liberties in exchange for information. He would need to be on alert, especially since they were in Hyde Park. Adrian attached his horse to the back of the barouche and hopped in next to Marthy. As soon as he was seated, she scooted over and placed her hand on his inner thigh. She leaned in and purred, "One Edgar asked me to meet you. I had no idea how ruggedly handsome you were." Her hand slowly caressed his thigh. "I cannot wait for our association to become more personal." The driver veered the barouche towards a cluster of trees just off Rotten Road. As they came to a stop, the driver jumped down and secured the horses before he disappeared. Apparently, Martha wanted to spend some time alone with him. Martha removed her hand from his thigh and shifted to face him. Her eyes roamed his face as her hands started playing with the buttons on his tailcoat. Looking up through her long black lashes, she said, "Igor told me that you refused to help unless you met me. I hope your curiosity has been satisfied now." Her fingers started trailing along his jaw, and she leaned forward, brushing her exposed bosom against his chest. Adrian was no fool. This woman was attempting to seduce him and convince him to do her bidding. Her touch revolted him, but he could not push her away. He was a spy, and he needed to play along. He needed to extract information from her by using a similar tactic. He needed to play the rogue that she thought he was. His hand trailed up and down her arm as his eyes watched her carefully. "I am more than satisfied." Henley failed to mention that his associate was such a beautiful woman. "I am beginning to see why he has kept you hidden all this time." Her hand stalled, and he swore he saw her blush. "Edgar is protective of me, but we work as a team." Her voice held a slight French accent, despite her attempt to mask it. He switched into French as he asked, "How could a man work with such a beautiful woman and not work passionately together?" "It would be impossible, no." Her lips parted as her defenses seemed to weaken, but then her eyes sharpened. "You speak French well, Lord Camden." His fingers weaved through her long brown hair. "I lived in France for a few years, and had a few French lovers." Marthe pressed her bosom against his chest and smiled seductively up at him. "Do you have a lover here?" The image of Kate flittered through his mind before he shook his head no. "Sadly, I have not found one that can fully satisfy me, but it has been fun searching." He laughed as he brought his hand up to brush against her cheek. He asked, "Would you be willing to apply for the position?" Hoarsely. A low sigh escaped her lips as she brought her face close to his. She replied, "I would be willing," keeping her lips hovering over his, "if you help us abduct Lady Lansdowne." Adrian crushed his lips into hers, and her arms came tightly around his body. He needed Marthe to believe that he was gullible and would fall for her charms. His kisses were demanding, rough. He was playing the role of a rogue willing to betray his country for a chance to bed a beautiful woman. If his kisses were gentle rather than passionate, she might not believe his act. He had to appear as if he could not live another moment without this woman in his arms, and he would go to the ends of the earth for her. Martha broke the kiss and sat back. "Will you help us?" His voice was breathless as his fingers traced the graceful length of her neck from ear to shoulder. Wes, assuming you are a part of the deal. She smiled broadly. I am. As soon as Lady Lansdowne has been abducted, I will be yours. She leaned in and trailed kisses down his neck. When she arrived at his cravat, she untied it and kissed his throat. I must admit that I will be looking forward to our liaison. You are quite the handsome man. No. What would you like me to do? All we need is Lady Lansdowne's schedule. She gazed at him, her eyes twinkling. We need to find the ideal time to abduct her. Adrian tilted his head and trailed kisses down her neck. You will not hurt her, will you? He felt a muscle in her neck twitch, and he knew the next words out of her mouth would be a lie. Of course not. You have my word, she stated, lying just as smoothly as Mr. Henley had previously. Adrian wanted to shove her away, but he needed more information from her first. Is there another member of your group I need to meet before we proceed? Her hands slid up and looped around his neck. There is no one else. And would I report to you or Edgar? He whispered in her ear. He heard her breath hitch. It appeared that Martha was more affected by his charms than she was letting on. He leaned back and looked deeply into her eyes. I would much rather report to you. I am indisposed during the day, but I would be happy to stop by your townhouse for a visit. Why is this bill to end the war so important to you? Martha stiffened slightly, then relaxed in his arms. Too many English lives have been lost in this senseless war. It is time to put an end to all the death. But you are French. Why does it matter to you if English lives are lost? She sat back, a cold, bleak look filling her eyes. Why do you assume I am French? Giving her a seductive smile, he answered in French. Mademoiselle, I lived in France for 7 years, and I recognize your distinct accent. French women are the most alluring, no. Her eyes lit up, and she leaned against him again. You are quite the charmer, Lord Camden. Call me Adrian. He crushed his lips against hers once again. He asked, Where shall I find you? When he broke free, Martha replied, That is not how it works, in a slightly breathless tone. Edgar or I will contact you. I agree to your terms, Martha. He stated slowly. More importantly, I will be dreaming of our next meeting. Her hands started weaving through his hair. You will also be paid handsomely for your assistance. He wiggled his brow at her. I would prefer you as payment. May I take you home now? In response, Martha kissed him passionately. Her hands roamed over his body with an urgency he had not expected, and a shudder of disgust coursed through him. He broke the kiss and shoved her to an arm's length, unable to continue the charade. Being mindful of the importance of his mission, he forced his lips into a seductive smile. As much as I want to continue this, I am afraid we would become a spectacle to the pedestrians. Should we adjourn to my townhouse for a continuation of this discussion? Adrian knew that she would decline, but he still needed to act the part of a rogue. Leaning back, she ran her fingers over her swollen red lips before she smoothed out her dress. After composing herself, she snapped her fingers, and her driver appeared almost instantly. We are ready to depart, Norman. Martha gave him a coy look. Our meeting has run its course, Adrian. We need to know Lady Lansdowne's schedule for the next few days. It will be easy to acquire. No problem at all. I will wait for you to make contact. He jumped off the barouche, detached his horse, and stood back while Martha departed. Then, he mounted his horse and turned back towards Rotten Row. As he rode, he adjusted his waistcoat, retied his cravat, and smoothed out his hair. He made the mistake of glancing at a few of the posted agents, and they were all smirking at him. It is a good thing that Kate did not witness this meeting with Martha, he thought. Kate Smuta was agape as she watched the scene before her unfold. Adrian was sitting in a barouche with a beautiful woman, and they were kissing passionately. No, this could not be happening. Eliza reined in her horse next to her. Kate, what is wrong? You look as if you have seen a ghost. Kate raised her hand and pointed at Adrian, because she could find no words to describe what she was witnessing. "Oh," Eliza exclaimed, shock filling her voice. "Shiz that Adrian?" She nodded. "Wes, and with another woman." "This might not be what it looks like," Eliza admonished. Kate turned her fury onto her sister. "What it looks like is Adrian is kissing a woman in Hyde Park. How could it look any different?" Eliza glanced over at Benedict as if asking for help. Benedict's eyes filled with compassion. "Why don't we go back to the townhouse, and we can discuss this calmly?" Kate tightened her grip on her reins. "No. I want to go back to my country home. I don't want to be anywhere near Lord Camden ever again." "Kate," Benedict ventured, "it is not safe to travel to—" "I do not care," Kate yelled, cutting him off. She turned her horse towards the townhouse and kicked the mare into a run. She could hear hoofbeats behind her, confirming that Eliza and Benedict were following her. If she had to guess, Roger and Mr. Larson were also not far behind. It did not matter. She did not want to speak to anyone about this. Adrien had betrayed her. She was such a fool. She had believed him when he used his flowery words of love, and yet he was already keeping a mistress. Kate could feel the barriers returning to her heart. Never again would she fall for the charming words of a man. No, she was finished with men and their lies. Blinded by her tears, she approached the front of the townhouse and reined her horse in. A groomsman came out to retrieve the mare, and she ran inside. She could hear Benedict and Eliza shout her name as she ran up the stairs and into her bedchamber. She did not want to discuss this with them. How could they understand her anguish? Once again, a man had tricked her. She was the same foolish girl, destined to make the same mistake repeatedly. Angrily, she brushed the tears away. Not anymore. She had learned her lesson. Eliza opened her door and peered in. "May I enter?" Nodding, Kate sat on the bed, and Eliza came to sit next to her. Adrien went to meet Mr. Henley's accomplice. And it would appear the woman in the park is actually a French spy. Kate huffed. Am I to overlook the fact that he was practically mauling her because she is a spy? A French spy, Eliza clarified. Kate jumped up from the bed. Why are you trying to justify Adrian's behavior? He was passionately kissing a woman in Hyde Park for anyone to see. I just feel that you should talk to Adrian before. No. I do not want to wait around to hear Adrian's explanation. He will just lie to me. Kate paced, her outrage growing with each step. How could he claim to care for me, and then kiss another woman? Frowning, Eliza tried again. I know it looks bad. Kate shouted over her sister, because it is bad. I caught Adrian kissing another woman. I will not be fooled by him again. She went to her trunks and opened them. Please send Martha in to help me pack, she ordered over her shoulder. It is not safe to travel, Eliza admonished. Kate's eyes filled with tears again as she turned to face her sister. I finally convinced myself that I was worthy of Adrian's love, and I naively trusted him. Kate furiously swiped at the tears streaming down her face. I am stronger now, and I will not be deceived. I want a husband who will love me unconditionally and will not stray, because I will be enough. It is obvious I am not enough for Adrian. Eliza closed the distance and embraced her sister tightly. You are perfect the way you are. She sobbed loudly. Adrian does not think so. Adrian is a fool. I just want to go back to my country home, Kate pleaded. She needed her place of refuge now more than anything. Eliza conceded as she leaned back. All right, I will send in Martha. Kate tightened her hold on Eliza. I am grateful you are my sister. I don't know what I would do without you. It will all work out. But her smile was tight. It seems bad now, but it will work out. Kate stifled her sob. That is not true. Nothing seems to work out for me. Oh, Kate, Eliza murmured sadly as she embraced her tightly again. Kate sobbed into her sister's arms. She was destined not to have a love match like Eliza and Benedict. She would rather be alone than be married to a liar again.
Adrian Poped onto the settee in his study and took a sip of his brandy. He had ordered a bath to be prepared as soon as he had walked through the door, because Marthy's perfume was so strong he was sure it had permeated his clothing. He could not visit Kate until he bathed and changed his clothes. He hoped that she would be willing to continue reading Pride and Prejudice. He had to admit that he was interested in the outcome. Before he took another sip, a large dagger plunged into the cushion between his legs. He recognized the dagger as Eliza's, but he had no idea how it had appeared there. He glanced up to see Eliza, her eyes blazing with fury. She held another dagger in her hand, and she appeared to be debating about throwing that one at him as well. He jumped up from his seat, nearly spilling his drink. "What is the meaning of this?" Her glare deepened, and she raised the dagger into throwing position. Before she could fling it into his person, however, Benedict reached up and grabbed the dagger out of her hand. "Eliza, we discussed this. You cannot kill him." His tone sounded almost regretful. Adrian placed his glass down on the table. "Why would you need to kill me?" Eliza marched into the room and stood right in front of him. "What were you thinking? You are a bloody fool." Eliza's choice of words would have amused him if he understood where her anger came from. He needed to regain control of this conversation. He smiled kindly at her. "Will you please explain what I did wrong?" Her fiery glare was palpable. "Did you forget that I took Kate riding through Hyde Park today?" Adrian asked. "Is that all?" His shoulders relaxing. "I forgot to thank you for taking Kate on a ride." Benedict shook his head in disbelief. "You are a bigger idiot than I thought." With a furrowed brow, Adrian looked down at Eliza. "Just explain to me what I did wrong." Eliza's eyes narrowed. "Kate and I were riding down Rotten Row until she veered off, because she saw your horse attached to a barouche." Adrian's eyes grew wide. No, he muttered loudly. "Please tell me that Kate did not witness me talking to Martha." "We did not see much talking, but we saw plenty of kissing," Benedict accused. Adrian threw his hands over his face. He had been so focused on Martha that he failed to recognize someone might have witnessed his interaction. He had to go see her. He had to make this right. Dropping his hands, he started towards the door. Before he reached it, Benedict grabbed his arm. "Wait, we need to hear about your meeting." He shrugged off Benedict's arm. "No, I need to go speak to Kate and make this right." But Eliza's hand rose to her hip in a defiant stance. "Was it worth it?" Adrian asked. "Was what worth it?" "We saw you in the barouche," Eliza pressed. "Kate's heart is broken, and I fear that she might never recover from this." "You have lost her trust." Adrian's heart lurched inside of his chest. "No, Kate does not understand. Martha was trying to recruit me to help abduct you, and she was attempting to seduce me." Benedict crossed his arms over his wide chest. It appeared that she had succeeded. "No, by playing along I was able to extract information from her. She informed me that I was to report to Henley but let it slip that there is no one else I would report to. Also, she knows the fate of the abducted women. She is busy during the day, which means she must be doing something with her time. I am guessing she is with them." Eliza said. "Martha was on the list in the locket. We have now identified 2 of the French spies on the list. I will forward that information to Lord Beckett." Benedict walked over to the desk for a paper and quill. "However, where does Lord Lexington fit in all of this?" "I have not figured that out yet," Adrian admitted. Benedict said, "We will ask Lord Beckett to check into this." He wrote some information down on the sheet of paper. Eliza's gaze softened a tad, but it still reflected residual anger. "I understand what you were doing with Martha, but Kate does not. As an agent, you put a mask on when you are tasked to complete certain assignments, but Kate is not one of us, and never will be. She feels betrayed, and I could hear the mistrust back in her voice." A lump in his throat threatened to unleash his emotions. "What can I do?"
Eliza pressed her lips together. I do not know. Adrian turned his head towards Benedict, hoping his friend could offer some advice. However, Benedict just gazed at him with compassion in his eyes. I cannot help you, either. He placed his hands on the sides of his forehead as he tried to formulate a plan. Nothing came to his mind. I have to try. As he turned to leave, Eliza spoke up. You should know that Kate is packing to go back to her country home. Adrian spun around to face her. She cannot leave. It is not safe. I told her that, but she is in an emotional state right now. Do not order a carriage for her. Adrian barked at Benedict. If she leaves, she could fall prey to Mr. Henley. Benedict came around the side of the desk. I cannot keep Kate hostage. We have enough footmen to see her home safely. She is home. Adrian roared. He could not take the looks of pity from Benedict and Eliza anymore, and he started running towards Kate's bedchamber. Once he explained what he was doing in Hyde Park,
she would see reason. She would forgive him.
She had to, Martha asked. Would old you like me to pack all of your dresses in the trunk? Kate placed her ivory gown on top of the pile of dresses on the bed. Wes. All of them. Even though Martha was Eliza's lady's maid, she had begun to consider her a friend as well. Thank you for helping me pack. Martha frowned at her. May I ask why you are running away? I am not running away. For the first time, I see clearly. Kate picked up another dress from the pile. Martha placed a dress into the trunk. And what is that? Men cannot be trusted, Kate stated in a resigned tone. I thought Adrian was different, but I was wrong. Martha's face softened at Kate's words, and she walked over to give her an embrace. I used to adamantly believe that all men were vile, deceitful human beings, with only one thing on their minds. She leaned back to look Kate in the eyes. But I became acquainted with Lord Jonathan, Mr. Larson Roger, and Lord Lansdowne. These are men that can be trusted. I agree, but they are the exception to the rule. Martha started to open her mouth as Adrian walked into her bedchamber. Martha leaned forward and whispered, Give him a chance to explain before you run away. She turned to Adrian and gave him a slight curtsy before she departed. Adrian's riding coat hung open. His cravat hung around his neck untied and his normally groomed hair was tousled about. She would never seen him in such a state of undress before. He looked steadily at her with a strange, deep look that held vulnerability. Kate ignored his gaze and picked up a dress off her bed. She rolled it and placed it in the trunk, completely ignoring Adrian. Kate. Adrian spoke her name softly, as if it was infinitely precious. I am sorry. Without saying a word, she picked up another dress and flung it in the trunk. She should ask him to leave, but she realized she didn't really want him to go. Her treacherous heart was still choosing Adrian, even after she would convinced herself that she was better off without him. Adrian stepped further into the room, his hands in front of him as though he was afraid she would run past him. Oh, Lisa tells me that you witnessed my meeting with a French spy this afternoon. He stepped closer to her, but was still an arm's length away. It must have been difficult to watch me kiss her, but it meant nothing. Kate huffed loudly, as the fury inside of her raged. How dare you presume that it was merely difficult to watch you seduce another woman in the middle of Hyde Park? Her chest heaved with fury as she turned to face him. You led me to believe you cared for me. Adrian furrowed his brow as he watched her. I love you, Kate. I want to marry you. Rest assured that has never faltered. However, I had to interrogate the spy, and she was bent on seducing me. Kate threw her hands up in the air in frustration and ignored his ill-timed declaration. By interrogate, you mean you had to trail kisses down her neck? Adrian had the decency to look ashamed. I am a spy, Kate. My personal life is separate from my life as an agent of the Crown. My assignment was to discover who Henley's partner was, and I succeeded. That woman in the park is Henley's partner and a French spy. He frowned. Do you think I enjoyed myself? Narrowing her eyes, Kate could not seem to contain her anger. Adrian saw nothing wrong with his actions, and he was asking her to just accept his infidelity. No. Kate tightened her hands into fists. I am tired of the lies, Adrian asked. What lies? In confusion, Kate marched up to him and poked him in the chest. It is inconceivable to me that you claim to love me and yet allow yourself to be in situations where you are seducing other women. I will not tolerate it. Adrian's eyes softened. I do love you. However, I am a spy. Kate asked. Would you have betted her if you thought it would have helped with your interrogation? Intently. No. He stated emphatically. She fisted her hands on her hips. Can you tell me honestly that you have never considered betting a woman to loosen her tongue? Adrian swallowed slowly and diverted his eyes. That was all Kate needed to know. She spun around and went to her bed to continue packing. Adrian came up behind her, putting his hands on her arms. I have never betted a woman for information, he declared, his fingers slowly trailing down the length of her arm. Please talk to me. Kate shrugged off his touch and picked up another dress. As she was rolling it, Adrian walked over to the trunk and started pulling out her dresses, placing them back on the bed. What are you doing? Kate shouted. I am packing. Adrian leveled his gaze at her. You cannot leave. It is not safe for you to travel. Kate grabbed the pile of dresses he had placed on the bed and dropped them into the trunk. You do not need to concern yourself with my safety anymore. You are under my protection. Not anymore, Kate broke, cutting him off. Adrian's mouth gaped open before he managed to say, Would you mind repeating that? Kate squared her shoulders and turned to face him. I have no desire to be under your rule anymore. Adrian sighed. Kate, please be reasonable. Kissing Martha meant nothing, it was just a means to an end. Shaking her head, Kate stood her ground. I do not care. Never again will I wonder where my husband is, or who he is with. I deserve better. Adrian placed his hand on her arm. I am a spy. I know you are a spy, Kate acknowledged, hesitating. But I will not be a spy's wife again. I do not want a man that is faithful to me only when it is convenient. With a calming voice, Adrian replied, I will always be faithful to you. However, what I do in the name of the crown is to keep England safe and protected. Sometimes I am tasked with assignments that are contrary to my beliefs and desires, but they must be done. Seducing Martha was strategic, and it worked. Kate closed her eyes and her lips formed a tight line. If we were married, I would want the real you. The one who sneaks flowers into my room, or the one who tells me I am brave. Tears came to her eyes as she continued. Unfortunately, you hide behind a mask as you are unfaithful. You are just as bad as Mitchell was. I beg your pardon. Kate got a whiff of perfume that was not hers from Adrian's clothing, infuriating her even more. Mitchell was a French spy who seduced women, and I am sure he would say that it was part of his cover. Adrian reared back, his face reflecting shock. I am nothing like Mitchell. Kate leaned closer to Adrian and sniffed his coat. You reek of that woman's perfume. Martha, was it? How dare you come speak to me when you still have remnants of your tryst on your clothing? Adrian ran his hand through his hair and sighed. It meant nothing. I was just doing my job, Kate finished for him. Well, England is grateful to have such an upstanding agent in a barouche, working hard to keep everyone safe. Her tone was filled with sarcasm. She scooped up the rest of the dresses on the bed and dropped them into the trunk. She did not care if they were wrinkled. Her lady's maid would press them for her. Adrian put his hands over his face and leaned his head back. After a moment he dropped his hands and moaned, sounding defeated. I am sorry I hurt you, Kate. Kate flicked her hand, easily dismissing his apology. It matters not. I am just glad I learned the truth about your character before we were married. Adrian's eyes were sad and wary. I still want to marry you. Kate walked closer to Adrian until she stood in front of him. I care for you, deeply. I will always care for you, but to love a spy. Her voice hitched. Is not something I am capable of. His eyes pleaded with her. I am more than just a spy. I am a man who loves you immensely. You helped me to open my heart, but seeing you with that woman, her voice trailed off. It shattered my heart even more. I fear I will never trust you again, and that would not bode well for a marriage. I am sorry. Adrian placed his hand on her cheek. You must understand that I had no choice in the matter. We are trying to stop French spies from pushing their agenda inside of Parliament. You did have a choice. And you made the decision that suited Adrian, the spy. The sadness reflected in his eyes was undeniable. Are you asking me to stop working as an agent? Kate shook her head. No, I would never ask you to stop working as an agent, because that is your true love, your passion. But I do not want to be an afterthought. Adrian brought his other hand up to encompass her face. No, you are wrong. You are my true love. Kate placed her hands over his hands and slowly lowered them. It is too late. I have made my decision. She lowered her gaze to the floor, hoping Adrian would leave on his own accord. Instead, he said, I do not accept that. I love you and I want to marry you. Kate brought her ardent gaze back up to him. If you had truly loved me, then you would not have seduced a woman in Hyde Park, Adrian groaned. How many times do I have to tell you that it was part of an assignment? It meant nothing. She meant nothing. Kate narrowed her eyes in fury. How can passionately kissing a woman mean nothing? Adrian shook his hands in front of him in obvious frustration. I was interrogating her. Kate tilted her head back and looked at the ceiling. I do not care, she exclaimed as she brought her gaze back to him. I will not go into a marriage where my betrothed already has indiscretions. It was one time, he roared. I do not have a mistress, nor do I have indiscretions. I was just acting the part of a spy. Kate stood her ground and stared back at him for a moment. She could tell he was agitated, but she did not fear him or his anger. Once was enough for me. I have been through too much to just give in. I will not marry you, not now, not ever. Adrian pursed his lips before saying, well, we are meant to be together. I will find a way for you to trust me again and we will be wed. Shaking her head in disbelief, she replied, you protect England, and I will protect my heart. As Adrian opened his mouth to say something, Kate cut him off and shouted, Roger. Roger peeked into the room. West Lady Camden. Kate tilted her head defiantly at Adrian. Will you please escort Lord Camden out of my room? Adrian dropped his wide, muscular shoulders in defeat. Please do not do this, Kate. She locked eyes with him. You made your choice and I made mine. Now, we must live with those choices. She turned to the trunk and closed the lid. Roger, could you also ask a footman to bring my trunks down to the carriage? We will depart for my country home within the hour. Absolutely not, Adrian declared. It is not safe for you to travel. Why are you being the most obstinate female in all of England? Her jaw tensed, and she clenched her fists at her sides as her frustration grew. You do not control what I do, Lord Camden. Adrian stepped closer to her, his tone firm. The roads are not safe for you to travel on. As Kate glared up at him, she noticed that her legs weren't shaking. She was fully in control of this conversation, and she recognized how far she had truly come. I do not answer to you. She turned towards Roger. Please escort Lord Camden out, now. Roger's face held a sympathetic gaze as he looked at Adrian. Lord Camden, it is time for you to go. Adrian's eyes roamed her face as if memorizing every line and nuance. I will go, but this is not goodbye. I refuse to let you go, she said. Goodbye, Lord Camden, before she spun around and kept her back towards him. She did not dare watch him walk out, for that might have weakened her resolve. She had made the right choice. She had caught Adrian in a tryst, regardless of the circumstances. Still, even though in her mind she was doing the right thing, her heart was telling her something completely different.
Rod ogrstuk his head back into the carriage. I would ask you to reconsider this hasty departure. He grimaced. Dusk is approaching soon, and it is not safe on the roads at night. But Kate clenched her hands in her lap. Why did the men in her life try to control her? First, Adrian demanded that she stay, followed by Benedict's long tirade about highway robbers. Now Roger had asked her 4 times to reconsider. She was tired of being treated like a coddled female. I would like to go home now, she answered, attempting to keep her voice calm. It is only an hour carriage ride. Roger gave her a swift nod. As you wish. He closed the carriage door firmly. Kate blew out a breath that she had not realized she had been holding. She had almost fallen for Adrian's charms. Who was she kidding? She had completely fallen for his charms. A tear ran down her cheek, but she did not move to wipe it away. It was a good thing she was alone in the carriage, because she could cry and no one would hear her. She had made the right choice. The carriage lurched forward, and she leaned her head back onto the cushion. Tears trailed down her face as she kept her eyes closed. Adrian's betrayal had ripped her heart into pieces. Never had she felt so deceived. He spoke of love and promises, but his actions proved otherwise. His face appeared in her mind, and she remembered his jovial smile, his kind eyes, and his tender touch. But then she remembered the way Adrian had trailed kisses along that woman's throat. Her eyes jerked open. That scene was permanently etched into her memory. Abruptly, the carriage lurched to a stop, and she fell slightly forward. The carriage door swung open, and Eliza, wearing a high-waisted blossom dress, jumped in. After she sat down on the bench opposite her, Eliza crossed her arms over her chest as the carriage started moving down the road again. Kate furrowed her brow. Why are you here? Not that she was complaining, because she loved her sister. Eliza's lips were curled into a frown. I am here to protect you. That is what Roger is for. It was not safe for you to leave our townhouse. There are dangerous men afoot, and you made an impromptu departure at nightfall. Eliza gave her an exasperated look. Kate crossed her own arms over her chest. You know why I did. Eliza huffed. I know why. You are running away. Outraged, Kate just stared at her sister like she was mad. I am doing no such thing. I caught Adrian kissing another woman in Hyde Park. No, you saw Hawk kissing a French spy in the park. Eliza countered. She threw up her hands. Adrian and Hawk are the same person. Eliza's eyes studied her for a moment, as if attempting to peer into her soul. Are you saying you cannot condone Adrian's actions even when he is acting as a spy? Of course not. How could I? Eliza blinked, her look of disbelief settling into a tight press of her lips. You would give up a lifetime of happiness with Adrian, because he was trying to extract information from a French spy, by any means necessary. Kate frowned. I believe we have already established that fact. Eliza uncrossed her arms and placed the palms of her hands on the bench. Perhaps you find torture a more acceptable way of extracting information than kissing. Kate's eyes grew wide at the question. She did not know how to respond. Or Adrian could have slit Marthy's throat and thrown her body into the River Thames. Eliza lifted an eyebrow, challenging her. Would that have been a more permissible approach? She shook her head no but remained silent. Kate recognized her sister's point, but it was not going to change her mind. Adrian had been unfaithful to her. She could not condone that behavior. Eliza asked, What has Adrian told you about his role within the agency? Kate's eyes lifted to meet her sister's gaze. I know he went undercover in France for a few years. Eliza asked, Did he ever mention that Hawk is just as hated in France as Shadow is? With a raised brow. No, he did not. Her sister's eyes softened as she gazed upon her. Adrian spent years undercover in France. Then he was forced to break cover and flee in the middle of the night. He arrived only to discover his family had been murdered by a French spy. Eliza's eyes pleaded for her to understand. To him, you are his only family. He loves you,
And I suspect you love him too. How can I condone? Eliza said. You are condoning nothing, cutting her off. In your heart. Do you truly believe Adrian wanted to kiss Marthy, a known spy? Kate bit her lip as she shook her head. I see your point, but... She hesitated. What if he does it again? Eliza let out a most unladylike snort of laughter. I have no doubt that he will never kiss another woman again, interrogation or not. Kate gazed out the window for a moment, trying to think of words to express her internal turmoil. She turned back. I still think it is better if I go back to my country home. Better for who? She frowned deeply and drew her brows together. I cannot get that image out of my head. I see Adrian kissing that other woman, and it reminds me so much of Michel. How can I ever trust him again? Eliza moved to sit next to her. You have been taken advantage of horribly in the past, but I believe Adrian is your future. He loves you and is utterly devastated. Concern crept into her eyes. I saw the panic on his face when he discovered you witnessed his meeting with Marthe. Kate wrung her hands together. I do not believe I am cut out to be a spy's wife, she admitted. Eliza placed her hand over Kate's, causing her to still. You can be anything you choose to be. She paused, her eyes filled with compassion. And, if you are adamant in your decision to not marry Adrian, then I will support it. After all, you are my favorite sister. A small laugh left Kate's mouth. I am your only sister, Eliza said. I want you to remember that. With a tight smile. But, I truly believe you made a mistake by running away from Adrian, Kate asked. That's so. Wearily. Eliza nodded. I understand how you could perceive Adrian's actions as an indiscretion. She held up her hand to stop Kate's retort. But he was working as an agent of the Crown to sniff out the traitors within England. By seducing Marthe, he discovered more about the French's scheme. Kate pursed her lips. How could you possibly understand his actions? Eliza's face grew solemn, yet her eyes sparked with an intensity she had never witnessed before. Because, I am Shadow. Surprisingly, Kate was not shocked. All the missing pieces started fitting into place, and Beaumont Castle, Mr. Larson, and her black clothing made perfect, logical sense. Her lips twitched in amusement. Now I see why you hired Mr. Larson as your butler, even though he is horrible at domestic skills. So, I have been told repeatedly. Eliza stated good-naturedly. He was initially hired to protect me on missions, but he now is responsible for my full-time protection. I am glad he is around. I do not want anything to happen to you. Eliza withdrew her hand and leaned away. And I do not want anything to happen to you. Her eyes grew sad, distant. I have done horrible things as a spy. I am sad to admit that most of my actions would shock you. Maybe even cause you to despise me. It was Kate's turn to reassure Eliza, even though she knew she could not comprehend the mantle of responsibility that came with being a notorious spy. Nothing you say or do would change the way I feel about you, she assured her. Eliza said, I have killed men, technically hundreds of men. Her eyes devoid of emotion. Kate's eyes welled with tears for her sister. You have killed bad men who would not have hesitated to kill you. Suddenly, a thought dawned on her. You were the one who saved Hannah, weren't you? Eliza shook her head. We saved Hannah as a team. Jonathan, Adrian, Benedict, and other agents boarded the ship, and I remained in a building nearby with Mr. Larson. Her eyes flickered towards the small window. My job was to take out the men guarding the gangway and any other mercenary that needed to be put down. Kate briefly smiled at the memory of Adrian sitting at the dining table the morning after Hannah was rescued, and how he shared his skewed version of the events. A few days later, they were in the library, and he admitted to the true story of how Hannah was rescued. Ironically, in both accounts, she found herself dreaming about how handsome Adrian must have looked on the ship's deck, with his brown hair blowing in the wind, reminding her that he looked very much like a dashing pirate. Her mind jolted back to the present. Dorian told me that Shadow gave a few sailors warning shots in their shoulders rather than kill them outright. Kate watched her sister bite her lower lip. A sure sign that Eliza was upset. That sounds like a compassionate spy who does not thirst for bloodshed. Eliza gave her a tight smile. As she opened her mouth to respond, the carriage started swaying back and forth as it lurched forward at an alarming pace. Muffled shouting was coming from around the carriage, but no words were recognizable over the sound of pounding hoofbeats. Multiple explosions came from behind them, hitting the carriage with the distinctive sound of splintering wood. Eliza turned and grabbed Kate's shoulders, forcing her to look at her. These men want to abduct us, not kill us. Be calm and do not panic. Kate's eyes grew wide as she attempted to take in what Eliza just told her. She asked, "How can I stay calm?" In earnest. How did someone stay calm, knowing their life was in danger? Eliza smiled reassuringly, although it seemed forced. You have been in worse situations than this. Trust me. Adrian and Benedict will find us, unless I get us out of this scrape first. More explosions came from outside the carriage until it started slowing down. Once the carriage was stopped, Eliza and Kate watched the door cautiously. They did not know which side had won, and time seemed to cease as they waited. Were Roger and all the footmen dead? Or did they prevail? The carriage door was wrenched open, and a husky man with sandy blonde hair glared at them. He laughed cruelly. I see that Lady Camden is not alone. I presume you are her sister. Lady Lansdowne. Please do not hurt us, Eliza pleaded. Her voice was shaky, and her eyes were full of tears. Kate turned her head around to ensure that it was indeed Eliza that spoke with such uncertainty. How unlike her. The man laughed again and turned his head out of the carriage. We scored tonight. We got 2 ladies from the list. A roar of applause came from outside of the carriage. Flinching, Kate glanced back at Eliza and saw her wink. How silly of her. Eliza was playing the role of a simpering female. Get out of the carriage, the husky man demanded when he turned his attention back on them. He stepped back and allowed them to exit the carriage on their own. Kate was not prepared for what she saw. Dead bodies were sprawled around the ground, their bleak, lifeless eyes staring at her. She scanned the bodies looking for Roger, hoping that he was still alive. As she glanced at the road, she saw Roger stretched out in the dirt, blood dripping down the side of his mouth. Roger. She shrieked as she ran the few yards and dropped to her knees next to him. She said, No, 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 as she tried to figure out what she could do to save him. Please do not die. Her voice turned pleading as she ripped the bottom of her dress and tried to apply pressure to the wound on his chest. His shirt was saturated with blood, and it appeared her efforts weren't helping. His hand rose, gently grabbing her hand to stop her. This is, he tried to say, before he caught up blood, this is not your fault. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head repeatedly. It is all my fault. I should never have left the townhouse. She buried her head into his side, being mindful not to cause him any more pain. I am so sorry, she cried. I want you to do something for me. Roger gasped. Anything. She brought her eyes up to look at her protector, who had become a dear friend. He said, Be happy. His voice getting weaker with each word. Gripping his hand, she could not keep from bursting into loud sobs. I am so sorry, Roger. Her sister's arm came around her shoulder, pulling her in tightly. He is gone. Eliza whispered into her ear. We need to act the role of weak women. Kate replied, It will not be an act for me, with resignation in her voice. As Eliza helped her rise, she glanced once more at Roger's lifeless body. She had killed him, almost as if she had pulled the trigger. She insisted they return home, even after he urged her to reconsider. She had made a poor decision again, and this time it resulted not only in the death of her friend, but all the footmen who came along to protect her. Without a word, she leaned up against her sister, knowing she did not have the strength to walk alone. How does someone move on, knowing they have blood on their hands? The men roughly tied their hands together and slipped a bag over their heads. As they were tossed carelessly into the carriage, Kate knew she deserved this treatment. In fact, she deserved far worse. Adrin star du windu otaeodu, the snifter in his hand forgotten long ago. Currently, he was in a state of numbness, and no matter the drink, it would not ease his broken heart. He had lost Kate, the only good thing in his life, for doing his job as a spy. It had never even occurred to him to attempt a different strategy with Marthy. His instinct told him to seduce her, and he always acted on those impressions. He had learned long ago to never doubt his instinct, and it had served him well in the past. Now, he did not give a damn about his instinct, or being a spy. All that mattered was Kate. He flinched, knowing his instinct was telling him that Kate would never trust him again. How could she? He could understand her fury, or her need to rage, but he never expected her to dismiss him entirely. A weak smile came to his lips as he remembered Kate shouting at him, never once wavering in her anger. She had grown so much in these past few weeks. He was so proud of Kate. He loved her. Without her, his life was bleak and held no meaning. He needed to go and plead for her forgiveness. Society would mock his lack of pride, but he did not care about his pride when it came to Kate. She had given him purpose and restored his hope in a world that sometimes lacked humanity. With a surge of resolve, he jumped up from his seat. The sun had already set, but he was determined to set things right with Kate. He placed his snifter on the tray and straightened his waistcoat. As he started across the room, Benedict strode in, stopping with a cocky smile on his face. I recognize that resolute stance. You are going to fight for Kate. I am. It is about time, Benedict stated. I was prepared to knock some sense into you hours ago, but it appears that is not necessary anymore. Why are you in my study? Adrian growled. He really did not have time to chit-chat with his friend. Benedict laughed. Because some idiot put a door through my hall. Adrian started walking towards the hall. If you will excuse me, I will use that very door to beg Kate to give me another chance. Benedict looked perplexed. I thought you knew. A cold shiver ran down his spine at his friend's words. Knew what? The carriage left over an hour ago with Kate. What? What? Adrian roared. And you are just telling me now. Benedict gave him a stern, knowing look. It was not my call to stop her. Roger and 5 footmen went along for her protection. You only sent 5 footmen. He was beginning to question if Benedict was a bloody simpleton. Eliza was so upset that she went to her room to lie down. Adrian started pacing back and forth in a frenzy. I need to go after her. He strode past Benedict and into the hall. Ward, bring me my horse. There is not a moment to lose. Don't be a fool. Benedict was suddenly in front of him, his hands out front, attempting to be the voice of reason. You cannot race after her at night and risk having your horse go lame. Besides, the roads are crawling with highwaymen. Adrian stopped, staring at his friend with a steely, hardened gaze. He was ready to face whatever came his way to see Kate again. I do not fear highway robbers. Benedict dropped his hand in defeat. I wish you luck. Near the entry hall, Adrian spun back around. His instinct was telling him something was amiss. He frowned. Has Elizabeth ever retired to her room when she was upset? Not that I can recall, but she is with child now. Did she wish Kate a farewell at the carriage? He pressed. Something was gnawing at him. No, she went to lay down before the carriage departed. Realization dawned on Benedict's features as he sighed gruffly, giving her enough time to scale down the wall and join her sister in the carriage. Eliza would want to ensure Kate's protection, even if it meant enduring your wrath. If what we believe is true, I plan to lock her away in our estate, Benedict growled, after I ensure she is unharmed. Adrian knew his friend would never lock Eliza away. How could he? Benedict was just scared. He understood that emotion very well right now. First, let us go see if my theory holds true. They both sprinted towards Benedict's townhouse with a sense of dread. If Henley had targeted Kate's carriage, then he would have acquired both Eliza and Kate. That would be disastrous. Running down the hall, Adrian stepped aside as Benedict threw open his bedchamber door. The window was opened, and the drapes were fluttering in the wind. "Larson!" Benedict shouted with such venom that Adrian almost took a step back. He was glad he was not on the receiving end of that anger. Scanning the hall, Adrian stated, "I do not see him. Where is he?" "Larson is always with Eliza." Benedict's face was a grim mask as he sorted through this puzzle. "It appears I will be traveling with you to your country estate to retrieve my wife." They both raced towards the main entry, where a group of servants waited to do their bidding. "I want my horse readied now," Benedict ordered as he ran out the main door. Adrian followed closely behind, anxiously waiting for his horse to be brought up front. The sound of pounding hooves on the cobblestone street caught his attention. Focusing on the direction of the noise, he saw a horse barreling down the street with a rider who sat low, urging his mount to run faster. The horse pulled up in front of them, and he saw Mr. Larson dismount quickly. "They took Eliza and Kate. They took them!" Mr. Larson yelled, his voice frantic. In all his days, Adrian had never witnessed Larson rattled. Benedict grabbed his shoulders, looking directly into his eyes. "We will get them back. First, we need to know what happened." Nodding, Mr. Larson took a deep breath, regained his control, then his eyes took on a deadly gleam. "Eliza asked me to order her some tea and biscuits. While I was away, she snuck out of the window, and I assumed she met the carriage at the corner." Adrian asked, "Why would you think that?" Curiously, Mr. Larson scowled at him. "Because that is what I would have done." He turned his attention back to Benedict. "I thought I had time to catch up to the carriage and bring Eliza home. Unfortunately, I arrived too late." He fisted his hands, and Adrian thought he might punch something. "We need to know all the facts." Benedict pressed calmly, but Adrian was not falling for his brave facade. "The carriage was on fire." Mr. Larson hesitated. "But I confirmed no one was in it." Noticing the black ash on his clothing, Adrian wondered how close Mr. Larson got to confirm no one was in the carriage. "Everyone was dead, including Roger." His voice trailed off. Adrian felt like someone just punched him in the gut. Roger was dead. Poor Kate. Roger was more than just her protector, he was her friend. Anger ripped through his body. "Henley would pay for this. I believe I will pay a visit to Henley's townhouse," he snarled. "First, he would retrieve Kate and Eliza, and then he would make Henley suffer a gruesome death." Benedict asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" Snapping him back into reality. "No, Henley is mine," Adrian declared as he mounted his horse that a groomsman had brought around front. "I will inform Lord Beckett." Benedict gave him a pointed look. "Try not to get yourself killed, Hawk." With a firm nod in response, he tightened the reins in his hand and kicked the horse into a dry run on the empty cobblestone street. "And don't kill him, yet," Benedict shouted behind him. Shaking off Benedict's words, Adrian knew he could not promise that. Right now, he would kill as many people as it took to get his Kate back.
OHISRID through the foggy streets of London, Adrian mentally prepared for what needed to be accomplished. By confronting Henley, he was going to break cover without confirming who the French spy was in the House of Lords, or where Martha resided. However, Henley would know where Kate and Eliza were being held, and he had every intention of rescuing them before they were injured or killed. Knowing Lord Becket had assigned agents to trail Henley's movements, he dismounted his horse near the alley where he had last seen them. Being vigilant as he approached the dark alleyway, he could see two hazy figures. His steps were deliberate to ensure he did not spook these agents. He stopped a few feet away from the men, knowing he needed to announce himself. Be on alert. Street urchins will likely pick your pockets. Once he uttered the code, the hazy figures left the obscurity of the alleyway and came closer. The two relatively young agents wore dark coats and appeared to be unsettled by his presence. Al, what is it that you want? The agent with brown hair asked, keeping his hand on the pistol tucked into his trousers. Stepping forward, he handed his reins to the agent. Henley just abducted Lady Camden and Lady Lansdowne, killing 6 men who were guarding them, including a former agent. Obviously offended at being relegated to the job of a groomsman, the brown-haired agent handed off his reins to the other agent with the bony nose. Are we tasked with bringing him in then? No, he answered firmly. I will go confront Henley, but I want you to track all of his movements. We are already doing that. Cutting him off, Adrian proceeded to give orders. I want to know everything that happens with Henley for the next 24 hours. He raised his eyebrows to stress his point. If he leaves that house, you both will follow him. Do not split up. The brown-haired agent frowned, appearing frustrated. With all due respect, we do not work for you. We work for Lord Becket, and he ordered us not to leave this location. We are just to report who comes and goes from Henley's townhouse. Taking a step forward, Adrian's voice turned deadly. He did not have the luxury of time to argue. What is your name, agent? Stearns. The brown-haired agent answered. Well, Stearns, he drawled, not bothering to hide his annoyance. Lord Becket has put me in charge of this investigation, and I will dictate what you will do. His eyes narrowed as his jaw clamped shut. Resisting the urge to beat this agent into submission, the bonny-nosed agent nodded his consent, but Stearns was not as easily convinced. His eyes roamed Adrian's fancy clothes and shiny boots. With a look that clearly indicated his disbelief that an entitled lord was in charge of this investigation, he asked, Can I get your name, my lord? He huffed disapprovingly. You know, in case Lord Becket wants to know the name of the man who changed his direct orders. A slow, satisfied smile came to Adrian's lips. You can tell him that Hawk changed his orders. Hawk. Stearns repeated with newfound respect. Last we heard you were in France. With a determined glance towards Henley's townhouse, Adrian replied, Gentlemen, I do not have time for questions right now. Will you do as I ask? Yes, sir. They both said in unison. He started down the alley towards Henley's house. Hold my horse, he ordered over his shoulder. This shouldn't take long. As he was ushered into Henley's study, Adrian ensured his coat was covering the pistol tucked in the back. He liked having the pistol hidden from view, giving him an advantage. As usual, his spare overcoat pistol and small dagger were in his boot. He never liked to be unprepared for a fight. As much as he wanted to kill Mr. Henley, he needed him alive at this point. Lord Becket would most likely send agents to arrest Henley tomorrow, but he hoped to have Kate back in his arms by sunrise. Lord Camden, it is a pleasure to see you this fine evening, Mr. Henley said with a hint of sarcasm, as he laid the papers he had been perusing onto his desk. His tailcoat had been removed and was draped over the back of his chair. Adrian strode into the room, ignoring Mr. Henley's gestured invitation to sit. He placed his hands on the desk and leaned forward. Where are Kate and Eliza?
Mr. Henley chuckled as he leaned away from his desk. Kate, is it? Eliza. You must be quite close to be using their given names. Kate is my responsibility, he asserted firmly. Not only did you abduct her, but you took her sister Eliza, and torched the Marquess of Lansdowne's carriage. He leaned further over the desk. Furthermore, you killed 6 innocent people, leaving their bodies in the road, as if they were discarded waste. Is that all? Mr. Henley asked, unconcerned. Pushing off from the desk, Adrian's eyes narrowed. You abducted the daughters of the Duke of Remington. Did you not think there would be an investigation? Mr. Henley seemed unaffected by his words. Highwaymen frequent that road at night. It will be written off as a robbery gone bad. He reached for the papers on his desk and started rifling through them. Now, if you don't mind, I have work to do, and I trust you can see your way out. Straightening his shoulders, he tilted his head as he watched Mr. Henley's attempt to dismiss him. After a moment, he crossed his arms, then spoke, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. I want Kate and Eliza back. I will not leave until you tell me where they are. Without sparing him a glance, Mr. Henley put up 2 fingers, signaling someone to come into the room. He turned slightly and watched 2 large men, with pistols tucked into their trousers, walk up to the desk to stand behind Henley. It was obvious that these men were meant to intimidate him, which only infuriated him more. Did Henley really believe that these 2 men would stop his questions? Focusing on Mr. Henley, his eyes were blazing with fury. Where are they? Mr. Henley rose from his chair with the air of a man who believed he was still in charge. You were hired to help abduct them, but my men took care of it. I owe you nothing. Taking a deliberate step forward, Adrian was gratified to see a glimmer of fear in Mr. Henley's eyes. And you thought you could cheat me? Mr. Henley sighed in relief. If this is about money, I am sure we can come to an agreement. Chuckling dryly, Adrian shook his head. No, this is most certainly not about money. Gone was the down on his luck. Selfish lord replaced with the steely, determined agent he truly was. I want Kate and Eliza returned, unharmed, he ordered. Henley placed his hand on the desk, his finger tapping the pile of papers thoughtfully. After a moment, he met Adrian's gaze. I am willing to give you back Lady Lansdowne, unharmed. Adrian clenched his jaw tightly. I want Lady Camden too. With a wave of a hand, Henley dismissed his words. He said, I am keeping Lady Camden, his voice dripping with contempt. She is mine. No. She is mine, Adrian wanted to shout, but instead he pressed for more information. Why do you want Lady Camden? A frown tugged at Henley's lips. It is personal. Adrian's hands were now balled into fists at his sides, and his knuckles were white. I am afraid I cannot let that happen. Lady Camden has agreed to marry me, and I want my fiancée back. Henley's upper lip curled in disdain. You are not really in a position to negotiate, are you? He glanced at the 2 men behind him. I believe Lord Camden has outlived his usefulness. He sneered. Escort him out and deal with him. Before either of the 2 men moved, Adrian whipped his pistol out from behind him, shooting the man to Henley's left square in the chest. Almost simultaneously, he reached down to retrieve his spare pistol from his boot, shooting the man on Henley's right before the thug even uncrossed his arms. Pulling out his small dagger, he came around the desk and confirmed the 2 men were dead. Henley's stunned face would have been comical at another time, but he needed to keep him from retaliating. Grabbing Henley's hand, he placed it palm down on the desk, and thrust his dagger through the center of his hand, embedding it into the desk. Now that Henley couldn't move, he grabbed a chair and ran towards the open door. He closed it, locked it, and jammed the chair under the handle, effectively barricading himself in with Henley. Within a few steps, he was back to the desk, and could see Henley's eyes were wide, bright with fear. Good, this is where I want him. He leaned closer to him. Where are the women you abducted? Henley's other hand held the wrist of his pinned hand. I cannot tell you that. I can give you Lady Lansdowne back, plus the money. His voice was strained and coming out in gasps. I can give you whatever amount you desire. He still thinks I am trying to negotiate for money. Unbelievable. Adrian reached for Henley's other hand and placed it palm down on the desk. Without saying a word, he removed the dagger from the one hand and jammed it through the middle of the other hand. But this time, he twisted it and was satisfied to hear Henley roar with pain. I can do this all night, Adrian stated flatly. I want all of the women, not just Eliza. Henley looked at him, his face devoid of all color. I cannot give you Kate. She is not mine to give. Adrian's eyes flickered towards the door as the sound of pounding came from the other side. He only had a few minutes before they broke through that door. What do you mean by that? Henley didn't respond as his eyes took in the blood covering the desk and soaking into the papers beneath his hand. Adrian reached down and tugged the pistol out of one of the dead men's trousers. He placed it to Henley's temple. Answer me, or die, he threatened. I was ordered to bring Kate back alive, he asked. Why? Digging the pistol into his head. With a sudden outburst, Henley revealed, her father wants her back. Adrian's gun faltered, and his eyes narrowed. Kate's father was alive. Before he could ask any further questions, he could hear the splintering of wood. They were almost through that door. He tucked the pistol into his trousers and yanked his knife out of Henley's hand. He collected the pistols from the ground and walked swiftly towards the window. Adrian gave Henley a smug smile before he jumped out of the window. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he sprinted towards his horse and the two other agents. He had no doubt that Henley would attempt retribution. Not only did he anticipate it, but he looked forward to it. Next time he encountered Henley, he would kill that French spy. Adrien ran towards the other agents. A third figure stood with them, causing him to slow his approach, and he instinctively reached for his pistol. As he came closer, he saw that it was Benedict and dropped his hand. As he approached the group, Benedict asked, Did you learn where the women are being held? No, and I am tired of playing nice. His response was gruff. Benedict chuckled softly. You have never really played nice with others. Good point. Adrien moved towards his horse, reaching for the reins from the junior agent. Addressing the two agents, he ordered, If anyone leaves that house, you will follow them and report their locations. Lives are at stake, and I do not have time for any incompetence. Yes, sir. The men said in unison. They had not stopped gaping at him since he had left Henley's house. He was aware that his reputation preceded him, but he was not used to the approving stares. Benedict said, Hawk, to his back as he mounted his horse. Yes, Sunshine. Benedict shot him an exasperated look as he stepped closer and lowered his voice. If you are going to pay a visit to Lord Lexington, then I am coming with you. We suspect that he is the third French operative, and he could very well kill you before you set foot inside his home. By all means, please join me, Adrien offered with a flick of his wrist. Benedict was staring at his hands. You are injured. Adrien took a moment to inspect his bloodied hands. This is not my blood, Benedict asked. Did you kill Henley? More curious than accusatory. He shook his head. No, I did not kill him. But I did take out 2 of his mercenaries. It sounds like you had all the fun. Benedict stated over his shoulder as he mounted his horse. It is my turn to persuade the French spy to talk. Adrien gave Benedict a baffled glance. How was his friend so relaxed? His wife had been abducted, too, yet he seemed amused by his antics. Why? Are you not panicking? Aren't you worried about Eliza? Without giving him a glance, Benedict pushed his horse into a run down the dark, foggy street. After letting their horses run, he slowed to a brisk pace and turned his attention back to his riding partner. Henley abducted Lady Lansdowne, the pampered wife of a marquis. They have no clue who she is and what she is capable of. Benedict paused as his eyes roamed the street. We will find them if I have to tear the city apart. I will not rest till they are safe. No one hurts my wife and lives to tell about it. His last few words were clipped and sharp-edged, leaving no doubt that he meant them. Adrian gave Benedict a sideways glance, feeling exactly the same way. He would not rest until he had Kate back in his arms. As their gazes locked for a moment, unspoken words passing between them confirmed the lengths they were willing to go to get their women back. A determined silence descended around them as they once again raced their horses towards Lord Lexington's. His massive, white stone townhouse was located on Grosvenor Street with a wrought iron fence surrounding his property. Dismounting in front, they took a moment to secure their horses before they charged up the steps. Benedict started pounding his fist against the main door and did not relent until the butler opened it. He pushed his way in, and Adrian followed close behind. The butler sputtered like a fish. Jet back here, or I will alert the constable. Turning back to deal with the butler, Adrian glared at the man, and was gratified to see him shrink back. We are here to speak to Lexington on behalf of the Crown. He took a step closer to the man. Where is he? The study. The butler's eyes seemed fixated on his blood-spattered hands. In the back. Without further questions, they headed towards the study and briefly took in the scene. Lord Lexington was sitting on an armchair with a snifter resting on the table next to him, his attention on the book resting in his lap. In a few strides, Benedict picked up Lexington by the throat, knocking over the chair. He shoved him against the shelves with such force that books cascaded to the floor. Where is my wife? He demanded, his tone venomous. With his eyes bulging, Lexington choked out, Your wife? Why in the blazes would I know where your wife is? Benedict asked, No. As he yanked the Marquis forward using the hand around his throat. Then he slammed him back against the shelving again. Does that help jog your memory? Lexington tried to pry Benedict's hand off his throat. Lord Lansdowne, let us be civilized about this. He gasped. You made the mistake of abducting my wife and my sister-in-law. There is only one scenario that will allow you to keep your life. With a smirk, Benedict leaned forward until he was nose to nose with the red-faced lord. Tell me where they are now, and I will let you keep 8 of your fingers. Fear filled Lexington's wide eyes. I did not abduct your wife or sister-in-law. Why would I? You have to believe me. Walking over to Lord Lexington, Adrian leaned against the wall next to him, pulled out his pistol and started the tedious process of reloading. Adrian said, Here is why we are not inclined to believe you. Sparing him a glance. You are good mates with a French spy. Lord Lexington attempted to turn his head to look at Adrian, but was hampered by Benedict's hand around his throat. Impossible. I am not friends with any of the French, much less a French spy. Benedict scoffed. Why, you saw you two together at the rally looking quite chummy, and you are both after the same thing. His eyes narrowed. For us to withdraw our troops from Europe, enabling Napoleon to conquer England. It is true that I am against the war, but I am no traitor, Lord Lexington declared. We have not exhausted our diplomatic channels with Napoleon. Adrian saw Benedict loosen the pressure against Lexington's throat, but he did not release the Marquis. Benedict asked, Do you deny being friends with Mr. Edgar Henley? Henley and I are not mates. I can barely tolerate the man. The disgust in Lexington's voice was evident. But that did not mean he was innocent of aiding the French agenda. If you disliked Henley so much, then why did you purchase a seat for him in the House of Commons? Adrian pressed as he tucked his pistol back into his trousers. Why are you questioning me about Henley? Lexington's tone was full of arrogance. Suddenly his face paled, and his voice was full of dread as he asked, Henley is a spy. Benedict lifted an eyebrow. You tell us. All the fight drained out of Lexington, and he went limp. I purchased a seat in the House of Commons for a French spy. He sounded mortified. What have I done? He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the shelving with Benedict's hand still around his throat. Frowning, Adrian's eyes flickered towards Benedict. His instinct told him that Lexington was telling the truth. How did they get this so wrong? I think we should start over and discuss this over a drink. Benedict dropped his hands from Lexington and stepped back. I concur. I believe we have a lot to discuss. For a moment Lexington did not move, but then he opened his eyes and straightened his head. I am ruined. Prinny will never forgive me for this. Adrian walked over to the drink tray, poured 2 glasses of brandy, then handed them to Benedict and Lexington. After he poured himself a drink, he downed it in one swallow. Placing his glass back on the tray, he asked, If you cannot tolerate Henley, why did you purchase him a seat in the House of Commons? Taking a sip of his drink, Lexington grimaced before answering. Miss Henley requested it, and I complied. I saw no reason to deny her, since we both side with the Whigs. He moved slowly to the settee and dropped down, his drink splashing a bit onto his hand. She will be devastated to learn of her brother's deceit. Benedict grabbed an upholstered armchair and repositioned it directly in front of the Marquis. Who exactly is Miss Henley? Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, Lexington dried his hand. She is my mistress. Sitting on the opposite side of the settee, Adrian turned his body towards the Marquis. We will need to speak to her, Lexington said. Course I will call for her. Standing, walking over towards the door, he shouted into the hall, Harvey, wake Miss Henley and ask her to join me in the study. Miss Henley is here, Adrian questioned, attempting to keep the shock out of his voice. Resuming his position on the settee, Lexington's lips tightened into a straight line. Miss Henley insisted on spending the night with me tonight. Normally, she resides in the townhouse I maintain for her across town. How kind of you. Benedict's tone was curt, making it clear how he felt about Lexington's relationship. Where did you meet Miss Henley and her brother? Lexington rubbed his chin as he recalled the facts. About 4 years ago, I was at a house gathering for. His voice faded off for a moment. Then he announced, Lord Camden. I was at Camden's townhouse, and he introduced me to Miss Henley. She was beautiful, and I must admit I was immediately smitten. Adrian exchanged a pointed glance with Benedict. And her brother, Edgar, is a bloody menace, Lexington stated, shaking his head. Miss Henley introduced me to him shortly after she agreed to become my mistress. I bought him a seat in the House of Commons after she became quite insistent about it. Did you investigate Henley at all before buying him a seat? Benedict challenged with narrowed eyes. Lexington gave Benedict a perplexed look. And why would I? Henley had the support of Lord Camden. I would like to remind you that it is illegal to purchase a seat in the House of Commons, Adrian stated dryly. Lexington opened his mouth to respond, but quickly turned it into a wide, bright smile. As he rose, he said, Dearest, thank you for coming down so quickly. Turning towards the door, Adrian's eyes saw the last person he thought he would see. Marthy. Will erngtht. Whoop apar. Marthy's hair was tucked away into a long braid, and she was swishing her hips back and forth in a seductive manner. Her eyes were trained on Lexington, but then realizing he was not alone, her eyes skimmed the room until they landed on Adrian. Immediately her smile dimmed, and her eyes grew wide, showing a flash of panic before she blinked it away. With a forced smile, she locked her gaze on Lexington, but her steps faltered. She said, I did not realize you had guests. Without a hint of her French accent. I am afraid I am not dressed appropriately. Please allow me a few moments to change. Of course. Lord Lexington agreed with a bob of his head, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. Marthy's lips twitched in response. If you move, I will shoot you, Adrian warned, his voice clear and precise. He had no doubt that if Martha left this room, she would flee and be out of their reach forever. In a few strides, he stood in front of her and watched as she shrank back from him. Before she could object, he gripped her forearm and led her towards the settee he had just vacated. "Benedict, meet Marthy." He made the introduction through gritted teeth. Benedict's face turned hard, impassive. "I," was all he said. Lexington glanced suspiciously between the two of them. "How exactly are you acquainted with Miss Henley?" Once Marthe was situated on the settee, Adrian turned his attention back towards Lexington, but kept her in his peripheral vision. "She may be in a wrapper, but she still might be carrying a weapon. We met in Hyde Park today to discuss a little business matter." His lips twisted in wry amusement as he glanced down at the French spy. Throwing his hands up, Lexington shouted, "My mistress is a spy." Benedict crossed his arms over his chest, frustration pouring out of him. "You seem to be well acquainted with two known French spies, Lord Lexington. I am beginning to think you are either the world's biggest fool or a spy yourself." "I am no spy," Lexington stated. With a huff, Benedict quipped dryly, "Then you are a fool." Adrian focused his attention on Marthy and studied her face for clues. "We're Our Lady Lansdowne and Lady Camden." In response, Martha sat rigid, but her expression became one of perfectly practiced innocence. "I have no idea what you are referring to," Adrian asked. "No." With a disbelieving smirk. "I seem to recall that you offered me a generous sum of money, and yourself." He paused. "If I helped abduct Lady Lansdowne and Lady Camden." But glancing between Benedict and Adrian, Martha looked shocked by his suggestion. "I do not know what you are referring to. I do not know a Lady Lansdowne or a Lady Camden." She gave him a polite but haughty smile. "We do not exactly run in the same circles." Adrian grabbed a chair and placed it in front of her, with the intention of interrogating her properly. "Were you denying you met me at Hyde Park today for a liaison?" Marthy's hand flew to cover her opened mouth. "Heavens, no. I was at the Modest all day. My driver can attest to that fact." Adrian ran his hand over his chin while he debated how to proceed. Time was of the essence, and he did not want to waste any by slowly easing into his questions. He glanced sideways at Benedict, who nodded. It was time to press Marthe. Prior to turning over the locket to Henley, we reviewed the list that Mitchell created. With a stilled hand, her face became an expressionless mask. "I know nothing of a list." Adrian asked. "No. It had your name on it," she said. "I am confident it is a case of mistaken identity." Flippantly, "Marthy is a very common name." Benedict pulled out his pistol and rested it on his thigh. He replied, "No," firmly. "We do not have a case of mistaken identity. Besides, most of the town saw your pathetic attempt to seduce Lord Camden in Hyde Park." Marthe turned towards Lexington and shot him a look of mock indignation. "Are you going to sit here and let them make these lewd allegations against me?" Lexington's face withered as he looked at his mistress. "Yes, I am." Jumping up, she shouted, "Well, I am not going to stand for it." Her hand discreetly slid down towards a pocket in her wrapper. "If you come back tomorrow, we can rationally discuss this with my solicitor present." Without hesitation, Adrian grabbed her hand tightly and twisted it behind her back. "Let us see what you are hiding, shall we?" Placing his other hand into the pocket of her wrapper, he pulled out a dainty overcoat pistol and handed it to Benedict. Keeping her arm behind her back, Adrian asked, "Do you have any more weapons on your person?" Martha replied, "No, I do not," with a shake of her head. "I only keep the gun for protection." Benedict chuckled. "Who do you fear in a Marquess home? The butler, the chef, or the maids?" With an exasperated sigh, Adrian started a more thorough search of Marthy. Lord Lexington shouted in outrage, "Lord Camden, it is not proper for you to touch Miss Henley in such a fashion." "Do shut up, Lexington," Adrian ordered as he ran his hand down her right thigh. Finding a knife strapped to her leg, he pulled out the sheathed knife and handed it over to Benedict. Once Martha was searched, Adrian shoved her back down onto the settee. "The game is over for you, Marthe," he informed her as he retook his seat in front of her. "We know you are a French spy, as is Edgar Henley, your alleged brother. We have proof that there is a conspiracy to force lords to vote for the bill to end the French war by abducting their loved ones, and you are orchestrating the crimes." "What?" Lord Lexington exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Marthe. His eyes held misplaced compassion. "My dear, why would you do that?" Martha reached for Lord Lexington's hand, encompassing it with her own. Smiling softly, she gazed into his eyes, seeming to bewitch him. "I am not guilty of these crimes. I am tired of this charade," Benedict declared, cutting her off. "I want my wife and my sister-in-law back. Also, I want all the women you have abducted over the past few weeks." Marthy's eyes grew wide at his accusation. "I have abducted no women," she stated. "For what purpose?" "Gentlemen, I fear that you may be misguided in your pursuit of justice," Lexington lectured as he squeezed Marthy's hand. "Miss Henley is merely a woman." Making a clucking noise, Adrian ignored Lexington's words as he continued to stare down Marthe. "If you do not tell us the truth, we will escort you down to Newgate where agents will force you to share what you know." Lexington huffed, obviously exasperated. "Surely, you are not implying that agents will torture Miss Henley?" "If need be," Benedict asserted with a raised brow, "but only if she refuses to divulge the truth." Lexington said, "Britain does not torture women," haughtily as his gaze fixated on his mistress. "I will ensure you are treated fairly, my dear." "Bloody fool," Benedict muttered under his breath as he gave Lexington an icy glare. "French spies are denied trials, since they are the enemy." Leaning back in the chair, Adrian perused Miss Henley from head to toe. "I believe Marthy is truly Mr. Henley's sister." "They have the same eyes and pointed ears," Martha gasped. "I do not have pointed ears." "Drop the innocent act. It is not fooling anyone but your lover," Adrian stated as he pointed at Lexington. "Give me the location of the abducted women." He lowered his voice for emphasis. "I will not ask politely again." Tilting her head coyly, Marthy appeared unruffled by his threat. "And I contend that I know nothing about the abducted girls." With a decisive bob of his head, Adrian reached down into his boot and pulled out his knife. Yanking her free hand towards him, he promptly sliced off the tip of her pinky, causing her to cry out in pain. "If you lie again, I will cut off your whole finger." Bah! He lowered the knife to the bottom of her pinky as blood trailed down her hand. "No." Martha shrieked out as she tried yanking her hand free, but he held tight. As blood drops splattered onto the floor, Lexington's face paled. "This is uncalled for, Lord Camden." In that instant, Marthy's mask was stripped off, and her mouth thinned to a harsh, bitter line. "Go ahead and torture me," she spat in French, "but I will never reveal the location of the women to you English swine." Adrian moved to slice off her pinky, but Benedict's hand on his shoulder stilled him. "I think it would be best if we turned her over to the other agents." Glancing over his shoulder, his friend added, "Besides, her screaming might alert Lexington's household, and I really do not want to explain to the magistrate why we were torturing Miss Henley." Adrian placed his knife back into his boot. Pulling out his handkerchief, he wrapped Marthy's bloody finger and released her hand. "I had hoped it would not come down to this, but you refused to cooperate, leaving us with no choice." Grabbing Marthy's forearm, Adrian forced her to stand, keeping her tight against him. Turning to address Lexington, he said, "You will vote against the bill to defund the war." Puffing out his chest, Lexington acted as if he had a choice in the matter. "I will not. Whigs are against the war, and I am the leader of the party." Before Adrian could respond, Benedict jabbed his balled fist into Lexington's face, causing him to stumble backwards and collapse to the floor. "You are a blasted idiot," he growled in a low, threatening voice as he loomed over Lexington. French spies have infiltrated Parliament to ensure the bill passes, and you still want to vote for it. Lexington's eyes scrunched in pain. Why have not exhausted peace talks yet? His words faded as Benedict crouched down low next to him. With undisguised hostility in his voice, Benedict gave him a venomous look. You are wrong. If Napoleon continues to succeed in overthrowing European countries, then he will eventually conquer Britain. We do not know that for certain, Lexington argued, his voice still skeptical. Adrian scoffed at the arrogant lord, annoyed at his ignorance. I can attest that Napoleon has designs to conquer England. Lexington shot him a look of disbelief. Pray tell, how exactly would an earl be privy to Napoleon's plans? I was not always an earl, Adrian informed him. Before assuming the title of Lord Camden, I was an agent for the Crown and worked as Admiral Garnier's under-secretary. Marthe turned her head, shock on her face. You are Hawke. I am. Adrian confirmed, not relenting his firm grip on her forearm. Closing her eyes, she muttered in a resigned voice, I am a dead woman. Not pausing to acknowledge Marthe's statement, Benedict continued his assault on Lexington. If you do not vote against the bill, and encourage the other members of the Whig Party to follow your lead, then I will make it my mission to destroy you, including everything you hold dear. With a reddened face, Lexington jumped to his feet. You would not dare. What? I would. Benedict rose from his crouched position. He said, I would go to my father-in-law, the Duke of Remington, and together we would inform Prinny you have been harboring a French spy, and that you bought a seat in the House of Commons for the enemy. You would be ousted from Parliament. But I would not stop there. With a deliberate shake of his head, I would leak to the newspapers that you were conspiring with 2 French spies, and I would see that your name, and your family's name, would be tarnished forever. Benedict tugged on his waistcoat, appearing deadly calm. I would ensure that you would never be invited to another party, soiree, or ball within polite society, and you will live the remainder of your days in exile. Lexington's eyes spewed with anger. A true gentleman would never resort to blackmail. I never called myself a gentleman, Benedict retorted with a crooked grin. Lexington stumbled over to his drink cart and poured himself a drink. His hand was shaky as he brought the glass up to his lips. I will do as you ask, he conceded, intentionally avoiding eye contact, but only because of the extenuating circumstances surrounding this bill. Leading a submissive Marthe towards the door, Adrian halted and spun back towards Lexington. It is safe to assume that you would not be foolish enough to reveal our connection to the Crown, is it not? The glass hovered near Lexington's mouth, his lips frowning. And if I do, then you will ruin me. His tone was mocking. Adrian said, No, with a shake of his head. I will kill you. With eyes radiating fear, Lexington nodded his assent as Adrian, Marthe, and Benedict exited the room and passed by wide-eyed servants. No one dared to stop them as they left the townhouse. As they descended the steps, Adrian tilted his head towards Benedict. I am beginning to think that Larson is rubbing off on you. In what way? Your threats are getting more devious. Benedict let out an exasperated sigh. You are a bloody idiot. Wes, sunshine. Adrian smirked. I swear I am going to kill you. Benedict muttered under his breath. Wiping the smile off his face, Adrian grew serious as he turned, forcing Marthe to face him. Tell us where the women are, and we will not turn you over to the agents at Newgate. Speaking in French, Marthe replied, I will not betray my country. Your country has abandoned you. Adrian stated, switching to French. You will die alone. A traitor's death, she replied. Either way, I will be killed. He could sense the turmoil, panic, and fear that she was feeling. Maybe she could be reasoned with. No. It does not have to be that way, Adrian assured her in a soft voice. If you tell us what we need to know, I will let you go back to France. He ignored Benedict's shocked expression as he pressed forward. I just want my Kate back. Martha grew pensive as she surveyed Lexington's townhouse. "She is lost to you," she murmured as her gaze returned to his face. "You must accept that." Adrian cleared his throat, swallowing back the deep emotion that had settled there. "No, I will never accept that." Suddenly, a steel wall replaced the sorrowful look was in Martha's eyes just moments ago. "You Englishmen are fools, no," she mocked in English. "You have the misconception that love is tangible, but that is a weakness, not a strength." Benedict took a step closer, his voice low and urgent. "Just tell us where the women are." "Your women will die regardless of the vote," Martha revealed, flicking a menacing look at Benedict. Adrian said, "No, they will not," in an authoritative tone, "but you most assuredly will." KTE KOUAERDHER mephipheleid voices floating around her, but she could not seem to understand the words. She attempted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were too heavy, the effort too great. A faint headache was forming, making it harder to think. As she attempted to concentrate on the conversation going on around her, she heard an unfamiliar man's voice ask, "How much laudanum did you give her?" "Less than half of what I normally dose." A gruff answer came in response. That voice seemed oddly familiar, but she could not place it. She could feel someone tenderly caressing her hair and heard the unfamiliar voice say gently, "Catherine, wake up." No, she would not be called Catherine again. "Kate," she rasped. "I go by Kate." "Not anymore." The voice pressed. "You will go by Catherine now." Forcing her eyes open, she was met with the intense gaze of a handsome, older gentleman with short black hair greased to perfection and piercing blue eyes. As his face softened, a smile formed on his lips revealing charming dimples. He said, "Good, you are awake," with a distinctive French accent. Kate asked, "Where am I?" as she tried to sit up. The man's hands gently helped her until her back was leaning up against a wall, someplace safe. Placing a hand to her head, she repeated her question. "But, where am I?" "I told you she was an impertinent one," the familiar voice stated from behind the older man. Kate's gaze drifted towards the voice, and she recognized an impeccably dressed Mr. Henley, leaning against the opposite wall. She was most definitely not safe. She forced her eyes to look back at the older man. "Please release me and let me go home." The man shook his head, oblivious to her disdain of Henley. "You are home." Kate's eyes took in the small rectangular room, with ripped floral wallpaper along one wall. A boarded-up window allowed only minimal light into the room through small knothholes. The other walls revealed exposed rotting wood in sections, where the plaster had fallen off, leaving clumps on the floor. Lifting her head, she could see the discoloration of the ceiling, primarily around the corners, and chunks of it had fallen onto the threadbare carpet. At last, she focused on the other bed, observing Eliza breathing deeply, her hands bound with rope. When Kate saw her sister was alive, she let out a long sigh of relief. Focusing back on the older man who was watching her carefully, she asked cautiously, "This is my new home?" Letting his head drop back, the older man roared with laughter. "Heavens no, this is not your home. I am afraid this is just a temporary stop before we take you back to France." Confusion now clouded her features. She had no idea where she was, who this man was, or what Mr. Henley wanted with her. Why would she want to go to France? She knew no one there. "I am afraid I do not understand." Mr. Henley threw his hands up in the air in obvious frustration. His palms were bandaged with white cloth. "Philip, I told you she was addled." Furrowing her brow, Kate shot back, "I am not addled, Mr. Henley." Narrowing his eyes, Henley took a threatening step towards her, but was stilled by the older gentleman's hand on his chest. "I will assume your rudeness is a lingering effect of laudanum, but next time I will not be as forgiving." The older man warned her as the warmness in his eyes dimmed. "Apparently, this man is not my ally either," she thought. She nodded her head in understanding, and the warmness in the older man's eyes returned. He carefully lowered himself onto the bed next to her, What do you know about your father? My father, Kate repeated, growing more suspicious of the man's motives. My father, the Duke of Remington, will pay a ransom for his daughter's safe return. Henley let out a bark of laughter. She doesn't know. They never told her. Shut up, Edgar, Philip admonished, effectively silencing him before turning back to her. The Duke is not your father. He ran his hand gently over her cheek. I am your father. She stilled at the man's touch. You, my father. Dropping his hand from her cheek, Philip's hands encompassed hers. He said, Your mother was the love of my life. Smiling fondly, and I convinced her to take a chance on a penniless man from France. A few nights before her wedding to that English scoundrel, William, we eloped to Gretna Greens. We were married by a blacksmith, surrounded by witnesses, and had a marriage license to prove it. After we rented a room at the inn, we consummated the marriage multiple times. He smirked with pride as he admitted that last part. Suddenly, his face turned expressionless, but his eyes were filled with rage. Deanna's father, the Duke of Wincombe, showed up and ripped her out of our warm bed. He demanded she put her clothes back on and forced her into an awaiting carriage. That arrogant Duke came into my room and declared that our wedding was invalid. His voice hitched with emotion. Cond ripped up the marriage license. After he stormed out of the room, his footman beat me until I begged for death. Philip lowered his head and a surge of compassion swelled in Kate's heart. I am sorry for all that you had to endure, she softly acknowledged. I had hoped that we conceived a child that ill-fated day, but we were unsuccessful in that attempt. Her supposed father continued, looking down at their encompassed hands. As time went on, your mother's hatred toward William, now the Duke of Remington, grew, and we spent more time together. Eventually, I moved into the Abbey for a few blissful years until your mother became pregnant with you. Kate's eyes grew wide as she listened to this man's story. He was dressed as an English gentleman, but his mannerisms and speech marked him as French. Was he truly her father? None of this made any sense. If you were my father, then why did you leave me to be raised by another? He gave her a tight smile. I had no choice in the matter. The Duke and your mother decided to raise his bastard alongside you. As twins. Kate's mind whirled. So many things started to fall into place, but she needed to know more. What did Mother tell me? Philip placed his hand on her cheek. To protect your future. You see, you were in a perfect position to spy for the French. Careful not to show her distress, Kate wanted more clarification. In what way? After your blow sister was sent away, your mother and I arranged for Mrs. Evans to be your governess, to guard you in your youth. Philip informed her, puffing up with pride. And when Mitchell was selected as the perfect candidate to impersonate Lord Camden, I knew you would be a suitable wife for him. Together, you and Mitchell should have been instrumental in toppling the English government from within. But he failed his country. Tears welled in Kate's eyes at her father's admission. Now knowing the part he played in her life. You selected me to marry Mitchell. Oblivious to her pain, Philip smiled at her. He asked, I did, and your mother confirmed it would be a good match. With you, the daughter of the Duke of Remington, as his wife. No one would doubt the validity of Lord Camden. Besides, you two were good together, his eyes searching hers. Were you not? Tears streamed down her face. Heat beat me, causing me to lose the babe I was carrying. A calloused voice broke into their private conversation, reminding her that Henley was still in the room. A husband has a right to discipline his wife, he stated flatly. Leave us, Edgar, now. Her father shouted without turning around, as Edgar slammed the door shut to express his disapproval. Large sections of plaster on the ceiling dropped to the floor, scattering even more white dust along the carpet. Mitchell should not have beat you to such a degree, Philip acknowledged, but his eyes reflected no sympathy. However, in my experience, Women need to be reminded of their place from time to time. Oh, was the only thing that Kate could think of saying. Abruptly standing, her father held his hand out to her. With a wary glance, Kate placed her hand into his and allowed him to help her off the bed. He tucked her hand into the crook of his arm, and she felt the texture of his high-quality garment. He said, "I would like to show you around," escorting her to the door. Walking through the door, they entered a narrow, poorly lit hall with multiple doors on each side. Judging by their number and symmetry, she guessed they were in a dilapidated inn. The rickety walls were a testament to the years of neglect this inn must have endured. Pointing at the doors, Philip continued his tour. All these rooms contain wives, sisters, or loved ones of various lords. These women are being used for blackmail and will ensure we win the vote that will end the war with France. Glancing at the passing doors, Kate asked in a hushed tone, "Will these women be returned to their families after the vote?" He shook his head firmly. "No, they are mere casualties of war." He patted her hand condescendingly. "Do not fret. They are just English." "I am English," Kate reminded him, giving her father a side glance. With a misguided twinkle in his eye, he smiled. "You are only half English. As far as I am concerned, you are French." At the end of the hall, Kate could see a narrow staircase leading down to a large open room. As they approached the stairs, the boisterous noise from below sounded louder. Slowly, they descended the shaky steps, and the room grew silent. Over a dozen tough-looking ruffians were staring at her, or more accurately, lewdly perusing her body. As her face scanned the crowd, more than one filthy man winked at her, while others made wildly inappropriate gestures. Abruptly pulling her to a stop at the bottom of the stairs, Philip kept her tucked against him. This is my daughter, Catherine," he proclaimed, his voice echoing through the room. "Any unseemly behavior towards her will be dealt with swiftly and with no mercy." Sitting in the middle of the room, next to a large round table, was Mr. Henley. He glared at her, unleashed hatred radiating from his whole frame. What have I done to cause him to loathe me so much, she wondered. A man sitting next to Henley nudged him, and made no attempt to keep his voice low. "Your sister is a real looker." Fearing she misunderstood, she kept her voice quiet as she asked her father, "Is Mr. Henley my brother?" "Step-brother, actually," her father confirmed, but his voice faded away in her mind. A surge of overwhelming panic gripped her, making it difficult to calm her racing heart. As her vision started to blur, darkness seeped into her vision, and she found she had no desire to stop the inevitable. She welcomed the respite from her new prison. Yankego Fkasi off Alphadia and Crivitiate. Adrian tossed it onto the floor. 4 days. It had been 4 days since Kate's abduction, and they were no closer to ascertaining her location than before. Reaching for the missive in his pocket, he reviewed the straightforward words of Lord Beckett. SDRS and PDRS found floating in River Thames. Henley's whereabouts unknown. Martha refuses to cooperate. Hanging forthcoming. No leads on the location of abducted women. Slide-eyed the note back into his pocket. Adrian felt an unfamiliar wave of frustration and hopelessness coursing through him. Even under the most extreme circumstances, he had always completed his mission. He was Hawk. Now he was relegated to sitting behind his desk, reviewing documents that had been found at Henley's townhouse and encouraging pompous lords to vote against the bill to withdraw troops. Lord Beckett continually denied his request to interrogate Martha at Newgate, citing he was too close to the situation to act rationally. Apparently, the Crown employed agents whose sole task was to interrogate foreign spies in the most effective ways possible. Not only did they want Martha to reveal the location of the women, but they wanted her to explain what they discovered on the list. Who were GM and Rog? And why was the date 6/15 important? No more waiting. He refused to stand by any longer. He would go to Newgate and break Martha. Grabbing the cravat off the floor, Adrian started for the door but was stopped when Benedict walked purposefully into his office. Eyeing the cravat in his hand, Benedict arched an eyebrow. "Where are you going?" "To Newgate." "You will be going against Lord Becket's direct orders," his friend reminded him. "What in blazes do you expect me to do?" he exclaimed, as he began the arduous process of tying his cravat. "Kate and Eliza's lives are at risk, and I am tired of reviewing Henley's bloody financials." With his cravat tied, albeit haphazardly, he began to brush by Benedict but stopped at his raised hand. "I was sure that Eliza would be back by now." He lowered his gaze, his eyes pools of deep sadness. "I thought so, too," Adrian admitted sadly. His friend's eyes snapped back to his, determination blazing through them. "I am coming with you, and risk Lord Becket's fury," Benedict responded with a low chuckle. "What can he do?" "Finally accept my resignation." "Do you think Larson will let us leave?" "Larson is currently chasing down a lead on the South Bank with a few other agents," Benedict revealed. Exiting the room, they walked swiftly towards the main hall, but stopped when a familiar, disgruntled voice shouted, "Camden." With an annoyed eye roll, he turned to face Benedict. "You sent for Jonathan." "Camden." Jonathan's angry voice echoed throughout the entry hall. "Where the blazes are you?" Placing a hand on Adrian's shoulder, Benedict just nodded. "I did. Both of his sisters have been abducted, remember?" Sighing in frustration, Adrian turned just as Jonathan caught sight of them. "There you both are," he growled, as Adrian's poor, exasperated butler, Mr. Ward, followed close behind. Jonathan started to open his mouth, but Mr. Ward interjected, "Lord Jonathan Becket is here to see you, my lord." With that announcement, his butler turned on his heel and marched away. Adrian was positive he heard him muttering something under his breath about uncouth lords. "Jonathan, it is good to see you," Adrian lied as he took in Jonathan's disheveled appearance. His hair was wind-tossed, his white shirt and buckskin breeches were terribly wrinkled, and his face was still red from the crisp morning air. "Did you ride straight through?" "I did," Jonathan stated with a disapproving curl of his lip. "Have you located my sisters?" Adrian shifted his gaze and shook his head. "Not yet," with fury in his eyes. Jonathan closed the distance between them. "Then why are you not out looking for them?" Before he could respond, Benedict's voice of reason came from behind. "I suggest we have this conversation in private." With a bob of his head, Adrian preceded them into his study on the main floor. As soon as the door was closed, Jonathan started pacing. It was not long till he stopped and glared airily at Adrian. "Can someone explain to me how Eliza and Kate were abducted right from under your noses?" Adrian gave a quick sidelong glance at Benedict. It was only natural that Jonathan held them responsible for his sister's abduction. He was as scared and frustrated as they were and needed someone to blame. As much as he wanted to dismiss Jonathan, he knew that they needed all the help they could get right now. So, he said the one thing he never thought he would say to Jonathan. "We need your help." Those simple words seemed to calm Jonathan down to a rational level, because his next words were carefully phrased. "Just tell me what the blazes is going on." Walking over to his drink tray, Adrian poured brandy into 3 snifters, handing one to Benedict and one to Jonathan. He lowered himself onto a wingback chair and took a sip of his drink. "We found the list in a locket around Kate's neck," he began. He laid out everything they had uncovered about the plot to remove troops and defund the war. When he finished, he reached into his pocket and pulled out Lord Becket's missive. As he handed it to Jonathan, he concluded his explanation with, "That is the latest correspondence we have received from your uncle." After reading the note, Jonathan lowered the paper and turned to look at Benedict. "What is your assignment in all of this?" Benedict placed his snifter onto the table and frowned. "To ensure the bill does not pass, by remaining in our seats in Parliament." With a lift of his brow, Jonathan stared at them, as if they each had sprouted an extra head. "And?" Adrian tossed his drink down the back of his throat and slammed his snifter onto the nearby table. "And nothing. We were relegated to desk duty." "That is why I sent for you." Benedict spoke up. "I hoped that by the time you arrived, we would either be celebrating your sister's safe return, or we would be in desperate need of your services." A wince creased Jonathan's brow as he listened to his friend, his eyes betraying his worry. "I was positive that Eliza would have escaped by now." No one wanted to voice the most obvious reason why Eliza might not have escaped, because they all were holding out hope she was still alive. Benedict attempted a smile, but all he accomplished was the slightest of upturns at the corners of his mouth. "Did you bring your working clothes?" "I did," Jonathan confirmed. Adrian groaned in a deep voice. "There has to be another way." Benedict shot him a look of understanding. "Agents have been scouring the city for days, but have found no trace of the missing women. Jonathan has contacts in the rookery that could prove useful, "Fine, but I refuse to ride in the carriage with you," Adrian stated. "You may use one of my other carriages." Jonathan huffed. "I smell no worse than people who live in those areas. With those clothes, I can slip in and out, meet with my contacts at will, and avoid detection." Benedict said, "Adrian and I will go to Newgate to interrogate Marthe, and you," pointing at Jonathan, "will meet with your informants. Someone must have seen something suspicious in the past few weeks." Jonathan gave them a skeptical look. "If you ask me, I think going to see Marthe is a waste of time. If the agents at Newgate haven't gotten Marthe to break, you will have little chance of success by just talking to her." "I have a plan," Adrian announced. Benedict smirked. "A good one." "Let us hope so." Addressing Benedict, Adrian asked, "Does Eliza still have a drawing book and watercolors?" "Wes, she does." Jonathan snorted before a small grin flashed across his face. "Your plan revolves around ladies' watercolors." Adrian shrugged. "I have a hunch." "Sounds good to me," Benedict agreed without a trace of reservation, arising from his seat. "Let us go." As Adrian stood, he grimaced. "There is one more thing, Jonathan." He hesitated, reluctant to say his next words. "Kate's father is alive, and is most likely behind the abduction." But Jonathan stared at him in disbelief before he roared, "Impossible. Philip is dead." Running a hand through his hair, Adrian explained, "When I met with Henley, he confessed that Kate's father wanted her back alive." Jonathan asked, "For what purpose?" His eyes sparking with anger. Adrian said, My interrogation was hampered by Henley's thugs breaking down the door." In irritation. "I know nothing else." Closing his eyes, Jonathan put his hand to his face and pinched the bridge of his nose. "We should have told Kate the truth when we had the chance." "What has done is done," Adrian quoted Shakespeare. "Kate will understand when you explain it to her later." Jonathan said, "I hope you are right," as he dropped his hand. "I am." Not one to miss an opportunity to rile Jonathan, Adrian started walking towards the door as he revealed, "After all, your sister and I are engaged." In true Jonathan fashion, he shouted, "Like bloody hell you are." AFTROFFFERING bribes to over a dozen prison guards. Adrian and Benedict were told how to locate Marthe's cell in the wing where the condemned were housed at Newgate. The thick walls in the passageway leading towards the cells allowed no natural light to enter. The only thing lighting their way was the small torch given to them by the guards. Easily locating her dark, damp cell, Adrian stood outside of the rusted, deteriorating bars. He could barely see Marthe sitting on the cot,
her shoulders slumped in defeat. A small, barred window cast a very dim sliver of light onto the floor. He placed the torch into a wall sconce. "Marth," Adrian called softly, just loud enough to get her attention. With brown hair trailing down the sides of her face, Martha did not move, preferring to stare at the filthy, straw-covered floor. He directed his next question to Benedict. "Do you have enough light to create a proper sketch?" Benedict replied, "I have sketched in worse conditions," flamboyantly as he took the chalk and watercolors from his bag. "Besides, I have an excellent memory." He leaned up against the wall opposite the cell and pulled out a sketch pad. Marthy's head tilted as she listened to their conversation, but she did not say anything. "I want it to be a perfect likeness of her," Adrian continued to explain. "Why?" A raspy voice came from the cell. "Why are you drawing me?" Turning his attention back to her, Adrian rested his hands between the cell bars. "As a precaution." "For what?" The raspy voice became more strained, as though she hadn't used it lately. "Agents have been scouring the city, but we have not located the missing women," Adrian explained. "In a few days, the vote will be over, and the women will be killed when they are no longer useful." Marthy's shadowed face revealed nothing as she shifted her body slightly towards him, so he continued. "F. Kate. Or Eliza," Benedict interjected. "F. Kate or Eliza are killed. Then I will seek revenge." Adrian paused, waiting till she looked up at him. "On you." Marthy's bruised face scrunched in confusion, causing her to hiss in pain. She said, "I am to be hanged by the end of the week," her voice regaining some strength. Adrian nodded in response. "Your people have taken everything from me. French operatives killed my family, leaving them buried on the side of the road. Mitchell emptied the coffers of my estates, abused my serving women, and sullied my family's name." Taking a moment to rein in his emotions, he swallowed slowly. "Now the French have taken the only thing I have left. If Kate is lost to me, then I have nothing to live for." Martha slowly rose, her body showing signs of abuse and torture. Hunching over, she crossed the distance in the tiny cell to stand near the bars. Purple discoloration marred her once beautiful face, and small, infected gashes trailed down both sides of her arms. "If it helps, Kate will not be killed," she revealed, resting against the damp wall. "Is it because Kate's father has her?" Adrian inquired. She shivered. "It is." Shrugging out of his coat, he offered it to Martha through the bars. She hesitated, then reached for it, and he found he was pleased to see her accept it. After she put it on, she crossed her arms in front of her as if attempting to conserve her found warmth. "If Kate is lost to me, then I am left with nothing," Adrian repeated, locking eyes with her. "I and a spy with no reason to live is a dangerous force to be reckoned with." "You are an English lord, for now," she added critically. "You have plenty to live for." Leaning more on the bars, Adrian glanced over at Benedict, who was adding color to his sketch. "With this sketch, I will go to Corsia, and I will track down every person, friendly or foe, that recognizes this likeness of you." He paused to emphasize his point. "And I will kill them." Surprise flashed across Marthy's battered face. "I am not from Corsia," she denied weakly. With Otsking noise, Adrian shook his head. "You have the same accent that Napoleon uses when he becomes angry." Turning his head to look at Benedict, he explained. "Napoleon was born in Corsia, but he perfected his Parisian and Languedoc during his time in military school. However, whenever Napoleon uses his sharp tongue on his military advisors, his Corsian accent manifests itself." Turning back to face Marthy, he lifted his brow to make his point. "It is a very distinct accent because it is a blend of Italian and French." With her arms wrapped tightly around her, Marthy's eyes flashed in defiance. "Corsia is ruled by clans. You would never be able to infiltrate them without being killed first." "You underestimate me," Adrian asserted, his voice taking on a hard edge. "For over 7 years,
I lived solely in France and completed various undercover assignments on French soil. Each mission required me to create a new identity, and I became a different person. For years, I sent sensitive French military documents back to England, right under Admiral Garnier's nose. His eyes were drawn to the sides of Marthy's face, and noticed portions of her ears had been sliced off. Corsia would be a holiday compared to what I have had to endure. Marthy asked. You would give up your life of leisure for unnecessary bloodshed? Sounding skeptical. Yes. Adrian shouted, his voice echoing off the thick walls. If I have nothing to live for, I will have ample time to exact my revenge. I will take on a new persona, and I will bribe, plot, and kill anyone that crosses me until I find your loved ones. He watched the fear trickle through her eyes, knowing she was finally starting to believe his words. I will kill every man, woman, and child who recognizes your likeness, and I will do it in your name. I will not rest till my revenge is complete. Please don't. Martha's voice trembled. They are innocent in all of this, so he exclaimed, slamming his hand against the bars. Martha jumped in surprise. It is simple. Do you fear Henley or Hawke more? Martha's eyes became filled with despair and grim acceptance. She said, Father has her. So softly that he almost didn't hear it. Adrian opened his mouth but quickly closed it. Was that a slip of her tongue, or did she just make a mistake? Father. Are you Kate's sister? Swiping a tear away, Martha nodded. Yes. Father has plotted his revenge for years. All he has ever cared about was getting Kate back to him, and making England pay for their sins, she stated bitterly. What has he plotted? Adrian pressed. The day of reckoning. What is the day of reckoning? Martha shook her head weakly. I do not know. I was not privy to that information. Adrian lifted his brow in disbelief. You are lying to me. No. I was kept from the truth because I am a woman, she admonished with conviction. My only role was to seduce Lord Lexington and position Edgar into the House of Commons. After Mitchell was killed, I was tasked with keeping my liaison with Lexington and making him turn. And did he turn? She said, No. He is loyal to England. You have ruined Lexington, Adrian informed her. Did you care for him at all? She shrugged her shoulders. He never beat me. I believe your standards are too low, Martha, he responded. He was starting to get a sense of what this lady had endured. Grabbing the bars near his hands, Marthy's defeated eyes peered up at him. My own father and brother used my body to advance the agenda of France, and I was forced to go along with it. Closing her eyes, she added, I am so tired. I just want this torment to be over, Bar. Tilting his head, Adrian's instinct told him that she was not playing a role anymore. She was broken, defeated. Tell me where Kate and the other women are, he urged. The squeaky wench, she confessed. It is an inn Edgar bought with the money given to me by Lexington. Where is the squeaky wench? It is on the south bank of the River Thames, accessible only by ferrymen. Her hands dropped from the bars. Is your father's name Philip? Yes, Philip Durant. Adrian said. PPD was not on the list. Anxious to learn the truth. Where can I find GM or Rogue? Martha tightened her lips into a thin white line as she brushed her hair off her face. I do not know where Rogue is, but my father is using the assumed name Gaspar Maminot. Adrian asked. Why did Mitchell create the list and put it into the locket? Mitchell was responsible for receiving directives from Rogue, and then passing along the information to my father, she confessed. When Mitchell died, the only way to prove to Rogue that Edgar was who he claimed to be was to produce the locket. Why is June 15th important? June 15th is the day of reckoning, she revealed, as her bruised face became expressionless again. I told you what you wanted to know. Do I have your word that you will not harm my loved ones? Yes, you have my word, Adrian answered honestly. Marthy's arms hugged her body dejectedly. The word of a spy is typically worthless. We have finally come to a consensus. Adrian spoke with a half-hearted smile. If I find that you lied to me, then... Martha said. I know, with tears in her eyes. But I kept my end of the bargain. As much as he wanted to turn around and run for the exit, Adrian felt pity for Martha. He straightened and removed his hands from the bars. If you make a full confession, Lord Beckett might be willing to spare your life. No, she protested, shaking her head. I betrayed my father and brother. Either way, I am a dead woman. Her eyes closed, defeated, and her message was clear: she wanted to die. Feeling a sudden surge of compassion towards the French spy, he gave her a polite bow. Then this is goodbye. When she attempted to remove his coat, Adrian put his hand up to stop her. Keep it. You need it more than I do. Relaxing her shoulders, a genuine smile touched her lips. Thank you. With an acknowledging nod and knowing there was nothing more to say, Adrian turned to walk down the dark and dreary passageway to exit this hell called Newgate. After leaving the prison behind, Adrian turned to Benedict. Can I see what you sketched? I would be honored. Benedict smiled broadly as he opened the drawing pad. Flipping through the pages, Adrian saw it was filled with unrecognizable shapes and splotches of color, appearing to have no rhyme or reason. I am glad she did not call our bluff, Adrian huffed, clearly unimpressed with his friend's artistic skills. Benedict said, I agree, as he placed the drawing pad and watercolors back into his bag. Adrian mounted his horse and noticed that Benedict was watching him carefully. Everything all right? Faint worry lines creased Benedict's forehead, and his voice was tight as he asked, would you really have slaughtered hundreds of people if Martha didn't reveal Kate's location? He turned his head to avoid seeing the disappointment in his friend's eyes as he answered truthfully, I wish I could tell you no. After a few moments, Benedict mounted his horse and came alongside of him. Then I hope for Martha's sake that she did not lie to you, so you can avoid traveling all the way to Corsia. He stated with no censure in his voice. After all, I look forward to having you as Jonathan's brother-in-law. It will make family dinners that much more exciting. Relieved that Benedict hadn't pressed the issue, Adrian laughed and followed closely behind as they navigated the streets of London. Kate tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids were heavy, as though they were weighted down. She blinked, finally managing to wrench them open. Her body ached in protest as she shifted her position on the straw pallet, instantly reminding her that she was not resting on her plush featherbed at home. Kate, wake up. Eliza's hushed but urgent tone came from across the room. Turning her head towards the offending noise, Kate looked over at her sister. Slowly at first, the events of the past few days flooded her mind, and she shot into a sitting position. Her stomach churned at her impulsive move, and she longed to return to her dreamless rest. Eliza said, It is the effects of the laudanum. Wait a moment, and the nausea will pass. Nodding her understanding, Kate brought her knees up close to her chest and rested her chin on them. After taking a few deep breaths, the nausea eased, and she lifted her head to look at her sister. Eliza's hands were now tied to the metal frame behind her head, as she laid on a lumpy straw pallet, which looked just as uncomfortable as hers. Frowning at her sister's awkward position, Kate inquired, When were you tied to the bed frame? A quick, unrepentant smile formed on Eliza's lips. After I tossed my dinner back in Henley's face. What did you throw your dinner at him? She was curious, because they were only given a weird, tasting cup of slop once a day. It wasn't much, but at least it provided some sustenance. I realized that the food is spiked with laudanum. Kate replied, Good enough for me. Returning her sister's smile briefly. Then the reality of their situation came crashing down on her. What are we going to do? Eliza shifted so she was tilted to her left side. Would you be so kind as to retrieve my dagger? With her eyes flashing towards the door, Kate quickly crossed the room in a few strides and sat down on her sister's bed.
What if someone comes in? Or food is laced with laudanum and I venture no one will come back till dinner time. Eliza rationalized. I plan to escape before then. Kate could not stop her eyebrow from lifting in amazement. How do you propose to accomplish that? Her sister blew a stray piece of auburn hair out of her face before admitting, I have no idea. Reaching up Eliza's right thigh, she removed the jeweled dagger strapped there and started cutting the rope binding her sister's hands. Once the rope was worn, Eliza jerked her hands and broke from her restraints. As Eliza started rubbing her reddened wrists, Kate took in her sister's haggard appearance, which was in stark contrast to the way she usually looked. Her auburn hair had fallen out of her chignon, and the dark circles under her eyes made her look exhausted. Kate attempted to run her fingers through her own blonde hair, but she dropped her hands in defeat, feeling deflated by her failed efforts. It reminded her of their precarious situation. I am sorry. This is all my fault, Kate stated. No, Eliza repeated, sitting up on the bed. This is not your fault. Turning her attention towards the deteriorating wall, Kate's eyes welled with tears. If I had not run away from your townhouse, then Roger would not be dead, and we would not be locked up in this forsaken inn. With tears running down her cheeks, she faced her sister. I killed Roger. Eliza pulled her into a tight embrace. You did no such thing, her sister reassured her. Henley killed Roger, not you. But it was my actions that led to his death and our abduction. Kate stifled her sobs. If I had just acted rationally, then we would not be in this mess. Eliza said, You must not blame yourself for Roger's death, in a gentle but firm voice. You had no control of that situation. Now, as for the abduction. Her voice trailed off in amusement. I have been in worse situations. Leaning back from her sister's embrace, Kate was amazed at Eliza's reaction. Hey you. Truthfully, this is my first abduction. Eliza revealed, smiling. It is a new adventure for me. Lucky for us, Henley is not very clever. No, he is not. Kate's eyes lowered to the floor. He is just evil, but Eliza asked, What is it? Did Mr. Henley hurt you again? Hesitantly, she raised her eyes till she met her sister's concerned gaze. Henley may be my brother, Kate informed her. Eliza's eyes narrowed. Lynn, can you repeat that? Wringing her hands tighter, Kate frowned. Earlier I woke up to a man hovering over me, and he claimed he was married to Mother, supposedly before she married Father. He even claimed that we are not twins. Eliza asked, What was this man's name? Her voice calculating. Kate replied, Philip, confused by her sister's tone. Eliza's eyes grew wide, and her face became unreadable. Tell me everything, she insisted, tilting her head. Kate could not shake the feeling that Eliza did not seem as surprised as she should have been, but recalled the conversation as best she could. When she was finished, Eliza jumped up from the bed and walked to the boarded-up window. Pulling back the ripped section of the floral wallpaper around the window, Eliza attempted to pry off the boards, but after a few grunts, she stepped back, sighing. It has been nailed shut, but I think I can pry out the rusted nails with my dagger. Reaching down to her undergarments, she ripped off a section and wrapped it around her right hand. Can you keep watch? Wait, Kate protested as Eliza reached for her dagger on the bed. You don't have anything to say about the fact that a Frenchman is claiming to be my father. In response, Eliza said the one thing that caught her completely by surprise. Philip Durant was supposed to be dead. The air stalled in Kate's lungs, and she lowered herself slowly onto the straw pallet. She had naively been holding out hope that Philip was mad, and there was no truth behind his words. She asked, How long have you known? When her voice was finally steady enough to emit sound, crouching down in front of her, Eliza's posture was strong and self-assured, but her eyes held a hint of uncertainty. I have known for almost 6 weeks now, but we debated when we should tell you. We discovered the truth when we questioned Mother about Michel's involvement,
And you were still at Beaumont Castle. Her voice knows. Jonathan, Uncle Charles, Benedict, Bendrian, Mr. Larson and Father, she listed. Closing her eyes, Kate willed herself to disappear. Every good thing about her was a lie. She was the imposter. The Duke was not her father, Eliza was not her twin sister, and she was the daughter of a French spy. Kate, Eliza ventured, her words cautious. You must understand, this changes nothing. This changes everything, Kate stated, a little too vehemently. No, you will always be my sister. Eliza's eyes held compassion. If a father was adamant that you not be told the truth because he was worried you might question his love for you. Everything I have ever known has been a lie, Kate cried. How can I even trust you? As soon as the words were spoken, she wished she could take them back. Opening her mouth to apologize, Eliza put up a hand to stop her. I am truly sorry for hurting you. But when exactly would have been appropriate time to inform you that you had a French father? Eliza arched an eyebrow, challenging her to deny the truth. You have had so much suffering these past few months that we wanted to spare you the pain of learning the truth about your father. Crossing her arms over her chest, Kate was through being coddled by her loved ones. She said, I am tired of all the secrets in our family. Struggling to control her growing frustration. I deserve a chance to know the truth, good or bad, about my own life. Eliza conceded with a decisive head bob. Fair enough. We will have a frank conversation when we get home, but I need you to trust me until then. I do trust you, Kate stated, feeling guilty. That was unfair of me to say. Eliza waved off her comment. Considering the circumstances, I would have said the same thing. She came and sat next to her on the bed. Tell me about Philip. Philip is a lot like Michel. He is charming and polished on the outside, but his eyes exude cruelty, Kate described, shuddering. I wonder why Diana was led to believe Philip was dead. Eliza questioned. Maybe she was misinformed. No. Diana clearly believed Philip had died in war. Philip plans to take me back to France, Kate divulged, attempting to contain the gnawing fear that her father might succeed. Eliza frowned hesitantly. Do you want to go to France? With a huff, Kate pushed off the bed. No, I do not want to go to France and live with Henley as my brother. How can you even ask that question? Eliza said. Good. Sounding relieved. Then, we will need to escape before Henley, or anyone else, comes back into this room. Trying not to be cynical, Kate asked. And how do you propose we do that? Even if we can open that window and fit our bodies through, how do we survive jumping from a second-story window? Turning her gaze towards the boarded window, Eliza started tapping her finger over her lips. If I know our men, they are searching tirelessly for us. It is only a matter of time before they find us. I have no confidence that Adrian is looking for me, Kate expressed softly. Why would he? Confusion lined her sister's features. Why would you say such a thing? The last time I saw Adrian, I said some cruel, hurtful things to him. Eliza walked over to the boarded-up window. Every couple fights, she responded flippantly over her shoulder. Surprised by her casual remark, Kate gave her a look of disbelief. I even had Roger escort him out of my room. Turning back towards her, Eliza's eyes held a twinkle of humor. Now that plan has merit. Whenever I get frustrated with Benedict, I should ask Mr. Larson to escort him out of my presence. Kate threw her hands up in exasperation. Do be serious, Eliza. Focusing on the window, Eliza placed her dagger under a rusted nail and tried to remove it. She said, I am serious, Kate. Not sparing her a glance. Drian loves you. And he will come for you? After yanking out one nail from the board, Eliza glanced at her. The question is, do you want him to? I do. She answered wholeheartedly. But he will not want me when he learns the truth about my father. She joined her sister at the boarded-up window and attempted to pry out a nail with her fingers. After a few unsuccessful minutes, She placed her sore fingers in her mouth. Successfully removing another nail, Eliza began working on the next. And what is that? My father, Philip, helped orchestrate the plot to swap French spies for English lords, Kate shared, reaching down to rip a section of her undergarments as she saw Eliza do. And? Eliza prompted, with a small grunt as she extracted another nail. Ultimately, my father was responsible for killing Adrian's family, Kate stated, laying it out plainly. Besides, I am half French and Adrian hates the French. With an exaggerated eye roll, Eliza faced her sister. And I could give you 100 reasons why Adrian loves you. Sometimes, falling in love with someone doesn't make sense, but if you are lucky enough to find it. Eliza clutched her dagger tightly, hold on to it and refused to let go. Before Kate could respond, the sound of heavy, booted footsteps walking down the hall reached their ears. For a terrifying moment, true fear resonated in her mind as she thought of the torture Eliza would endure if she was discovered without her restraints. Henley or her father would have no qualms about trying to beat Eliza into submission, but her sister would never yield to them. She would die first. No, she needed to protect Eliza. It was her turn to save her sister. Formulating an impulsive plan in her head, Kate turned towards Eliza. I will distract whoever is coming, and you keep trying to take down that board. Eliza shook her head firmly. No, Kate, I will not let you do this. Filled with determination, she straightened her shoulders and met Eliza's gaze with her own fervent expression. You asked me to trust you, and I am now asking you to trust me. I am the only one that can leave this room by way of the hall. If you are discovered, then we are both dead. The thuds of the booted footsteps were coming closer, and she knew she had little time left. Climb out the window and go get help. Without giving Eliza time to object, she strode over to the door and turned the handle slowly. Just as she suspected, it was not locked. With a quick glance over her shoulder at her sister, she smiled and quickly slipped out the door. Once the door was closed behind her, she came face to face with her brother, and judging by the scowl on his face, he was not pleased to see her. Attempt to soften her brother's ire, Kate gave him a tentative smile. She said, Mr. Henley, as she pressed her back against the closed door to create a larger gap between them. He stopped a few feet away, his dark eyes boring into hers. You may as well call me Edgar, since we are family. I would like that very much, she lied through gritted teeth. Father sent me to escort you downstairs. His eyes appeared suspicious as he shifted his gaze towards the closed door. I did not expect you to be awake. Hearing the distrust oozing from her brother's voice, Kate was afraid he would try to open the door and check the room. If he did, then either Edgar would kill Eliza, or Eliza would kill him. Either way, it would be disastrous. Kate needed to distract him, but how? She could play the role of a battered wife, but being submissive right now would not serve her objective. Suddenly, the thought of Adrian offering her the dinner roll sprang to her mind, and she knew what she needed to do. Tilting her chin in the air, she summoned all her aristocratic training, and returned Henley's hostile gaze. In what way have I offended you, that you should loathe me so? Her tone of superiority was a perfect likeness of her mother's. Her directness must have surprised him, but it wore off in only a few moments. Taking a step closer to her, he seethed, Your whole existence offends me. Bristling at his insolent remark, Kate's gaze did not waver from his. Would you care to expand on that? With a huff, he shifted his eyes over her shoulder. I was first in my class in military school. I even served under the King of Naples, Joachim Murat, as he led the charge of the French army into Madrid. For the briefest of moments, his eyes softened, but then hardened again as he looked back at her. But it was never good enough for my father. Any father would be proud of. No, he shouted. I was never good enough because of you. Stilling at his words, she hesitated. What could she say? Until recently, she didn't even know Edgar was her brother. Henley continued, "Father always talked about you. He always wanted to share stories about his precious English daughter. Whenever a new letter came from the Duchess, he spat it out, as if the word was bitter in his mouth. Father would adjourn to his office for hours to feast upon her words. His next sentence was muffled under his breath. He broke my mother's heart." Feeling as though she should apologize, Kate ventured, "I am sorry." "I did." Henley's narrowed eyes shot her a warning, and she closed her mouth. "My mother asked for her husband on her deathbed, but my father was too busy plotting his revenge against your horrible, puny Isel," he snarled. "That is terrible," she admitted softly, knowing what it was like to want to be loved by your spouse, but falling short. "You are not worthy of father's love, yet he freely gives it to you." Edgar scoffed. A titled, pompous English lady, used to being insulted by her late husband, Henley's cruel words were easy to ignore. "You cannot blame me for his cruel actions." "I do blame you," he answered swiftly. "And your Duchess mother." Kate said, "My mother is dead," hoping the relief was not too evident in her voice. "I am aware of your mother's sudden death," Edgar drawled. "Michel asked her to spy on the Duke and pass along crucial information. Unfortunately, your mother was not up to the task and she was killed." Kate looked perplexed as she asked, "Why did my mother believe your father was dead?" "Our father did die on the battlefield," Henley informed her. "He assumed another identity when he arrived in England, severing all ties with past acquaintances and loved ones." "Why did he not sever ties with you?" "Napoleon felt I was well suited to play an English gentleman, and assigned me to the mission," he admitted smugly. "If not for that, my father would have been lost to me too." Feeling a slight twinge of compassion for Edgar, she gave him a sad smile. "I am sorry for what you have gone through." Kate was close enough to see Henley clench his jaw so tightly that a small muscle below his ear started pulsing. Apparently, her sympathy made him even more upset. He replied, "I don't need or want your pity," dryly. "You will soon learn your place, as did Marthe," she asked. "Marthe?" Hesitantly. Were they speaking of the same Marthe? The one who seduced Adrian in Hyde Park? With a set jaw he revealed, "Marthe is my sister." "Is she here?" "No, but she will join us shortly." Kate attempted to smile. "I look forward to meeting her," he said. "You English are all the same," in a repulsed tone. "You lie and cheat your way in the world. As soon as Napoleon conquers Britain, there will be a day of reckoning, and all your loved ones will be killed." Tilting her head, she was beginning to understand what fed Henley's hatred of her. Not only was she the beloved lost daughter in his mind, but she was an English noble, albeit an impostor. As much as she wanted to argue with Edgar's misguided logic, she needed him to believe she was shifting her alliance towards her new family. Taking a moment to pretend to smooth out her horribly wrinkled traveling dress, Kate kept her gaze lowered until she could control the turmoil growing inside of her. Pushing her anger deep down, she assumed the role she had used successfully in her dealings with her mother and later, Michel. Lifting her gaze back to meet Edgar's, she gave him a hesitant smile. "I would like for us to start over and make amends," he asked. "What makes you think I want to make amends with you?" Arching a disbelieving eyebrow, she did not dim her smile at his less than encouraging words. "We will soon travel back to France and be a family. It would be nice if we could live in harmony and set our differences aside." Placing his blood-stained, bandaged palm on the wall behind her, Henley leaned in until she could feel his warm breath on her face. "We will never be a family," he growled with such ferocity that it caused her to jump in alarm. "Feather will not let me kill you, but I look forward to making your life a living hell." His face was stone cold, and she suspected his heart was as well. He said, "There are many ways to torture someone without beating them." As his menacing eyes roamed her face, and you will discover them all." Daring herself not to whimper in fright, she held his gaze, praying fear was not evident in her expression. Edgar pushed his hand off the wall and offered her his arm. "Shall we?" he demanded more than asked. Placing her hand on Edgar's arm, she allowed him to escort her down to the lower hall. Her plan had worked, and she had succeeded in buying Eliza more time. Now, she just had to stay alive until help arrived. If help arrived. "Round, thi swawai, sar," a dirty little street urchin said over his shoulder. His bare feet were covered in layers of filth as he ran up the side of a muddy road, skillfully skirting piles of horse dung. Trailing close behind, Adrian and Benedict followed the boy, despite him running in and out of alleyways, jumping over broken fences, and now ducking between men and women as they trudged back to their homes for some well-deserved respite from the day's monotonous work. The sunken, pale faces barely acknowledged the little boy at their feet, with their eyes flashed with annoyance as the two men pushed their way through the crowd. The sun had begun to set behind the blackened buildings, casting shadows across parts of the street. Fortunately, there was enough light to avoid stepping in the ditches, some of which housed foul-smelling liquid coated with slime. The boy's steps slowed as he put his hand out to indicate they should stop. "It is that one." "It is," he stated with pride, pointing at a darkened two-story brown building with boarded-up windows. A decomposing wood sign reading, "The Squeaky Wench," leaned up against the side of the building. With an inward groan, Adrian's eyes scanned the darkened building for any sign of occupancy, but found none. "It looks abandoned," he mumbled to Benedict as anger constricted his chest. He was going to kill Marthy himself for betraying him. The boy shook his head adamantly. "It is not. I told you before. I saw myself men going in and out of there." Reaching into his pocket, Benedict pulled out 2 shillings and placed them in the boy's outstretched hand. "You have done well, lad." The boy's eyes lit up at the windfall he had just received. "Thank you." He clutched the money in his hand and disappeared into the shadows. Their eyes strayed back to the building, noting the boarded-up windows that ensured no light escaped, thus making it appear abandoned. Adrian asked, "How do you propose we rescue our damsels in distress?" Tilting his head towards the Squeaky Wench, Benedict's alert eyes perused the street. "I propose getting off the street in case anyone is watching for us." As they passed by an alley, a hand reached out and grabbed Adrian's right forearm, yanking him into the dark, narrow passage. Instinct kicked in, propelling him into action as he slammed his right elbow into the attacker's stomach, freeing his arm. His left hand reached for his pistol as he shoved his upper arm into the man's throat, throwing him against the wall. As he cocked the pistol against his attacker's temple, he heard a familiar voice gasp, "Good gracious, Adrian. What in bloody hell is wrong with you?" Taking a moment to truly look at his attacker, he finally recognized Jonathan's shadowed face. Lowering his pistol and arm, he stepped back. "Don't you know better than to sneak up on people?" he muttered under his breath as he tucked his pistol back into his trousers. With a huff, Jonathan glanced over at Benedict. "How have you survived Adrian's company for so long?" Benedict smiled, amused. "I find his presence mostly tolerable." Adrian glanced at Benedict and saw Mr. Larson standing next to him. 2 tall men were standing behind Mr. Larson, with pistols in their hands, continuously scanning the narrow alley. Adrian asked, "How did you locate this place?" Referring to the Squeaky Wench. "We were searching the south side and were told about rich blokes going in and out of an abandoned inn," Mr. Larson explained, pointing to the 2 men behind him. "We came over to check it out and ran into Jonathan." "Oh?" Jonathan said. "I, on the other hand," running a hand through his hair, "paid a small fortune to my informants so they would give up this building." Dropping his hand, he continued, "Ward on the street is there are dangerous men sequestered in the Squeaky Wench. and they will kill anyone who reveals their location. We have the element of surprise in our favor. We could storm through the main door, Adrian proposed. With a shake of his head, Jonathan surmised. That would not work. The main door is made of solid wood and is guarded. I witnessed a man knocking to gain entry, and some type of code word was exchanged. We took out 2 guards that were scouting the alleyway behind the inn before we ran into Jonathan. Mr. Larson explained. The place is a fortified stronghold. Before Adrian could suggest any other course of action, a woman's voice interrupted their conversation. If you are finished with your wool gathering, I know how you can gain access. All heads turned to see a disheveled Alyssa standing near them, with hands on her hips. Without saying a word, Benedict rushed past him and embraced his wife. Drawing back to stare at her face, a smile formed on his lips. Wife, you are never to leave my side again. Eliza's mouth opened to protest, but Benedict pressed his lips to hers, rendering her speechless. Adrian shifted his gaze towards the ground to provide them with privacy during their reunion. After a few moments, he started to get impatient and wanted to know where Kate was. Clearing his throat, he asked, Is Kate with you? Eliza replied, No, sadly, shifting in Benedict's arms. She helped me escape from my ropes, and we were trying to remove the boards from the window when Mr. Henley came to collect her. Adrian balled his hands into tight fists. Why would Henley need to collect Kate? Eliza said. Let me start from the beginning, with a tight smile. She began with how their food was laced with laudanum, rendering them unconscious for days. She revealed how Kate discovered her new family and ended with the conversation she had overheard between Henley and Kate in the hall. Placing his hands over his face, Adrian was sickened with the knowledge that Henley was even near Kate again. How were they going to get to her? If they stormed the building, they would be killed, and Kate would be living in France with her newfound family, evidently a family of monsters. I know how we can rescue the other women imprisoned. Eliza's voice penetrated his thoughts. Selfishly, he did not care one whit about rescuing the other women. He just wanted Kate. This is why agents sever ties with their loved ones, because they affect your rational thoughts, he reminded himself. As an agent, his main concern should be to bring in the French spies and save as many abducted women as possible. However, he only cared about saving Kate. And dropping his hands, Adrian faced Eliza, indecisiveness playing on his face. Eliza slipped out of Benedict's arms to come closer to him. Kate is clever and stronger than we give her credit for, she told him, her eyes flickering with emotion. She sacrificed herself to ensure my freedom. Choking back his emotions, Adrian attempted to speak. I love. You can tell Kate that when we rescue her. Eliza interrupted firmly. Because we will save her. I agree with Eliza. We will not leave Kate behind, Benedict asserted, walking up and wrapping his arm around his wife's waist. Jonathan scoffed. He said, we will save her, but she will not be marrying you. Pointing his finger at Adrian. My sister will not be coerced into marriage. Mr. Larson came up behind Jonathan and whispered something into his ear. Adrian watched as Jonathan's eyes grew wide, then bored into his. A weaker man might have cowered under Jonathan's angry gaze, but he was not weak. I have just been informed that you have been courting my sister, and that she agreed to your courtship. Willingly, Jonathan stated, his voice laced with incredulous accusation. Blazes, I have only been gone for 6 weeks. Jonathan, we do not have time for this. Eliza interjected, her tone reasonable. I left the window open, and because of Kate's quick thinking, the door in the room was left unlocked. We can sneak back in and help the women escape the way I did. Benedict placed his hands onto Eliza's shoulders, his eyes roaming her face. Why don't you go back to the carriage and rest? We will take care of rescuing Kate and the other women. Eliza asked. And let you have all the fun without me. With an arched eyebrow, Benedict leaned closer and lowered his voice. You are with child now. Eliza's face softened. I understand your concern, but I am going with you to rescue Kate. Frowning, Benedict said. If that is the case, then I am not leaving your side. Smiling lovingly at him, Eliza nodded her approval. The women haven't had their dinner yet, so they might be awake enough to help with their escape. Just in case, we may need to carry them out, and I don't know how many women are being held. With her brow lifted, she asked Mr. Larson, You in? It sounds like a fun adventure. Mr. Larson replied, gifting Eliza with a rare smile. Reaching down, he picked up Eliza's longbow resting against the wall. I anticipated you would need this when we finally tracked you down. With a wide, bright smile, Eliza accepted the longbow and quiver filled with arrows from Larson before she threw her arms around her protector. She said, Thank you, softly. Jonathan asked, I do not want to be a naysayer, but how are we supposed to distract all those guards down in the main hall as we help the women escape? His eyes calculating. We need a diversion. As Adrian watched England's top spies mulling over ideas for a diversion, he knew they needed one that would sidetrack French spies, and a room full of killers. Suddenly, the perfect ruse came to his mind. I have an idea. His voice did not waver, even though he knew he might well be marching in to his own death. Sitnquietly, in the corner of the main hall. Kate kept her hands in her lap as her eyes fanned the length of the rectangular-shaped room. Clusters of men sat around tables playing cards, seemingly oblivious to the disarray around them. Lighted sconces along the walls provided adequate lighting to show a mixture of dirty bowls and plates placed on empty chairs or on the floor, ensuring the large black rats that scurried about had enough to fill their bellies. Shuddering at the sight of the four-legged creatures, Kate knew she needed to keep her wits about her and focus on trying to find a means of escape. She counted 12 men around the tables, and one lone man guarding the entry door. These men were a despicable lot. Their clothing was filthy and battered, their hair lice-ridden, and the smell permeating off their persons filled the room with a repugnant odor. Catherine, you should eat, her father urged. Suddenly appearing by her side, he placed a tin cup in front of her. Glancing at the offered fare, Kate tried not to gag at the foul stench emanating from the thin, green fishy slop. She asked, What is it? Hesitantly. Soup, her father informed her, frowning. It is sold near the docks. Leaning back from the soup to avoid the offensive smell, she turned to her father. What is in it? Picking up the tin cup, he brought it to his nose and inhaled. My guess would be boiled fish guts, parsley root, and possibly watered down ale. He listed, returning the cup to its original position. It tastes like mud. Henley confessed as he pulled up a seat across from her and sat down with a tin cup in his hand. I would use some caution when eating the soup, because the fish aren't boned. Even as her stomach rumbled in protest, she pushed the cup away from her. She asked, Is there no other option? Hopefully. Looking sympathetic, her father shook his head. I am afraid not. What is the matter? Her brother smirked, obviously amused at her discomfort. You don't like fish. Placing his top hat on the table, her father pulled out a chair, turning it slightly so he could face her. He was handsomely dressed, looking out of place in a room full of ruffians. Noticing his lack of food, she asked, Aren't you eating? Leaning back, he crossed his legs. I do not eat that sludge. No, he eats at the palace. Edgar grimaced before taking a sip of the soup. Attempting to keep the disbelief out of her voice, she questioned, The palace. It is true. Her father frowned, his eyes flickering to Edgar. I am the head chef at the palace. Kate had so many questions formulating in her mind, but she couldn't find the words to articulate any of them without sounding skeptical. Prinny had a reputation for being eccentric, but would his staff be foolish enough to hire a French chef while England was currently at war with their country? She wanted to ask questions, but in such a fashion that would hopefully demonstrate that her loyalties had shifted to her new French family. Still desperately clinging to hope that Adrian would come for her, Kate wanted him to be proud of her. If she collected more details about the French's conspiracy, then maybe he would overlook her harsh treatment of him the last time they spoke. A flattery flashed through her mind. Of course, men always responded to flattery. At least, Michel did. Would her family be immune to her charms, though? One way to find out, she thought, as she smiled at her father. Pray tell, how did a French spy get hired at the palace? You must be so clever. Her father puffed out his chest at her words, and she could see the pride in his eyes. It was simple. Prinny had heard of Marie Antoine Carmé's culinary genius from other ambassadors, partly due to his pièces montées. He was so taken with them that he sent a missive to inquire if he would be willing to work at the palace. Although she knew exactly what he was talking about, Kate looked puzzled. She asked, "What are pièces montées?" Deliberately massacring the pronunciation. Smiling at her indulgently, as if coddling an inquisitive child, he replied, "They are elaborate constructions made of food, used as centerpieces." Why would Prinny be taken with elaborate centerpieces? Kate inquired, attempting to understand the logic behind the Prince Regent's request. Uncrossing his legs and placing his forearm on the table, her father continued with his explanation. His designs were no mere centerpiece. Not only did Chef Carmé make these confections, which were sometimes several feet high, entirely out of food, but he modeled them on temples, pyramids, and ancient ruins. After draining his soup, Edgar wiped his mouth, removing the green line above his lips. Prinny did not realize that Chef Carmé did freelance work for Parisian high society, including Napoleon. In fact, he did the cake and centerpieces at Napoleon's wedding. Philip smiled smugly. The missive was intercepted by Napoleon's forces, and we hatched a scheme to send Marie Antoine Carmé's sus chef, Gaspar Maminot, to work for Prinny. A forged letter by Chef Carmé, sending his regrets but recommending his sus chef wholeheartedly for the position, was sent off to your haughty Prince Regent. Attempting to understand his role in the mission, she asked, "Do you work for Chef Maminot, then?" "No, I am Gaspar Maminot," her father revealed, flicking off some dirt from the table. "I assumed the identity of Gaspar and retained the real sus chef as my assistant. Only his name is now Louis Martin." "That is quite a feat. How did you manage it?" Kate inquired, acting impressed. Edgar pushed back his chair on the wood floor, causing a loud screeching noise to echo in the room. By threatening his family, he revealed nonchalantly, as if that was a normal thing to do. With a tight smile, she declared, "Very clever of you." Luckily, Philip did not notice her sarcasm, or chose to ignore it. He said, "I thought so," with a humph. "It was never part of the original plan, though. For years, we scoured England's countryside, looking for the perfect reclusive lords that would not be missed. Once we located the lords, we had to find the perfect impostor, so they could assume their seats in Parliament. Thus, we were able to promote the French agenda. Is that how Michel was selected?" Kate was pressing for more information. "Michel was a low-level military officer when we approached him with this role," her father explained. The resemblance to the original Lord Camden was uncanny, and Michel was catapulted up the ranks. He frowned. Unfortunately, the spy assigned to replace Lord Pembroke was not as reliable and failed to assume his role. Sadly, the whole group of agents assigned to the undertaking went missing. She asked, "If it was never part of the plan, why did you become Prinny's chef?" Innocently. "For what purpose?" Clearing his throat with a low growl, Edgar announced, "That is enough questions." Kate watched her father's eyes narrow as he turned to face his son. "Why is that?" "My daughter is entitled to know the truth about our family, since she will be helping to increase our legacy." Rubbing his temples aggressively, her brother appeared vexed.
She is not family. She will never amount. With a gasp, Kate watched as her father flung himself around the table at a remarkable speed for his age, and threw Edgar against the wall, pressing his forearm against his chest. His voice was sinister, his expression full of menace. She is my daughter and your sister. Everyone in this family has a role to play, and she will be an asset to us. He leaned until he was nose to nose with his son. Do I make myself clear? Kate's eyes roamed the room to see the mercenaries' reactions to this altercation, but their eyes appeared unconcerned by her father's show of force. She had no doubt that they would have jumped to attention if Edgar attacked her father. It was clear who the boss was. Dropping his forearm from Edgar's chest, her father returned to his seat as if beating his son was a natural occurrence. Leaning back in his chair, he placed his right hand on the table and started drumming his fingers. He said, "You asked me why I became Prinny's chef," with a brow lift. It was a perfect opportunity to infiltrate the Prince Regent's household. Around the palace, I have created a peculiar persona that has allowed me to gain unparalleled access to His Highness. I have insisted on bringing him his breakfast, which is a French tradition. I place small drops of laudanum into his food to cause drowsiness, giving me enough time to search his office without fear of discovery. Kate furrowed her brow. I thought the royal family employed food tasters to protect against food poisoning. Leaning forward, her father reached for her hand in her lap. My knave Kate. Everyone has a weakness. I simply exploited those. Some were threatened, others were eliminated, and the smart ones accepted bribes. Without warning, a black, plump rat scurried over her ankle boots. She shrieked, causing the men in the room to roar with laughter. Attempting to regain her composure, she sat rigid in her chair and closed her eyes, praying this nightmare would be over soon. After a few deep breaths, she opened her eyes to notice her father smiling at her. He seemed amused by her hysterical display. Napoleon will be pleased with you. He has a fancy for beautiful blonde women, especially English noblewomen with delicate constitutions. Fearing she misunderstood her father's intentions, she asked, "How exactly am I to entertain Napoleon?" Placing his right elbow on the table, he looked pleased. "You are to seduce him and make him favor you. If you can accomplish that, then you could be one of his mistresses. You want me to bed Napoleon?" Her question held more astonishment than outrage. Dropping his arm off the table, he smiled. "Think of the advantages of becoming Napoleon's mistress. You are an exquisite beauty, just like your mother, and you will charm our emperor. Besides, you are technically the daughter of a duke, a second cousin to the Prince Regent. You would be a sparkling jewel at his side." Hiding the gnawing resentment that she felt for her father, knowing he wanted her to do something so despicable, was nearly impossible. However, she mustered up all her courage and plastered on a smile. "The role of a lifetime," she murmured, appeasing him. But in her mind, she recoiled at her father's plans for her. She would never become Napoleon's mistress. How could a father encourage his daughter to seduce a man to gain leverage, or status? Suddenly, she felt sadness for Marthe, her sister. Was Marthy's job to seduce someone? It was, her father confirmed. She successfully became Lord Lexington's mistress, and used her influence to get Edgar a seat in the House of Commons. Although, at first, she was uncertain about her role within the family, but we convinced her to change her mind. Marthy's misguided dream was to open a shop and sell fashionable gowns. Edgar interjected, scoffing. She was stubborn, but we eventually beat her into submission. Philip nodded his head in agreement. It is the family business. Kate brought her eyes up and searched her father's face for any sign of compassion or love for Marthe, but his face was expressionless. He viewed Marthe only as an asset, and that is what he wanted her to be, merely a pawn in his game. Sweeping her eyes over the room, Kate tried to appear interested in her next question. When will we leave for France?" Her father's face filled with pride. "Not until our French troops have seized London, and Napoleon rides triumphantly through the streets." Kate swallowed her dread slowly. "When is that supposed to happen?" Edgar said. "First, the day of reckoning will occur." With a pointed look. Tentatively, she pressed. "What is the day of reckoning?" "On June 15th. Prinny is hosting a lavish affair of state, and only the crème of society will be there: King George, Prinny, dukes and lords." Her father listed, looking entirely too pleased with himself. With a cruel grin, Edgar informed her, "The Duke of Remington plans to be in attendance." Philip nodded. "He will be, and I will be adding something special to my confection, which will eliminate everyone who partakes of my scrumptious dessert." Trying to calm her beating heart, Kate inquired, "Will not you be arrested if everyone dies?" "No, I will be long gone, and Louis, my sous chef, will take the fall while we go into hiding until the soldiers arrive from Scotland." Her father shared, mirroring his son's sadistic smile. She glanced at Edgar, who had his arms crossed over his chest as he continued to glare at her. "Scotland. The English Channel is impenetrable," her father conceded. "So France is sending a frigate filled with our finest soldiers out into the Celtic Sea and up the Irish coast, where it will land in Scotland in less than 2 weeks. But Scotland is nowhere near London," Kate contended, crinkling her nose. Edgar stopped glaring to answer her question. "At 25 to 30 miles a day. The soldiers should arrive in London within a fortnight." "Assuming the French soldiers meet no resistance along the way, how will they seize London without mass bloodshed?" Kate countered with pursed lips. "With England in chaos over losing their precious king, the eccentric Prince Regent, and all their high-ranking members, it will be a perfect time to invade Britain. 17-year-old Princess Charlotte will be thrust into the position of queen, one that she is not prepared for. Thus, she will be easily manipulated," her father bragged, rubbing his hands together in glee. "Furthermore, the British only retain a small army in London, and will not be prepared for the onslaught of our highly trained cavalry soldiers on their own soil." Looking smug, Edgar added, "If the bill to end the war passes, the military will be in chaos as they attempt to withdraw their troops from Europe, guaranteeing their allies will be unable to stop Napoleon's forces. The day of reckoning is less than 2 weeks away," Kate softly said in disbelief. If her father succeeds, Napoleon will take over Europe, conquer Britain, and slaughter thousands in the process, ensuring his reign of wrath. Listening to the chatter of the men in the room, she knew she was helpless to do anything. These men were being paid to commit treason, and they seemed at peace with it. Unexpectedly, banging came from the entry door, and a loud, muffled voice exclaimed, "I am here to negotiate the terms for Lady Lansdowne's release." "It was a dear Ian." Kate would recognize his smooth, baritone voice anywhere. What was he doing here? Was Elizabeth able to escape and find help already? No, that was impossible. There had not been enough time for her to seek out other agents. As questions continued to rise in her mind, Kate watched as the scraggly group of men pushed back their chairs and jumped up, anticipating a fight. Any signs of rudeness had disappeared and been replaced with grim, stern faces as they turned to her father for direction. Slowly rising from his seat,
Philip buttoned the bottom 2 buttons of his tailcoat and straightened his cravat in a calm, orderly fashion. He removed an overcoat pistol from his pocket and placed it on the table. When he was ready, he nodded his approval for the guard to open the door. Scanning the room, it appeared the only 2 men that had pistols were her father and Edgar. That made sense because pistols were expensive, and not everyone could afford such a luxury. A few of the ruffians had knives sticking out of their trousers, but most of the men appeared to enjoy settling their differences with fisticuffs. As the guard opened the door, Adrian strode confidently into the room, wearing only a white shirt, tan trousers, and Hessian boots. He had no coat, cravat, or hat, which surprised her. A gentleman never went out in public dressed so informally, even if he was a spy. Between his wrinkled clothes, mussed-up hair, and the dark circles under his eyes, he appeared exhausted. Yet, to her, he never looked more handsome. As Adrian's calculating gaze swept the room, their eyes momentarily met, and she was met with a cold, unrelenting stare before he continued his perusal of the hall. She understood his anger towards her, but she was not prepared for his disdain. Stifling a cry, her heart shattered, knowing that he was not pleased to see her. Was he truly only here to barter for Eliza and not her? Luckily, no one heard her stifled cry, because Henley howled in rage, shot up from his seat, and charged Adrian, knocking his back against the wall. Yanking back his blood-soaked hand, he slammed his clenched fist into Adrian's face. Before he could deliver another blow, Adrian plowed his fist into Henley's stomach and finished by jabbing him under the chin. The amount of force behind the blow caused Henley's head to whip back, and he collapsed onto the floor, causing a pile of dirty dishes to scatter and roll around. Enough. Lord Camden is not here to engage in fisticuffs with you, Edgar, but to discuss Lady Lansdowne's release. Her father shouted with thinly veiled contempt in his voice. He glared at his son, who was still on the floor nursing his tender jaw. Slowly turning his attention back towards Adrian, he asked, "How did you find this place?" Adrian shrugged with one shoulder. "It was not that hard, in all honesty. Although, I do believe Napoleon is not paying you enough." "And why would you think that?" Philip inquired curiously. "Because this building is decrepit," Adrian declared, as he pointed at the ceiling. I am surprised it has not already collapsed on you. What imbecile did you assign to find this place?" Frowning, Edgar rose from the floor. "There is nothing wrong with this building. I picked this location because it is easy to defend," Adrian said. "Knowingly. You are the imbecile. That makes sense." "I am not an imbecile," Edgar growled as he pulled his pistol from his trousers and pointed it at Adrian's chest. "I have had enough from the likes of you." "Edgar, lower your pistol. Now." Her father's cold words spoke volumes. Everyone knew exactly how he felt about his son's behavior. "You are being rude to our guest." Following Philippa's order, Edgar lowered his pistol and brought his hand back up to his jaw. "He is not our guest," he grunted. "He works for the crown." Not speaking at first, Adrian lifted his brows at Edgar's words. "My role within the agency has nothing to do with why I am here," he stated, his tone imposing. "I am here to secure the safe release of Lady Lansdowne under the direction of the Duke of Remington." Her father observed Adrian before he crossed his arms over his chest. "Just Lady Lansdowne?" Turning towards her, he asked, "Not Lady Camden, as well?" Adrian shook his head. "We both know that Lady Camden is not the daughter of the Duke of Remington." With a quick press of his lips, he added, "In fact, the Duke was pleased to learn that Lady Camden was with her real father, because he can now be done with the burden of financially supporting her." That announcement stole Kate's breath, but she admonished herself to stay strong. Her father said that. True, the Duke wasn't really her father, but those words cut her deeply. She loved him, and thought he loved her in return. Willing herself not to cry, she kept a stony expression on her face, hoping she wouldn't give anything away. She refused to let Adrian see how much his comments hurt her. Her father made a clicking noise with his mouth before he acknowledged Adrian's statement. That does seem a little harsh from a man who raised my daughter for all those years. Adrian said, I am not here to discuss anyone's feelings on the matter. Coldly. I am here to pay for the release of Lady Lansdowne before the Bow Street runners break down that door and kill everyone in this room. All the ruffians' eyes panicked as they simultaneously turned their heads to Philip for direction. He huffed in amusement. And why should we believe you? Adrian's eyes widened and landed on Edgar. You didn't tell him. Edgar asked. Tell him what? In confusion. With an amused half smile on his face. Adrian turned his gaze back to her father. Lady Lansdowne is not only the daughter of the Duke of Remington, and the wife of the Marquess of Lansdowne, but she is pregnant with their first child, the Duke of Remington's first grandchild. He paused to let his words sink in. Lord Lansdowne has hired every available Bow Street runner to scour the streets of London, leaving no stone unturned. Her father exploded with multiple expletives as he glared at his son. You failed to mention that piece of information, Edgar, he drawled, his words dripping with scorn. Edgar frowned deeply. This is the first I have heard of this. Adrian resumed his casual demeanor and leaned his shoulder against the wall. Even though he appeared relaxed, Kate had no doubt that his body was poised for an attack. I would like to buy Lady Lansdowne's release for £10, 0, or £20, 0 for the release of all the women that were abducted. Her father walked closer to Kate and reached for her hand. Is Lady Camden part of the deal? Adrian replied, no, adamantly. As far as the Duke is concerned, she is back where she belongs. Edgar shot him a glare, full of hate and rage. You are lying. Just a few days ago, you demanded her release, and now you stand here and claim you have no feelings for her. What game are you playing? Adrian glanced at Kate and offered a pitying smile. No game. It is true that I offered to marry Lady Camden, but she jilted me. Lucky for me, there are plenty of women who want to warm my bed now that I am an earl. Kate could not control the whimper that slipped out as her hand covered her mouth, and she quickly ducked her head to hide her burning pink cheeks. His words were cruel, but she deserved them. Philip studied Adrian before he reached down and slowly picked up his pistol. Herein lies the problem with your plan to rescue the women before the Bow Street runners come. If they charge the building, my men have strict orders to immediately kill the women. If you accept the money, then no blood will be spilt today. Adrian countered, eyeing the pistol in her father's hand. But it will regardless, Philip contended. We cannot release these women until the bill to end the war has passed, but more importantly, you have seen my face. Adrian laughed. I have seen many faces today. Why should I be killed for seeing yours? Because my role is a secret, and I will not jeopardize this entire mission by letting you go free, her father said, slowly raising his pistol. Adrian asked. Even at the cost of your own daughter? With a lifted eyebrow. As you can see for yourself, Catherine is in no danger, Philip huffed, glancing over at her. I am not speaking of Catherine. Adrian spat out. I am speaking of Marthe. The pistol stilled in her father's hand as his face paled. His voice was shaky. You have my daughter. She is in Newgate awaiting hanging. Adrian informed him. If you will not accept the money for Lady Lansdowne, at least accept a trade for your daughter's life. Understanding dawned on Philip's face. Marthe told you about this place. She did. Amongst other things, Adrian confirmed. In response, Philip shook his head. No, she would not have betrayed me. She would have revealed nothing. Marthe informed me of your new name, Gasper. Adrian stated, his eyes scanning the room. Her father's chest heaved with rage at Adrian's words. My own daughter betrayed me, he roared. I told you we should have killed her, Edgar growled. It matters not, her father said, frowning. Martha was expendable. He shifted his gaze towards her. Catherine and I will depart after I kill you, and Edgar can lead the charge against your Bow Street runners. With a flabbergasted expression, Adrian looked at Henley, standing only a few feet away. You would leave your son to die while you live another day. Then he turned to address the small group of ruffians. And are all of you prepared to die for the French agenda? Edgar knows his purpose. We are fighting for a cause dear to our hearts. As for these men, they understand their deaths will be for the greater good. Philip proclaimed prophetically, waving his pistol towards the men. When Napoleon conquers England, he will be unstoppable, and no one will dare oppose his reign. Adrian scoffed. You are delusional, I see. And you, sir, will die today, her father declared, raising his pistol. A flash of light caught her eye at the top of the stairs, and Kate saw the tip of an arrow sticking out from behind the wall. It had to be Eliza. She must be waiting for a signal to intercede. Biting her lower lip, Kate debated how she could save Adrian. If Eliza started releasing arrows from her longbow, her father would surely shoot Adrian before doing anything else. Suddenly, a thought sprang into her mind, but it would be very risky. It might even result in her death, but she had to try to save Adrian. Father, Kate interjected. As he tilted his head towards her, she walked to Philip aside and smiled at him. I would like the privilege of shooting Lord Camden myself. Lowering his pistol, her father gave her a puzzled look. And why is that? He confessed to me that he killed Michel aboard the Brazen Hind. She lied, finding it surprisingly easy to conjure up tears. He killed my husband. Then he tried to force me into marriage. If Edgar hadn't abducted me, thus saving me. She let her voice trail off to emphasize her point. Philip replied, I understand. His eyes full of sympathy. Michel was dear to me too. She willed herself not to shudder as he brought his hand up to cup her cheek. Kate placed her hand over his and said softly, Thank you for understanding how much this means to me. Her father pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. As he leaned back, he asked, his tone patronizing, Do you even know how to shoot a pistol? I do, Kate confirmed. She failed to mention that Adrian was the one who taught her in the first place. As you wish. Her father handed her the pistol and stepped back. Testing the pistol's weight, it was similar in size to the one Adrian used to train her. Turning to face Adrian, she kept her face emotionless, fearing that she would give away her advantage. I am sorry it had to come to this, Lord Camden, she declared, raising the pistol till it was aimed at his chest. Shock registered on Adrian's face as he straightened from the wall. Don't do this, Kate. I am afraid I have to. Kate tried to ignore the hateful glances being sent her way by Henley. She said, It is either me or you, with a hitch in her voice. And I choose you. Kate. Wait. Adrian's voice trailed off as he took a step forward, but was stopped by Henley placing a hand on his shoulder. Just shoot the bastard. Henley barked. Kate replied, I intend to. Meeting Adrian's pleading gaze. There were so many things she wanted to say to him, things he deserved to hear from her. But her fate would be sealed when she pulled this trigger. I am sorry. I love you, she mouthed to Adrian, before she slightly shifted the direction of the pistol and pulled the trigger. It was Adrian. Kate would recognize his smooth, baritone voice anywhere. What was he doing here? Was Eliza able to escape and find help already? No, that was impossible. There had not been enough time for her to seek out other agents. As questions continued to rise in her mind, Kate watched as the scraggly group of men pushed back their chairs and jumped up, anticipating a fight. Any signs of rowdiness had disappeared and been replaced with grim, stern faces as they turned to her father for direction. Slowly rising from his seat, Philip buttoned the bottom 2 buttons of his tailcoat and straightened his cravat in a calm, orderly fashion. He removed an overcoat pistol from his pocket and placed it on the table. When he was ready, he nodded his approval for the guard to open the door. Scanning the room, it appeared the only two men that had pistols were her father and Edgar. That made sense because pistols were expensive, and not everyone could afford such a luxury. A few of the ruffians had knives sticking out of their trousers, but most of the men appeared to enjoy settling their differences with fisticuffs. As the guard opened the door, Adrian strode confidently into the room, wearing only a white shirt, tan trousers, and Hessian boots. He had no coat, cravat, or hat, which surprised her. A gentleman never went out in public dressed so informally, even if he was a spy. Between his wrinkled clothes, mussed-up hair, and the dark circles under his eyes, he appeared exhausted. Yet to her, he never looked more handsome. As Adrian's calculating gaze swept the room, their eyes momentarily met, and she was met with a cold, unrelenting stare before he continued his perusal of the hall. She understood his anger towards her, but she was not prepared for his disdain. Stifling a cry, her heart shattered, knowing that he was not pleased to see her. Was he truly only here to barter for Eliza and not her? Luckily, no one heard her stifled cry, because Henley howled in rage, shot up from his seat, and charged Adrian, knocking his back against the wall. Yanking back his blood-soaked hand, he slammed his clenched fist into Adrian's face. Before he could deliver another blow, Adrian plowed his fist into Henley's stomach, and finished by jabbing him under the chin. The amount of force behind the blow caused Henley's head to whip back, and he collapsed onto the floor, causing a pile of dirty dishes to scatter and roll around. "Enough! Lord Camden is not here engaged in fisticuffs with you, Edgar, but to discuss Lady Lansdowne's release," her father shouted with thinly veiled contempt in his voice. He glared at his son, who was still on the floor nursing his tender jaw. Slowly turning his attention back towards Adrian, he asked, "How did you find this place?" Adrian shrugged with one shoulder. "It was not that hard, in all honesty. Although, I do believe Napoleon is not paying you enough." "And why would you think that?" Philip inquired curiously. "Because this building is decrepit," Adrian declared, as he pointed at the ceiling. "I am surprised it has not already collapsed on you. What imbecile did you assign to find this place?" Frowning, Edgar rose from the floor. "There is nothing wrong with this building. I picked this location because it is easy to defend," Adrian said, knowingly. "You are the imbecile. That makes sense, "I am not an imbecile," Edgar growled as he pulled his pistol from his trousers and pointed it at Adrian's chest. "I have had enough from the likes of you. Edgar, lower your pistol, now." Her father's cold words spoke volumes. Everyone knew exactly how he felt about his son's behavior. "You are being rude to our guest." Following Philip's order, Edgar lowered his pistol and brought his hand back up to his jaw. "He is not our guest," he grunted. "He works for the crown." Not speaking at first, Adrian lifted his brows at Edgar's words. "My role within the agency has nothing to do with why I am here," he stated, his tone imposing. "I am here to secure the safe release of Lady Lansdowne under the direction of the Duke of Remington." Her father observed Adrian before he crossed his arms over his chest. "Just Lady Lansdowne?" Turning towards her, he asked, "Not Lady Camden as well?" Adrian shook his head. "We both know that Lady Camden is not the daughter of the Duke of Remington." With a quick press of his lips, he added, "In fact, the Duke was pleased to learn that Lady Camden was with her real father, because he can now be done with the burden of financially supporting her." That announcement stole Kate's breath, but she admonished herself to stay strong. Her father said that. True, the Duke wasn't really her father, but those words cut her deeply. She loved him and thought he loved her in return. Willing herself not to cry, she kept a stony expression on her face, hoping she wouldn't give anything away. She refused to let Adrian see how much his comments hurt her. Her father made a clicking noise with his mouth before he acknowledged Adrian's statement. That does seem a little harsh from a man who raised my daughter for all those years, Adrian said. I am not here to discuss anyone's feelings on the matter. Coldly, I am here to pay for the release of Lady Lansdowne before the Bow Street runners break down that door and kill everyone in this room. All the ruffians' eyes panicked as they simultaneously turned their heads to Philip for direction. He huffed in amusement. And why should we believe you? Adrian's eyes widened and landed on Edgar. You didn't tell, asked Edgar. Tell him what? In confusion, with an amused half-smile on his face. Adrian turned his gaze back to her father. Lady Lansdowne is not only the daughter of the Duke of Remington and the wife of the Marquis of Lansdowne, but she is pregnant with their first child. The Duke of Remington's first grandchild. He paused to let his words sink in. Lord Lansdowne has hired every available Bow Street runner to scour the streets of London, leaving no stone unturned. Her father exploded with multiple expletives as he glared at his son. "Dow, you failed to mention that piece of information, Edgar," he drawled, his words dripping with scorn. Edgar frowned deeply. "This is the first I have heard of this." Adrian resumed his casual demeanor and leaned his shoulder against the wall. Even though he appeared relaxed, Kate had no doubt that his body was poised for an attack. "I would like to buy Lady Lansdowne's release for £10 or £20 for the release of all the women that were abducted." Her father walked closer to Kate and reached for her hand. "Is Lady Camden part of the deal?" Adrian replied, "No," adamantly. "As far as the Duke is concerned, she is back where she belongs." Edgar shot him a glare full of hate and rage. "You are lying. Just a few days ago, you demanded her release, and now you stand here and claim you have no feelings for her. What game are you playing?" Adrian glanced at Kate and offered a pitying smile. "No game. It is true that I offered to marry Lady Camden, but she jilted me. Lucky for me, there are plenty of women who want to warm my bed now that I am an earl." Kate could not control the whimper that slipped out as her hand covered her mouth, and she quickly ducked her head to hide her burning pink cheeks. His words were cruel, but she deserved them. Philip studied Adrian before he reached down and slowly picked up his pistol. "Herein lies the problem with your plan to rescue the women before the Bow Street runners come. If they charge the building, my men have strict orders to immediately kill the women on. If you accept the money, then no blood will be spilt today." Adrian countered, eyeing the pistol in her father's hand. "But it will regardless," Philip contended. "We cannot release these women until the bill to end the war has passed, but more importantly, you have seen my face." Adrian laughed. "I have seen many faces today. Why should I be killed for seeing yours?" "Oh, because my role is a secret, and I will not jeopardize this entire mission by letting you go free," her father said, slowly raising his pistol. Adrian asked, "Even at the cost of your own daughter?" With a lifted eyebrow. "As you can see for yourself, Catherine is in no danger," Philip huffed, glancing over at her. "I am not speaking of Catherine," Adrian spat out. "I am speaking of Marthe." The pistol stilled in her father's hand as his face paled. His voice was shaky. "You have my daughter, Da. She is in Newgate awaiting hanging," Adrian informed him. "If you will not accept the money for Lady Lansdowne, at least accept a trade for your daughter's life." Understanding dawned on Philip's face. "Marthe told you about this place?" "She did, amongst other things," Adrian confirmed. In response, Philip shook his head. "No, she would not have betrayed me. She would have revealed nothing." "Marthe informed me of your new name, Gasper," Adrian stated, his eyes scanning the room. Her father's chest heaved with rage at Adrian's words. "My own daughter betrayed me," he roared. "I told you we should have killed her," Edgar growled. "It matters not," her father said, frowning. Marthe was expendable. He shifted his gaze towards her. "Catherine and I will depart after I kill you, and Edgar can lead the charge against your Bow Street runners."
With a flabbergasted expression, Adrian looked at Henley, standing only a few feet away. "You would leave your son to die, while you live another day." Then he turned to address the small group of ruffians. "And are all of you prepared to die for the French agenda?" Edgar knows his purpose. We are fighting for a cause dear to our hearts. As for these men, they understand their deaths will be for the greater good. Philip proclaimed prophetically, waving his pistol towards the men. "When Napoleon conquers England, he will be unstoppable, and no one will dare oppose his reign." Adrian scoffed. "You are delusional, I see. And you, sir, will die today," her father declared, raising his pistol. A flash of light caught her eye at the top of the stairs, and Kate saw the tip of an arrow sticking out from behind the wall. It had to be Eliza. She must be waiting for a signal to intercede. Biting her lower lip, Kate debated how she could save Adrian. If Eliza started releasing arrows from her longbow, her father would surely shoot Adrian before doing anything else. Suddenly, a thought sprang into her mind, but it would be very risky. It might even result in her death, but she had to try to save Adrian. "Father," Kate interjected. As he tilted his head towards her, she walked to Philip's side and smiled at him. "I would like the privilege of shooting Lord Camden myself, bah." Lowering his pistol, her father gave her a puzzled look. "And why is that?" "He confessed to me that he killed Michel aboard the Brazen Hind." She lied, finding it surprisingly easy to conjure up tears. "He killed my husband. Then he tried to force me into marriage. If Edgar hadn't abducted me, thus saving me." She let her voice trail off to emphasize her point. Philip replied, "I understand," his eyes full of sympathy. "Mitchell was dear to me, too." She willed herself not to shudder as he brought his hand up to cup her cheek. Kate placed her hand over his and said softly, "Thank you for understanding how much this means to me." Her father pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. As he leaned back, he asked, his tone patronizing, "Do you even know how to shoot a pistol?" "I do," Kate confirmed. She failed to mention that Adrian was the one who taught her in the first place. "As you wish." Her father handed her the pistol and stepped back. Testing the pistol's weight, it was similar in size to the one Adrian used to train her. Turning to face Adrian, she kept her face emotionless, fearing that she would give away her advantage. "I am sorry it had to come to this, Lord Camden," she declared, raising the pistol till it was aimed at his chest. Shock registered on Adrian's face as he straightened from the wall. "Don't do this, Kate. I am afraid I have to." Kate tried to ignore the hateful glances being sent her way by Henley. She said, "It is either me or you," with a hitch in her voice. "And I choose you." "Kate, wait." Adrian's voice trailed off as he took a step forward, but was stopped by Henley placing a hand on his shoulder. Just shoot the bastard," Henley barked. Kate replied, "I intend to." Meeting Adrian's pleading gaze, there were so many things she wanted to say to him, things he deserved to hear from her. But her fate would be sealed when she pulled this trigger. "I am sorry. I love you," she mouthed to Adrian, before she slightly shifted the direction of the pistol and pulled the trigger. Muchlir, and after long, soaking baths, everyone reconvened in the Lansdowne's drawing room. Eliza and Benedict sat on a settee, with Mr. Larson and Jonathan sitting on upholstered armchairs. Kate sat next to Adrian on an opposite settee, his arm draped familiarly behind her. Eliza and Kate took turns explaining what happened at the Squeaky Wench prior to Adrian's arrival, and shared the specifics of their abduction. As they discussed the abduction, a moment of silence passed as they remembered their friend, Roger. Adrian and Benedict shared details about locating the inn, and how they obtained the information. Thankfully, Benedict did not address how Adrian threatened to annihilate an entire village to force Marthe to give up the location. It turned out that Henley had abducted 15 ladies and had been holding them captive, some for months.
Mr. Larson shared the details about how the women were returned to their homes. All were safe, although most had lost some weight from their ordeal. After everything was revealed, Adrian asked the group, "Where do you think the French will land in Scotland?" Jonathan said, based upon Kate's uncanny ability to interrogate a suspect. Smiling proudly at his sister, Hindley revealed that the soldiers' march would take 14 days. It is safe to conclude that the ship will anchor relatively close to the border. But that is still hundreds of miles along the Scottish coast that will need to be searched by agents. Benedict voiced, rubbing his hand over his chin. That will take some time. And the Crown's resources are already stretched thin. Eliza pointed out, Uncle Charles will need to notify our army and send troops up to defend the Scottish border. Jonathan asserted, we might not be able to stop the ship from anchoring offshore, but our army can stop the French from entering England. There is a possibility that our Royal Navy intercepted the French frigate and engaged them in open water. Adrian suggested. Their soldiers could be at the bottom of the sea right now. Benedict nodded his head in agreement. There is that chance, but we will still need to inform our Lord High Admiral, the Duke of Clarence. In case the French frigate slipped past the British blockade of the Channel. I dare say that Prince Frederick, our dear commander-in-chief of the forces, will not be pleased to hear a French landing might be imminent. Mr. Larson spoke up, but at least we are better prepared after learning of Napoleon's planned invasion in 1805. I remember that. Jonathan piped in. In addition to the Army of Reserve and the militia, Britain was relying on the patriotism of the people to volunteer in guerrilla-type warfare against the French troops. Adeliza smiled. Luckily, Napoleon's plans never came to fruition, and he abandoned them at the last minute. Our troops are stretched thin, fighting with our allies in Europe, as well as the skirmish in the colonies, but Britain is not defenseless. Adrian confirmed. Now that Philip has fled, the threat of poisoning our monarchy is over, and I have no doubt that the bill to defund the war will be voted down. There is a possibility the French will reject the misguided notion of landing in Scotland, since Philip has lost the advantage. Before anyone else spoke, deep muffled shouting could be heard in the main hall. Kate! Eliza. Within moments, the tall and unequivocally dominating Duke of Remington stormed into the room. His new wife, Anne, who was a perfect likeness to her daughter Eliza, followed closely behind. Everyone rose to greet their family. As the Duke's eyes landed on Eliza, he rushed over and hugged her, as the Duchess embraced Kate. I am so relieved you are all right, she murmured close to Kate's ear. Leaning back, Kate gave her step-mother a genuine smile. Thank you. The Duchess patted her cheek affectionately, and then turned to embrace Eliza. As the Duke turned his attention towards Kate, she curtsied and stated respectfully, Your Grace. Everyone stopped and turned to stare at Kate, astonishment on their features. Eliza said, Kate. Hesitantly. What is wrong? Taking a shaky breath, Kate smiled politely at the Duke. I recently learned the truth of my parentage, and I know I have been quite a burden to you. Thank you for taking me in all those years ago, and raising me as your own daughter, even though you never wanted me. Shifting her gaze from the Duke's face, she added genuinely, I was blessed to have you as a father, even if it was for only a short time. Kate. The Duke's voice trailed off, and he looked completely baffled. Why? I am at a loss for words. He put his hand out to touch her arm, but then thought better of it and lowered his hand. You have never been a burden to me. Why would you believe that to be the case? Turning her head slightly, Kate's eyes met Adrian's. Realization dawned on him, and he realized he was to blame for this confusion. Kate, I need to explain something, Adrian confessed, noticing that the Duke's eyebrows rose at his use of her given name. What I said at the inn. He winced. Your father, the Duke, never said those things. I was trying to distract Philip and Henley while Eliza and the other agents rescued the abducted women. A frown tugged at Kate's lips as she kept her gaze steady on him. She asked, "Everything you said at the inn was a lie?" In a hushed voice. He nodded. Everything. A mask of indecision hung over her facial features as she processed what he was telling her. Keeping her voice low, she stated, "Even so, it was the truth. I must face the facts that my father is a French spy." "What did you say to my daughter that would cause her to think this way?" The Duke addressed him, a hint of threat in his tone. Knowing that his ploy at the inn had hurt Kate, he had to set the record straight. Ignoring the Duke's direct question, he placed his hand on Kate's forearm, turning her to face him. "I wish I could have spared you the pain of being abducted, or the deceitful words I used to divert Philip's attention towards me. My heart is breaking knowing that I caused you such pain. However, nothing I said in that room was how I felt, or a representation of what the Duke felt." His eyes pleaded for her to understand his dilemma. Sometimes, spies must come up with a plan on the spot, and our only focus is to stay alive. After Kate gave him a nod to acknowledge his words, he shifted to face the Duke of Remington again. My ploy involved Philip, thinking you felt Kate was a burden, and was pleased that she was back with her real father. Furthermore, I implied you never cared for her, as a tactic to trick Philip into loosening his tongue. And did it work?" The Duke asked, his jaw clenched. "Like a charm," he admitted, giving Kate an apologetic smile. "Furthermore, the only reason I am standing here is because Kate's quick thinking saved me from being shot." "Petey," the Duke replied, his eyes stormy, "I feel as if I have every reason to shoot you." "Father." Putting his hand up to stop Kate from speaking, his eyes softened, reflecting a deep love for his daughter. "After you were born, I refused to see you until the day I brought Eliza over to be placed in your mother's care. The nursemaid brought you into the room and asked if I wanted to hold my daughter," he revealed, his voice hitching. "I wanted to ignore your existence, but the moment you were placed in my arms..." A tear slipped down his cheek. "You were mine." He stepped closer and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. "I don't know what was said at that inn, but you will always be my daughter. The very notion of you being a burden is offensive to me and has no grain of truth to it." Kate offered him a sad smile. "But my father is French." "No. Forget that impostor. I am your father," the Duke declared. "When I held you in my arms and saw blonde tufts of hair sticking up and your lovely blue eyes, you stole a piece of my heart." Without saying a word, Kate threw her arms around her father's waist, embracing him firmly. After a moment, she straightened and stepped out of his arms, but not before Adrian saw her purse her lips. He was starting to read her expressions, and he could tell she was worried about something. "My fa." Kate stopped and corrected herself. "Philip might seek revenge on me for killing Edgar, and I don't want to place you or Anne in danger, ba." The Duke's eyes shifted and narrowed, obviously displeased. "I may not have been able to protect you earlier, but I will ensure you are protected from now on. You will not need to fear for your safety. I will hire a militia to keep my family safe." With a shake of her head, Kate insisted, "I will not be kept locked away as a prisoner again." "You will not be a prisoner," her father assured her. "I will hire guards to keep you safe." "Like Roger," she contended softly. "Because of me, Roger is dead. I will not ask anyone to risk their life to guard me again. We will keep you safe," Eliza stated as Benedict, Jonathan and Mr. Larson bobbed their heads in agreement. "I know, but..." Her voice faded as she looked longingly at Adrian. "I was hoping for a different sort of arrangement," he replied. "Where you?" Slowly, not entirely sure how to proceed. Did this mean she would still welcome his courtship? He was hoping that is what she meant. Kate said, "Wes," her voice steady. "I am hoping your offer of marriage still stands." Eagerly, He reached for her hand, tenderly intertwining their fingers. It still stands. Are you sure you want to marry me? Even though I am a spy? His eyes searched hers for any sign of hesitation. Tilting her head coyly, Kate's eyes roamed his face. I married a French spy first, but I think I would very much prefer to be married to an English spy this time. Ignoring the Duke's gasp, Adrian laughed. It will be a very different experience, my dear. I should hope so. She jested cheekily. Restraining himself, Adrian felt it wouldn't be prudent to pull Kate into his arms and kiss her in front of her father, the Duke of Remington, one of the most powerful men in England. Instead, he turned to address the Duke. Could I have a moment of your time, Your Grace? I have a question I would like to ask you. You don't have to marry him, Kate, Jonathan pointed out, walking closer to his sister. If you want to remarry, I could introduce you to a plethora of eligible bachelors that will vie for your attention. Squeezing his fingers, Kate smiled at her brother. I know, but I love Adrian. I choose him not because I long to get married, but because I never want to leave his side again. With a grin, Jonathan dipped his head in acknowledgement. Hannah will be pleased to have Adrian in the family. The Duke cleared his throat loudly. Lord Camden, you come with me, he demanded, pointing at him. We have a lot to discuss before I even think of consenting to this marriage. As the Duke began to turn, knowing Adrian would follow his order, Kate's firm voice stopped them in their tracks. Father, I wish to marry Adrian. Her father opened his mouth to speak, but she put her hand up to stop him, causing his eyes to widen. I truly hope to have your consent, but regardless, if Adrian will have me, I will marry him with or without it. Adrian was surprised to see the Duke's face softening as he listened to his daughter. When she was finished, his eyes filled with pride. Well said, Kate, the Duke stated, his voice reflecting the joy displayed in his eyes. I always knew you had an incredible amount of inner strength, but seeing you stand there, defending your position, I now know that you are strong, inside and out. His eyes filled with moisture, but he blinked away the tears. You are finally becoming the woman you were meant to be. Giving Adrian a pointed look, the Duke turned and started walking out of the room, intent on finishing his conversation in private. Your Grace, Mr. Larson spoke up, stopping him in his tracks. You should ask Lord Camden about the door. With a questioning look, the Duke asked, What door? The door that Adrian created between our townhouses. Benedict answered, smiling, fully enjoying himself. The burden of exiting his main door, walking a few yards, and knocking on my door, was too arduous while he was courting Kate. Your Grace, the door was intended. Lord Camden, spare me your pathetic excuses. The Duke growled before he exited the room, risking a glance at Kate. Adrian could see her hiding a smile behind her hand. Are you truly enjoying this? He muttered under his breath. Wiping the smile away, she looked at him, her eyes still filled with merriment. Oh, of course not, my lord, he said. Traitor. Good-naturedly as he went to face her father. Sit in Adrian's library, enjoying the sound of a slow, burning fire crackling in the fireplace while a book sat in her lap, unopened. She should be in her room sleeping, but she did not want to adjourn to her bedchamber until she had spoken to Adrian. Her father and Adrian had been meeting in Benedict's study for over an hour, and her nerves were wreaking havoc on her ability to sleep. She groaned inwardly at her bold speech about marrying Adrian earlier, causing her stomach to churn with anxiety. Kate had wanted to prove to him, and herself, that she could stand up for what she wanted, but Adrian hadn't said he wanted to marry her. What if Adrian didn't really want to marry her, and now only obligation bound him? For the first time in over a week, her hand rose to finger the locket around her neck but stilled, when she remembered she had long since given it to Adrian. Instead, she smoothed out her white lace overlay dress, touching the delicate flowers sewn into the neckline. Maybe she should order tea to calm her stomach. As she placed the book on a small round table, she rose when she saw Adrian leaning against the door frame. Part of his face was shadowed, but there was no mistaking the way he watched her. His eyes were filled with a mixture of emotions that she could not identify. Pushing off the door frame, Adrian walked further into the room and stopped a few feet away. Suddenly feeling very shy, she dipped her head and fingered the book on the table, attempting to distract herself from Adrian's intense gaze. What could she say to someone she had pushed away, only to discover later that she could not live without? Lifting her chin, Kate gave him a tentative smile as she began wringing her hands together. Attempting to formulate the right words, she whispered, "Adrian." However, that was all that she could manage. His face broke out into a wide smile. He asked, "Would you like me to go first?" His eyes twinkling in amusement. Not trusting her words, she bobbed her head. Adrian said, "I spoke to your father, and he has agreed to our union." Then his smile dimmed. "However, he has a few conditions." "Oh," Kate murmured as her heart constricted at his lack of excitement. Taking a step forward, Adrian rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. "Your father requested that you are to determine where we reside when we are not in London for the season, and that you are to have a well-stocked library at all of our residences. Furthermore, he demanded really that you will be reintroduced to society when you are ready." "Is that all?" "No, that is not all. He wants grandchildren." Adrian smirked. "Loads of grandchildren." Ducking her head as a deep blush came over her cheeks, she tried to distract herself from the thoughts of the marital bed with Adrian. Adrian said, "But first, I have a question." Luring her out of her thoughts. Expecting to be teased, she was surprised to see any trace of humor was stripped from his expression. She asked, That is?" Her mind reeling with the possibilities of what Adrian might say. Taking another step forward, he stood within arm's distance, but he did not reach out to touch her. "I want to know if you truly mean to marry me. A fool that pushed you away in the first place by my irrefutable horrible actions, all while hiding behind the mask of a spy." She matched his step forward with one of her own. "I admit I was devastated watching you and Martha in Hyde Park, but honestly, I would have found another reason to push you away. I wasn't ready to give you my full heart. I was only prepared to give you pieces of my shattered heart." Adrian replied, "Your heart is not shattered," gently. "Misused, yes, but not shattered." Feeling bold, she reached out to take his hand, and was pleased to feel his hand engulfing hers. "While I was in captivity, my only thoughts were hoping I could apologize to you for my cruel words, and tell you how much you mean to me," she admitted, her eyes focusing on their entwined hands. Tilting her head back, she gazed deep into his eyes as she continued, "I am sorry for what I said to you. My words were biting and cold, and accurate." Adrian finished her words for her. "No, it was unfair for me to accuse you of such depravity." She attempted to reassure him. Adrian's eyes flickered over her shoulder before they again rested on her. This time his eyes held vulnerability. "I have lived a long time as a spy, and I have done some horrible acts in defense of the crown, things that could never be forgiven. For so long I have lived behind a mask, afraid that the person I had become was not worthy of happiness or love." His voice became hoarse as he stated, "It is easier to put on an air of joviality than it is to accept that I am not worthy of polite company." "What mask are you wearing now?" A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "That is the ironic part. I have never had to wear a mask when I was around you. From the moment I met you, I never had to pretend I was something that I was not. You accepted me for who I was." With an optimistic feeling, she pressed, "Will you tell me more about your life as a spy?" "I have told you some," Adrian confirmed, his eyebrows pulled together. "Although most of the stories are not meant for the drawing room." "Good. You can tell me in our bedchamber. she joked. He chuckled. Life with you will never be dull. Knowing her heart was filled with an all-encompassing love for this man, she smiled up at Adrian. I love you enough to take you as you are, your perfections and imperfections, your strengths and weaknesses, and I am finally ready. Adrian asked. Ready for what? Keeping his gaze on her. I am ready to love a spy, with my whole heart, Kate responded. She smiled nervously. If you will still have me. If I will still have you. He repeated back in astonishment. Taking his free hand, he reached for her other hand and brought it up to his lips for a kiss. From the moment I laid my eyes on the mysterious Kate at Beaumont Castle, you have entranced me with your beauty, charm, and compassion for others. Even as you were fighting your own demons, you helped me overcome mine. Slowly Adrian sank to one knee, keeping his gaze firmly on her. I love you, Kate. His fingers grazed over her knuckles as he spoke. Originally, my plan was to be your friend and reintroduce you into society, but my plans went awry as I spent more time with you. I have found a new purpose in my life. To love you with such an intensity that you could never question my undying devotion to you. With happiness bubbling up inside of her, Kate wanted to throw her arms around Adrian and shout for joy. But one thing was still missing. Arching an eyebrow, she quirked one corner of her mouth up into a tiny smile. Was there a question in there? A boyish grin lit Adrian's face. Will you marry me, Wes? She exclaimed. Wes, yes, yes. Jumping up, Adrian pulled her into his arms before he leaned back and brought his hand up to cradle the back of her neck. Her lips parted, and her breath quickened with the anticipation of his kiss as he lowered his head towards her. As their lips met, Kate's heart began to mend itself, knowing that Adrian would safeguard it always. Tenderly, he deepened the kiss, his lips marking her as his own, and allowing the heart-touch from her past to be swept away. Never again would she be forced to be someone she wasn't, and she would be free to express herself without fear or punishment. More importantly, she wouldn't have to walk her journey alone anymore. She had her best friend to walk beside her. Overcome with love for Adrian, her hands slid up his chest, and her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer. Chuckling against her lips, he kissed her with equal enthusiasm, and their passion threatened to consume them both. Loud clearing of throats echoed in the small library, as Adrian rested his forehead on hers, his deep breathing matching hers. I was only given 10 minutes, he apologized. Foolishly, you spent 9 of those minutes talking. Benedict commented good-naturedly from outside the door. With one final kiss on the lips, Adrian stepped back but stayed close. Turning, he addressed Benedict, Jonathan, and Eliza at the door. A lot needed to be said first, he admitted. Kind Kate has finally agreed to marry me. Rushing into the room, Eliza embraced her warmly before whispering, I was shamelessly eavesdropping, and I am so happy for you. Mr. Larson walked in, handed a key to Benedict and announced, It is done. Ah. With a disbelieving huff, Adrian stated, You didn't. Wagging his eyebrows at Adrian in an exaggerated fashion, Benedict smirked. Of course I did. What did he do? Kate curiously asked Eliza. Eliza smiled. Benedict had Mr. Larson put a lock on the door between our townhouses. I suggested removing the door entirely, but Benedict would rather leave it up, so you and Eliza can visit each other freely. Jonathan revealed, as he came over to embrace her. Benedict said, The door will only need to be locked until the wedding takes place. As he shook Adrian's hand and gave Kate a hug. We could post the banns tomorrow, which gives us 3 weeks to plan your wedding, Eliza informed her. We need to plan an engagement ball, a luncheon after the ceremony, and we need to buy you a whole new bridal trousseau. An image of her previous engagement ball came to her mind as she danced awkwardly in Michel's arms. She shook her head. I do not want an engagement ball, and I do not want to wait 3 weeks for the banns to be posted. Turning to address Adrian, she nervously bit her lower lip, before asking, "Would you mind obtaining a special license? I would prefer to be married the day after tomorrow." All the men in the room burst out laughing, and Kate did not understand why. She looked at Eliza, her eyes holding questions. Eliza appeared amused at her confusion. No man wants to endure an engagement ball and a long engagement unless his fiancée desires it. But Kate frowned apologetically to Adrian. "I know it will cause a scandal to marry so quickly after the death of my husband, and society may give me the direct cut, but—" He placed his finger against her lips, stilling her words. "No one will ever mistreat you again, I vow it." Bringing her hand up, Kate lowered his finger. "I do not care how the ton treats me, but I worry your reputation will suffer from being married to me. The only reputation I care to have is that of a loving husband and father." Adrian flashed her a mischievous grin. "Do not fret. All will be well. You shall see." Kate gave him a grateful smile before she turned to Eliza. "It appears we have 2 days to plan a wedding." Slemmingewskuil. Adrian jumped up from his desk chair and put on his black superfine coat with tails. As he started buttoning it, his butler, Mr. Ward, walked into his office, leaving the door open. "My lord, the carriage is ready to take you to St. George's." "Excellent," Adrian exclaimed as he came around the desk, trying to avoid rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He had not seen Kate for 2 days, not since he proposed to her in his library, and he was more than anxious to see his bride. Mr. Ward held up a small box. "Your gift for Lady Camden has just been delivered from the jeweler," he said. "Thank you, Ward." Placing the golden box into his coat's front pocket. He had spent hours debating on the perfect wedding gift for Kate, and he had finally decided on 2 gifts. Both were meaningful and wildly expensive. "What did you buy for Kate?" Benedict inquired, striding into the room with his wife on his arm. "I hope it is thoughtful," Eliza commented. As Jonathan walked through the door, he added, "I highly doubt you could beat my wedding gift to Hannah. I bought her a horse farm." "If you must know, I bought her 2 gifts, but this one just arrived," Adrian announced, removing the box from his pocket. He opened it up to reveal a heart-shaped gold locket with a large diamond in the center. "I noticed that Kate still reaches for the locket around her neck, and I thought I would replace it with one from me." "That is a splendid gift for Kate. She will be most pleased," Eliza gushed, before glancing over at her husband. "For our wedding, Benedict gave me a lovely diamond necklace." "Lovely," Benedict huffed teasingly. "That diamond necklace is a family heirloom and cost more than Beaumont Castle." Eliza fingered the diamond necklace around her neck. "Exquisite, then." Tilting his head, Benedict pretended to mull over her correction. "I will allow that, only because you are looking especially beautiful today, and are carrying my babe." Smiling coyly, Eliza patted his arm. "Thank you, husband." Turning to face Adrian, her playful expression was gone. "I received a letter from Lady Rachel today." "And I received a letter from Luke," Jonathan added. Not understanding what this had to do with his wedding, he put his hands out to herd them out the door. "Well, that is great news, but we have a wedding that we must attend." Ignoring his efforts, Jonathan walked over to his drink cart and poured 3 snifters of brandy. "I told you that he would not make the connection," he stated, offering one of the glasses to Benedict. "Be nice to Adrian. Men in love tend to not think clearly," Eliza defended him. Jonathan handed him a glass, then clinked their glasses together. "True, at least I was spared that malarkey." Still confused, Adrian nevertheless took the opportunity to rile Jonathan. "At least Kate knew I was proposing to her." He was referencing Jonathan's failed attempt at his first marriage proposal to Hannah. Jonathan replied, "Tot shy," before taking a sip of his drink. Pulling out a few sheets of paper, Eliza lowered herself onto a wingback chair, then took a moment to smooth out her elegant slate gown with a wide, square neckline. "Lady Rachel is Lord Exeter's daughter," Adrian said. And you ordered her to visit her family in Scotland. Finishing her sentence. Can this wait till after the wedding? I am afraid it cannot, Benedict answered, standing next to Eliza. We will be departing immediately after the luncheon. In fact, our trunks are already strapped onto the coach. Taking a sip of his drink, Adrian unbuttoned the bottom button of his jacket and sat down across from Eliza and Benedict. Start from the beginning. Lady Rachel wrote a letter, informing me that she is becoming quite fond of Lord Downshire's lead horse trainer, John. Eliza shared, with an amused smile on her face. Adrian turned his baffled gaze towards Benedict. And that is important why. Chuckling, Jonathan spoke up. My brother, Luke Arthur John Beckett, or Lord Downshire, does not employ a lead horse trainer at his stud farm, since he prefers to train the horses personally, and he also spoke of a growing attachment towards a Miss Rachel. Chugging back his drink, Adrian slammed it on the table next to him. If you will excuse me, I have more important matters to deal with than the particulars of Lady Rachel's love life. Wait, that is not the important part, Benedict claimed, indicating he should remain seated. Adrian asked, No. Will someone just tell me what needs to be said and be done with it? Eliza's eyes twinkled with excitement. It turns out that Lady Rachel's uncle's estate borders my brother's horse stud farm near a small village called Rockcliffe in Scotland, and both letters contain details about witnessing small dinghies carrying French soldiers. Adrian asked, What did they send letters to both of you? Curiously. Lady Rachel knows that I am Shadow, but Luke does not, and she was seeking out my help, Eliza explained. Leaning against the wall, Jonathan acknowledged, and Luke knows of my association with the Crown. He reached out to me, urging me to investigate the matter. What does Lord Beckett have to say about all this? Adrian questioned, squashing the growing desire to travel to Scotland with them. As much as he wanted to beat the French, he would rather spend his time getting acquainted with his wife. A smile touched his lips as he thought of Kate, and how much he wanted to marry her. Adrian, Benedict shouted, followed by snapping of his fingers. I told you we lost him. Clearing his head, Adrian focused back on the conversation. I apologize, my mind started to wander, he admitted, much to the amusement of his friends. As I was saying, Eliza continued, with an arched eyebrow, my uncle asked us to go to Scotland and employ countermeasures, while the army is rerouted to the England-Scotland border. Adrian said, All right, with a bob of his head. What do you intend to do about it? Smirking, Jonathan still leaned against the wall, his ankles now crossed in a casual pose. I never thought I would live to see the day Hawk would back down from a fight. Love can change a man, Adrian announced with a silly grin on his face. And for the first time, I like the changes I see inside of me. Arising quickly, Eliza reached for Benedict's arm. We will have plenty of time to discuss our plans in our carriage ride to Scotland, but I would hate to experience Kate's wrath if we make her groom late for the ceremony. Lost doni, ly cum dien, Eliza's lady's maid Martha said as she finished weaving pearls throughout her hair. Stepping back to review her work, she clapped her hands in glee. Done. And you look beautiful. Da. Staring at the large mirror, Kate turned her head, side to side, to look at her elaborately coiffed hair, causing the curls framing the side of her face to swish back and forth. I love it, she declared, as she stood up and walked over to Eliza. And, now for the dress, her sister stated, helping her into a beautiful silver, high-waisted gown with crushed red rubies sewn into the bodice. Small, ornate buttons ran down the back, and a silk train, embroidered with flowers, fanned along the floor behind her. Stepping back to look in the mirror, the magnificence of the dress took her breath away. It is exquisite, she breathed. What happened to the gown Madame Lancaster altered yesterday for my wedding? I have a confession, Eliza admitted as she joined her at the mirror. I commissioned this wedding gown from Madame Lancaster after we visited her weeks ago. I had a feeling that you would be marrying Adrian, Kate asked. Truly? Her sister smiled brightly. Even though you fought it, I could see the way you looked at Adrian. I hope it is the way I look at Benedict. A loud knock reverberated around the wood, paneled room. Martha slowly opened the solid paneled door, before dropping into a curtsy. The Duke of Remington, dressed in a black coat with tails, a starched, white waistcoat with a stiff collar, and a white cravat, walked into the small room. You both look beautiful, he acknowledged as he walked over to Kate, taking her hands into his own. And you look breathtaking. Thank you, Father. Kate smiled as tears sprang to her eyes. Pulling out a handkerchief, he handed it to her. I hope these are happy tears, because if they aren't, then you know you don't have to marry. These are most definitely happy tears. She rushed to reassure him. How could they not be? I am marrying the man I love, and my father will walk me down the aisle. Her father's eyes filled with moisture, but he blinked them away. I have a surprise for you, he announced, walking over to the door and revealing the Prince Regent. Dressed in his superfine clothes, Prinny's brown hair was brushed forward, and his long chiseled nose highlighted his high cheekbones and bright green eyes. Dropping into a low curtsy, Kate waited for the prince to approach her. He said, Lady Camden, kindly. I have been told that I owe you my life, my family's lives, and my court's lives by sparing us the unfortunate experience of being poisoned by dessert. As she rose, she returned his smile. I did not do it alone, Your Highness. I have been made aware of your help, Prinny remarked, his amused gaze transferring to Eliza. It would appear Shadow has come out of retirement, yet again. It would appear so, Your Highness. Eliza nodded as the corners of her lips upturned slightly, and a twinkle shone in her eyes. Turning his attention back to Kate, Prinny declared, I know you did not ask it of me, but I approve of your match to Lord Camden, and I will make it known amongst the ton. Furthermore, if you would permit me, I would be honored to walk you down the aisle. Recognizing she might bring shame on her family by her next words, she swallowed her trepidation. With all due respect, Your Highness, I was hoping my father would walk me down the aisle, since he was unable to attend my previous wedding. Instead of seeing censure in the Prince Regent's eyes, she saw his expression soften. I understand. I hope my Charlotte will feel the same way when she is to be married. Shifting his gaze to the Duke, he gave him a tight smile, as if attempting to rein in his emotions. You should be proud of your daughters. They both are exceptional women in their own right. Her father's eyes shone with tenderness as he dipped his head in acknowledgement. I have always been proud of them, but now so much more. Reaching for Kate's gloved hand, Prinny brought it to his lips. May you have a lifetime of happiness, Lady Camden. If you are ever in need, I am your humble servant. While Prinny gently lowered her hand, he added in a hushed voice, You have endured much these past few years, but the future is yours. Take hold of it with joy. Thank you, he said. Please, call me Prinny, cutting her off. After all, I gave permission to your sister years ago to call me that. Kate replied. Thank you, Prinny, and I thank you for coming to my simple wedding. Prinny asked, simple? In surprise. My dear, there is nothing simple about your wedding. All of the pews are filled, and there is a line of people outside hoping to get a glimpse of you. Kate said, How is that possible? We didn't send out invitations, and Adrian just obtained the special license 2 days ago. Turning her gaze to Eliza. How did people find out? The Duke wiped a smile off his face, before answering. Lord Camden has been very busy these past 2 days. He visited every lord that had their loved one abducted by Philip, and explained how your quick action saved the lives of all the women. Prinny chuckled. From what I heard, Lord Camden told all the lords that you single handedly took out 15 armed mercenaries and foiled a plot by the French government. And that Adrian personally invited all of them to attend the wedding. He wanted the church to be filled to the rafters with your admirers, and to ensure you will always be welcomed amongst the ton. Eliza shared with a knowing smile. Kate asked, "He did that all for me?" In awe at this sweet gesture, Eliza nodded. "And everyone is invited to the luncheon," Kate replied. "Oh no," her hand flying to cover her mouth. "We didn't plan for that many people to attend the luncheon." "Do not fret. Anne took care of all the arrangements and even moved the luncheon to our townhouse," her father informed her. "She also ordered all the flowers for the church." Flowers?" Kate repeated, bewildered. Prinny chuckled again. "If you will excuse me, I believe it is time I take my seat, and for Lady Camden to witness the grandeur of St. George's." After Prinny excused himself, her father smiled down upon her. "Are you ready to marry Lord Camden?" "I am," she stated enthusiastically. With her arm in the crook of her father's arm, they entered the chapel, and Kate's feet faltered at the sight she beheld. The beautiful chapel overflowed with men and women, dressed in their finery, all greeting her with cheery smiles. However, the enormous collection of white flowers, lining the pews and hanging down from the rafters, caused her to gasp in awe. A bright red carpet lined the center of the chapel and led to the elevated, black and white checkered platform where the priest was standing, cloaked in his ceremonial robes. The decorative stained glass turned the sun's rays into multi-colored splashes of light that shone throughout the room, rendering the ornate gold chandeliers unnecessary. With her father's slight tug at her arm, Kate began walking towards the front, where she saw Adrian standing tall with his hands at his sides. Knowing she would not remember what he wore this day, or what vows they shared, she would always remember the love radiating from his eyes. Seeing his love reminded her that no matter what she would have to endure in her past, it was worth the cost to be standing here, right now, allowing her to marry the man that she had always dreamed of, but didn't think existed. As Adrian extended his hand towards her, Kate willingly placed her hands in his, eagerly anticipating their future together. Epilogue. Sec oui kais lar. Adrian sat back in the carriage, as he listened to his beautiful wife recount every detail about the ball, held in their honor, at Lord Wessex's estate. Her eyes twinkled with merriment, as she described the women she was introduced to and the dresses they wore. Kate had become lively and charismatic with everyone she met, and the burdens of her past seemed to have faded away. For the first month of their marriage, they spent their time tucked away at Pratt Hall, but were coaxed to London by the elite of the ton, who wanted to celebrate their nuptials. Eventually, they would have traveled back to London anyway, because Kate's gift was ready for unveiling. He had to call in every favor he was owed, and then some, to obtain this present for his wife. "Why, are we traveling to our country home?" Kate inquired, glancing out the window. "I thought we were going back to Pratt Hall." Adrian smiled. "We are, but first, I needed to show you something." Lifting an eyebrow, Kate asked, "What?" Leaning in, he kissed her squarely on the mouth. "You will see, my impatient wife." The carriage lurched to a stop, and Adrian jumped out excitedly, not waiting for the footman to open the door. Turning back, he offered his hand to Kate, and waited till she was on solid ground, before he tucked her hand into his arm. They walked towards the main door, and he stopped. Turning to face Kate, he gazed into her eyes. "I remembered when you told me that this home was your refuge, your safe haven from the world." Kate smiled tenderly up at him, and he continued, "I also remembered when you saw that girl at Templeton Square, and I knew your heart swelled with compassion for her." He placed a hand on her cheek. "I know you wanted to act and help her, but you were constrained at the time. I do remember that girl. She reminded me of myself," Kate admitted. "I wanted to help her, but I had nothing to offer." Adrian looked at her incredulously. Nothing to offer. You are the most kind-hearted person I know, Kate said. I fear you are a little biased, my love. Smiling. But, if I remember correctly, you helped her by giving her some coins. He shook his head. You are wrong. I would have walked right by the girl, without a second thought, if you hadn't stopped. You are the reason I helped her. You made me see her. He took a step back and pointed at a plaque next to the main door. I present to you, Lady Camden's home, a refuge for women. Kate started to open her mouth, obviously wanting to ask questions, but he reached for her hand. Come, I will show you. He opened the door and the entry hall was lined with women of all ages, some dressed as servants, and others dressed in simple frocks. Mr. Oak stepped forward with a knowing smile on his face. Welcome home, Lady Camden. I hope you are pleased with the changes Lord Camden implemented. Kate's gaze was on the line of women, but she turned to acknowledge her butler. I am still trying to sort out all of the changes. Adrian placed his hand on her back as he addressed the women. This home is a refuge for women that have been mistreated by a family member or spouse, a place to encourage them to learn skills that will help them find reliable employment. He paused, as his eyes sought out Kate, for they may stay here, tucked away from the world. Kate's eyes filled with tears as she looked away from him to survey the women. Her eyes stopped, and widened, when she saw the girl from Templeton Square. Stepping away from him, Kate moved to stand in front of the girl. It is you. Her eyes roamed the girl's face and dark brown hair. What is your name? Keeping her eyes trained low, she curtsied. Josette, my lady. You are French. She shook her head. No, my mother was. How old are you, Josette? 16. Did your father pass away? 2. A mask settled over the girl's features as she replied in a surprisingly firm tone. To me, my father is gone. Kate's eyes shone with compassion, and she reached out to embrace Josette. The girl stiffened, but within moments her hands circled around Kate. Leaning back, Kate said, You are most welcome here, and I cannot wait to hear your story of survival. Josette huffed, unconvinced. My story isn't worth sharing. Adrian watched as his wife stepped back with a determined tilt of her chin. She said, I will be the judge of that. He walked closer to her and whispered, I have one more surprise for you in the drawing room. As he led her towards the drawing room, he suddenly was anxious. He hoped he had made the right decision. As he opened the door, he stepped aside, and Kate walked into the room. He saw her steps falter. Martha was standing next to the window, her hair pulled back into a low bun, which hid her deformed ears, and her gaze was firmly lowered towards the Persian carpet. She was dressed in a modest beige gown, with a high neckline and long sleeves that were embroidered with small flowers. Kate glanced over her shoulder at him, as he walked into the room and closed the door. This conversation would be best in private. Walking up, he placed his hand on the small of Kate's back and said, I would like to introduce you to Cosette. Cosette. Kate frowned, forming a small pucker between her brows. In a weak voice, she revealed, Cosette is my given name. Father demanded I change my name to Marthe when we arrived in England. Kate hesitantly walked closer to her, stopping a few feet away. She asked, How is this possible? Keeping her eyes on her sister. I thought you were to be... Her voice trailed off. Cosette's eyes flickered up for a moment, but then she lowered her gaze again without saying a word. Adrian stepped closer to Kate. When I first approached Lord Beckett about releasing Marthe to me, he thought I was mad. It took a lot of convincing, but your uncle agreed, contingent on a few things. Kate asked. Which were? I had to get Prinny's consent, which cost us a small fortune, Adrian admitted. Furthermore, Cosette is my responsibility and... Cosette's voice was resigned as she spoke over him. I am not allowed to leave this country home without permission. Kate nodded her understanding slowly. I cannot believe you are here. With a downtrodden expression, Cosette's eyes flickered to her. Lord Camden has been gracious enough to allow me to recover here from the injuries I sustained at Newgate, but I plan to return to France soon. I beg your patience for just a little while longer. Do you wish to return to France? Kate inquired. She shook her head. No, but I have nowhere else to go. I would love for you to stay here. Cosette's eyes widened in disbelief. She asked, Why would you want me here after everything I have done? Her eyes flickering towards Adrien, Kate took a step closer. You are my sister. It is better for me to leave. Cosette stated sadly. Adrien interjected. Cosette has been kind enough to teach the women how to embroider. But Kate asked. You have? Cosette nodded regretfully. My dream was to open a dress shop one day, but that dream is dead. Her voice grew soft as she lifted her hands to reveal crooked fingers. A side effect of being a condemned spy. Or father wanted me to become Napoleon's mistress. Kate revealed. But that was before he tossed me into the path of an oncoming carriage. Don't feel badly. Father only cared about me when I was useful to him in some way, too. Cosette expressed softly. I was forced to play the role of Marthe, because my own father threatened to kill me if I refused. Kate stepped forward until she was in front of her sister. Please stay here and recover. I would like to get to know you. But I have done some horrible things. Kate said. It is in the past, Cosette. Cutting her off. Turning her head, she tenderly looked Adrien in the eye. And I find I want to live in the present. He smiled at his wife, knowing that no truer words had ever been spoken. His place of refuge and future was in the arms of his beautiful new wife. For so entangled ruse. He was determined to remain a recluse, but she had other plans. By Laura Beers, Aubuthator. Laura Beers spent most of her childhood with a nose stuck in a book, dreaming of becoming an author. She attended Brigham Young University, eventually earning a Bachelor of Science degree in construction management. Many years later, and with loving encouragement from her family, Laura decided to start writing again. Besides being a full-time homemaker to her 3 kids, she loves water skiing, hiking, and drinking Dr. Pepper. Currently, Laura Beers resides in South Carolina.